Welcome, everyone. This is Stand with Asians Live. Today is March 26th, and we are doing a full 12 hours of live streaming. Welcome, wherever you are tuning in from. We are going to be talking with some incredible leaders within the Asian community and our allies across business, education, policy, and art. Today, I am so incredibly excited because we are kicking off with MC Jin, and the very first Asian American rapper to ever sign with a major label. Jin, I'm so excited because not only are we going to be talking to so many people today, but you in particular are kicking us off. So I'm going to hand it over to you. What has all of this meant to you so far? I'll let you introduce yourself, and you've got something special for us to preview for us. So I'll let you take over.
Chris, how you doing? Good morning, I would think, to a majority of people watching. Good evening, even to some of you that might be on the opposite side of the globe and your day's coming to an end, maybe. Well, it's interesting. Chris mentioned the fact that, even according to Google, Google will say Jin, the first Asian rapper, right? Which I'm super honored and humbled by. But want to acknowledge the many before me and the many that will come after me, which I think is really kind of tied into this thing, is that we're at a point in time that there's a lot unfolding, right? And to me, I'm just humbled to be a part of it. You know, I am a rapper, I'm an actor as well. But at home, you know, to my wife, I'm the guy that's responsible for taking out the trash and the laundry. To my sons, I'm the guy that resets the Wi-Fi router if it happens to be shaky. But within the context of this community, I would like to think that I'm another voice to all of us. And on that note, I think platforms like this, like what's happening today, is key, is crucial. And I'm just so honored to be a part of it. I think, above all else, I guess I'm a human being and I'm an active ally. And I think these last few months have been monumental. Unfortunately, it's due to unfortunate circumstances, right? Like, we are literally under attack. I can't think of another way to put it. Discrimination, bias against the Asian community is not new in this country. Against the AAPI community is not new. There's actually a layered history of it, going back years upon years upon years upon years. I think, unfortunately, it's not something that's really taught in the school system, in several spheres, whether it's in entertainment, pop culture. Nobody really knows about it. So in these times of tragedy, where Asian elderlies, grandmas, grandpas are being just attacked unprovoked, in an unprovoked manner. Some of these aren't even robberies. Not that makes it better, but it's literally just an attack, right? A punch, a kick, a push. And in the most extreme cases, they're no longer here. To the most recent, I think that's still like on everybody's mind, and it's still like surreal. In Atlanta, there's a straight up mass shooting with the intended targets being Asian, and in this case, predominantly Asian women. So just that sense of like, just tragedy and pain is unfortunate. However, I think if we were to find any type of even the slightest silver lining in all of this, I think it would be that even for me, I'm 38, turning 39 this year. I would say that I'm experiencing something as part of this Asian community that I have not experienced before, which is in terms of how there is a outcry that I've never seen, an outcry, a urgency to unite, an urgency to educate, and an urgency to just be heard. You know, my background is hip hop, right? So I grew up I'm grateful for this. You know, it's something that God blessed me with, and I grew up just, I guess you could say, not being reserved, which I'm sensing now as I engage a lot of my Asian brothers and sisters that are like, some of them may not have had that growing up, right? And it's like, for the first time, I feel the sense to speak out, and I need to use my voice. So my thing is just, your platform, you have it. Each person has it. And my encouragement is do not dwell on what your platform looks like. Like I've actually, whether it's online or in person at rallies, I've encountered young people, let's just say, or not even just young people in general, who might say, man, it's great that we have individuals like you, Jin, that are using your platform and reaching people. And their sense is that their platform might not be impactful, right? It's like, oh, I have social media, or, I have a YouTube channel that I use, but it's only like, and then they'll throw a number out there. And I'm like, who cares? Your story is unique to you. Your experience is unique to you. Whoever you reach, and don't underestimate what that could mean in the bigger picture, right? If these individuals who feel they have small platforms, even if they're only reaching 10 people, if 1,000 of these people activate, that's 10,000 people. And what does that 10,000 people mean? It doesn't mean you're going to like completely change their minds, but it's just these constant efforts to shift perspectives and plant seeds. I have an 8-year-old. This past weekend, we went to a rally, a Stop Asian Hate rally, and he didn't want to go. He was like very reserved, and it's unfortunate because his ultimate reservation before we left the house was, Daddy, I want to go support, but what if a racist goes to the rally and shoots people? And I think this is a tragedy in itself that's a concern of an 8-year-old. But, I explained to him that that's more the reason why we need to go. And Mommy and Daddy wouldn't bring you if we didn't feel we could protect you and it wasn't safe, But we arrive and he's tense. I could feel the tenseness on his body. And as we are there, I can also sense a shift in his, the way he's absorbing everything. I know him like the back of my hand. We go out and about all the time. I've never seen him so attentive, probably because he was looking out for active shooters. That might be it. But he's like watching, when the chants start going. I didn't want to enforce anything on him. I wasn't like, hey, you have to do this, you have to say this, you have to I'm just glad that he was physically present. But he's doing the chants. And when other speakers are on stage, he's listening and he's watching. But ultimately, when we were about to leave, I asked him, I said, hey, you want to go up and say something? And he's like, no. And I could tell that his reservation wasn't necessarily in fear anymore of danger. It's just overwhelming, right? There's thousands of people. So he's like, no. But then I'm like, Daddy will go up with you, right? And his reaction is just, I don't know what to say. What do I say? Repeatedly, what do I say? So I'm like, I'll go up, I'll say a few words, and then I'll give you the mic. So he kind of, he's like, all right, he's entertaining the idea, but he's not like exactly enthusiastic about it. So we go up, I look out into the audience, and I'm like, hey, everybody, thank you for coming. I say like literally like 2 sentences. And while I'm saying this, he's next to me, and he's still like, what do I say, Daddy? What do I say? So I point the mic at him, and I'm like, just say whatever's on your heart, right? Like I say that into the mic. And just almost instinctively, he's like, stop the hatred. And I'm like, wow, as a father and as just an adult. And then I'm like, say it again. He's like, stop the hatred. And, it isn't completely surprising because honestly, in the past week, 2 weeks, even going back to last year, to be honest, when it was like, this is called the Kung flu, we are going to fight this China virus. Even during that, he already knew that something good is not happening. I'm talking about my 8-year-old. He's like, why does he have to call it that? Why are people blaming us for it? So I think the point is, if you have a platform, even for myself, I don't know who I'm impacting. I don't know who I'm influencing. But if it's just this one 8-year-old, then hey, I feel like it's worth it, right? Even at that rally that day. And then I think protect your energy is what I would encourage everybody, because it is a time where, as much as we're uniting, there's also people that are intentionally out there to create division, to rile you up even more. Asians aren't being attacked. What are you talking about? You guys are the most privileged. You guys got it the best in this country. Y'all pretty much, y'all run this country. There's people that are saying that. There's people that think that. And I think especially when solidarity with other communities is key right now, particularly between the Asian and Black community. I mean, all solidarity is important, But there's emphasis on the Asian and Black community because in a lot of these attacks, yes, you know, there is that surface visual. You see a Black man pushing down an old Asian grandpa. It's very easy to be like, yo, why are Black people attacking us? And I mean, I personally don't subscribe to that. I don't think we're being attacked by Black people. We're being attacked by hatred, you know, and these attackers, they're Black, they're white, they're all, you know, it isn't one race that's attacking us. So I think protecting your energy is important. And then last but not least, I would say be proud. Now is the time to be more proud than ever, you know. I shared this at the rally too, you know. I think at a young age, I'm grateful that as much as I was kind of embedded in the hip hop culture, rap culture, you know, I got my big break on Black entertainment television, BET. But at the same time, what people remember me saying on there is, you know, my pants are new, my sweater's new. Don't be mad this Chinese kid dressed better than you, you know? Don't be mad a Chinese kid dressed better than you, you know? Like, but I think the point I'm trying to make is embrace what you think people are, you know, picking apart about you, like your skin color, your culture, your ethnicity, the history of your people. Embrace it. I think it's a beautiful time in that way, is that now is the time that my 8-year-old, you know, knows that, you know, I need to be louder than ever as an Asian American. And I put a lot of emphasis on the kids, maybe because I'm a parent. But I really like gravitate towards the idea that my kids are your kids and your kids are my kids, in the sense of, these are all the people that, what the heck are we fighting for, right? As far as, man, we're trying to find some sort of sense in society and some sort of inclusivity. I don't know. Go ahead. DM me and say you said it wrong, Jin. You know the word I'm trying to say. But it's for them, right? All of us as adults, you know, we're really just trying to prepare it for them. So yeah, be proud. And shout out to all the allies out there that might be watching right now. You know, I think within the Asian community, we're definitely coming together like never before. But I'm just as encouraged and inspired when I see, you know, non-Asian Americans not only just speaking up, not only just encouraging us and offering compassion and empathy, but actually taking action, you know, like at the rallies, using their platforms to support. So, I mean, in closing, I'll say that, you know, what I want to call for is an increase in representation, particularly in the areas that we might not have always had a voice or a face, right? In entertainment, in politics, in sports. And I feel like we've come a long way, but it's still a long, long way to go. Just hoping that ultimately our voices can be heard and our stories can be told in an authentic way.
Absolutely, Jin. Thank you again so much for sharing, you know, what this has meant to you, to not only just you, but your family as well. You know, it's affecting all of us, and I can't agree more with you that we need to use whatever platform we have, no matter if it's, you know, just one other person or 1,000 people or 100,000 people. You know, we can create change one person at a time, and it's going to make a big difference down the line.
Absolutely, Chris. Thank you for what you're doing. And as I'm sitting here talking, like I see you, right? But I'm talking into my camera screen. I'm reminded of that one scene from I Am Legend, Will Smith, where he's at the pier every day, right? He's like, I got food, I got shelter, right? I'm broadcasting. But I think one thing he says that I feel like really resonates with me right now that I want to say to everyone out there. In the end, he actually says, if anybody's out there, anybody, please, you are not alone. And I think that's what this broadcast and this whole thing today, hopefully we can get out there, is that you are not alone. You know, I think there's still a lot of Asians out there that might feel like, you know, I don't know how to be a part of this. And they're dealing with a lot of weight mentally, emotionally. You are not alone.
Well, thank you again, Jin. Thank you so much. Thank you, brother.
Please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where can people find you? Where can people connect with you?
I'm on Instagram. I'm on Twitter. I have a YouTube channel. Everything pretty much is MC Jin. My Instagram is I am MC Jin. But if you just search MC Jin, you'll find it. And I'm here, man. I'm part of this. I'm honored to fight with all of you, to fight with you together, side by side, to fight for you. So much love, everybody.
Thank you again so much, Jin. It's been an honor.
Peace.
Peace. Take care. Well, everyone, thank you again. We are just kicking off. Today is the very first, we're just now starting our 12-hour live stream here on Stands with Asians Live. My name is Chris Lin. I am a Chinese American, and I am an ally. I am a human being, and I am here, and I'm going to be talking with a ton. We have 70 speakers, including MC Jin, who you just heard from. We're going to be talking to them throughout the day. So if you want to tune in, you got to, make sure we're going to be here for the next 12 hours. It is 5:15 my time here on the West Coast, 8:15 Eastern. We're going to be going until 5 p.m. Pacific time. So make sure you are tuned in all day. Just keep the page open wherever you are watching, whether that's YouTube, Twitch, and make sure you share it with everyone, because we're going to be here all day talking to leaders from across the spectrum. We are really here to make sure that we activate the power of Asian voices today. We want you to know, like MC Jin just said, we want you to know that you are not alone, that we are here for you, that we are going to be making change one person at a time. And so, again, we're going to have a ton of people, leaders from across the spectrum, including business, education, policy, and even art. So stick around today. We've got a lot going for you. I'm actually going to bring on two of my co-hosts right now. First, I would like to introduce Jetty Yuan. Jetty, I am bringing you up on stage. What is up, brother? How's it going?
Hey, man, I am super pumped to be here. Jin is somebody that I know we all look up to, and I know, not just Jin, but a whole lot of us have been looking forward to this, and so glad to be on the stage with you, man.
Yeah, I mean, just thoughts on Jin's comments, his words.
Man, I just, Chris, that's a really good question, and I think the biggest thing that struck me was just like, so many of us have come into this for different reasons, because we have different roles in society. We represent smaller business, bigger business, tech, non-tech, but he just had a human story. I mean, I've been telling people, like, I just don't want for my kids to be dealing with the same sort of issues that we've been dealing with, and that was literally an issue. That was literally a story of this transformation with him and his kid, and it was beautiful, just and they say kids are geniuses. I think that it was just so pure to see the transformation that came over his kid, as they went to the rally and trying to be protective, that slow change of like, oh my gosh, like there's other people here, and it's okay, and stop the hatred. It just, oh my gosh, from a little kid, that's amazing. That's beautiful. So that, it gives me hope for the future. And I love that Jin's trying to be such a thoughtful father too.
Yeah. And I mean, just personally, I know that when our organizing group was talking, we got so excited when Jin could come on board and share his story with us. I mean, I don't know about you, but growing up, I remember in high school when he won, I forget the competition name on BET, but when he won, man, it's incredible to see that representation, and just to hear from him as well that we need to increase representation is so incredible. So Jetty, thanks for popping on real quick. I am going to introduce our next guest and bring her up. Helen Trong is with us, and she is a DEI strategist. Hello, Helen. How are you? Thank you for joining.
Yes. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, everyone.
Well-
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I was just saying, we're just kicking it off, and I'm excited to talk to you. Yeah, I'll hand the mic over to you.
Sure. So I'll take a couple minutes just to introduce myself. My name is Helen Park Trong, and I'm streaming in from Atlanta, Georgia. Also, it's known as the ancestral and occupied lands of the Muscogee Creek peoples, which is the 4th largest tribe in the United States. And I want to take a moment to pay respect to their elders, both past and present. And I'm also sharing that I'm sitting in some inherent tension and standing in solidarity today with Asian Americans, while also benefiting from the colonization of Native lands. And it's important to remember and ground our time together, remembering that our liberation as the AAPI community is inherently bound up in the liberation of all people of color. So I'm going to kick off today saying that I identify as an Asian American, a woman, a parent of 3 beautiful children, and a lifelong educator. And Chris, you graciously kicked me off. I've actually been working in education since 2008, and I work for Bright Morning, which is an international education consulting and coaching firm. And above all, I'm a human being, and I'm an active ally.
Well, it's great to hear. It's always great to meet other parents as well, because I think that it really hits home, at least for me, knowing that we are working towards a better future.
Yeah.
So, we have so much work to still do. We have so many things to still accomplish. What has this meant for you? Seeing all of the hate and violence, how has that affected you?
It's been really difficult. A lot of people have actually asked me, like, have you had a conversation yet with your children? Particularly, I have a 7-year-old daughter. And I wish that the answer were yes. I think it's necessary. I believe in, being honest with children and in telling them all of the stories in the rich tapestry of our lives and our history. And I'm finding it really difficult right now while I'm still in this very emotional space about the hate crimes, particularly the one that happened in my hometown in Atlanta. So yeah, I haven't broached the conversation with her yet. I'm hoping that sitting in solidarity and standing with my fellow Asian American community will help me gather some of the courage I need to broach that really difficult conversation.
And I think that's okay. I have a 6-year-old myself, or almost 6-year-old, and it just hasn't had. We haven't had that opportunity because it's hard, And so for the parents out there, I mean, I know you haven't had that conversation yet, but maybe you can speak to it as an educator and come at it from that lens. How might parents broach this topic, or how might you do that, as you prepare to broach that topic with your kids?
Oh, goodness. I mean, my first tip is, in kid-friendly language, you can amend or, think about how you want to broach specifically the topic of violence, because I know that can be really, really difficult. I think that older kids, I think you need to be as direct with them as possible. I think for the 6 and 7-year-olds, this is why I think, in our house, talking about guns and gun control, talking about guns even in play is just a giant no. And I think you need to start by grounding in emotions. Like, how does it make you feel? And why does it make you feel that way? And then asking your child, how it makes them feel to hear that news.
Yeah. And I think for myself, we need to, as I'm just trying to think through this right now, it's okay to share how we're feeling with our kids, right? We need to be vulnerable with our own families and with our own kids. So, and it's okay to say, Daddy's scared too. Daddy isn't sure what to do next. I'm not sure what I'm going to do or what we're going to do. So I think that that's okay. And that shows that we need to humanize this even more for those around us. even having those conversations at work, having those conversations with my coworkers, my friends, and just saying, yeah, I don't know what to do sometimes, but I'm going to keep moving forward. So absolutely. Well, I would love to hear more about the awesome work that you're doing. Can you share just the work that you're doing a bit more in depth with those who are watching?
Sure. So I'm sure there's going to be a ton of fantastic content in today's 12-hour live stream. And if you're catching me live or if you're listening to me in post, I actually prepared 2 questions that I want you to take away. And Chris, you're more than welcome to answer the 2 questions. But here are my 2 questions. First question, when was the first time that you had a teacher who shared your identity? And the second question I have for you all is, when was the first time that you learned about people who shared your identity in a school setting? So I'll share my answers. The first time that I ever had a teacher who looked like me was my sophomore year of college. Professor Eugen Ko of Wellesley College, who was my Shakespeare English professor. It had never occurred to me until then that someone who looked like me could actually major in English. And he had planted this powerful seed in my mind that I could also be someone who goes off to teach English to others, which actually, by the way, I did go on to do. And my second answer is that the first and actually only time that I learned about Asian Americans in an academic setting was learning about the role that the Japanese played in World War II in the internment of Japanese Americans in the United States. And I just remember like the teacher was like rattling off a bunch of facts. And I sat there and I didn't know what to make of it. I wanted to get angry. I wanted to ask why only the Japanese Americans were stripped of their humanity, and if there were similar camps for the German or Italian Americans. But instead, I actually just sat there in silence, and I felt like the learning had already been cemented. Like I didn't belong here. The message was really clear. Oh, I think you're on mute, Chris.
Oh, sorry about that. It has a huge effect on us, whether or not we notice it or not. As you're saying this, as you ask the first question, right? When was the first time you had a teacher that you identified with? Correct? That was the question?
That's the question.
I think I have to be in the same boat as you. I don't think I identify with another teacher of Chinese American identity until college, and that's because I grew up in I grew up in half of my early childhood. I was in here in the Bay Area in San Francisco, but all of my teachers, now that I think about it, were white, and we moved into a white suburban area later on, and we did not have any Asian teachers, and so it wasn't until I came back to the Bay Area to finish school to get my degree when I had a Chinese teacher. So that's really interesting. And then what was the second question again for people who are watching? Yeah.
The second question is, when was the first time that you learned about people who look like you in an academic setting? And what was that context?
Yeah. I think for myself as well, it was definitely in high school learning about Japanese internment. I remember reading Shogun. And again, even though I'm not Japanese, but just understanding the historical context even in that book, and just understanding the culture and that lens was very interesting to me. So yeah.
So I bring this up because when most people think about systemic racism, many of our minds will go straight to like the blatant, obvious examples of racism, right? So you see like the hate crimes targeting our elders. You see the mass shooting in Atlanta, which absolutely was a hate crime. But most people don't really think about the more insidious ways that that systemic racism has a grip on our society, right? So that's why I go back to the 2 questions. When was the first time that you had a teacher who looked like you or shared your identity? And when was the first time you learned about people who looked like you or shared your identity in an academic setting? And, as people hopefully take the day off today to think about their identities, to stand with Asian Americans, I really urge them to go back and answer the questions just like I did, just like you did, Chris, and then actually ask people around them what their stories are. And actually, in hearing their responses, you will very, very clearly see the insidious ways that systemic racism has embedded itself into the fabric of who we are as a nation.
Well, Helen, thank you again so much. That it's very clear, bringing up those questions and thinking about what, truly realizing, like you said, the nature of this system that has been designed against people of color, the Asian community. And so we need to do more and do better to fight that. As we wrap up, I mean, is there any last words or parting words that you would like to leave those who are watching?
Yeah. I think the last thought I will leave you all with is that all children, regardless of how they identify, need to see multiple mirrors and windows in their education. So mirrors being people past and present who they can identify with and feel proud of and cherished and valued. And windows are people past and present who provide an opening into a new world, right? A new set of experiences and values and cultures. And we need rich and nuanced stories in both the windows and in the mirrors. And we need to be honest about the hardship, the violence, the brutality, the erasure, the oppression. And we also need to celebrate the stories about resilience and courage and innovation and about joyful and thriving communities. And, I will close out by saying that as an active ally, I think that we need to call for education reform of building and supporting this diversity in the educator workforce and also in the curriculum to reflect the mirrors and windows that kids need to build a better world.
Well, Helen, thank you again so much for taking the time this morning to come on and share some tips on how we can broach this conversation with not only our kids, but with each other and really understand the systems that have been built up. Thank you again, Helen, and take care.
Thank you. Bye.
For those of you who are tuning in right now, this is Stand with Asians Live. We are live streaming for 12 straight hours. We started at 5 a.m. this morning for me here on the West Coast, 8 a.m. for those of you who are on the East Coast, and whatever time it is for you everywhere else in the world. Thank you again for tuning in. We are kicking off today. I mean, we are just going to be talking with so many incredible leaders. We started this morning with MC Jin. You just heard from Helen Park Trong, and we are going to talk to leaders all across the nation here in the United States from 5 to 5, and really be looking at how has this affected them? How has this situation with this anti-Asian sentiment affected them and the work that they're doing in their communities? Because like MC Jin started us off, you have your own platform. We all have our own ways to make change. And so whatever that looks like for you as an individual, you can make that change. For those of you who are tuning in on Twitch or YouTube, feel free, drop comments down below. We absolutely see them. So as you have questions or any comments, we'll be sure to share them as well. We have a whole lineup for you today as I am navigating all over the place. I am just one of 6 who has built this up. We are with Stand with Asians Live. If you want to learn more today, you can learn more, get involved. Again, go to standwithasians.com today is also the National Day of Action and Healing. So go to Asian American Day of Action. Follow the hashtag Stand with Asians, and you will see everything that you need to see as far as what is going on within the community today. The Stand with Asians has programming all day today, so you are not going to miss out. We are just part of that programming, this 12-hour programming today. I am going to bring Jetty back up because I know that he wants to introduce our next speaker. I also want to bring up our one of my other co-hosts, Dr. Aparajita Jidigunta, Dr. AJ for short. So Dr. AJ, I'm going to bring you up. Jetty, I'm bringing you up. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you two doing right now?
Good morning.
Dr. AJ, we'll start with you.
Good morning. Good morning. It's been such a great lineup and so many amazing stories and so many insights already. And I'm just really excited for the rest of the day. And I'll just, be on and off and working on some things for the lineup in the back end. So I'm just really excited to hear from Jetty and then our next speaker.
Absolutely. Jetty, go ahead. I'll let you take it away because Soo-Young Kang is about to come up. So Jetty, go ahead. We'll let you take over.
Yeah, that's great. And so I am super excited to have everyone on the platform with us. And Dr. AJ, it's been such a true pleasure to work with you. And I know that we are all, it's not just us six, but, the dozens and dozens of speakers who have been behind us and, the organizations that they're working with as well. I am super, super excited to bring in So-Young Kang, who is joining us. And So-Young, I know you represent not just yourself, not just your own, growing knowledge community. Hey, So-Young. Oh my gosh, looking radiant. So, not just yourself, not just, the ed tech and the knowledge community, not just a few industries and companies, but across different continents as well. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Jetty, for having me. And I'm sorry, I thought this was on Clubhouse, so I apologize that I'm not in a beautiful background here. But it's really, really, just a joy and a privilege to be here, given how important this topic is.
It looks like we lost Jetty.
Okay.
Don't know what happened there. So-Young, I will. Oh, here he is. I'll bring him back up.
Sensitive Mac equipment. That's why. Sensitive Mac equipment. That's what I get for having a sensitive back button, right? So, well, So-Young, could you help introduce yourself with a few of your self-identified intersectionalities and what your role, what do you do in your line of work?
Sure, thanks, Jetty. So hi everyone, my name is So-Young Kang, and I'm a Korean American from New York. Lived in LA and have been living in and out of Asia for about 10 years. I've lived in Singapore, Japan, and Korea. Not Korea, but I spent a lot of time there. And I'm a serial entrepreneur. So after leaving McKinsey, I started two companies, Awaken Group and Nobi. So my latest company is a technology company that helps empower anyone to digitize content and share it to educate, equip, and then to empower.
Incredible. And so I know that education is such an important topic for all of us. And, I know that you do so much work in our community, including a really big, really big member of the VC community who is super, super passionate. I'd love to have you just, just educate us a little bit about some of your work and some of that big news that you were able to help with.
Sure. Yeah, I think, and Jetty, you were a big part of that as well. We had a Clubhouse talk yesterday and had Eric Kim. He's a managing partner of Goodwater Capital out of Silicon Valley. And they've raised about $1 million in matching funds. So anyone who wants to donate to an AAPA cause or a cause around South Asian hate, you can email Eric at Goodwater Capital and have up to $1 million matched. So I think part of that conversation was really about, there's awareness building, which is so important about these stories that are happening. Because when I hear these stories, they're me, right? They're my mother. The elderly that are attacked, is my mother. The people, the 6 women that were killed could be my relatives. And so I think as we think about that, it's really hit home in a very personal way. And so, my whole, I think the hope here is that all of us can play a different role. It can be big. Not all of us can give away $1 million. But I think each of us have a unique role that we can play. You know, for me at Nobe, I'm the founder of Nobe. It's a GNOWBE. It's about grow knowledge into being. So GNOWBE. What we're doing with our technology is saying, you know what, anyone can digitize their stories because we think the world needs to humanize the conversation. Asians are not all the same. And the moment you can share Asian stories, then you start to humanize because people connect to human stories. So that's our small way of contributing to this by giving our platform for everyone to use to digitize their stories. And the whole idea of the conversation was around how do we, whatever your thing is, some of you have a great social network, then use your social network and influence to change the conversation. Some of you have capital. So how do you use your capital to make a change? Some of you have technology platforms. Some of you have political influence. So whoever you are, you're a musician, use your celebrity status. And I know some celebrities that are going to be here on the stage today is around using that influence. So I think all of us have a role to play, and I think we can contribute. And so I think the call is you can start small, and every single one of us, when you combine those little drops together, it becomes an ocean.
That's incredible. That's incredible. And So Young, I know that, you know, you're joining us, live from the ground, and it's actually a very authentic, look at your life, and just thank you so much for all of the work that you've done. I want to, just give you a shout out from, because among the many things you do, I mean, just to really give context, I mean, you really truly do have a footprint. You're a World Economics Forum young global leader. You're a serial entrepreneur. You're so passionate about, amplifying human potential. I'm just, you just mentioned that there's so many things that you do, and not everybody walks the same, I guess this exact same shoes as you, but just to help people relate a bit, like, I'm curious, like, what's your driving influence? Like, why do you personally care about this? And as you try to think about this, like, what does active allyship look like to you? I know you threw out a lot of different options, but yeah, just love to personalize this a little bit. Why do you care, and what does your active allyship look like?
Yeah, thanks so much, Shedi. I think for me, active allyship is a few things. I think one is, I think I talked about the leveraging of our platform to donate that to people around the world, all Asians, to be able to share their stories, and then we will magnify and amplify your stories. So I think that's kind of a personal thing, because what I can provide is our technology platform, right? But I think when I think about active allyship, I think it's also about including people who are also not Asian. I grew up in East Brooklyn, New York. My best friends growing up were Black, Hispanic, white, and every color of the rainbow. When I was at business school at Harvard Business School, I was a member of the African American Student Union and the Latin American Student Association. And so with LASSO, with ASU, with the Asian American business, it's really about finding allies across culture, because I think the world needs to see examples of non-Asians coming and standing with Asians as well. Because of course Asians will stand with Asians, but there's also, I think, a huge opportunity for Asians who tend to be a little bit competitive with each other, to use this as an opportunity for us to really collaborate and bring our resources together. It's time, for us to stop fighting each other and to bond together to really make a difference and stand up and be seen. So I think this is really the time for us to leverage this opportunity, because, I guess issues and problems, the other side of that is an opportunity. So I think that's really what drives me. And I think my major, I guess, driving force is just a broader purpose. I'm really passionate about human flourishing. And I think human flourishing starts with getting along and understanding each other as human beings, and not as a role, or title or a position, but as Jedi Yuan, right? an awesome human being, someone who's passionate, who's spending 12 hours hosting this conversation, or So Young Kang, a Korean American who chooses to use my Korean name, which is very bizarre, right? And so each of us have our own stories. And I think the idea of allyship is about creating those connections and relationships. Because I think when we're bonded together with our relationships, that's, I think, where we can make a difference.
That's fantastic. And So Young, thank you so much for your poise and for your just articulate voice. I know it's not just you. There are dozens, if not hundreds of leaders who you are connected to, who are, watching this video, who will see this. Thank you so much for your visibility and your continued presence here. And thank you for plugging the resources for Nobi and for Eric Kim. We really appreciate you being with us.
Thank you so much. And I guess I want to close with, I am a human and I'm an active ally. Thank you so much for having me.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you so much, So Young. You're fantastic. All right. So one of my spectacular co-hosts, and both of them.
Well, that was awesome. That was great to hear from So Young from the grounds. And the thing that I'm taking away from that, from So Young's words, is the same that we've heard actually so far, which I think has been a theme so far for all of our speakers this morning, which is use your platform, whatever platform you have. We all have our own voices. We all have, our own methods and methodologies and mediums on how we're going to, reach others. And so that's what I'm hearing so far this morning.
Absolutely. And I think it's just, that's the point, that's sort of what we want to do today, right? Is show people that with all of the diversity of our intersectionalities, our messaging is still the same. Our cause is still the same. And we can put in our individual efforts, however different they may be, toward that common shared cause. And that is such a powerful, powerful thing to think about and reflect on and collaborate on. So I agree, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, for those of you who are just now tuning in, this is Stand With Asians Live. I am joined by the amazing Dr. AJ and Anjannette Yuan, and we are going to be doing this for 12 straight hours. It is 5:47, just turned 5:48 right now a.m. on the West Coast. So that is 8:48 for those of you on the East Coast, and whatever time it is for you in the rest of the world. We welcome you. Thank you so much. We are going to be here all day. Keep us tuned in. We are not going anywhere. We are talking with incredible leaders from around the globe and the nation, talking about how we are going to stand with Asians today, activate the power of Asian voices. Thank you for tuning in. If you have any comments, feel free to leave them below wherever you are watching this broadcast. We are going to be bringing on our next guest in just a moment. But again, we're here today to really focus on the Asian community, how we can heal, and ways we can get involved and use our voices to make change. So as I transition right now, we are going to be bringing on Janine Letford, who is an intercultural creativity trainer. Welcome, Janine. It is great to have you.
Hi there. How are you?
Good. How about yourself?
I'm so just honored to be here and honored to be a part of this important conversation. Thank you for inviting me.
Well, thank you for taking the time. Thank you for coming up, and thank you for being an ally to the Asian community. I'll just hand it over to you and let you introduce yourself.
Sure. I'm a public speaker, global speaker, so I'm just going to jump into it. And I'm also started my career as an elementary ed teacher. So, when you work with small kids, you always have prompts, right? And so I just want to say that we're diamonds. we're all diamonds, and part of my job is to help to make sure we all have the opportunity to be seen and to shine bright. And my name is Janine Ledford. As he said, I'm an African-American woman, an award-winning educator and a global speaker who also deals with a speech impediment. That's one of my identities. And above all, I'm a human being and an active ally. And my contribution, as he mentioned, is the concept of intercultural creativity, a term I'm coining because going through my experience, I noticed that as I teach on creative thinking and how to use your imagination and connect the unconnected, if I'm helping people think more creatively, but we're in work environments, in classrooms and public spaces where it's non-inclusive, there's microaggressions, there's systemic underlying racism and gender issues and other identities that aren't seen and valued. I can teach on creative thinking all I want, but people aren't able to realize their full creative potential. And that's why I started doing this work. And so looking at intercultural competence, and so a lot of, Helen was hitting it on the mark, that we have to be aware that this is a developmental process. You can't look at someone and say, oh, wow, they have high intercultural competence. They have the ability to be self-aware, to be other-aware, to be able to shift perspectives, and to be able to adapt to different cultural situations. This, like math, you would never put a 5-year-old in a chemistry class or a trigonometry class because you know developmentally they're not at that level yet, correct? They have to do, so intercultural competence is the same process. And so what I realized in my work as I was doing creative thinking, and I did elementary school, and then I taught at the local university here called California State University Northridge. And I was doing this work, and I looked at how creative thinking has the same foundational skills as intercultural competence. So to be good in both, you have to understand that it's a skill. You can develop it. You have to understand that you have to be self-aware and other-aware. You have to have empathy. You have to have observational skills, cultural observational skills, and you have to have curiosity, cultural curiosity and environmental curiosity, perspective shift, like I mentioned before, and the ability to adapt. And our end goal for intercultural creativity is to be a bridge. So your other speaker mentioned that she joined ASU. She joined African Student Union, even though she wasn't of African descent. She joined the Latino Student Union, even though she was not of Latino descent. Those type of behaviors are people who have high intercultural competence. They're putting themselves in situations where they may feel uncomfortable, but they're observant, they're curious, they're asking questions, and they're making connections between their own experience and the other experience. So windows and mirrors, Helen hit it on the dot. We need to do a good job, a better job in our classrooms. But right now I'm focusing on the workforce because adults need this right now, but our kids need it even more because I believe they're the ones that are going to shift this because it'll be a part of their normal experience because the mindset gets solidified between 0 and 12. Those are your critical years. So if your 0 and 12-year-olds can get intercultural competence integrated into the curriculum and be able to see people who have been creative and successful despite challenges, that is a huge, huge point.
Yeah, I can't agree more. This idea of curiosity and cultural competence is something that I've been exploring myself, but actually not in those words, not in that phrasing.
Mm-hmm.
For me personally, hearing you say that it's all about being uncomfortable. It's about practicing being uncomfortable, right? We shy so much away from trying to say the wrong thing or avoiding saying the wrong thing, and we need to create space that allows us to have these uncomfortable conversations a bit more. So yeah. Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying it's and that's why I said part of my programming, the first step is to understand that it's a developmental process. And I don't think people don't understand that. And they can even look up, there's a wonderful assessment that my company gives. It's called the IDI, the Intercultural Development Inventory. And it shows you the continuum of a monocultural mindset, someone who's kind of really stuck in their ways. They really think the world just is experiencing everything as they experience, and they're unable to shift perspectives and to get into other people's shoes. But it's a continuum that goes all the way to an intercultural mindset, a global mindset, where people have done the work that Helen is doing, and that so Young is doing, and they put themselves in these situations, and not just put themselves in their situations. Because I've traveled, I did a grant where Hilton Hotel sent me to Japan and to Korea, and I remember standing in Hiroshima under where the atomic bomb dropped. And I only learned about World War II from the American perspective, but to be in Japan and to see what the people went through, not the government, but the people during that time, I was like, it blew my mind to get that experience of World War II and the atomic bomb from the people of that place, and to hear also to see the relationship between the Japanese and the Korean, because I believe the other speaker mentioned it, that a lot of my kids, I work in Southern California, they look at an Asian person and think everyone is Chinese. And so I put that responsibility on me as their educator. And so I brought in intercultural work, and my kids, they sing in all languages. My son, and this is a parent thing too. Parents, are you creating a culture in your home? This is all about culture, where your kids have an intercultural experience. My son is fluent in Spanish, and he speaks, he says thank you and hello in Japanese and Korean, just because I focus on just these main places, and he'll be world traveling, and he meets different people, and he's 3 right now. And so it's my job as a parent, it's my job as a teacher, it's my job as a corporate trainer to do the work and to expose people to the possibilities, because it affects your creative thinking. You will not reach your full creative potential and your ability to innovate if you seclude yourself and isolate.
I can't tell you, Janine, how incredible that is. The importance of even not just kids, but just us as adults, us as humans, exposing ourselves to different situations, different people of different backgrounds, different cultures, is so incredible. As we start wrapping up or coming up on time here, what would you like to tell people who are watching right now? What parting word do you have for them?
Once again, that we are all diamonds. And the reason I use the metaphor of a diamond, number one, metaphorical thinking is a high creative skill. So people who can think metaphorically are highly creative, but there's facets here. There's tons of facets. So my gender, my ethnic identity, me identifying as a stutterer, me being heterosexual, me being a systemized, educated person, me being part of a single parent home, like all of these facets, come into the word intersectionality was spoken about, but they come into play. And so celebrating the uniqueness of you, celebrating every facet that you bring to the table, and hopefully our organizations will start to allow people to bring their full selves to the table, and knowing that we as America and the world, we need you to shine bright in all your fullness, in all your glory. And we definitely want everyone, yes, to shine bright so we can move this nation forward. Thank you.
Well, Janine, thank you again so much. As a Chinese American myself, I want to thank you for, again, being an ally, being here with us today, because there is more strength to us with us in solidarity than there is if we were to stand alone. So I want to thank you again for coming on, sharing the spotlight, and allowing us to work together moving forward. Thank you again so much, Janine.
Thanks. And I'm on LinkedIn. Please connect with me so we can continue this work together. Thanks.
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you, Janine. It's great to talk. It was great to talk with you.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Well, for those of you who are just now joining us, that was Janine Letford, an intercultural creativity trainer, speaker, and it was great talking to her, because we have so many facets to us. We are more than just one thing. We have so many different sides to us, and it's so important for us to know that. And again, it's so important for us to come together across community, across groups, to hold hands together today to stand with Asians. This is Stand with Asians Live. My name is Chris Lin. I'm going to bring on Dr. AJ once again. Dr. AJ, if you were able to listen in, I would love to hear your thoughts.
I mean, Janine, thank you so much for coming up here, and everything that you said, you were speaking my language. So I was sitting back here just with goosebumps and chills, and it just resonated with me so much. And the idea of just being able to not just understand our own intersectionalities, but to then use them in ways that benefit all of us, and really kind of move us forward toward progress, toward intentional equity and intentional inclusion. Such a powerful tool. So thank you so much for sharing so much with us. And I'd love to bring Chris back, and let's hear, Chris, I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, I mean, we are doing this all day. This is Stand with Asians Live. Janine's, I love her metaphor about being diamonds, right? We often see ourselves, the metaphor that we often hear is our coins, right? We have one side, we have another side. But we have so many different sides to us, and we have so many different, aspects to our lives that people don't know about. And so it's so important that we bring all of that to the table, not just one side of the coin or one side of the diamond, into whatever space we're in, whether that's work, home, social networks, things like that. So again, for those of you who are tuning in, this is Stand with Asians Live. My name is Chris Lin. I'm here with Dr. AJ, one of my co-hosts. We have a whole team: Jetty Yuan, Jimmy Hua, Hang Black, Cheryl Leong. You're going to hear and see from us all day. We're going to be hosting today this 12-hour live stream. We have been at it for one entire hour, where we kicked off with MC Jin, and we are going to be speaking with 70 leaders today from around the country, around the globe, on how we can activate the power of Asian voices, as well as stand with Asians and come together as a community. As we are going forward today, we are going to be talking to so many incredible leaders, and so many who span all industries, from business, education, policy, art. And so, as you tune in today, make sure you are just tuned in on this channel. Have this one up. If you need to mute it later, later throughout the day as you have calls or you're working, go ahead. But we would love to see you here and involved, and share this with everyone who is in your network, because we are going to be doing this all day. And, someone is going to say something here on this program that's going to resonate with you, and you're going to want to go, oh my gosh, like I need to get back and I need to see who that was. So we are having this conversation all day. Thank you again so much for those of you who are tuning in. I am seeing those comments pop through like crazy. We are broadcasting on YouTube and Twitch and LinkedIn at the moment. So thank you again. Cannot be more grateful for all of you who are watching today and tuning into this conversation. Again, my name is Chris Lin. This is Stand with Asians Live. We are live streaming for 12 hours. And we are going to be talking next with Anjannette Price, who is a chiropractor and a Asian Black solidarity advocate. I had the honor of actually being on a panel with her just a few weeks back, talking about how the Asian community and the Black community needs to come together in solidarity, and what we needed to do as communities to heal and move forward together rather than stay divided. So again, we're going to hear from Anjannette in just a minute. We're going to be doing this all day, talking to incredible leaders like Anjannette and like Janine Letford, who you just heard from. Again, we are going to be doing so many incredible things today. Today is the National Day of Action and Healing, and today is March 26, 2021, where we are standing with Asians. If you want to get involved and hear more, maybe you're a little tired of my voice, you might go to standwithasians.com. They have programming all day today. They have rallies. They are having stand-ins, protests. We are doing so much today, because today really is a day to come together in solidarity and stand with Asians. So if you are watching this and you stand with us as an Asian community. I want to see you put in hashtag stand with Asians, because just knowing that there are others who are standing with us is incredible to see and uplifting to see. And with that, I am going to bring on Anjannette Price. Anjannette, again, she is a chiropractor and Asian Black solidarity advocate. Anjannette, thank you so much for taking the time today to come on, and welcome and good morning.
Good morning. It's really amazing to be a part of this. I'm so grateful for this event today.
Absolutely. Well, I gave a very, very, very short introduction to you, but can you share a little bit more about who you are and what you do?
Yeah. So my name is Anjannette Price. I am a Filipino and African American cis lesbian woman. My pronouns are she, her. I am an upper cervical chiropractor and a personal trainer. I've been part of the wellness and fitness industry for almost 20 years. And as you said, I am an advocate for Asian Black solidarity.
Well, that is fantastic. What has all of this, all of this anti-Asian sentiment, all of this hate, all of this violence, what has that meant to you? How has this affected you? What has this done for your psyche? What are the thoughts that have gone through your head?
It's done a lot. It's been exhausting. It's been tiresome. It's also been very empowering. Hearing about, people, throughout the nation, and not just now, not just with what's been going on now. It's great that, we are getting into more news outlets. I'm seeing just more individuals, even just on social media, address this. So it's really empowering. It's unfortunate that this is news to be shared. But that's why we're doing this, right? So that if we get the word out there, maybe that'll help do what needs to be done to help people realize that, anti-Asian sentiment is out there. It's real. And just for me, it's helped me to step up and, be in stuff like this, be in front of people, in front of a camera, using my own voice, which I'm not used to doing in public settings. So although it's exhausting, it's helping me be more resilient in just, doing the work that needs to be done.
Yeah, I love that. I absolutely love that, Anjannette. Thank you again so much. What is it that you can provide, or not necessarily provide, but what is it that anything that you can provide for the Asian community as we're talking right now? Any words of encouragement or anything, as you do identify as as a Filipino woman, right? That's one of your facets of your diamond. I'll be using Janine Lefford's metaphor for the rest of today, but as one of the facets of your diamond, what can you share or say to those who are watching who do identify as Asian?
I love a movement approach. We can do so much to hone our minds, educate ourselves, help educate others, stay in the know, make sure that we don't turn a blind eye whenever we hear about someone or something, taking a preventative approach, not just coming out when another incident happens. It's talking about, it's continuing to talk about these issues with your family, with your friends. And it's hard, and especially in my family, the Filipino side of my family, it's really challenging to have these conversations, not so much with my generation, but with the generation before me. But I think that with what's great about there being more in the public eye is that my family's getting more exposure. So that makes it kind of gives me an in to gently talk about this with my family, and have those conversations. But overall, I love using movement. Like we're always training our mind, but our body can train our mind as well. And so movement gives us that power, and strong body, strong mind. So that we can have those challenging conversations with our family and friends and with people that we see on the street.
That's wonderful. Thank you again, Anjannette. And, my team is telling me, you have a demo for us that you would like to walk us through, and I will let you take it away from here.
All right. Thank you so much, Chris. All right, everyone. Thanks for joining me. I'm sorry it's kind of dark here. It is 6:10 a.m. and trying to get as much light in here as I can, all right, as far as having space for movement. But, before getting started, I also want to say that this is amazing. I love being a part of this. And I just want to let you know that, overall, I also see myself as a human being and an active ally. And like I said, training our mind and our body. Good morning. Just want to say just a general good morning. Like I was telling Chris, I love using movement, and movement is a great way to start your morning. So today, I want to go through a series of intentional movement. Movement pretty much gets our body going. It gets our juices flowing. It gets our mind grounded and focused. Strong body, strong mind. And a strong mind is needed for this consistent work of advocacy. So I'd love to go through just a few intentional movements. If you are differently abled or just don't want to participate in the movement, that's completely okay. I just ask that you be here, breathe with me, and just be here with me during this segment. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to pretty much do a movement for about 30 seconds, and we'll take a rest, okay? And we'll just breathe, okay? And then we'll do another movement. I'll kind of give you some of the whys of why I chose some of these, so I will be using some notes as well, okay? All right, so the first one, let's get started. The first one, we use a timer, are squats, okay? And here are your squats, okay? So feel free to jump on up, ground your feet, and start moving, okay? One of the reasons I love squats is because of its demands of how it gets you stronger. Pretty much as you can see from the ankle, the knee, the hip, the low back, our body needs to have certain requirements. Our muscles need to be flexible. Our joints, they need to be mobile, be able to go through a full range of motion, okay? Our muscles need to be strong and balanced, okay? And go ahead and rest. That was our 30 seconds for ding there. And, squats are a great way to build overall body strength, not just lower body strength. And it's a great way to build strength a bit faster than when we do other exercises. It uses the biggest muscles in your body so we can pump blood, oxygen, energy through your entire body. And we need this physical strength, okay? And this strength gives us that strong mind, all right? Okay. So next, we're gonna go ahead and do deadlifts. Deadlifts are one of my favorite exercises. So let's go ahead and do that. Got our 30-second timer that just went on. So this is a little different than the squats. Here you're hinging from the hips and you're squeezing your glutes and your hamstrings. And I love doing these, especially when you have a weight. So I have this weight right here. Boom. This works the whole back side of your body, your whole posterior chain in your back. And this exercise, go ahead and keep doing this. This exercise is a great way to get your back strong, okay? And the more power we have in our back, we get that blood flow, that blood pump in your back, the more that helps us feel strong, okay? And rest. Okay, that was our 30-second timer. And so this is a great way, pretty much after I do these, I feel like it's easier to stand up tall. Okay, like there's this effort to be upright, erect, and stand tall. And when we stand up tall, we have more confidence, and this gives us power. This gives us confidence and the power to, like I said before, use your voice and talk to people like your boss and your coworkers, your family and friends. And it's and pretty much it gives us that power to keep talking about anti-Asian racism and just social injustice all around. And we need your voice. All right, the next one is a plank. Okay, I'm going to do my best. I'm going to get that started. I'm going to do my best to hold a plank while talking. Okay, a plank is great for your core. So squeeze those abs. Make sure your hips aren't too high. Make sure your hips aren't too low. Okay, squeeze your abs and also squeeze your lats, your big back muscles. Also your legs. Make sure they're not bent. Make sure they're straight. You're squeezing your leg muscles too. And breathe. And breathe. Just a few more seconds. And hold and hold. All right. And pause and breathe. Our plank. The plank is for the core. Okay. Burning inside us is a core waiting to be unleashed. We need this strong foundation deep within us. You know, it's not just about physical strength. It's a strong foundation of our values and our beliefs. You know, this is a good, strong core and foundation that gives us a platform from which our power can leap off of. And part of that strength, it's your thoughts and it's your voice. All right, so here we go. Here's our next one. Let's do our runner stretch. Okay, this one's kind of cool. I'm going to demonstrate first and then I'll set the timer. Okay, so what we're going to do, kind of start in that plank position. You're going to step forward with the left leg outside that arm, and then you're going to rotate toward that leg. Okay, and then you're going to switch sides. Plank, step forward, rotate. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start that timer. Step forward. This requires a lot of flexibility in the hip, in the low back, in our thoracic spine, because our thoracic spine can get stuck in our posture as if we sit all day. And also if we're stressed, our posture just starts to slouch. You know, if we're stressed from all the hate that's going on, I know I get less confident when I start thinking about those things. All right, and pause. And so we want to be able to do this exercise physically. It's good for our health because we want to be able to move in multiple planes of motion, okay? But also just on a deeper emotional side of how movement can help us with a strong mind. This is a great exercise to be ready to let go, be resilient with everything that's going on, to be able to make us, to take stress from different angles, okay? We need to be able to take this in so we can let it go and keep moving forward and do the work that we do. And that's another necessary trait when being an active ally. Okay? All right, so last one is breathing. So I'm going to ask that you just sit and breathe with me, just 30 seconds, okay? And breathe. I'm not going to do much talking through this one, so I want you to sit with me and breathe. Slow, deep breaths. Inhale, fill your lungs all the way to the bottom of your lungs. Expand your rib cage. That was a 30-second ding. And that's something that we need. Breath, it gives us life. breath is a great way to recharge, get grounded. Just right now in that stillness, there's so much strength in stillness, and people can't take that strength away from us. People can't take the breath away from us. People can't take our voice away from us. The only person that can truly do that is you. It's ourselves. The beautiful thing about breathing is that it's a practice that can be done anywhere, by yourself, alone in a room, or in a crowded station. But we can practice breath and get grounded and hone our own power whenever we want, and that's powerful. So I thank you for being with me here today. I hope that we're able to take these movements and these intentional movements, and it helps to support you, give you a strong body, strong mind, and uplift your voice. And that's what we need in our allies. And as an active ally, I call for anti-racist principles. And as an active ally, I call for anti-racist principles, and I call for increased representation for all my Asian sisters and brothers. Thanks for joining me today.
Anjannette, I have to tell you, thank you so much. I know people who are watching this right now can't see it, but I myself, I put myself in the background. I was doing these movements, and man, my flexibility is not there, but I saw my co-host Jetty doing his squats and everything down there too. So thank you again for leading us through this. This has been fantastic. And thank you again for being here with us. I would like to now bring, and Anjannette, again, thank you. I'm going to move you back to the back and bring on our next guest, Kim Berrios Lin. Yes, that is no coincidence. This is someone very close to me, very dear and near to my heart. Kim, welcome.
Thank you so much.
Well, it is good to have you. I want to turn it over to you and let you introduce yourself, as well as share the words that you wanted to share today.
Okay, will do. Hi, everyone. Good morning. It's early. My name is Kim. I'm a second-generation American who is half Taiwanese and half Puerto Rican. I have a bajillion slashes, so I'll just share a few. I am an actor, a writer, a founder of And She Flew, which is an indie production company. I'm the co-founder of Colors of Community, which is a social justice theater organization. I'm a wife, I'm a sister, I'm a proud mother of two. I'm having a lot of trouble processing these days. And above all, I am an ally. And so I'm articulating this process, and it's been pretty hard for me. So I wanted to start with Martin Niemöller's famous poem, First They Came for the Communists. And for anyone unfamiliar, Martin Niemöller was a prominent German pastor who very publicly opposed Hitler and spent the last 7 years of Nazi rule in concentration camps. And he's perhaps most remembered for these post-war words. First they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I am not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I'm not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I am not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I'm not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. I'll just let that sit for a second. My heart bleeds for the loved ones of the 8 victims, as well as anyone in history forced to face the agony of losing a loved one to a vicious hate crime. Systemic racism assists certain conditioned and disgusting individuals to direct their inner hatred outward to entire marginalized groups of people. And as mentioned earlier, I am Taiwanese and Puerto Rican. I have reaped both the gorgeous benefits of both cultures, as well as experienced both blatant and microaggressions at every step of my life. They have been as seemingly small as the racist jokes delivered with such casual permission from acquaintances who certainly did not have my permission, that I begrudgingly laughed off more often than I'd like to admit. To full-on, wildly unwarranted, superiority-fueled aggression. I've felt like an outsider, constantly trying to fit in boxes that had no space for me. And I've been forced to ask myself, what part have I taken when my discomfort hasn't allowed me to speak up? I still struggle with this. As artists, and we are wide open. We live in a place in which we are born and continually trained to take in collective pain, decipher, translate, and articulate it so that that pain can evolve into collective healing. That's the work that I do. It is my duty, but it hurts. It hurts. I was scouring my brain, my books, and the internets, trying to find someone else's words to articulate my pain right now. But I realized that what I was looking for was a thin layer, a barrier to hide behind, because my own words might be too painful to share. The artistic community and the world at large lost a giant this week. And I'd just like to give respect to that individual. And he was an artist, a poet, a lyricist, a gift to us all. And he has inspired me to share my own words today. I madly wrote these words down this morning that I'm going to share with you all. It's raw, it's unpolished, it's unstructured, probably lacking cadence. It's just fully and deeply my inner monologue. And I think it's important to share right now with you all. I am. I'm a mother, I'm an artist, I'm a daughter, a wife, a sister, friend, hopefully not a foe. I am Hispanic, I am Asian, Puerto Rican and Taiwanese. I am sensitive, sometimes guarded. I am always someone who believes you. Farther back and deeper, ancestral pain passed down for generations. My mom uprooted from Puerto Rico into a system that worked against a family who simply wanted better, had to feel and still feels as less than. Her accent looked down upon, Taino lineage erased by a white man's account of his story, Commonwealth lacking resources and rights. But all I see is a warrior. But her pain lives in my hips, in my jaw that I clench at night. My dad. An Asian culture, a family I've witnessed struggle to communicate emotions, love. I've spent my whole life trying to succeed just for that proud moment that I translated as love. Half Puerto Rican, felt like the black sheep among a family of model Asian minorities. Yellow peril, Chinese Exclusion Act, tropical diseases. Work, worship. Work, worship, don't feel. Did you go to church? How are your grades? Best in class, first chair, perfection? To make it here, though, to make it here, that's what Asians are expected to be. 46,700 Chinese restaurants in the US. You love our food, so respect our people. My dad, his denial of pain, it lives in my gut. Farther back, deeper. But wait, our physical adaptations, levels of melanin, height, hair texture were miracles of our species evolving to our environments, not methods of division. Why do we mess up the beauty around us, the miracles, the gifts? Because power divides. Farther back, deeper, love. That's all there is. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. While the world is healing and we are connecting in waves we have never before, to ourselves, to our family, the ugliness struggling to survive rears its beastly head more prominently. Heard the Black Eyed Peas, Where's the Love this week, and it brought me to my knees. Because where is it? Where is the love in a system built to separate, to put the white man above all others, so deeply ingrained in our America that I accepted the slurs before I had a voice that haunt me every day. Oh, that Chinese girl, stupid Puerto Rican, your food stinks. Oh, she's so smart, she's so exotic, she's perfect. Puked the pain into a bowl for most of my life until I had a voice. Xenophobic ideas, Asian women are either intellectuals or sex symbols. They're mothers, sisters, friends, daughters, humans. Anger-ridden maniacs encouraged by accepted microaggressions against the marginalized group they choose to unload the inner hatred of themselves on. A sex addiction gives you the right to take lives? You were bred to feel that entitlement, nature versus nurture. What did we do to nurture that treachery? Our world is healing. Let us heal. Come together. Gun control, difficult conversations, law reforms. Stop this madness. We all bleed red. I call for uncolonized policies. Thanks.
Well, Kim, thank you for your incredibly powerful words, incredibly emotional, raw, and vulnerable words, and for bringing your full self to this table so people understand the full extent of the pain that you as an individual are feeling and dealing with. That we're all dealing with as a community. And so I want to thank you for so much for taking the time today to come on and share yourself fully in this space. As I'm looking at comments that are coming in, it is incredibly powerful, and it is resonating with so many people on so many levels. So Kim, thank you again so much.
Thank you.
And thank you for taking the time today.
Of course. Thanks.
Well, for those of you who are just now joining us, my name is Chris Lin. This is Stand With Asians Live. You just heard the incredibly powerful words from Kim Berrios Lin. And so if you want to join with us as an Asian community, please type in the comments, Stand With Asians. I want to make sure we get moving. We are running a smidge behind, which is totally okay, but I want to bring on Miss Natasha Porizkova. Natasha, welcome. So we are so happy to have you with us today. How are you doing? And I will let you take it away.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you everyone for being here. I let Chris know, Kim, you were very, very difficult person to follow because your emotion was incredible. Everything you were sharing had me just in awe. My heart is racing and beating from the words that you were sharing. So I wanted to start by saying thank you to Kim and for everyone who has shared today or will share today. As Chris said, I'm Natasha Porizkova. I use she, her, hers pronouns. I am a woman. I am a cisgender woman. I am a Latin American woman. I grew up, my dad is Mexican, but that side of my identity really suppressed from his own background and not wanting to share that, and felt that being Hispanic was to be less than. I am also part white, so I'm mixed race, very much felt the being in the middle, not being white enough, not being Mexican enough. I am a member of the LGBTQ community. I am very fortunate to have a partner who I love very much, and she and I are recently engaged. That's a little bit about who I am as a person. And above all, I am a human being, and I am an active ally. And so both my profession is working in the diversity, equity, and inclusion field as a DEI manager. And so it's my job to help different communities and marginalized communities for a living, but it's also something that I was passionate about beforehand, and I've always felt that way. I joke that I never had anything going for me because I'm not a man, and I'm not straight, and I'm not white, and I grew up pretty low income. despite all these things, I was afforded many opportunities that other people who had the similar identities that I did weren't afforded. And so I've always cared deeply about other people, and specifically some of my skin in the game. You know, I'm a lover of humans and of people and of individuals. And one of my best and only and first friends here, I live in Boston now, is Sai, who is a 60, 70-year-old man from Cambodia. And he brought so much love to me moving to a new city. And he's certainly not my only friend within the Asian American Pacific Islander community. But specifically now, with the hate being targeted, especially with older individuals, you know, it makes me fear for him and worry. And I care about him so deeply. And he's one of the most kind individuals I've ever met. And people shouldn't be slaughtered because of the color of their skin or their sexual orientation or what they believe in, because we're all human. Our differences are what unite us and what bring us together. And it just breaks my heart, especially after the death of the 6 Asian women last week. I've just been in complete shock and disarray and just not able to fully process what's been happening. And I'm happy is probably not the right word, but I'm relieved to know that there's more light being shed on what's happening at this moment in time. But I'm certainly not, I wish it weren't happening, but I'm glad that, Chris, that you're holding space like this and that other people are becoming more aware. So I call for increased representation and increased voices in this space to continue to bring energy and conversation and shed light around stopping Asian hate and standing with the Asian American community. And so as an active ally, I commit to this, and I challenge all of you to commit to this as well. And thank you, Chris, for having me.
Natasha, thank you again so much. And thank you so much for sharing your story and the emotion that you're feeling, as well as everything you're doing to stand with us as, you know, for the Asian community. So thank you again so much for being here. And it was great talking to you as always. We'll talk to you soon.
Chris.
All right. Well, for those of you who are joining us, this is Stand with Asians Live. This is a 12-hour live stream. We started since 5 a.m. this morning here on the West Coast. That's 8 a.m. for those of you who are on the East Coast. I'm going to bring on Dr. AJ, one of my co-hosts, as well as Jetty Yuan, one of our other co-hosts, and they're going to take over from here for just a little bit as I go get my kids ready for school and for the day. And so Dr. AJ, Jetty, thank you again so much for being here and being with us. And I will let you introduce our next speaker.
And thank you so much, Chris, for kicking this off and being such a great model of how we can keep our energy going through this and keep this, movement and this momentum, keep increasing it, actually. So, Jetty, it's been such a powerful session so far, and we've only been going for an hour and a half, and we have 10 and a half hours more to go of this. What thoughts are coming up as I pull up the introduction for our next speaker?
Yeah, and Dr. AJ, I think the word that really comes to my mind after both of our past speakers is powerful, exactly like you said, and when you can't see it, but just off screen, off camera frame, I have at least one Kleenex after hearing Kim's just incredible vulnerability and authenticity, and Natasha, just having to deal with all of the hardship silently growing up. I think that really just spoke to my heart as well. And Dr. AJ, when you and I had gotten together, powerful is what we had both really just gravitated around. And how could we be more than just the sum of our parts, right? Like, how could we be more than just our pain And as Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders, you know, a lot of our struggle has been buried under silence, and we wanted to see something different. We wanted to see something that was truly representative and inclusive and powerful. And right now I am feeling that sense of powerful with our speakers and with you and with those to come. And, you know, even though right now it's just two of us on screen, I'm super glad to introduce, you know, the next set of like literally dozens of speakers. But yeah, that's what's coming to mind for me, is just that sense of power in this space. What about you, Dr. AJ? What's coming to mind for you?
You know, I'm again, it's for me, it's coming back to the movement and the galvanization and the activation that is happening here as people hear all of these voices coming together. And so I want to keep that activation movement continuing with our next speaker, who is patiently waiting backstage, Tessa Kaneene, and Tessa is a senior advisor at Harvard University who focuses on the design of innovative programs, projects, and policies rooted in social justice. So without further ado, I would love to bring Tessa up and hear her thoughts as well. So welcome, Tessa.
Good morning. Thank you all so much for having me. Hi, Jetty. Hi, AJ. This has been such a beautiful space. And thank you, Chris, for all your words earlier. I've been so empowered and so inspired, brought to tears, like Jetty. Also had to reach for my Kleenexes. Kim shared her heart and her story. Anjannette and her powerful movement. And Natasha, thank you so much for sharing your history and your truth with all of us. So I just feel honored to be here. I am here standing and rooted deeply in solidarity with the Asian community, in alignment and as an alliance. And I feel so grateful to be able to share this space with you.
Thank you so much. So I know, you know, you have some things you'd like to share with us. So we'll let you take the stage and we'll be right back after.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So I am Tessa Kaneene. I am the daughter of Ugandan immigrants and civil rights lawyers. I was born outside of Detroit, but spent much of my life growing up in Brazil. I now work in social and criminal justice at Harvard University, where my mission is really to equip and support and inspire the next generation of leaders to make a positive impact on the world, especially as it relates to social and racial injustice. My work also leads me to, I work as a strategist for Stacey Abrams' organization Fair Fight, where much of that work is understanding how do we unpack and disentangle and unlearn and relearn and reapply ways in which we can work in community as a movement and as a force to make sure that we unwrite and rewrite law and policy and nominate and support leaders who will do the same in all the halls in which they sit. And then finally, and most importantly, as I am a mentor. And I take a lot of passion in making sure that I can work with folks of all ages and from every walk of life to understand how together we can be stronger, especially this year, right? So when I think my biggest call is above all, I'm a human and I'm an active ally, and I take allyship really seriously because I feel as though it has to be a commitment. It can't be something that is just said. It has to be done. It has to be a verb. And I think it first means listening. Means understanding stories. First means understanding history. And so much of what we know about the Asian American community and the African American community is not taught perfectly in schools. It's not a powerful piece of our education system. When I was in elementary school, my mother and 6 other moms had to advocate for 6 years to get a textbook just to mention the word slavery. And not on one page in those books did they talk about the story of the Asian American community, right? And our stories are the collective story of the United States of America. And so my mission is to do everything that I can in my power, to do as much listening and reading and learning as I can, and then find ways in which to not just hold that in, not just change, or to have that, not just change the way that I speak or the ways in which that I use language, but really changes who I am, right? Changes the way that I think, the perspectives that I hold, because that has a ripple effect on the human that I am, to my family, to my friends, to my students, to my colleagues, to my community, to the ways in which that I write and recommend policy, to the issues and organizations that I support, to the causes behind which I get behind, and in all the work that I do. So I think that I always encourage and inspire people to deeply make sure that that is a piece of their practice, because I believe that when a lot of this work, it really has to be about how are we applying these things to real lives, as we continue to process and grieve the deaths of Atlanta. We have to also make sure that we're committing to leaning on and learning from and celebrating the lives of so many other Asian Americans that are alive today and that have been alive. A lot of times, it happens in the African American community, we're so focused on that. And we wouldn't have Asian American deaths, and we wouldn't have Black deaths if we all committed and understood the ways in which these lives are valued, that these lives are worthy, that these stories need to be told, that if we understand that the history, both of cultures, but also of policy that have allowed us to get to this point, as we understand the stories of those being made silent, and those who've experienced discrimination of all forms, violent and nonviolent, which is often so much of what happens in the Asian community, so it doesn't make headline news. I think we have to do that work. I think we have to deeply understand that. I would say compassion doesn't require experience, but it's deepened by it. So as we can learn more about the experiences of others, the lived experiences of things that have happened, I think that allows us to be more active allies. That allows us to not only deeper empathize, but then energize and mobilize and strategize to understand how are we going to turn the corner, how together are we going to propose solutions and understand how to challenge the status quo and really make sure that that voices are heard and that justice is always served, and that we finally rid this nation of its most evil sin and its deepest evil, which I believe to be racism. Are you there? Yeah.
Sorry about that. Just trying to get people up and down,
No,
figuring
you're
it out.
fine.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that. There is a little bit of feedback on my end.
No problem.
So Jetty, please take over. I'm going to fix this on my end.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dr. AJ, I'm actually very, very pleased with, just incredible folks like, Tessa, yourself, and thank you so much for sharing from your experience, and just the rest of our people who have come together, really rallying in under a week for all this, because I'm hearing a little bit of feedback on my end as well, but let's see if we can get you to mute. There we go, and that might help. Okay, I think it might be a little bit of a mic. Yeah, there we go. So let's do a mic mute on your end, and maybe that'll address it. But yeah, this really came together in under a week in response to the the tragedy, the atrocity that really happened in Atlanta. We mobilized a response. Of course, there are many others like this, and we are so grateful to have you here. And when I wanted to ask you, what personally moved you so much? Do you think there was a moment where you thought to yourself, I got to do this, or what? Do you think this was part of a broader history for you? And as you look to the future, what's on your mind?
Yeah,
Tessa?
Thank you so much, Jetty. Wonderful question. One of the things, I think so much of it, right? Just the witnessing of injustice anywhere, I think, always should and does, trigger. What do we do in response? How do we work in community? But particularly the incident in Atlanta was something that brought a lot of personal pain to me as well. I was actually working in Atlanta over the runoffs and during the time of insurrection. And in that week, I and others that I was working with were approached and threatened by the KKK, and looked Klan members in the eye, had to almost fight for the ways in which to get out of a situation that was potentially really scary. Right. And that's the kind of thing where in that moment, in that flash, I mean, we thought we were going to die. We thought that we were going to be attacked and we would be slaughtered. So when I heard the stories, particularly of the young son, Liu Sancho, talk about his mother and talk about the fear, it gave me a lot of just sadness, right? That happened. It's happening across our communities, happening within our communities and among our communities. And just imagining that moment right before it happened, I think to me was so scary and so sad. And to have those kids be left and without mothers, right? This year I also experienced the loss of a mother. So I know the pain and I know the deep grief. And luckily I'm so much older than those beautiful teenage boys. And have had a life of memories and have been able to, commit my life to the legacy that she built deeply around activism, deeply around ways in which to speak truth to power, to speak up when you see injustice, to dedicate your life to all of these causes. And so, yeah, the event in Georgia really spoke to me in that way. Also, a lot of my team in Fair Fight is based in Atlanta, and on the criminal justice side, I work in how are we making sure that we're writing laws that one don't allow a gentleman like that to be able to have access to the weapons or the activity in which he engaged, but also how do we make sure that people are held accountable and liable, and how do we create systems of justice that make sure that they treat things like hate crimes as seriously as they ought to be treated. So it brought up a lot for me, both personally and professionally. It was really aligned with my passion and my purpose. And in that vein, I find that I commit to acting towards equitable solutions and recommit my life to doing so, right? And it's deepened my commitment and understanding to make sure that the solidarity and intersectionality with which I do my work is intentional and purposeful and much more strategic in understanding how do we work across communities, how are we making sure that we are allies for one another, and most of all, that we are advocating for and bringing each other on our backs, right, in all the spaces that we sit, not just when we're together, not just when we can hold each other, but especially when we're not. How are we going to make sure that through every room that we walk into, through all the spaces that we hold, as we are leaders in our various industries and what corners of the world today, that we're making sure that these conversations are ones that we're having in the most difficult of rooms, right, with the most the people who want to hear it the least, but who need it the most. So it has doubled down on my commitment to be brave, to be creative in terms of solutions, and to make sure to not give up, right? And to continue to iterate. When we think about where we are today and the lucky spaces in which we all sit to be able to be having a Zoom like this, we have to remember the shoulders on which we stand, right? The work that our ancestors did that didn't happen overnight. So when we see something like this, as painful as it is to want things to change tomorrow, we know that so much and know that's not so. So I know that today is as far as we've ever come. So I'm the luckiest today that anyone who looks like me or has an experience like me has ever been, to be able to fight for these things, to be able to advocate for myself and others. And I know for a fact that we drink from wells from which we did not dig, and we can never pay it back, but we can always pay it forward. So I commit to paying it forward on behalf of all of our communities, and stand firmly, always hand in hand against Asian hate.
Thank you so much for that, Tessa. And yeah, I feel like, there's so many points that you brought up here that we could just really get into the nuances of it and the details of it. And I feel like, you gave us like 5 Clubhouse rooms worth of information. It just in the eloquent and succinct way in which you just explained the historical impact of all of that. So thank you so much. And please feel free to hang out backstage if you can, because we actually have our next speaker coming up, and then so we're gonna I'm gonna bring you down and then bring our next speaker back up.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, and I'll be talking to you offline very soon.
I know. Bye, guys.
Thanks, Tessa.
And next up we have an amazing speaker. So I'm going to be bringing Tanya up right now. Tanya is an Indigenous activist, influencer, humanity healing facilitator, and author. And in the true spirit of today, I would love for you, Tanya, to self-identify yourself across all of your intersectionalities and let us know who you are. You're muted, Tanya.
I'm muted. Awesome. Oh, thank you, Dr. Apajita. Nice to meet you, Jetty. Wow, thank you so much for being here, and grand rising to everybody emerging out of their sleep on the East Coast and the West Coast and all over the world where this is being streamed. So, wow. Thank you for the honor of being able to come forward and to share and to speak with heart and with integrity, and with my ancestors coming in and sharing the wisdom of collective liberation and how we all rise up together. It's a beautiful thing to see how so many people are joining together in the lucha, or the fight, to walk in such powerful ways against the systems of oppression, the colonial empire that has been ruling our lands and gripping the minds and hearts of many of our brothers and sisters on this earth. And things like this, where we can all speak and honor the space that we walk in on this sacred earth, that brings in a collective joining of hands and hearts and souls and spirits against anything that has and is based in hate. When we look at hate as the word as it is, it's a very strong and powerful word, hate. Hate, when people say hate, nothing really good comes from it or emerges from it or is of it. So today I would like to ask if we can bring in the word awareness of where we need to be healed, and the compassion for each other that hate veils, that hate dismantles, that hate distracts from. We're all of this earth, and when we join together as brothers and sisters united in collective liberation, not selective liberation. Selective liberation is honoring the colonial empire's roots and lines of division. When we join together in selective liberation, nothing happens or comes of it other than continue to hate. When we join together in collective liberation, we all see each other and know that we've all been harmed by this colonial empire, and work beyond the values, the colonial values that keep us divided, so that we can be united once again as one tribe, one nation on this sacred earth. We're all her children. So that's coming up to be about my time. Please look out for each other. please look out for the people that may seem like they're voiceless, but their souls are full with love. And do your best to dismantle the systems of white supremacy so that hate no longer has a place to live in anyone's heart. So, I think I might have about 30 seconds left now that I'm preaching to the choir. Thank you very much for bringing me here and honoring all the words of everybody that's spoken today, and look forward to walking with you in powerful ways. And man, we got to dismantle this oppression before it gets, into the next generation. So thank you for doing this.
Absolutely. And thank you, Tanya, for coming on our 12-hour live stream and speaking to us about it. You, for me, and the whole time I've known you, off of on various platforms, you have been such an advocate and a co-conspirator and an ally and a friend to so many. And thank you for teaching so many of us about the difference between decolonization and uncolonization. That is one of the biggest lessons to date that I learned from you. And it was such an important one to learn too. So again, thank you for sharing your wisdom. Thank you for sharing your heart and your words with us. I am gonna take you off the stage so that you can hang out and just relax and all of just hang out, and and then we are going to do a quick reset, as we call it on Clubhouse again, and we'll bring up our next speaker. Thank you, Tanya. And so if you are just tuning in, you are watching we are on hour 2 of a 12-hour live stream called #StandWithAsiansLive. And Jetty, I'd love for you to just, tell us a little bit about what today is, and some of the speakers that have come up already, and some of the ones that are about to come up before I bring on our next speaker. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely happy to. And I just want to really thank you, Dr. AJ, for your strength and your your long history of really working to build allyship in this space as a DEI expert. And Tanya, I know you're hanging around backstage. I really just want to lend voice and support to what you just said about checking in on people who they may be strong. That's part of what this collective is about. This collective consciousness that we're building. Because when Dr. AJ and I had first gotten together, we just expressed so much support and caring about we can be stronger together. We can be more than the sum of our parts. And as Asian people, as Asian folks, and along with our allies, we can and we must stand together against these issues of oppression, these issues, all these hate crimes, which are really rooted in a place of ignorance. I was really struck by a recent experience with His Eminence the Rinpoche Tenzin, Tibetan high monk, and he's just said something that really struck me, is that strength is rooted in intelligence, not in ignorance. Hate is rooted in ignorance, and so I just connected those two, and I was just so lucky that we were able to stand together and really think about the sort of collective narrative that we wanted to build in activating the collective power of our Asian voices towards action, We've been really, really lucky to see various folks step up, literally dozens of folks in the past week and a half or so. But really, this has been over the long course of weeks, months of mounting, need to face years, decades of systemic oppression and colonization policies, and a long, nuanced history of Asian and Asian American history. And we wanted to give voice to all of that, so that, we ourselves now, our kids, MC Jin had mentioned his kid earlier, his son earlier today, that we could be stronger together for it by being visible, by being vocal, by being educated, and again, by being more than the sum of our parts. So I love my soapboxes, but Dr. AJ, I'd also love to hear back from you as far as what you're taking away from this, and what's coming top of mind to you. I know that we're also about to welcome a powerhouse speaker, so I want to help keep things moving and grooving.
Absolutely, absolutely. So one thing I will quickly put up is this is a part of a larger movement. Our work does not end with a 12-hour live stream today. This is just, this is just us realizing our work is just, it's already happening, but the momentum is now picking up. And so with that, this entire event today is about 5 calls to action that we are very strategically, that we put out very strategically. So you may hear many of our speakers using the same exact language that you're seeing on your screen right now. That is intentional, because we want that repetition to sink in, that this is what we are working toward. And after today is done, we are going to be creating programming across the how-tos of all of these. So educational reform, uncolonized policies, increased representations, increased investments, and equitable and accessible solutions. What do all of these things even mean? And how can you as an individual contribute to any of these causes that may resonate with you, any of these calls to action, or maybe all of them that resonate with you? So we are that all of that is going to happen after today, but today again is about activating this movement. So with that said, I would love to bring on our next speaker, because when we think about the fact that all of this got galvanized after the mass shootings in Atlanta, it is incredibly important to hear from somebody who's actually on the ground there doing the work, especially as a leader and known leader in the AAPI community. So without further ado, I would love to Kim Tong, who is the president of the NAAAP Atlanta chapter, the National Association of Asian American Professionals Atlanta chapter. And Kim actually hosted the first Brave Space. It was a mental health check-in the day after the Atlanta shootings. And she pulled this event together in under 12 hours with almost 200 attendees across the US and Toronto. And there's so much more to be said about Kim, but Kim, I'll let you take it away, and because this is about you sharing your insights with us. So thank you for being here.
Of course. And thank you so much, Dr. AJ and Jetty and Tanya and everyone who spoke before me. It's just so powerful to see such a great group of people support each other, right? So my name is Kim Tong. I am the National Association of Asian American Professionals Atlanta president. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. I am an ally Vietnamese American born, a senior advisor for my organization's ERG, Asian Leadership Network, and I'm a trusted business banker. Above all, I am a human being and an active ally. So why do I care, right? So I have elderly parents and family members that I'm concerned with their health and safety, but I also have nieces and nephews that are growing up
in today's world. And I want them to be in a nation that they can feel that they can grow up, be themselves, knowing that they can walk down the streets, grow up, be in the workplace, and know that they can not only do so with pride, but with confidence, right? So what skin do I have in the game, and what does active allyship mean to me? It means continuing the conversation. How does this make us feel? Talking with our neighbors, talking with our teammates, our friends, and our families, but also to that stranger right next to you. Because communication is not only talking and listening, but it's also by acting and leading by example. And we do not speak up enough. We do not speak up enough. Just last week here in my city of Atlanta, there were shootings at 3 different places of businesses, 2 next to each other and another about 10 miles or so away. 8 people were killed. 6 of them were Asian women. Waking up confused, sad, and angry. I was very frustrated, not understanding what I was going through, right? There's so many emotions and feelings. So I woke up early in the morning, was at the gym. I got a text message from a close friend of mine saying, and she's a licensed therapist. She said, I would love to speak with you. I know you're going through a lot. Let's see what we can do for NAAAP Atlanta and talk about this. So immediately after, I gave her a call. We were speaking out about how we were feeling and what this would mean to my local chapter. But then realizing, this isn't not just NAAAP Atlanta and our board. This is NAAAP Atlanta's members, our sister chapters, our community partners, even our corporate partners as well. Everyone's experiencing emotions and grief and confusion on what do we do next, right? So after less than 12 hours of organizing and sharing with as many people as we can connect with, my fabulous and dedicated group at NAAAP Atlanta, we hosted the Brave Space, a mental health check-in the day after the shootings. We had almost 200 attendees, not only in Atlanta, but also across the US and in Canada to attend. So we had safe rules, right? Because when you talk about these emotions, you want to make sure there's no judgment and no negativity, right? So we made sure that was clear with everyone, that we're talking amongst friends and allies. During our breakout sessions, we talked about the stages of grief and which ones we were currently in. Everyone was in different parts, right? Because they might have different experience from watching the news for all these events happening in California to New York, from our elderly Asian family members being hurt or spoken to in a way that just not respectful, but also just doesn't show any caring. And then we talked about ways of coping with this grief. I would have to say a few very brave individuals. They spoke up and they talked about how they were coping, but also about their outside environment, right? Because we talk about, where we are within work and then also our friends and family. And it was quite uplifting hearing all the support and friends and family that would reach out to them, asking them how they were doing. But also it was kind of sad to hear how individuals in an organization had to feel like they couldn't say anything and speak up and speak out about what was going through their minds, that they couldn't even work that day, right? Because they had so much going through their mind that they couldn't focus on their day-to-day activities. So that was something that was a little concerning, right? So in this brave space, we made sure no one was shamed and judged, but that everyone's communication was valued, right? And that was most important, that we were honest and open with our communication that we are experiencing. And I know I had a couple minutes, so I don't have much more to say besides my call to action. So my call to action is to speak up, continue that conversation with others, talk about how you're feeling, talk about how they're feeling, right? And just listen, empathize. If it's not yourself, but it's a friend or family member or a neighbor, it may even be a stranger, that you just met in your work environment. But having those conversations, you can then become maybe closer, but it's all about community, right? Community of people of different organizations, of different races, different beliefs, that we can accept each other, but be able to feel comfortable with who we are and who we are around. And that's really what community is. So that is my call to action, is increased representation of our Asian community through conversation. And thank you so much for inviting me here. It is quite an honor to be able to speak on behalf of my Asian community. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Kim. And thank you for coming here to speak with us. Do you have any kind of last parting thoughts for us? Or Jetty, did you have any questions for Kim?
Yeah, Kim, thank you so much. I definitely appreciate you setting up this brave space with this, community of different folks. And, there's so much that we could speak, we could do a whole series of talks. I know your time is really, at a premium right now, and would love to welcome you back for further discussion. I would love to ask you, what are specific things that people can look to? I know you're in Atlanta. What are people? What can people look to in terms of specific initiatives to keep up with, or particular timelines and ways to support us? The Atlanta chapter, if not others, as we look forward to the future.
Thanks, you. That's actually a great question, Jetty. So what can we do, right? So we can follow NAAAP Atlanta, NAAAP ATL on Instagram, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, even all these other strong AAPI organizations like Asian Americans Advancing Justice, following those hashtags, Stop Asian Hate, or Stand with Asians, as this conversation is really about. But then realizing those, when you follow these organizations, there's going to be activities that are happening. Be able to attend, right? Dedicate your time to these conversations to listen. If you can't, but you feel strongly about what we are doing here, share it, right? Because not everyone's going to have access to our post if they're not following us. So speak out, share it with your community, share it with your network, follow those resources that we're providing you. But it's really about educating yourself through listening, learning, but also communicating to others so that we can do better and be better.
That's fantastic, and thank you, Kim. I do want to end and on a quick note, and then toss it back to my lovely co-host, Dr. AJ. But that education piece is so critical. And Kim, I don't know what things are like. The state of play is like in Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you so much for all the things that I'm sure you've contributed to outside of just this one video session. I know it's been a really tremendous and pivotal set of developments this past few weeks, months in Georgia. But speaking on the education piece, I grew up in the Asian community, in an Asian family. Just all these resources were afforded to me, and yet I did not receive education on my Asian American history until I took an elective course in college. And I think that speaks to a lot of the work that can be done with educating ourselves now and in the future to come. So, thank you so much for speaking to education, and again, all that you do. We'd love to have you back.
Thank you. And I would love to be back. Such a great and impactful conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kim. And, I'll definitely be reaching out to you about some of this future programming, and especially with the calls to action and how we can all kind of come together, share our resources, and share the work and the responsibilities so that we can amplify the impact of this together. And that is how we're going to move forward together. So again, thank you for taking your time. Please, if you have time, feel free to hang out backstage or watch it, watch it on YouTube. And I really, really appreciate you taking your time for this. Thank you.
Of course. My pleasure. Thank you, Dr. AJ. Thank you, Jetty.
Bye. And so next up, for anyone joining in, just real quick, you are watching, we are in the second hour of a 12-hour live stream called #StandWithAsians Live. And today is about activating the power of our voices to start this movement toward progress. And we are just waiting for our next speaker to come in, and there she is. So I would love to make space for and to hear from Alexis Douglas, who is an allyship specialist and the creator of the hashtag Shared Future or Bust. I love that. So Alexis, please feel free to, please share your insights with us. And thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. First off, I am Alexis Douglas, an anti-Black racism educator who is also a cisgender, bisexual Black woman. And I carry all of those identities, and I use those identities responsibly. So I just want to let y'all know that I stand with Asian lives, right? Because oppression and injustice for one is injustice for all. And my skin in the game is this. Literally, it's my skin, okay? I have a melanated body. And I don't know if y'all have noticed, a body with any little bit of melanin is under siege right now. So it makes no sense not to stand with our Asian siblings who are also under attack, because we are all under attack by the system that has divided us and made us be pent against each other. Violence is the response. And so I have skin in the game, because if it ain't safe for another melanated body, it's not safe for my melanated bodies or the melanated bodies that I care about. I've experienced violence. I've experienced all kinds of assaults simply because of my skin. And I know that that is not the life for anyone to live. So that's why I am the founder of the hashtag Shared Future or Bust, because that's not only a call to action, it is also a commitment for the way you live your life. I am committed to live my life for a shared and inclusive future, where everybody feels safe to belong just as they are, and being different doesn't get you violence. That's it. The way I live my life until it's over is for a shared future. And I'm gonna start that work right now. And that's how you see me here doing this work, standing with my Asian siblings, because if they under attack, we under attack. And I want to take this time also to address what I believe a shared and inclusive future would entail. And what it would entail is, first, for all melanated siblings to give grace to each other for the ways that we are impacted by a divided system that favors bodies who are racialized as white over bodies who are racialized as anything other than. And the way to do that is for us to unite together and use our own privilege and access with each other. And when there is something that squirts in of the ugliness that is a relic of systemic oppression, white supremacism, and all the other ills that are in the divided system, that's what grace is for melanated people, and cancel is for the oppressive parts of the dominant culture. Not all the culture, just the oppressive parts. And we're going to bring up some shared and inclusive future. But my call for action, though, is that in order to have a shared and inclusive future, we got to have equitable and accessible solutions. So that's not just everybody getting together and kumbaya. That means you use your privilege and your access, and you stand with. And you don't got to be one of the stand with. So you stand with and you teach somebody something. You give somebody, like, did you know that harm reduction is a mitigating factor against not building generational wealth. If you want someone to be an active ally with you, and I am an actively authentic ally, and anybody who goes through any of my courses is also an actively authentic ally. But if you want somebody to stand with you, you got to be actively authentic yourself, and that goes for all melanated siblings. So something going wrong with them is something going wrong with us, and we stand together in this shared and inclusive future, because it is shared future or bust. And frankly, I'm not willing to live the life they give me in a divided system. I will go for a bust all the way to the end for a shared future. That's just what it is. And I'm hoping that you'll stand with us and stand with Asian lives, because they're getting attacked every day, y'all. And I get it. We get attacked every day too. And that's why we should stand together and fight against it. So my call to action is get out there, go patronize shops of your Asian sibling. Let them know you're there. Let them know you stand with them. Also, go patronize some massage parlors without the sexual aspect of it, because if you normalize that, you normalize just going to get massages, then it will not be fetishized. Okay? So those are things you could do for equitable solutions, but also vote differently. Vote for policies that lift everybody up, so then there's no need for division to be the thing that makes us hate each other. That's what a shared and inclusive future is. So equitable solutions is what my call to action is. Figure something out to add equity and to rid yourself of systemic oppression. And yes, bodies who are racialized as white, y'all are oppressed emotionally too. So that is what I have to say. We all have skin in this game, because this game has divided us by our skin. And we have to be active allies with our melanated brothers and sisters. And I stand with Asian lives, because like Dr. Martin Luther King said, and though I don't always quote his quotes, I do like this one. An injustice against one is an injustice for all, and I am against oppression, period.
I think we lost Alexis, so we'll wait for Alexis to get back. And but that was there. Hello.
I keep something keeps happening on the StreamYard.
Yeah, thank you. That was so powerful. And I'm just so happy that you shared your words and your insights and thoughts with us. And even in the chat, on YouTube and Twitch, we're seeing, a lot of response to everything that you said. Many people said #BetterTogether, #SharedFuture or Bust, both of them, so it was definitely resonating with everyone. So thank you again so much, Alexis. And we'll be in touch with you offline to continue this work into the future.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm honored to be here.
Thank you. And so let's, for anyone who's joining in right now, we are about 2.5 hours into a 12-hour live stream. And this is #StandWithAsians Live, where we've heard so far from, MC Jin and Helen Trong and Kim Tong from NAAAP Atlanta, and Tanya Rodriguez and Soyeon Kang and Anjannette Price. So many amazing, powerful speakers, and we have so many more coming up over the course of the next 9.5 hours, starting with somebody that I'm personally so thrilled is here, because this is my Michigan State Senator and Democratic Caucus Chairperson and former state rep, State Senator Erika Geiss. Welcome to #StandWithAsians, and we'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. AJ, and thanks for having me. Good morning, Jetty. It's good to see you. I am so honored that you asked me to join in the Stand With Asians program today. I'm State Senator Erika Geiss. I represent the 6th Senate District in Michigan, which is just outside of the Detroit area. So I'm in the Metro Detroit area. And I also served in the House for 2 terms. And a lot of the work that I do when it comes to legislation that I introduce is centered on equity and justice, whether it's economic justice, racial justice, health justice. And I'm also a second generation American of Panamanian descent, so I'm Afro-Latina. And above all, I am a human being and I am an active ally. And I have just been completely appalled, disgusted, and heartbroken by the hatred that has been unleashed upon the AAPI communities throughout the pandemic, the recent horrific events and violent crimes, and historically in this country. Prior to going to the legislature, I taught the humanities at Wayne County Community College District, and prior to that, I also taught art and architectural history at some universities before I moved to Michigan, so that was a while ago. But I am grounded in the need to understand history and how it affects our lives socially, politically, religiously in our communities. And it's important that we understand and know and teach all of the history, not just the good parts, but also the horrific parts, so that we do not make those mistakes again. Which is why I mention not just the horrific events that have recently occurred that I think have really rocked and roiled the nation with their horror, but also the historic events of atrocities that have been committed to the Asian community in this country. These must be powerful wake-up calls. What's occurred recently, the history for the Asian American and Pacific Island community, but for all minoritized people and communities, we have to come together. And that's why it was so important for me to join you all here today. We have to come together. We have to advocate for one another. We have to work together to dismantle racism and xenophobia and white supremacy. And as we stand with Asians, we must change the mindsets of people. We have to eliminate the policies of structural and institutional racism that we see have prevented everyone who's here and who wants to be here from taking part in the dream and the promise of liberty and justice for all. And as an active ally, I commit to anti-racist, anti-supremacist principles. And I call for uncolonized policies that are ones that are rooted in equity and justice, and that are inclusive of the voices and perspectives and experiences of the AAPI community, so that we make better policies. We have better responses to when atrocities occur, so that we eliminate atrocities from occurring. And so I am grateful to be here today, standing with everyone who will be on the program. And I'm honored to stand, walk, march, shout, fight alongside my Asian American and Pacific Islander brothers and sisters.
Thank you so much for that, State Senator Erika. That was so, I keep saying the same thing over and over again because it is true. That was so powerful. And thank you for the work that you do in advocating for all of us and in fighting for the kind of policy change that is, essential for this work to have collective community impact. We're just really grateful to have such a strong advocate as yourself. And I'd love to hear thoughts from Jetty as well, or any questions that Jetty may have for you. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. So, I know that, here in Texas and across the country, Erika, I do believe that we owe all the folks in Michigan just a tremendous debt of gratitude for all of the political work that y'all have done to just really make us as people of color across the board just much better than we came into this arena. Finding them in sort of the state of affairs, and politics and these different civic issues is a really difficult, arena for most of us to get into if we're not already engaged. And so I'm curious, for folks who are just recently listening in, whether they're in Michigan or not, if, how you would recommend that folks get started, get involved, get educated. And if there's any specific efforts or issues that you'd love to point to and champion, would love to hear that as well.
That's a really great question. I think especially since a lot of the policies, the laws, we even go back to the original writing of the Constitution, wasn't written with us in mind. And representation in legislative and policymaking spaces is important, whether it's the municipal level all the way up to state and federal levels. And getting involved is, I think, is a must. It's part of our civic duty, from voting to, and we're seeing folks try to erode voting rights right now, just what happened in Georgia yesterday. And here in Michigan, we had 39 bills introduced that are trying to make it harder for people to vote. But there are some amazing grassroots organizations in Michigan. There's a group called We Make Michigan, which is a multicultural, multi-ethnic group of people who use their collective voices to help not just to help inform people of what's going on, but also getting out the vote and getting people, helping them become aware of the issues and why it's important. The grassroots, a lot of us would not be in these legislative spaces without the grassroots. And we also need more representation in those legislative spaces, because then we can help shape policies that affect our community as a whole, as the BIPOC community. There is one of my colleagues, who I have to give a shout out to, State Senator Stephanie Cheng. She is the only Asian person in our chamber. She and I came in together as freshmen in the House. And when we came in together, there were only 2 Asians in the entire legislature. My former senator, who was termed out, and that's how I ran, and Senator Cheng, now Senator Cheng. And now we have there's a broader coalition of Asian American Pacific Islander legislators, a whole 5, which is better. But again, there isn't that. Who do you turn to when you need that support and that solidarity? And so for me, and I'm also the executive vice chair of the Michigan Legislative Black Caucus, we stand together as people of color. We need to be together and support one another, because we are all affected by the issues and policies that are rooted in colonial and colonized and white supremacist models of thinking.
That's wow. There's so much to unpack there, and we are truly lucky to have someone with Senator Erika. It is we're truly lucky to have someone like you with your experience. And I want to zero in on one of your experiences. The education you mentioned, teaching the humanities at Wayne County and community college district, and and a few other experiences before that. I had mentioned this with a previous speaker of ours, in Texas, in Houston, where I grew up. One of the things I was shocked to learn is how our policies in education end up radiating as a state out to the rest of the country. And so with that, pointed area, Asian American history wasn't something that I learned about growing up until I took an optional elective course for it in college. Despite my background, growing up in the Asian community. So I think that really speaks to educational policies. State Senator Geiss said, I'd love to get your feedback in terms of ways in which folks could begin to educate themselves, or to even become aware of policies that affect education as they affect these areas of our racial history.
That's an excellent question, and yeah, there's part of it has to do with the textbook lobby, for want of a better term, and what gets into the textbooks that go into our school districts, and that's even assuming if the school districts have the funding to have modern, updated content. There's some school districts in this country that are using some really outdated content. I think that people need to push on their school boards. So in Michigan, we have both local school boards, but then we also have a state school board. Push on legislators to look at if they have any say in what goes in the curriculum, or guidelines for the curriculum, to push on making sure that when we're teaching history, that we're teaching accurate U.S. history, accurate world history. We love to talk about all the shiny, happy parts of history, and that we do a disservice to students, to communities when we do that. We have to talk about some of the horrific things that. And honestly, and allow that discourse and allow those questions, because so that we are helping create critically thinking people as kids come up through the school systems, but so that we also don't recreate similar policies that have been harmful. So I urge folks to get involved. People say, sometimes people will say, well, I'm not political. I don't want to do politics. It's too divisive, things like that. But the politics is personal, and especially the closer it gets to where you live, because it has a more direct impact on your daily lives. So I urge people to get involved. Otherwise, we've seen where we could end up, right? We saw it on January 6th. And we saw it this past couple of weeks have just been horrible. And we don't want to keep repeating those, and we keep repeating them because we are not shining a light on previous similar horrors.
Absolutely. Senator Erika, I'm actually going to be reaching out to you because we have an excellent question that I think, we definitely need a future, much larger programming on. The question is, I think we need to learn about both the good and bad of American history. One point that you brought up is, the textbook lobby, of course, but there's other things that those of us who have sort of dug into the real American history can also kind of create community education, right? While we wait for formal educational reform. So I would love to, touch base with you offline and see how we can create some kind of programming where, that is going to bring out those aspects to our communities, so that we can learn better. And when we learn better, we can do better and be better about this. So again, thank you so much, so much for being here and for sharing everything that you did with us today. And I know you have meetings all day long, so thank you for taking the time today. And I'll definitely be in touch with you offline to talk about this programming.
Thank you. It was my honor and pleasure to join you today. Thank you. And we are in this together. It's the only way we're going to make change, positive change.
Absolutely. Thank you. And so please feel free to hang out backstage if you do have the time. If not, I completely understand, because I know how busy your schedule is. So we are going to transition to the next speaker now. And thank you again, Senator Erika Geiss. And with that, just briefly, I did want to share a couple of things with all of you in terms of, let's see, a few things. So this is a part of the #Stand with Asians live programming. We actually have a ton of programming outside of this live stream as well. We have Clubhouse rooms, Facebook, lives, all of that kind of being planned by several people coming together. So you can find out more by going to www.standwithasians.com. And today we are calling for a National Day of Action and Healing. When I say we, I mean many of us. And you can find out more about that at www.asianamericandayofAction.com, and you can find out about the significance of today and why today and more, so on and so forth about that. This live event has been brought to you by 6 people on the back end, but dozens and dozens of people who got together to do this, and nearly 70 incredible speakers. So a special thank you to my fellow co-conspirators on this, Jetty Yuan, Chris Lin. Actually, I don't know, Chris didn't put his name up, but Chris actually kicked this whole thing off and brought us all together for this. So Chris Lin, Jetty, Hang Black, Jimmy Hua, Cheryl Leong, and Carl Choi, and then of course me. And we do want to give a special thank you to Emmanuel Kelly, who is going to be performing for us later. Van Line Dumont, Sejal Tucker, Keith Koo, and Joseph Ye for helping us bring all of these incredible speakers together for all of our voices to be heard. So with that, I do want to move on to, Jetty, do you have any, or as I pull up the introduction for our next speaker?
Yeah, I think this is really incredible. Just the story of how this came together. We actually, as of a few people viewing this saying like, wow, this is such a start. Such a studded representative lineup coming here. This must have taken a while. How long has this been in the process? I mean, we're also in the midst of just wonderment ourselves because Dr. AJ, you and I relatively recently met each other through Clubhouse, and from there we connected on a range of issues, in DEI, and it's just been such a pleasure to get to meet you and collaborate with you, and buy into this positive sum, collective and mutually beneficial effort together. And I would just really emphasize and encourage folks who are listening and maybe thinking, wow, like these people are up on a stage, maybe I'm not, maybe I thought about it. We listen, like we only got started on this very relatively recently, and it is a real reminder of the power that, collective action, that working together, and that technology as well can have in just elevating all of our voices, because that is what we need to be, to vote, to be vocal, to be visible, and to be united around, this centered action. And Dr. You've been a really great, influence on me during this planning process, just to see your expertise and all that shine. I'd love to kick it back to you. If our next speaker is ready, I'd love to do a special introduction for him.
Yes, absolutely. And so for our next speaker, I am so beyond thrilled. And I'm you know what, I'm just going to publicly admit it. I'm going to try incredibly hard to not fangirl, although I probably will, with our next speaker, who is a Taiwanese American actor, producer, entertainer, the one and only Ness Wu. Welcome.
Hello. Apologies for my tardiness. I am really sorry. I do respect your guys' time, and I know everything's on a time slot. I just came home and I recently got a puppy, so I was a little terrorized by everything that she was doing, and I need to clean up. So that kind of kept my time. And again, I'm sorry about keeping you guys waiting, but I'm very excited and honored to be here. So thank you guys for allowing me to just being on this platform with you.
Absolutely. I would love to have you actually, self-identify with all of the amazing things that you do, and just tell us a little bit about this cause, your thoughts on it, and the call to action. And the stage is all yours. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that. I've just born and raised in Santa Monica in California, and then also in Orange County growing up. Always wanted to pursue something in the entertainment field. I was very blessed and fortunate to having done that 20 years ago, to move to Taiwan and then pursuing that career. Ultimately, I would have loved to do something in the States because all my family is there. But back then, at that time, the marketplace just wasn't available for all that. So it really led me to kind of jump onto, the shoulders of my peers and the people that I grew up and admired, and really kind of got my inspiration from, which was there's groups called LA Boys and also Solid, and they were just high school friends, family friends that I just grew up dancing with and practicing singing and all these other stuff with, that led me to ultimately doing the job that I've done here. Now, having said all that, I mean, to me, all that is it's how do you say? It is what it is. It's fine and dandy, but it just ultimately led me to be very fortunate in the sense of still doing it afterwards. And now looking back and seeing where I'm at in my life, I feel like everything happens for a reason. God has a plan. God has a purpose for all of us, and now I feel like it's even more important for me to kind of just really say exactly what's the most important in my heart, and just making sure that everybody who I'm, I guess, representing, knowingly, unknowingly, have an understanding of, what it is and what it's to be like growing up in the States or growing up wherever, and then just experiencing the things that we have all been experiencing in the recent months. And even though I'm not there at this moment, but it hits home, it hits hard, and it hits, to the very core of what I've experienced growing up in certain aspects. Growing up in Orange County wasn't always the most fun times, but it was one that I'm very cherished deeply and very grateful for, of how my upbringing was and the people that I've met that have encouraged me and helped me get to where I am here today. But yeah, I feel like it's just very important for us, no matter what, how, you know, when, whatever we can do, however we can do, whether it's just keeping the conversation going, bringing more awareness and, you know, call to action of all these things, you know, whether it's donating, whether it's bringing, like I say, awareness to people, or just spreading the message. Because at times I feel like, wow, well, I'm all the way over here. What can I do? I wish I could be where everybody else is. I wish I could be, you know, in the crowd with everybody at this moment, but I can't. I'm over here, you know, with all the certain situations. So I do whatever I can, however I can, with, you know, whatever I have, whether it's just continually being more vocal about situations like this, so people who are seeing my platform can have a better understanding of where I'm coming from, why it's so important for me to share this message, because it really isn't just about, you know, what's happening in the States, but it literally is everywhere in the world. That's what really boggles my mind. But yeah, so to kind of like bring it all together, it really is just whatever we can, however we can, whenever we can. You know, I think that is the ultimate focus and plan and goal, you know, like, and it doesn't really have to be one thing, but it can just be one thing if that one thing is your thing, if that makes any sense. Yeah.
It absolutely does. And that's why, you know, we brought this whole thing together, and, you know, we came up with those 5 calls to actions, because it's and I said it earlier in the live stream, pick whichever one resonates with you. If all of them resonate with you, pick them all, but pick whichever one resonates with you and just go with it.
And I think that's what's really important, is because, like, they all resonate to me in some way, shape, or form, because, you know, to some degree, I'm able to do one or more, you know what I mean? And so I feel like if donating is your thing, or if being vocal about it, or both, or anything, but it's just like, whatever hits you the hardest, just do it. There really is no right or wrong answer for this right now. The only thing that you can't, like, the only wrong answer is not to do anything. You know, that's the only thing I really feel. You know, it's just crazy, you know, being the fact that it's getting worse blows my mind. And like, whenever an opportunity like this comes, I'm just very grateful for it. And I think it's amazing what everybody's doing. And it's also wonderful to see, though, during this time, that we're all coming together, because for a period of time in the very beginning, it all felt like we were all very just like out for, you know, to each their own. Everybody just trying to get their own piece of pie, right? I'm trying to do whatever I can for, you know, for myself, and, you know, and then the representation for all of us. It wasn't as united at all. But then now, the fact that you see us coming under fire in so many different places, we're like, no, wait, that's not cool. We've all experienced it. And we know what it's like. So we're not taking it. We're not saying that's okay. And we all gotta, you know, speak up for one another. And I think that's what's really awesome. But yet sad that it had to take this for it to happen. But, you know, again, everything happens for a reason. So yeah.
You know, I'm right there with you, Vanessa. And as a fellow Taiwanese, as a fellow Taiwanese American, I want to say just thank you for everything that you've done. You know, I know that there's we have a long way to go in terms of just challenging some of the, you know, notions within our own community. And, you know, I mean, even the idea that somebody can succeed as not a doctor, lawyer, engineer, right, can go their way as a creative, and like you have, and also just in challenging a lot of these forces and these influences that, you know, like you said, it's not right that these still exist in the world in 2021. And we really appreciate your presence being here, speaking to all these, literally to all of these initiatives and these calls to action that we've had. Really cannot express, you know, enough personal appreciation for you being with us.
No, it's my pleasure. I think at the end of the day, what really matters is like it just needs to stop. And I think people really need to just start thinking more and understanding and having more of humanity in them. I mean, I'm sure it breaks all of our hearts to see the stupid things that happens, but yeah, I mean, we just got to keep on fighting, right? Keep on.
That's right. That's right. Well, we'd love to bridge to our next speaker. You've been incredibly generous with your time. How can people find you and keep up with you, Vanessa?
Well, I mean, I have my Instagram page at the moment. It's my name, Ness Wu, BANNESSWU. I do most of it there. I have Twitter and Weibo and all that, but I do mainly a lot of more interaction on Instagram at the moment. Even though there's so many other social media, I just try not to get myself involved with so many things because it takes up too much time.
Absolutely. And thank you again so much, Vanessa, for being here. And I will again, I'll reach out offline and thank you. And then we'll continue the conversation.
So
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you so
much for being here.
All right. Thank you guys. Take care.
Bye.
So we have had an incredible, would you say, Dr. AJ, we've had an incredible star-studded lineup so far. Just most recently capping off with Ness Wu, who is, a member of the Taiwanese, musician group F4. I myself being, Taiwanese, really appreciated that, Dr. AJ, for all of her, your own reasons. You appreciated that. And let's continue on. Let's keep it going and flowing. We've got an amazing next speaker up, Jerry Wan, who is I know his name is going to sound similar to mine, but he's done so much work being vocal and active as an Asian American advocate. Jerry, and I can't express to you, thank you for your patience. Love the books in the background. I'd love for you to welcome yourself. Thank you for being with us. Tell us please about yourself, how this issue has been affecting you, and about allyship and some of these calls to action that we've, been championing.
Thanks, Jetty. Thanks, Dr. AJ. I think, so I'm Korean, but the Chinese character name of my name is, I think, the same way that you spell yours, because my name means money and your name means money. And so I just want to start off by checking in with everybody who's watching, whether it is live here at 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern, or wherever you are, and just making sure that you're doing okay. It has been quite a 10-day journey for a lot of us. And I know that we're going to look back on this time as painful as it is now, as emotional as the last 10 days have been. Asian Americans in general, the world will look back at March 2021 as the time that we forever changed the narrative of Asian Americans in this country. So we are living through it. We are living through history. We are creating history. And so for those of you who are watching, whether you are of our community or whether you're friends or allies, thank you really for being a part of history. And I think, as with most things as they are happening, it is really hard to step away and to look at it objectively, to really see and capture the gravity of the moment and the things that we are doing. I myself was not always an Asian American storyteller, nor was I always a proud Asian American. But about a year and a half ago, after a career in sales and a career in consulting, I decided to step away from working for somebody else in places where I never really felt authentically me, and then to step away and start storytelling. A little more than a year ago, I started a show called Dear Asian Americans, and our sole purpose is to bring out the Asian American stories that we don't share every day, starting with how the families moved to America and began their American journey. I started on March 2nd because that is my daughter's birthday, and she turned 1 last year. And so this show, this movement of sharing our stories, really for her generation, because I didn't really have a lot of Asian American stories growing up. I know we talk often a lot, particularly in the last 10 days, about the things that we didn't get to learn about Asian American history, but we also didn't learn Asian American stories. The heroes that have won gold medals for this country, that have fought wars, that have gone to space and serve in elected roles and really have shaped America. And so that's my contribution to the pie. I am blessed to be able to have a lot of great friends. Carl Choi, who is a leader of this movement. I've known Carl. He was a big man on campus when I was a little freshman back in college. And so it's really nice to see so many people continuing to elevate our voices and to do the work. So, I am here to obviously to stand with all of us and to use my platform and to shout for as long as I can until we don't need to, which unfortunately don't think is going to be for a long time, to share our stories and to let other people know that we too are American. Our stories, while so different, we are not a monolith. There are, depending on how you count it, 30 or 40 or so different countries and cultures and languages, but we're all here. And though we may not have always identified under the same umbrella as Asian Americans, as it's not an ethnicity, obviously, we hope that this movement may shine some light on that. So again, to Jetty and to Dr. AJ, thank you for having me today. It is really awesome and then really humbling to see this particular event being put together so quickly with mobilization happening across so many different groups of people, organizations, platforms, and voices, all really to just care and to leverage all the training that we all had in the last year of doing everything virtually. And so thank you so much.
Absolutely. And thank you so much, Jerry. And I did not know that your name and Jetty's name meant money. So thank you for teaching me that, first of all. But thank you for your important words about this cause as well. We have people in the comments asking, how can I help? I'd love for you to just give us like a brief synopsis or brief touch points on how people can help and just get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, this might be the simplest and yet most complex answer. Is to care. Care about your neighbors. Care enough to speak up when you see something that isn't right. Care enough to learn not just our histories, but our stories. When we often talk about Asian American history, we go to three things. We go to the Transcontinental Railroad, we go to the internment camps, and then we go to the Chinese Exclusion Act. And we go to these three really ugly parts of our history to say, hey, we too have suffered. But when we continue to just tell that narrative, we don't focus on the awesomeness of Asian Americans. And so, yes, learn the ugly because it is an integral part of our history, but celebrate all the badass Asian Americans who exist today, who have existed. And so just care about, not because we need the caring, but because caring about us means that you care about yourself, because none of us are free until all of us are free. We've heard that so many times. And so educate yourself, learn how to be a great bystander. And it's not just about us. It's just that we happen to be the main targets of this season, which is such a weird and messed up thing to say, but care about everybody. And so for those, and there are, if you go to the website here at Stand With Asians, there are places to donate to. There are, if you're West Coast, it's still not too late to call in sick. Take a day off, take a mental health day off, and just spend the day with us. It's going to be information overload. I've seen the calendar of events. It's oppressive, and just learn with us. And I will say this one last thing for people. As often as loud as some of us have been, and for a very long time, we are often met with silence from some folks. And I need to continue to remind myself, as I know many of our friends do, that we can't get angry at the silence because, one, people process and go through things differently. And also at the same time, I know that silence is predicated just by, I don't know what to say. If you don't know what to say, just say you don't know what to say. It's okay to say that, but you saying that shows us that you care. Because when you are silent, we make perhaps not the best assumptions on why your silence is there, particularly when you're out there having a good time sharing about other stuff. just say, I know there's a lot going on. I don't know how to process it all, but know that I see you, I hear you, and I will do whatever you need me to do to my Asian American friends. And that will go a long way. Because again, this is going to take all of us. And so, number one, care. 2, just say something. And then 3, call in sick. Not too late. If you're East Coast, it's 11. Take a half day. I don't know. Do something.
Oh, I love that. I love the call in sick. It's not too late part. But it is important for us to kind of take that, mental health day of healing. And I love your points that you brought up, about first caring, and second, saying something instead of staying silent. Even if it is, I don't know what to say, or as we had in the comments, someone simply said, "How can I help?" If you don't know, ask somebody, because chances are they can tell you exactly how you can help them. And so as we transition, I also do want to say that, for those who are wondering like how this all can be done, we have 5 calls to action today and moving forward here. Think about these 5 calls to action. Talk to your friends about them. Get your friends and networks involved in them, and especially if you're seeing misinformation being spread, especially around how COVID-19 has been racialized to trigger a huge global surge of crimes against Asian Americans all over the place, and especially here in the US. When you see this misinformation, inform people that it is misinformation. So there's so many little things, but at the end of the day, there are I think just committing to doing something is and moving past your words into actions is how we are gonna make this movement happen. So thank you again so much, Jerry. And
can I just add one thing, because I was reading the comments and I'm having a bit of a moment here. If the Jane Hyun in the comments is the author Jane Hyun, 1, thank you. So I'm going to add the list of things to do, especially if you work in corporate America. Read 2 books. One is by Jane Hyun. It's called Breaking the Bamboo Ceiling. She wrote the OG book on Asian American just advancement and the lack of representation in the C-suite. It is still available. It is she coined the term. Fun fact, not at the same time, but we're both graduates of the same high school. So shout out to all the Bronx Science folks out there. And then there's a new book out recently called Stuck, who is written by Margaret Chin, who is a sociologist. And so those 2 books, if you are in academia, if you are in corporate work, read those books. 1, buy those books to support the women and our sisters who are writing these books, but read them, gift it, give it to your CEO, buy an extra copy, because we all need to fight. Jane, thank you so much. We all need to do that. So anyway, if you're watching the video, this right here is my Asian American bookshelf. All these books down below are written by non-Asian people, generally white men. As we know, many books are written. Carissa's here. Hi, Carissa. She's reading Stuck. So read Asian American books, elevate it, buy extra copies. Anyway, we can go on and talk about Asian American books for a long time, but I know that there's a train to keep schedule of. So Daddy, Dr. AJ, to the entire crew out here, thank you. I'm going IG Live on Dear Asian Americans with Tien and Carl at 11 in 3 hours. If you want to join us there, do so, and stay loud. And don't anybody tell you to, hush up. Stay loud. Thanks, everybody.
Thank
Jerry,
you.
Thank you so much, Jerry. You're a wealth of knowledge. We'd love to have you back. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Absolutely. And for Jerry, for you, and as well as for anyone watching, Jane Hyun will actually be speaking as a part of this live stream later today. So please make sure you tune in for that to hear from Jane and all of the wisdom there too. And Jerry, thank you for yours. And we'll talk to you soon, on the live and then as we work together on this in the future.
Thanks, everybody. Please be safe.
And with that, I would love to move on to, or bring up rather, our next speaker, who is a powerhouse in her own right, a societal healer and oneness practitioner, Pamela Gray Daniel. Pamela, it is so good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. And, we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you, Dr. AJ, for having me. Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Pamela Gray Daniel. I'm a social unity and oneness practitioner. My pronouns are she, her. I'm an authentic allyship coach, and I am an active ally and advocate for social justice, social equality, social unity. And I'm here to stand with my Asian family against violence, against oppression, against othering, and all the ways that we have as human beings wounded one another. I believe we're reaching a pivotal moment in time. If you think about last summer, and now we're approaching another place that looks really familiar, where groups of people are awakening to injustice, and they're standing up with one another with one voice against a common enemy. And I want to remind you that the common enemy is not a person, it is not a group of people, it is systems of oppression and division that seek to push people to the margins of society. Systems that create stories about people that put them and their families at risk and at harm. It is time for us to fully put aside division mindset, competition mindset, the things that we think separate us, the things that keep us from true, authentic relationships, community, and communication with one another. It is time that we begin to embrace one another as family, as one people. This is hard work. It's not easy. It takes courage and consistency, and it requires us to make a commitment to one another, a commitment that I make to all of you today. And we really need to realize that we need one another. We were put in this experience called life with one another at this time to create something beautiful. And we often miss out on the magnificence of others, the unique genius that people have to bring to this experience, because we other them and we're careless with the sacredness of life. Not only are we doing a disservice to those we ostracize and marginalize, but we're doing a disservice to ourselves because we miss out on the beauty and the creativity and the culture all around us. Today, I'm asking that we commit to do the hard work of authentic allyship, unlearning, relearning, reevaluating the ways that we've interacted with one another that have caused us great harm. It's time for us to embrace a new way of being that allows us to show up as our full authentic selves, a way that allows us to embrace culture and expression of being and seeing these things as beautiful and something to celebrate, not something to ostracize. It is time that we bind together as one body of people with one voice to create a world that works for us all. It is possible. It is possible. And this moment is calling us to repair the relationships that have been broken, heal what has been hurt. We all need to heal this idea that we are separate from one another. We must heal division mindset because that is what has created this chaos among us. It is time for us to embrace unity. It is time for us to embrace one another. It is time for us to protect one another and stand with one another. It is time that we listen and share stories and learn from our mistakes. Let's do what needs to be done so that everyone feels safe and everyone feels as if they belong. This is hard work to do, but this moment is calling us to it. Last summer called us to it. Our future depends on it. So let's answer the call and do the work consistently, faithfully, with integrity, and create systems of equality, unity, and kinship that defies every odd that is stacked against us. Let's co-create a new way of being together as one. To my Asian family, again, I'm here for you. I stand with you. You belong. You are important. We are one. I give thanks and gratitude for every person who hears my voice in this moment. Know that we are one. I stand with you. I give thanks for you. And let's begin the work together to heal our history and create a world that works for us all. Thank you.
Wow. You know, Pamela, that's incredible. I think we're waiting on Dr. AJ to come back in, but you know, as you have no doubt seen in the comments, I'm going off just getting chills about, like, you know, your voice and your presence, and that was an absolutely beautiful, I mean, performance. But really, it was just like, I think really spoken from the heart. You know, so I want to ask you, you know, what gives you hope as you look towards the future? You know, what are some of your influences as you just try to make sense of this, you know, like you said, chaotic time?
Yeah. So I've had to do a lot of healing work. And, you know, back in 2019, I started writing because I was extremely overwhelmed with what was going on in our world and feeling unheard and unseen, and really just wanting people to understand it's time that we create something new for all of us. And I was feeling unheard, and I began to just go on this deeper spiritual journey to understand why I'm here and why everyone else is here. And I came to this realization that we are one. That's the words that I heard. We are one. And that we're here to create with one another, and that we are all wounded. We've all wounded one another in ways that we don't even understand, but it's time for us to see the sacredness of life that flows through all of us and call out that part of us that is benevolent and wants to achieve our highest potential together, because that's why we're here. And so I'm inspired by several spiritual teachers, but it's this continued practice of seeing our common humanity and wanting to call that forth from all of us so that we can achieve all that we dream of for every single one of us.
That's fantastic and so beautiful, so poignant. Your wealth of humanity, really, and experience. You know, we could go on and on. We'd love to have you back. Thank you so much, Pamela. As we transition, just wow. I've done some healing work recently, and arguably we all need to. You know, there's never enough time, but thank you for making the time. Would love to keep up with you. Thank you again.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. All right. And so, hey, everyone. My name is Jetty. My pronouns he, him, his. I'm a Taiwanese American currently living in Texas. And, you know, I'm in this frame alone, but there has been a group of us, 6, including my counterpart and thought partner in crime, you know, Dr. AJ. And there's a broad group of us who've invited dozens of folks and hundreds of organizations and people that we collectively represent. And that is the idea behind what this is about. You know, for Asian Americans, amplifying and activating our voices, being more than the sum of our parts. And so I'd love to welcome back my thought partner in crime, Dr. AJ, and I'd love to also make the way on stage for our next guest, Jennifer Kim, who is, among many things, hello, Jennifer, a branding and marketing strategist. I know that's not all you do. You were such a vocal leader within the Asian American community. I couldn't do your intro full justice, but I'd love to just bridge to you and let you tell us about yourself, your identity, why do you care about this, some calls to action, and just let you have the stage.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jetty and AJ. I'm so grateful to be here. So I am Jennifer, Jen Kem. If you don't call me Jen, I would honestly think that was weird. My pronouns are she and her. And I'm a proud woman of Filipina descent. I live in the San Francisco Bay Area and Honolulu, Hawaii. I get to live in both places. The mother of 3 children, the wife of a really amazing dude called the Slay at Home Dad, and the founder of a company that helps people like us get fully seen, heard, and paid to be ourselves. And so above all, I am a human being and I'm an active ally and have been for a long time. I had the pleasure of jumping in when Pamela was on stage, for those of you that caught, Pamela's talk just now. And I think one thing that rang so true, besides everything she said, but the thing that was really important was the consistency, the ability to show up and speak your truth, even when it's scared. So the bottom line is I am utterly appalled and furious by the hate that has been unleashed on our Asian community. And I used to be afraid to use words like that because I thought they would be perceived as negative or too aggressive. And I think it's okay to say what we're feeling and then direct those feelings into action. And this recent outburst of violent hate against Asians, and when we say it's an outburst, it really has been happening forever, ever since Asians immigrated to the United States, or actually were brought in. In fact, I'm a descendant of 2 Filipino immigrants who came to Hawaii to work the plantation fields. And my grandmother, worked 15 cents an hour to do very hard, arduous work in the plantation. And she left that work, surprisingly, to become an entrepreneur, but she would never call herself an entrepreneur. She started a care home, taking care of older people in our house. And I grew up thinking, wow, I could have something different. But she did that because she worked really hard to get here. So that's why, for me, all of these actions against Asian people, any marginalized people, frankly, it's not just us as Asians, we're centering the Asian conversation, but anyone in a marginalized space, all of this consistency. And then the pandemic created this spotlight, if you will, on the systemic injustice that is amongst us. And because this type of thing is something that we're dealing with, all of us, it's time to rise up and talk about it, keep the conversation going, and use our voices and our resources to shine a light on those system problems. And as Pamela said, and I've heard from other speakers, it's a systemic issue. People are plugged into the system and don't even know it. But for those of us that are actually aware of how we're being plugged in, we have a chance to unite instead of divide. So as a business leader, one of the things that I am big on is investing my time, my energy, and my actual money to invest in ways to uncolonize our businesses. So starting with my own business and my fellow businesses and any business that we consult, our politics, our schools, and our healthcare system, especially, because those are all systems and organizations that really need change to be able to help people feel like they can get seen, heard, and frankly paid equitably for their contributions. And I want to stand again against that division and seek to be united through truth, even if it hurts to feel or to hear. And the bottom line is we need each other more than we can ever know right now. And so that's my take on what's going on.
Thank you so much for that, Jennifer or Jen. I really, really, really appreciate everything that you said. And, as we see in the comments, being self-aware is a superpower. So thank you for that. And thank you for being here. And would be happy to connect with you offline and continue the conversation and bring you back for longer conversations. So
Thanks for
again,
having
thank
me.
you so much. Yes. And without further ado, I would love to bring up our next speaker for a fireside chat with one of our planning team members as well. So welcome, Ryan Patel. Ryan, you are a business executive, a CNN contributor, and faculty member at Drucker. And then we have Jimmy, who is also on this little fireside chat with us. So Ryan, I'd love for you to kind of self-identify and introduce yourself, and then we'll get right into our little chat.
Well, thank you, AJ and Jimmy. It's great to be with you all and on such a powerful day. And creating this conversation is important to all of us. I'm Ryan Patel. I'm an Indian American global business executive. I sit across different boards from tech to education, worked for publicly traded companies and took a startup global. A CNN contributor, as you mentioned, faculty at the Drucker School of Management, where I teach global leadership, and a recipient of the prestigious NAAAP 100 award. But above all, I'm a human being and I'm an active ally. And I'm really looking forward to creating this conversation so we can move forward.
I love that. And yes, the NAAAP 100 Inspire Award, that was, it was great to see you receive that, especially as a NAAAP member myself, to see you get that recognition. I'd actually love to have Jimmy. Jimmy, do you want to dig in with the first question?
Yeah. Sure. Thank you so much, Dr. AJ. Ryan, so we know that you work in a lot of as an executive of different companies and everything. So I guess the first question, with everything's going on between what happened last year with BLM, between the violence and stuff that's happened to the Asian community, but also a lot of things that are happening towards a lot of communities that's happened for a long time. What is the role of corporations and companies in this whole big picture?
It's changed, right? You can't, listen, we actually, what's changed? Each of us individually have a lot more power. Think about what I just said. You can go with your money, with your wallet. You can also speak with your wallet of certain things you buy. Wall Street gets affected. That never used to be an outlet for individuals. So if we have that power, which we do, and we do now because we can connect like this digitally, socially, with a flip of a switch, it then allows and hopefully empowers employees, which it does, in organizations to speak up. So now what corporations have to do, they're being held accountable even more so than ever. You cannot say a statement and then not have anything back behind it. So this is an evolution. It doesn't switch overnight. And we've seen the evolution over the last 10 years or 5 years, whatever you want to say. So if you said you're for a cause, or you're saying you're trying to create equality, I want to see metrics over year. Now, I may be just one voice and you may not want to listen to me. That's okay. But everyone else around me, we come together, being able to, we'll buy a product or a service or work for a company for 2 cents less or 10 cents less, $1 less. It doesn't matter. And I think because of that, the role of corporations now is you got to build genuine trust. So if you want to be able to be successful long term, now you may just say, Ryan, we don't want to hear you. We're just going to do and make money and it doesn't matter. Yeah, that's a short-term mentality, because people want to be a part of things that are making an impact in the world. And equality is something that you can't go around. You have to show that you're showing progression. And Jimmy, the thing behind this is that we are not equal, right? Let's talk about races. You talk about, let's take the basic fact that there's a gender inequality gap, period. We're not treating each other even equally on that end. And then now we throw in the race on top of that, which all things need to be moving toward at the same speed to create equality. I can go on for days on this topic, but I'm a big believer, and I think that's why board governance and leaders need to be held not just accountable, but also
you need to be moving forward. You can't get everything perfect. I understand that. But we want to see metrics. We want to see change. We want to see, no more, not just statements. And I think that's what I think role of many of us in the community is to how do we help that action?
Yeah, Ryan, I appreciate your answer so much because, and I know Jimmy does too, because it's always about the measurement of the impact, right? Which is in the metrics. At the same time, one of the things that I see in my work with corporations and consulting work, the metrics themselves are quite outdated that we're measuring, right? And then they definitely don't capture all of the dimensions of diversity, the dimensions of equity, and a lot of it is self-reported, self-disclosed. So there's also these questions of like psychological safety and trust in the measurements. How do you think, just as a follow-up to what you said, how do you think corporations, or how do you think we can encourage corporations, whether as individual contributors or consumers, to move in the direction of updating these metrics and being more transparent with them?
Well, yeah, I mean, the whole thing where you keep it in macro groups, if you're a certain culture, as there's so many subcultures underneath that. So just like Asians, there's a lot of different groups in Asians and from all countries, from Japan, China, India. I can keep going on. And I know you're smiling. The problem is that not everybody really kind of comprehends that, right? And to your point, how do you capture what that looks like? Or how do you capture that everyone has an inclusive voice? Because just because you're from a subset group of a certain ethnicity doesn't mean within the ethnicity group that they can easily relate or they have their own perspectives, which, let me tell you, we all do. We all have different perspectives because we all came up culturally a little bit different, which is a good thing. And I think the other piece of that, we use the word education. Well, yeah, it's great that you can teach somebody, hey, this is what you should think. Well, that's one step. The second step is, how do you help them be more aware? How can you come along with the journey? And listen, each of us can learn a lot more. Even as I mentioned, I'm an Indian American. I'm still learning. Like, you're still learning about culture and roots and, how I can be less ignorant. Because guess what? We all are at some point. Either you accept it or you don't. And I like to think that if there's something I don't know, I want to know about it. And I think that's the role, I think, of many of these executives and corporations, is to get past then here's my metrics, but like, what does this mean, right? It's the same if you're running a business and you're trying to make money. Aren't you spending as much as time to try to make money and try to find out the details and efficiency of scales? It's the same thing for your people. It's the same thing if you want to drive innovation. It's the same thing. And so hitting that perspective and ensuring that there is an equality in that space, that's the goal, right? You don't want to forget it, but there's so many actions in the middle to get that equality space that we don't forget. It's work. It takes work. It takes all of us together to help to get that work, and it can't just be one person.
That's really awesome, Ryan. And from what I'm hearing is just there's a lot of things that companies could do, and I think most companies, from the perspective, they always consider like what can they do within their employee base. But I feel like companies do have a responsibility to the world to do something that's outside of their company. And what are some of the things should a company consider and think about doing in that scope of affecting the world around them and not just looking internally?
Well, that's a great, the word CSR is hot, which is corporate social responsibility, and, ESG metrics. People throw out all these metrics on air and it's like, oh, it's so cool. This is the new trending. And I get it. I love it. I love it too. But it's really mission driven, Jimmy. Like, if you want to say, I want to make an impact on globally, I want to make an impact in a certain region, I want to make an impact on water, whatever you want, right, of equality. Well, it starts with a micro goal. Like, that's what I think the best companies end up actually changing a certain region or a certain atmosphere or a certain awareness around something, that it galvanizes the consumers behind it to support it and pushes them. That's the best way to. It's that saying, you lead from behind, or either you lead from the front, you lead from behind. Well, why do you have to choose? What if you can lead together, right? What if you can lead in a way that you keep getting pushed and say, hey, you keep bringing me awareness issues that we are not doing what we're supposed to do, or there's a place that we can use our voice, use our platform to make an impact. And you've kind of heard some companies use that rhetoric. It's like, let's use the platform if you're a multi-billion-dollar company in a way that's good. So how should we do it? When they're asking you a question, when they're asking us a question, this is not the time to be shy and put our hands down. This is the time to say, yes, we want this. Here's an injustice. How can you help us? How can you help us move forward so that we don't go backwards? And I think part of that global conversation, Jimmy, is that we are in this together. I mean, let me take a step back. And I'm taking the conversation to a little bit of a different realm when we're talking about standing with Asians. Standing with Asians, I think, to me means all groups have to come together for all of us to reach the equality. By ourselves in one group, I'm sorry, how are we haven't been able to change much, have we? I mean, we are where we are today. I got people in my work from home family, young work from home going, Dad, why is this happening? I can't explain except for I can, but it's really hard for people to comprehend why it's happening, that we're not treating with each other respect. So why is somebody ready? I'm focusing on how do we move forward? How can we be better? How can we better educate? And so that these are not, I'm tired of just statements. Like every year I feel like we were making statements, and that's good. We need more awareness, but we need more, I'm not saying action to an extreme where we're changing like everything. I'm talking about places where Jimmy, you and I have talked about this. ERG groups, employee resource groups, the whole goal of them is not to have them so that we are all equal. They're there because we're not equal, let's be honest, or their voice is not being heard. So that is, if everyone is aware of that issue, which not everybody knows what an ERG is in their own company, then we can actually solve a problem, Jimmy.
Sorry, go for Dr. AJ.
Oh, thank you. We actually have a couple of questions in the comments, Ryan. The first question is from Kevin, and he says, what about corporations that don't have customers, like defense contractors, oil companies? And this actually came in the context of your first answer about leadership and metrics and data. So if you want to answer that, I'll get to the next question.
Yeah, so you mean more consumers. I mean, I'm assuming they have vendors and clients and those perspectives. That is as powerful as joining and changing their vision as well, or being a part of that vision. So if you're not a big enough company, but you can join on a specific mission that you believe in, that's as powerful at ensuring who you partner with. I mean, this is a big thing about who you partner with suppliers too. Like, that's not, the supplier diversity, who you partner with, I've learned this maybe almost 4, 5, 6, 7 years ago about what big companies should be doing on supplier diversity, of not just going and picking the same bid, right? How do you do that? How do you change that vocal piece? I think, Kevin, that's a great question, because it changes who we partner with. It also creates a more inclusive opportunity for others who've never been able to bid a project, that you can find that they're as equally, or if not better, in opportunity. So that's a great question. And I'd be remiss to say those who are watching this right now, and those who are watching this live, thank you. Thank you for inspiring me, inspiring us, because without we also tend to sometimes be in a silo, and we want your support and your ability to make changes at all levels is the change we need. It's not my voice. It's not, sorry, I'm not picking on anyone, on each of us individually. It's us. It's all of us together. So sorry, thanks, Kevin, appreciate it.
Absolutely. And I think Kevin, to Kevin's point, he continued to say, specifically corporations that don't have customers, we cannot vote with our wallet. We cannot vote with our wallet on people like defense contractors. So just kind of wanted to.
But Kevin, you can vote with who you partner with, because that sends a message within the people who are not partnering with you. You can vote. You can also vote by rallying people. Your company is partnering with other companies. I mean, listen, if you can take your company and be a part, not to throw ALA with Jimmy, like you could be a part of huge ERG companies and align yourself with that mission, right? To be a part of it. So, and create we're talking about today, we got a hashtag stand with Asians. We live in a world that you can create a lot of different ways. I know that was one way of consumers, and I was specifically talking about corporations as a large, but when you talk about the SME, the small, medium enterprises, that is a group. That is a collective group that you can be a part of. And I know Jimmy can probably share more about the group he's created around all these companies, no matter what size. You can be a part of that as well.
Yeah, to kind of add to what Brian was saying, Asian Leaders Alliance is a group of over 100, and right now I think we're hitting over 130 plus corporate Asian ERGs, and the whole goal is to build a community for us to learn, to do things together, but also collectively have impact. So learn from each other, change our company from within, and be able to do impact externally, because one company can't do it alone. We all have to work together to actually make a change. But on that note, Ryan, you know,
hold on, Jimmy. I'm going to give a shout out because this is live. I'm seeing in the comments, Jordan's had a comment and said, I wonder if money taken from the contractors, you use money to fund organizations that serve community. Yes, exactly. You can create your own narrative and create your ability to it. So Jordan's, shout out to you in the comments. See, I'm reading. This is live, but I'm reading.
And actually, to that point, Ryan, Jordan had a question as well.
Sure.
In the spirit of solidarity, is there room for movements to collaborate? And if so, to what capacity, i.e. BLM and Stand With Asians working together? And he continues to say, I ask as a Black person wanting to support, but recognizing the need to be more sensitive to each other's cultural spaces.
Yes, yes, and yes. As I said, we've had, Jimmy was talking about employee resource groups, and, we all are in that silo of understanding each other's culturally, and, we all have our causes. But I'm a perspective of we are one global community. So if we are a global community, how do we actually solve problems? So just imagine if you can take both groups or multiple groups, and they already have their own knowledge and culturally space where they share anyway. What if we can, if we will, and I think it will happen, collaborate together? Each of us will become stronger of each other's cultures more so than ever, because that's how the groups were set up. And collaborating and changing voices. I think separately, as a society, right? Separately, the more siloed we are, the less power we have to make change. And that's why the global community, which I include not just both groups, but all groups, how can we help lead and include other groups? Because if no one takes the lead or nobody wants to be able to collaborate, then nobody will collaborate. Nobody will think it's easy. Nobody thinks that it's inviting. And I think that's what an opportunity to collaborate and make why I'm excited about collaboration, because you can make change much faster. You can have a powerful more voice to, this hashtag of in it together and together, to me, that means a lot. Like that means we don't necessarily have to be from the same city. I mean, we live in all different places around the world. The pandemic has showed us that we can still unite and talk to each other more so than ever, like we are right now. We don't have to wait for a conference. And I think that changes the way we collaborate. I think that changes the way who we see individually. And more importantly, we get to hear more stories. And I think this past year, I think more people have heard wanting to hear more stories than ever before. And they want to learn. And that, I don't want to say that's everybody, but that's what storytelling is about. And then storytelling also needs to lead to action. So thank you for that question.
So I was going to jump in, and we talked about ERGs, and we're talking about, and for those who don't know what ERGs, they're demographic groups within an organization that groups together to do a handful of things. It's doing professional development, business value, employee value. But one of the biggest reasons why they were started was to be an advocacy group, to be a voice for the employees of that demographic, to bring awareness to their employees of what's going on and things that are happening internally. And so on that note, Ryan, a lot of us do work for companies, some of us don't, but a lot of us feel like we don't really have a voice. We don't know what to do to sway our leadership. And, we see our leadership making statements, but we want to see them to do more. So like, what can we do as employees to do that, to affect leadership?
Well, the traditional ERGs in the past are, I'm not picking on them specifically. I think they're great, but they used to be like more of like a club. We come on, hang out, you go happy hour, and that's it. Or there's an executive sponsor that sometimes isn't as involved, right? They just kind of come and they don't really include the rest of the executive team. So the voice then becomes asking questions that I don't say this matter, but that there isn't any answers to, and raising the hand and say, I'll help you solve this, right? When you ask a question like, hey, why is there a gender gap, or why is there less diversity on certain exec team? That's a question that most people who don't have answers to, that are maybe above on the upper management, are uncomfortable answering. Jimmy, if you raised your hand and said, I help you tackle that, a part of this mission of this group. So what does that look like? Like, what is it? Now you're in the, part of it is you got to be in the conversation, right? Like, we can ask the questions that we want. And I'm not saying we need to take more responsibility, but I think we also need to hold other people responsible, and also saying, hey, we're willing to help. Let's do this together. And I think the role of the ERGs moving forward are so important. I think what Jordan's point was, that's where it starts. That those groups are experts in the culture, what they're trying to ensure everyone's voice is being heard. How do you take that voice and ensure it gets communicated properly to where there is enough change, right? And I think that, to me, is something is super important on how, Jimmy, you and I shared the story where I was at an event where I was speaking, and a woman had said, hey, Ryan, at a company event, hey, Ryan, why is there not more ET, gender diversity and equality on the ET team? I'm like, I look around, getting interviewed by one of the execs from that company. Go ahead, you answer it. She felt empowered. Jimmy laughs, but she felt empowered and safe with me and with us talking about this conversation. If you don't create enough safe spaces, Jimmy, you're not going to have these kind of conversations. And safe spaces and spaces that people feel that there's going to be change, then people come more to the table. And I think that's the change, right? That's the feedback. There's a feedback loop that us individuals have to make sure there is within companies. And I think that's a great way to start a conversation, and saying, what's the feedback loop and what is the actionable places to it?
Awesome. I have like one last quick question, Ryan, in terms, because I think this is really important for us to know is, we do have executives, and not all of us have access to the executives. And, obviously executive leadership support is very, very important. But a lot of us, we have connections to our middle management, our direct managers, the middle management, et cetera. But it feels like those management are kind of squeezed in between, kind of like, a rock and a hard place between what the corporate wants to do and what we as employees feel. What can they do?
Educate that. This is where, the basic way of influencing up, right? We talk about, that middle manager is needing to have to educate themselves on the cultural differences and the reasons, not just from reading on a piece of paper. That means getting to know people and know the differences. And then how do you communicate that up, Jimmy? Right? Knowing that maybe there is some lack of knowledge in that space. Or, I talked about how there's, different ethnic groups and Asian groups in the term Asian, which some people still kind of laugh at me going, well, what does that mean? Well, people like food, right? I always use a food example. You like Japanese food, right? Yeah. Well, Japanese food is not just sushi. There's so much more to it. I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. Like, that's a great place to start, to explain to people why and what the history of, again, this is like a small little sample example, but that's the disconnect, Jimmy, from that needs to be bridged. And I think if you have that knowledge base, it's easier to influence up. You've got to empower the middle manager. The middle manager has to feel empowered to be able to explain and communicate something that they feel that they can. Otherwise, it is a scary thing. That's why we haven't seen it much. It's hard to tell your boss, hey, we need more different kind of perspectives. How do you say it without insulting them, right? That's the issue. And I think you got to find places where there's a common ground, simple solutions that you can help educate in a way that's different, and be able to be, instead of a teller, in a way that you're coming together as a team.
Absolutely. And I feel like, Ryan, with everything that you said, you packed entire dissertations into these like digestible sound bites. And so I really appreciate that. And, if you wouldn't mind sending to Jimmy maybe some resources that people could just start reading about these concepts and constructs, and then kind of reflect on what they can do. We can definitely, put it up on the site and do starting this work of learning, unlearning, and relearning that way.
And you're right. Those resources, sorry to make it quick, I think I saw something from the ALA group with resources to companies say, hey, here's all these things, and I'm happy to add to that, and which I did. So it's really great. You're right. We are a community of resources. You can tweet, LinkedIn, you can Instagram, any of all of us to like point us to the right direction, and that's important. That's what, this is not just a conversation. This is a conversation for continuing going on. So thank you, Dr. AJ. Really do appreciate that.
Thank you. And thank you for your time. And thank you, Jimmy. Thank you to both of you. And with that, in the interest of time, we do want to transition to our next speaker, who is actually sort of, kind of talking about similar things, but from her own perspective. Hello, Brigette. How are you? And we can't hear you. And so while Brigette is, getting her volume up, Brigette Iarrusso-Soto is someone who disrupts toxic capitalist models and promotes sustainable and scalable businesses. And I know Brigette has an incredible social impact model. So I'm so excited that you're here, Brigette. And if your volume is back up, happy to. That's perfect.
Yeah. Okay. I think I hit the magic button that shuts the whole thing down.
Yep. So would love to hear from you.
Thank you for having me. I will keep it brief because I am an ally and I want to make sure that I'm clear in who I am and where I stand around this issue. So as my friend AJ Aparjita mentioned, I am the founder of Embrace Change, and I am a social impact business leader, and I help entrepreneurs in the online business space particularly to leverage their privilege, their platform, and their audience and their influence to speak out against issues of racial violence, discrimination, and bias in the online space and in the world at large. And for me personally, I believe that business historically has been a part of the problem. Toxic capitalism is just yet another way that we are seeing white supremacist thinking, racism, and bias in action in our economic system. And so I want to say that I first take a stand against all forms of violence, discrimination, bias, microaggressions against all Asian people, Asian Americans, and Asian Pacific Islanders. As someone in the online space, I see all forms of discrimination on a regular basis. And what I really want to call to attention today is the need for all of us individually, whoever we are, whatever our ethnicity or background, to do the internal work to understand that we've all been born into a racialized society where we've been taught frameworks and belief systems of bias and of fear-based tactics to demonize certain groups of individuals that hold marginalized identities. And it is our work for all, specifically those of us that hold a position of leadership or influence, to model talking about and normalizing conversations around bias, discrimination, and racial violence targeting groups that hold marginalized identities. In this case, we are specifically speaking about Asians who for years have experienced so much conflicting bias and discrimination, being called model minorities and expected to behave a certain way and then treated another way. And I'm here to say that any group of individuals, specifically living here in the US, that holds a marginalized identities, all have had to adapt and survive in response to the dominant culture, which is white dominant culture. I am a mixed Latina woman. I am half white and I am half Puerto Rican. And I've seen the danger and the harm that comes from this form of white supremacist dominant culture thinking, even within my own culture as a Latina, right? So again, this means all of us, whatever our ethnic background, we need to look at how systemically, how culturally we have been educated and brought up to believe certain things or think certain things about other groups of people that are not the truth. And it's so important that above all else, that we listen to and learn from Asian educators on this topic, that we stop thinking we know more or know better about systemic racism or injustice. If, like myself, I'm a person of privilege, I'm a white presenting person, and the most important thing is to listen, learn, and invest in experts who are Asian experts who can help us as leaders in our companies, in our organizations, in our schools, in our nonprofits, and in our institutions to understand and unpack white supremacy and understand the construct of true equity, diversity, and inclusion, and that none of us can be free or equal until we really are looking at supporting those organizations and groups that are helping Asian communities. And so we need to support those organizations. We need to hire experts for our organizations, and we need to do our work individually as leaders to unpack our own privilege and how we might be upholding a system of oppression even inside of our own company, in how we build our teams, who we hire, how we pay people, what we expect people to do, how we expect them to act or show up or dress or wear their hair. There's so much that each of us can do, again, individually within ourselves, within our families, with our children, within our broader family, in talking to other family members about the issue, and then beyond that in our organizations, in political institutions, and at higher levels of leadership. We need more Asian women, trans Asian folks in positions of influence, power, and authority, and we need to support those individuals and listen to them. And I believe that business and business leaders can be a huge part of the solution to collaborate and understand that we can create win-win collaborations around these issues, that we cannot politicize and let ourselves become polarized, because that's what the machine wants us to do. And the more we separate and pit ourselves against each other, even within communities of color, this is actually thwarting our efforts to dismantle systemic oppression, white supremacist dominant culture, and we need all of us to work together collaboratively to take a stand to end anti-Asian violence, discrimination, and bias. And so thank you so much for having me here. I don't want to take up too much more space. I will say that if you are a business leader and you care about these issues, please feel free to reach out to me. I'm on Facebook at the same name, Brigette Iarrusso-Soto. And if you need support finding incredible Asian experts to bring to your companies to do DEI or consulting or education work or as speakers, I know so many incredible people that you can hire and bring in, like Dr. AJ, my friend Cheryl Leong, Tiffany Lim, Kat Kim. There are just too many people that I can think of that are incredible people to listen to and learn from. And I think that's where we start, is listening to and learning from and investing in Asian experts to teach us how to unpack and how to heal this issue that is so pervasive in our society, in our companies, in our schools, and in the world at large. So thank you again for the opportunity to share my perspective on this. And I want to give it back over to you and your incredible group of experts, AJ.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Bridget, for everything that you said. And yes, I mean, you know, I always love the wisdom that you share. So thank you. We'll be talking offline about more on this. And we're going to transition to our next speakers now. And Bridget, if you want to hang out backstage, this is actually going to be very interesting. What's about to happen is because we are actually going to have, they say music, you know, is universal, right? But as is language, but which certain types of languages can be very visual. And so what we have now actually is a performance by two people, Bali ASL or Neha Sparks and Sindhu Vasudevan. And what you're about to see over the next 10 minutes, Neha Sparks or Bali ASL is an ASL advocate, American Sign Language advocate. And her special superpower is translating Bollywood songs to American Sign Language. And Sindhu Vasudevan is among other, you know, among a bunch of extraordinary creative endeavors, a dancer, a singer, and a musician. So we have a performance here as part of a hashtag with Asians, where Sindhu is going to be singing as Neha, or Bali ASL is going to be in sign language, signing for all of us. With that, please introduce yourselves briefly, and then, we'd love to hear from you, and I'll be back.
Hi everyone, my name is Neha, or Bali ASL. I'm a representative of the deaf and mute community. What I stand for is or what I like to do is translate Bollywood songs into sign language, as music does need to be a little bit more inclusive, I believe. And we've got such a beautiful culture, and Bollywood's a beautiful language, and just music that we have within a community is just brilliant. So again, for me, it's just kind of trying to be a little bit more inclusive of that. I started my journey a couple of years ago, where I used to work at a store, and we used to get a couple of people that used to walk in who were deaf and mute, and I had a girl who was listening to the song Neno Valene, and that was the first song I've ever translated. Yeah, and then from there she was like, I've never seen this done for Bollywood. And I thought, yeah, she's right. You see Kanye and you see Ariana and Taylor Swift on the side with an interpreter, but you don't really see Sonu Nigam and Arijit Singh with an interpreter on the side. So yeah, I decided to go into that. So I call for an increased representation of the deaf community within our institutions. So for more information, feel free to check out my social, Bali ASL on Instagram. Thanks. Over to you, Sindhu.
Hi everyone, my name is Sindhu Vasudevan. I'm a 17-year-old singer and dancer from Austin, Texas, and I'm super grateful for this opportunity to voice my opinion on how music can heal. Off late, I've been doing a lot of music to help the communities with mental health issues, and I'm extremely grateful that Neha and I are able to present something for you today. So I hope you all enjoy this.
Also, just like to add that me and Sindhu are also active allies, and yeah, just hope for an increased representation for me within the deaf industry, and for Sindhu
in the mental health industry by healing through music.
Thank you, guys. Sorry, guys, just give us like 2 seconds. We're just gonna pull up the track.
Just give me 1 second. Sorry.
Sure, sir.
तुझे संग बेरे लगाया ऐसा, तुझे संग बेरे लगाया ऐसा, रहा ना मैं फिर अपने जैसा, हो रहा ना मैं फिर अपने जैसा। मेरा नाम इश्क, तेरा नाम इश्क, मेरा नाम इश्क, तेरा नाम इश्क, मेरा नाम इश्क, तेरा नाम इश्क, मेरा नाम, तेरा नाम, तेरा नाम इश्क, ये लाल इश्क, ये मलाल इश्क, ये बैर इश्क, ये लाल इश्क, ये मलाल इश्क, ये ऐब इश्क, ये बैर इश्क। अपना नाम बदल दूं या तेरा नाम छुपा लूं, या छोड़ के सारे आग में बेरहाग उठा लूं। बस एक रहे मेरा काम इश्क, मेरा काम इश्क, तेरा नाम इश्क, मेरा नाम इश्क, तेरा नाम इश्क, मेरा नाम, तेरा नाम, तेरा नाम इश्क, ये लाल इश्क, ये मलाल इश्क, ये ऐब इश्क, ये बैर इश्क, ये लाल इश्क, ये मलाल इश्क, ये ऐब इश्क, ये बैर इश्क। जकड़ूं ये ठंडा चांद पकड़ूं, हो ये काली रात जकड़ूं, ये ठंडा चांद पकड़ूं। दिन रात के मेरी बेद का रुख मोड़ के मैं रख दूं, तुझे संग बैर लगाया ऐसा, रहा ना मैं फिर अपने जैसा। ये इश्क है, 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 ये लाल इश्क, ये मलाल इश्क, ये ऐब इश्क, ये बैर इश्क, ये लाल इश्क, ये मलाल इश्क, ये ऐब इश्क, ये बैर इश्क, इश्क, इश्क।
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
That was absolutely wonderful. Thank you again, you both, for presenting and sharing that song with us. And I am very honored to have you both with us. Thank you, Sindhu, and and we will see you both, and Neha, sorry, and we will see you both very soon. And we will, yeah, and thank you for everything that you're doing for the community.
Thank you guys.
All right. Well, if you are joining in with us live, this is Chris Lin. This is Stand with Asians Live, March 26th. It is currently 9:13 a.m. here where I'm at on the West Coast, 12:13 on the East Coast for you. I am pleased to present and bring up on stage Virginia Chung, as well as her partner in crime, Pragya. Thank you both for coming up. I will let you two take it away.
Thank you so much. That was such a beautiful performance. And I'm really happy to be here. Thank you for having me. I am Virginia Chung, as you said, she, her, a Chinese American daughter of immigrants and a mother to a 5-year-old. I am a nonprofit fundraiser and a co-founder of Give a Beat, a nonprofit connecting those impacted by mass incarceration to opportunities in music production, DJing, and education. Above all, I am a human being and I am an active ally. Today, I'm actually going to talk to you about an organization where I'm director of advancement called Wu Yi Children's Services. And they believe that nothing is more essential than excellent childcare and education for all our children right from the start. And every day we partner with parents as well as countless individuals and organizations across San Francisco to provide a network that strengthens and connects a diverse, resilient community around our children. Because when we stand up for our children, we stand up for one another. As it was founded in the heart of San Francisco's Chinatown by a grassroots group of determined Chinese American women who are parents, teachers, and social workers, Wu Yi means protector of children in Cantonese. It was in 1976 when they banded together to provide a more dignified experience for families with young children who had immigrated to the US to seek a more prosperous life. While they were unfazed by the daunting discrimination, the language and cultural barriers, our founders recognized that in order for their children to thrive in the American education system, a different approach was needed to help families navigate in a new culture while continuing to embrace their own rich identities. The path to success was to build a strong partnership with parents and listen to their needs as their children's first teachers. And with that knowledge, Wu Yi led the way to reform the early childcare and education system in San Francisco, with many firsts, including culturally and linguistically relevant resource and referral to help families connect to public services and quality childcare, bilingual and multicultural education, and curriculum that supports cross-cultural awareness and appreciation, and building coalitions such as the San Francisco Child Care Providers Association to help educators advocate for fair wages, and so much more. With inclusivity at the heart, Wu Yi has grown over 4 decades to provide early education and family services for people of all backgrounds. And with 12 early learning centers now across San Francisco and growing, Wu Yi was the first and largest provider of Head Start and early Head Start in the city. And as our country continues awakening to the horrors of its systemic racism, Wu Yi embraces our founding values to stand up always for our children and the diverse, resilient communities in which they live. We dare to envision a country where people of all ages, backgrounds, genders, and income levels are welcome to live, work, lay roots, and prosper. No one should be living in fear on the basis of their age, gender, or race, and no one should fear going to work in order to make a living. And no child or individual should have to grow up fearing the police. Our children need the support of a strong network and resilient community to have the best start possible. As an active ally, Wu Yi condemns all forms of aggression towards our communities that stem from hatred and racism, the true virus which continues to fracture our society and impact the lives of our children. We call for educational reform that prioritizes the healthy development of well-being of every young child from day one. Let us work together and get an early start to a brighter future. I'm going to pass it over to my co-presenter, Pragya.
Thank you, Virginia. So I'm Pragya. I'm a first-generation Indian American immigrant, and I work as a brand strategy consultant for major corporations. Above all, I'm a human and an active ally. As a Wu Yi ambassador, I witnessed the diversity present in San Francisco and work at the intersections of groups impacted by both hate and racism. I think it's important for all of us to get involved and help in a tangible way. It's both an expression of solidarity and an incredible learning experience. And as an active ally, I commit to taking a stand, and I call for uncolonized policies and equitable and accessible solutions for all. That's all.
Well, thank you both. Thank you, Virginia. Thank you, Pragya. Thank you so much for coming on and sharing all of the amazing work that you both are doing. I really appreciate it. Unfortunately, I wish we had more time to learn more about the work that you two are doing. Where can people connect with you so they can learn more information?
Find us at wuyee.org, WUYEE.org.
Fantastic. Well, Virginia and Pragya, thank you again so much. I'm going to transition this back over to Dr. AJ and our next guest, and let her introduce our next guest. Dr. AJ, you're muted.
Thank you. I always do that, I think, right? Our next guest is actually someone I am really, really, really excited about bringing up. He is, I'm just pulling up the bio. He is a corporate lawyer, an actor, and a former WWE broadcast announcer, and somebody that I connected with on Clubhouse, found out we had mutual friends off Clubhouse, and just kind of got to know each other. So without further ado, Shezi, welcome. We'd love to hear from you, and thank you for being here.
Hi, AJ. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. It's an honor to be here. I am Shez. I'm an American of South Asian descent, of Pakistani descent, with Indian roots, an immigrant who came to this country at the age of 9, right before the Persian Gulf War. Ended up staying here in the States by accident. I'm an actor and a lawyer, and above all, I am a human being, and I am an active ally. I just want to emphasize just how utterly shattered I am by the vitriol, the hate, and the violence leveled against the Asian community. This is absolutely an utter disgrace. There's no place in our society for these horrifying tragedies, all of which have had devastating ripple effects across our communities and families. We must continue to expand our ways of advocacy, of outreach, of developing robust inter-community action plans that galvanizes this country into recognizing who we are through representation and inclusion. As an actor, I proud in an industry that has historically sought to diminish it. As a lawyer, I wear my legal hat with a badge of honor as a member of the greater Asian community and of the South Asian community. And it gives me such pride to represent all of us in the small ways that I can. And I will continue to do so for my remaining days. It goes beyond words that I'm an active ally. I've always been coming to this country as an immigrant child and now as an adult, and will remain so for the rest of my life. So I stand shoulder to shoulder with my brothers and sisters from all of our communities, and I hope and pray that we can continue on our legacy towards prosperity and empowerment.
Well, Shez, thank you again so much. I know you weren't expecting my face. Dr. JJ had to transition out real quick, but thank you again so much for showing up and being here with us. And just as I am, and I hope to be for you as well, I am here for you as an ally, as a Chinese American ally for you as well. So thank you again so much for showing up and sharing. Well, I am very pleased to present our next guest, Keith Nishida. He is a director of NAAAP for Pride, the NAAAP Pride National Program Director. And so I'm going to bring Keith up right now so we can talk to him and hear more about the amazing work that he's doing over at NAAAP Pride. Hey, Keith, how's it going?
Hey, good morning. Aloha, everyone. And good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are.
Well, yeah, I want the floor to be yours. You know, how is this, all of everything that's been happening, how has this affected you? And what is the work that you're doing over at NAAAP?
Great. Should I do my intro?
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right. Well, Chris, thank you. And everybody involved in this live stream, thank you so much for having me. My name is Keith Nishida, and I am a queer cis male, second generation Japanese American. I am a digital marketer. I'm a recovering academic, and I say that with all the love. I still am an educator, but one of the most important work that I do right now is serving as a national program director for NAAAP Pride. That's NAAAP. NAAAP Pride. It stands for the National Association of Asian American Professionals. So above all, I am a human being and I'm an active ally. Today, I wanted to just share a little bit about the work that we do at NAAAP and NAAAP Pride, as well as my thoughts about what keeps me going as a member of the Asian community, especially in a time of turmoil against vitriol, and a quick message about how we can move forward with our allies in hand. So NAAAP Pride started about 3 years ago, but the NAAAP organization started way long ago in 1982 when the incident with Vincent Chin happened here in the United States. NAAAP Pride really exists to make sure that we engage, empower, educate, and celebrate queer API professionals. We do that through a lot of professional development opportunities. Here in Los Angeles, I'm part of the NAAAP LA chapter. We really focus on not just personal development, but professional development in the form of leadership. And I think one of the things that really makes me proud is that our chapter and many other chapters in our organization as a whole are moving from a place of not just leadership identifying and leadership defining, which I think a lot of programs do. This is what leadership looks like, and this is, what you should strive for, but rather going from that to more transformational opportunities of leadership developing it, which is a huge difference from just defining what leadership looks like. So I believe that we're doing the right work to not only identify what the next generation or the generations they're on of Asian leaders not only looks like, but also feels like and acts like. So in part of that, NAAAP Pride exists 3 years ago because we believe that queer API individuals deserve a seat at the table, and making sure that we are not only creating diversity, but also inclusion into the mix of the conversation. So I know that was kind of hard and rigid and whatnot, but I just wanted to also say that this is hard for people like myself, and I do acknowledge that I'm a cis male, and I do not speak on behalf of Asian women who rightfully have been impacted by recent incidents. But I will say that as a queer individual, I am striving to be a better ally to my female women, Asian sisters, including our trans Asian sisters. And so that is, my work also includes making sure that NAAAP Pride tries to center our conversation around our trans sisters, our trans brothers too, but right now, especially our trans sisters, not just our cisgendered Asian sisters, need the help and the support and the allyship to move forward together in unity. So I wanted to deliver that message that we ought not forget that we need to be more inclusive of who we consider as Asian women, and that I'm committed to anti-racism, anti-misogyny, anti-supremacist acts and behaviors. And today I'm calling for more representation at the table so that we can build more, we can educate ourselves about what inclusive language looks like from top to bottom.
That's fantastic, Keith, and thank you so much. And again, you know, the Asian community spans so many intersectionalities and identities, and we're, you know, as individuals, we're learning more and more on how we interact and the nuances of all of our intersectionalities. And so there's nothing wrong, and I appreciate your vulnerability in sharing that you're still learning. I'm still learning myself, as you know, also. So it is okay to say that we're still learning. As Jerry Wan shared earlier, you know, it's okay to say we don't know how to respond or how to act or what to do. And so it's completely okay to say that. And the next best thing we can do is just learn and be better in the next moment. So
absolutely.
Keith, thank you again so much for joining me and the rest of the crew today. It has been a pleasure having you here with us.
My honor. Thank you, Chris.
Well, for those of you who are just now joining us, this is Stand With Asians Live. It is March 26th, 2021. I am very excited to bring on our next guest, U.S. Senator Paul Strauss. He has graciously, made time out of his calendar to join us. So, Senator, I'm going to bring you up right now. How are you doing today?
I'm doing wonderful, and thank you for having me on. As the elected U.S. Senator representing the people of Washington, D.C., one of America's last colonies, it's a pleasure to be with you today, although under some very sad circumstances. I'm proud to stand with all of you as we fight hate in our community, and want to express my support as an ally so that we can end the violence, end the prejudice, and the hostility to one of the most dynamic sectors of Washington, D.C.'s community, but of course, Asians around the country who contribute so much to our society. Washington, D.C. is home to over 700,000 Americans who, by law, lack the basic democratic rights. And so as D.C. Senator, I don't have the same rights and privileges that allow me to take the kind of action I would like to protect my community. And it's one of the reasons why we're advocating for DC statehood, so that we can protect not just our Asian American constituents, but all of those Washingtonians who have found themselves the victim of hate, prejudice, and far too often violence in our community. The idea that someone will be targeted because of their race or ethnicity pains me deeply. As a Jewish American, members of my family came to this country fleeing anti-Semitism, and sadly, we often find ourselves the victim of it here today. Asian Americans and Jewish Americans find themselves the victims of similar prejudices, sometimes being called to account falsely for other countries' actions despite having no ties to those countries, sometimes being targeted for nothing having to do with who you really are based on ignorance and prejudice. I'm committed to ending the prejudice and hatred and the violence that is far too common in our nation. We have to take a hard look at the policies and the practices that have allowed this hate to flourish. We have to take a hard look at our own sensible laws and the lack thereof as it relates to firearms and firearm safety. But most importantly, we have to stand together, united with our Asian friends, with our community as a whole, and end the hate and violence that has plagued us for too long. Let's end the colonial policies that continue to disenfranchise the people of Washington, D.C., the territories of Guam, American Samoa, and other predominantly Asian Pacific Islander parts of the United States where they're also denied voting rights, not to mention our allies in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands as well. It's time to end hate, it's time to end American colonialism, and it's time to stand together to end the violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And I know Jetty, a part of our team, wanted to just add some quick commentary as respect to your time. So Jetty, I'll let you take it.
Great to see you, Jetty.
Hey, Senator, great to see you. Once again, I appreciate your visibility. It's great that we're able to meet through technologies like Clubhouse. Appreciate your accessibility through what we all understand is an extraordinary time for you in Washington, D.C., in the District of Columbia. So thank you for making out the time. We know that this is something that you care about. And I just want to add some color that, you know, as somebody who had worked for Hillel in college, I deeply appreciate you drawing the connection between the lessons that we can bridge across Jewish Americans and Asian Americans. I also know that you'd previously been still very active with work with Taiwan, but I know that you just want to also just speak on behalf, as you just did so eloquently, on behalf of Asian Americans everywhere. So thank you for that.
Well, thanks, Jetty, and thanks for your leadership on this issue and for all the work you've done to bring us together on this important day.
Absolutely. And I know it's an extraordinary time for you, Senator Strauss, so we'll go ahead and let you go. Would love to sync back up with you very soon and have you back next time.
All right. Well, again, Senator Strauss, thank you again so much for taking your time. I know it's been a crazy coordination thing going on for all of us, and so I really appreciate your flexibility. I am very pleased to bring up our next guest, who is Carissa Begonia. She is an Asian leadership coach and DEI consultant. And again, before we go to her, this is Stand with Asians Live. We are doing this for 12 straight hours. I started this morning, 5 a.m. Pacific time, and we will be going until 5 p.m. tonight. So for those of you on the East Coast, we're going till 8 o'clock tonight. So stick with us, keep us on in the background, because we have incredible speakers throughout the day. Carissa, I am bringing you up. Welcome to the stream.
Whoops. Okay, now I'm not on mute. Hi, everybody. Thanks so much, Chris, for this invitation, for organizing all of this. I know there was a lot of, I'm sure, a big labor of love going on behind the scenes to get this done so quickly. And I really appreciate that work that you and Cheryl and all the other folks behind the scenes are doing. Everyone, my name is Carissa Begonia. I am, like Chris said, a leadership and business coach. I'm a Filipina American, daughter of immigrants. Again, I'm a career and business coach really for BIPOC leaders and entrepreneurs. I really help folks to either launch into these values-aligned careers or also build purpose-driven businesses. I'm also the former head of DEI for Zappos. I'm also now a DEI consultant working with large corporations in corporate America or small to medium-sized businesses. And also I am the co-founder of a community / program for specifically centering AAPI history, education, emotional processing, and somatic healing. It's called ARISE, stands for Asian American Racialized Identity and Social Empowerment. And I do that with my co-facilitators, Sheng Xiao Yu and Julia Berriman. And above all, I am a human being and I'm an active ally. And, you know, as a DEI consultant, I often will get asked, like, how do I get into DEI? And my first question back is always, why do you want to do this work? And I then usually get some generic answer as to, well, you know, I want to help people, you know, this really strongly lies in my values. And again, I say, why do you want to do it? Why? And the reason I do that is it's not to deter folks, although yes, this work is difficult. It is emotionally taxing. It is very nuanced. And the reason, though, that I ask people to really think about why they want to get into this work is because there is a deeper story than people are usually telling. And I think you have to be really convicted in what that purpose is to start doing work where you can potentially be getting triggered on a daily basis. And so it really is important to me before we start thinking about, oh, how do you what are the actions I need to take externally? There's so much work to be done internally first. You know, I didn't want to be a DEI consultant or do DEI work. That was not part of my plan. It was not part of my path. And I joke that I fell into it. And when I first landed my more formal role in DEI, what I learned most in that role was not, you know, maybe how to be influential and how to talk to leaders or how to, you know, start implementing different strategies. It was more about what was going on internally. And that role specifically, I had studied emotional intelligence. That was something I really wanted to implement across the company. And what I really learned was a story that I had from when I was 9 years old. And that was my first experience with racism. And I just remember the story so vividly. I was swimming in a pool. I was on vacation with my family in Disney World. And a little white boy said to me, or said generally out loud, that he didn't want to swim in a swimming pool with Chinese people. And I remember feeling that, not sadness or even anger, I remember feeling rage. And frankly, this is embarrassing a little bit, I wanted him to die. I was so mad. And that strong emotion as a 9-year-old, I had no idea had really subconsciously affected me my entire life. Anywhere from, you know, who I dated, what job I wanted, who I wanted to associate, and the social circles I wanted to be in, you know, even what I wanted to bring to school for lunch. And I went through my entire childhood, maybe through teenage years, adulthood, until I was in my 30s. And now I'm starting to really dig into this when I have this formal role in DEI. And that, though, was eye-opening because it really brought me to a place of like understanding why this work is important to me and why, you know, despite some of the negative commentary when you're on social, like the attacks I might get on social media, the pushback, even criticism from other DEI folks or folks in the social justice space, knowing why I am doing this work is what grounds me. And so when I ask again, I talk to folks who want to be in this work, right? Whether it's, again, formally in DEI, something adjacent, I always get back to what is the purpose? And even when I created that AAPI program, ARISE, that was really, again, in response to the rise in attacks against Asian Americans at the beginning of the pandemic last year in 2020, and just seeing how not just my friends now coming out and telling their stories about the racism they were currently experiencing, or even stories that they had buried, telling them to like really being expressive about what that is. And what was even more painful was hearing them tell the stories of their children and maybe the racism they were experiencing on the school bus or in their classrooms. And for me, I was not okay with that. And it just brought me back again to that 9-year-old who didn't have someone to talk to, who didn't have the support, who rejected her identity for years because she had no idea. Sorry, I get very emotional when I talk about this. But that is what my purpose is. And the purpose of creating Arise was to help others stop that intergenerational racialized trauma that I know so many of us are experiencing. So again, when people are asking, how do I get into DI? How do I be a good ally? How do I do this work? What can I do? I'm always pointing you back to, it's not always about what you can do externally first. A lot of that has to happen in the internal processing that you do within. And so I really encourage you, whether or not you are Asian American, BIPOC or a white ally, there is something going on internally that makes you stand with Asians and makes you believe that there is something to be done and to go out into the world and do your part. So that's all I got. I am all about introspection, but I do have a bias for action, and I commit to anti-racist and anti-oppression principles. And today I really call for uncolonized DEI policies and practices in corporate America. And that will be incorporating those practices into the foundation of organizations, not just as this one-off checkbox or performative strategy, but really as something that is embedded into the organization, and that doesn't cause more harm, doesn't cause more tokenization, doesn't cause more oppression. And I thank you all again.
Well, Carissa, I want to thank you for sharing your story, as emotional as it is, as difficult as it is to bring up, that trauma, that experience that you had, because again, these are things that affect all of us as Asian Americans. And, hearing her story really made me think, these are things that happen on a daily basis. And a lot of people don't realize the consequences of their words. And as you saw from Carissa, it affected her down the line in her entire life. And I can say the same for myself as well. Well, as we move to our next speaker, I do also want to bring up my co-host, Cheryl Young, who I have been partnering with for quite some time on a lot of these initiatives. If you're just now tuning in, this is Stand with Asians Live. It is March 26th, and we are using this day, a national day of action and healing, to stand with Asians, to stop Asian hate. So Cheryl, thank you for being with me today, as always, being my partner in crime as well. And share a little bit about yourself real quick, and we will go to our next group.
Hi, testing the microphone. Hello, everyone. I'm going to say hello to everyone in multiple languages. Ni hao, lahobo, lehoma, kamusta ka, apa ka ba, vanakkam. So whoever you are out there, just empowering API voices right now, bringing our allies in, mobilizing as many people as possible. This is a movement. We feel rage. We feel, we feel passion right now, and we're all here. So looking forward to our next guest.
Absolutely. So we have next Hudson Liao, who is sorry, I'm looking at my notes, who is focused on Muay Thai, and he is actually going to show us some of the movements that, for those of you who are maybe afraid in the community to go out, maybe a couple ways for us to defend ourselves, especially those who are elder. The victims often are very, very young or very, very old, and that's because they are a more vulnerable population. Hudson, it's great to have you on Stand with Asians Live. How are you?
Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Thank you for everyone being here and sharing your stories. Carissa, my journey to martial arts was getting picked on when I was a kid. So I'm born and raised in San Francisco, Chinese American, and when I was growing up, people picked on us. I mean, that's just kind of what happened, and I wanted to take care of myself, take care of my family, and that's what took me on my journey down mixed martial arts. I've been practicing mixed martial arts in different types of disciplines for over a decade now, not to date myself a little bit. And I've really focused on Muay Thai. And I wanted to talk today about Muay Thai specifically because it's used a lot, and also because our Southeast Asian friends have been victimized so much in San Francisco, seeing a lot of the purely violent and blatant crimes has struck a lot of fear, and it struck a chord with me because I physically want to protect my friends and my family. And so I do want to highlight some of the positive aspects of mixed martial arts and how this goes to that idea and goes a little bit deeper into the confidence and the empowerment of the person so they can help the community as well. Muay Thai, Thai kickboxing, if you're not familiar with it, is a national sport of Thailand, and it goes back to the 16th century as a peacetime martial arts, meaning that it was really for demonstration and exhibition. It was really created to cause harm. However, over the last couple of years, recently, especially with the advent of mixed martial arts like the UFC, Muay Thai has become the most dominant striking force, known as the art of 8 limbs. You got your hands, your elbows, your knees, and your shins. And although it is done to be peaceful for the peaceful people, it does have this deep, rich connection to the heritage, the religion, and the culture of Thai people. Muay Thai itself, when you actually go in pro fight, you go to the temple to be blessed, and it's a very peaceful experience there. And you work and you talk to the monks, and you center yourself first before you actually train. And then there's what they call a wai ku, which is a performance around the ring to show respects for the ring and show respects for the opponent and the art and the culture. Actually, Muay Thai is probably the only martial arts out there that actually plays music while they compete with each other. And if you haven't seen it, please check out YouTube. And some of the older ones, the golden era Thai, that's a very different style. And it is really about this, peaceful person. If you go to Thailand, I'm not sure a lot of you have gone to Thailand, they're a very peaceful and gentle group of people. But then you go into the gym and then you just got straight killers in there that you would never notice. And that's kind of the demeanor of Muay Thai itself. There's a lot of rhythm, a lot of patience, and it's a very beautiful thing if it's done right. And it is also extremely useful. It's also why people practice it, and there's aspects of it used in so many different types of mixed martial arts out there, and also in different type of self-defense. I'm going to go through and show you some of those techniques that I think will be useful to protect yourself, and especially if you're protecting someone else as well. And we'll go on a very high level of all these techniques. I have my friend here. He's going to come in and demo with me. So he volunteered to let me kick him and punch him a little bit. This is Jeremy. He is another practitioner of very high level jiu-jitsu, ex-Marine. So guys that really want to take care of themselves, take care of the community. And if you want to learn more, we'll connect with you after. We have a large rally on next Sunday to go into more details about stuff. All right. So one of the most important things about martial arts is keeping distance away from your perpetrator. If by the time they get too close to you, you lost half the battle, right? There's a lot less you can do to control the situation, especially if they're bigger than you. So one of the most used move in Muay Thai is called a teep. And what the teep is a front push kick, and this uses a lot of distance control. So we're going to show it real fast, and then I'm going to show you some technique behind it. Quick and simple, right? Okay. So what you're aiming to do here, you're aiming for right for the solar plex, right here, and using the balls of your feet. And you can push them up. So the technique is up and push out. So you come up first, so you're ready for attack, and then you pop your hip out to get that distance. Because there's no way his arms are going to reach me longer than my leg. And my arms can reach him, right? We could be this far in control. Now, when you start practicing using this a little bit more, you can also attack the legs. So you want to keep them away. If they're coming at you, attack the legs, up here, just to keep them away. And so another way is if they get too close and you're worried, you can back up, and as they aggressively push at you, you can use the back teeth too. So they're coming at me, boom. Same thing here. You want to keep the distance, follow your feet, and push. And then, so that's when you're able to see it coming. So there's a lot of situational awareness where like combat, fighting, and you're being attacked. So stay aware. That's one of the things that we want to teach too is first be situational aware so you don't have to get into the situation. But if you get into it, there's literally phases that you can protect yourself with. One of them is this distance control first. Stay away, keep them away, push them away. Your legs are the longest limbs. They're not going to be longer than your arm. Come at me. Like, there's no way here, right? But at this time, we're just fighting each other. And if you're physically smaller than the person, they're going to have leverage on you. Now, come back again. Use your legs. Keep them away. Now I'm going to show you some of the closer range tactics. So say he gets closer here, and he comes. Now you want to keep your frame here. Keep your hands out and keep pushing. So like, start try to punch. This is what you want to do. You want to mitigate the pressure here. All you have to do is here, hands out like that, right? Here, out. So that you have to make them travel around and you take away some of the forces of it. So attacking, yeah. So you want to keep them away here, push them away here. And if you're able to control them, some of the other weapons that Muay Thai will teach you are knees. Here. So you control them, keep them away, boom, and push. So again, boom, push, and keep them away from you. And other stuff here, if they're coming at you, this is why it's so deadly. To get the inside control here, I can control his body frame. Martial arts is about control. Self-defense is about control. You don't have to just inflict pain. So here, I'm keeping him away, pushing him away. I can push here, and then if he comes again, back to the teeth. Oh, come here. Boom. Again, if that fails, here, then you have other weapons here too. Besides the knee, you got elbow here, elbow. Push him. Things. So I know that was a lot for everyone to kind of talk about. Yeah, thanks, Jeremy. To understand it, and you're not going to learn high-level Muay Thai within 5 minutes. So I really urge people, if you're interested in learning more, just get active. We have a big rally called Asian Are Strong next Sunday, to April 4th in front of City Hall. We're literally going to have multiple San Francisco-based gyms. We're going to have Muay Thai, Kung Fu, boxing, Wing Chun, Krav Maga. Show the community how they're going to do. We're going to work with SFPD too to show situational awareness, bystander stuff. So you can empower yourself to take care of yourself so you can take care of other people. No, well, one of our call to actions is be your own hero. Stop looking around. You have to take the responsibility to take care of yourself and take care of other people. And you know, it's scary. I was talking, Carissa's message right before this really triggered me a little bit because remember when I was getting picked, you know, it was the first time. I was like, you know, I'm going to take care of myself. And I walk around with a lot of confidence now, especially with my friends having my back. And I want my family, my community, and my sister, them all to have this confidence too. I don't want my people to be scared anymore. But it starts with us.
Well, thank you again, Hudson. I know that's, yes, a very quick demo. However, I'm seeing people, you know, already commenting, saying that they appreciate it very much. So I appreciate it as well. And I'm even seeing in the backstage, I'm going to call out Jetty real quick that he's practicing it as well. So, hey, you know, it's great to practice. It's great. And thank you so much for showing that to us, because it is so important for us to not only defend ourselves, but also help others if they are in need. And especially if they are in a vulnerable position or part of the vulnerable population, like our elders, it is so important for us to be able to come to their defense. So thank you again, Hudson. It's been an honor having you with us.
I appreciate everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you. Well, for those of you, again, that was awesome, Cheryl. What did you think? What did you think about that little demonstration?
You know, I live in the city. I have been harassed and catcalled on the street so many times. I'm so excited to use some of these moves. I'm so proud of this heritage and this tradition, and this awesome, powerful way to defend myself. So thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah, that was really awesome. And so I'm going to do a quick little reset for us because, as we're waiting for our next guest to come on, this is Stand with Asians Live. You are here with myself, Chris Lin, and Cheryl Leong. We are two of the hosts out of a group of us who pulled this together to show that we need to activate the power of the Asian voices in our community. And we are doing a lot. We have spoken to numerous leaders in the space. We are 5 hours in, or just about to hit 5 hours in, and we're about to go another 7 hours. 7 more hours of talking with leaders, 12 total hours. I started this morning at 5 a.m. with Dr. AJ and Jetty Yuan, and we are going to be going all through the rest of the day until 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern time. So stick with us. Even if you can't stay with us the entire time, I recommend that you just keep this on in the background. That way you can access it and maybe listen to it as you're working or doing whatever you're doing. Cheryl, what are you, from what you've heard so far from all the speakers that we've had on, who's really impacted you the most?
Oh no, I can't say there's been one that stands out because they've all stood out. I am so craving and dying to hear Asian voices right now. I want to uplift our voices. I want us to have the platform. Every single person, tears, anger, motivation, call to allyship, all of that has been incredible, amazing. I want to see us hit the platforms, just get our voices out. So I can't say one stood out. Everyone stood out. It was all incredible.
Yeah, it was all really moving. I mean, we started the day with MC Jin. We've had numerous allies, numerous leaders come on and share their stories. So again, if you're just now joining us, if you can later on when we conclude this stream, go back. There have been so many emotional stories, emotional words, and moving words to help us move forward together. I used move too much there, but we're really, to come together in solidarity and move forward and progress as a group. As we keep with the theme, the reason we're doing this is today, March 26th, is a National Day of Action and Healing. If you want to learn more about what you can do in your communities, go to AsianAmericanDayOfAction.com and you'll be able to see what is available for you. And if you are interested in any of the other programming that Stand with Asians has today, because we're not the only program today, we're just a 12-hour straight live stream. If Clubhouse is more your game, or maybe Facebook, or maybe a rally or protest in something in person, go to standwithasians.com. They have an entire day of programming for you to get involved and participate so we can activate our voices together. Well, I am very pleased to bring up our next guest, who is a violence expert and editor of The Dangerous Case of Donald Trump, Dr. Bandi Lee. Welcome to the stage, and thank you for joining us.
Welcome, Dr. Lee.
Hello. Shall I begin?
Yes, please.
I'm Dr. Bandi Lee, a forensic psychiatrist, violence expert, and president of the World Mental Health Coalition, which is dedicated to promoting societal mental health. I will first start with the immediate cause of the escalation of anti-Asian violence, and then move on to societal causes. I would first like to bring your attention to what I said exactly a year ago in March 2020. The greatest risk factor of disease and death is not being considered, and that is Donald Trump. If he continues in this presidency, he is on course for having 3 main effects. First, he will make a deadly pandemic much worse. Second, he will stoke divisions between believers and unbelievers in his alternative reality. And third, he will vastly augment suffering, which he will direct into widespread violence by calling the novel coronavirus Chinese virus, simultaneously deflecting blame from himself and channeling the rage to new targets for attack. This is what I said in March 2020. As his presidency continued full term without repudiation or any reckoning for the violence he has incited, Asian Americans have become victimized. Mental health professionals have since the beginning warned of his psychological dangerousness, among which is his tendency to project his own characteristics onto and unacceptable actions onto others, as he did when he scapegoated Asians through the derogatory phrases such as Chinese virus and Kung flu. Just as his dehumanization of immigrants and desperate migrants led to unprecedented hate crimes and mass shootings, we have seen up to 4,000 reported verbal and physical assaults against Asian Americans over the last year, which is most certainly also an underestimate. Furthermore, the recent mass murder at the Georgia spas made clear that Asians, particularly women and elders, are not safe. Meanwhile, we know that Donald Trump was responsible for at least 40% of the now over 500,000 COVID-19 deaths, according to a recent Lancet article, and that 59 to 97% of the deaths were unnecessary, according to a Columbia University study. This immense suffering has been displaced onto Asian Americans as scapegoats through the former president's unique pathological ability to read his followers and to deflect his own failures onto others. Now, the Trump presidency was a public health emergency from the start, and violence is a societal and cultural disorder more than an individual one. Individual circumstances may vary, but of greater significance is the cultural shift that pushes vulnerable individuals into violence where previously they may not have been. The January 6th insurrection, the mass killing of Asian Americans, and the reign of white supremacist terrorism and intimidation are all interrelated and exacerbated due to a former president being so quote unquote successful in avoiding repercussions for his actions. After 2 impeachment acquittals, which he and his followers interpret as exonerations, and no other prosecutions yet in sight, he is well positioned to continue to inspire responses that make the pandemic more deadly, to embolden those who subscribe to his version of reality where he never fails and is never responsible, and to redirect the suffering of the populace to his targets of choice. We need vigorous delegitimizing of his actions and influence to curtail a violent culture that will give rise to epidemics of violence, including anti-Asian violence. Societally, we need to recognize that the deadliest violence occurs through societal structures, not through individual actions. Structural violence, be it economic inequality, sexism, or racism, is responsible for more than 10 times the deaths from behavioral violence, that is suicides, homicides, civil strife, and wars all combined. Structural violence, such as racism, is also the most potent stimulant of behavioral violence, giving rise to epidemics of hate crimes, murders, and acts of terrorism. We must call out these cultural forces that threaten safety and our collective well-being. We must hold leaders responsible for their destructive rhetoric and oppose legislation that disadvantages minority groups, such as voting restrictions, which is essentially the usurpation of the people's voice. Asian Americans have been silent and silenced, alternately valorized or feared and othered. They have, in general, tried to fit in with the dominant culture in order to secure safety and survival. But this is a false sense of security through compliance and collusion. Striving for true unity in diversity, on the other hand, not by conformity, but by emphasizing our common humanity, equality and justice for all, will go a long way. African Americans have a long history of such struggles, meeting oppression and hate with nonviolent struggle and compassion. We need to emphasize how much we have to learn from and are interdependent with all non-dominant groups and join forces. African American struggles are also Asian struggles. Native American struggles are also Asian struggles. And Latin American struggles are also Asian struggles, and so on and so forth. In order to heal from the societal sickness that starts in the mainstream white American culture, but spreads through the externalization and projection of its problems and the generation of intergenerational trauma for non-whites, we need first to name our wounds and affirm our diverse identities. By embracing and drawing upon our cultural roots of who we are and cultivating a sharing of and owning our cultural forms of working with the struggles and suffering that we feel in our lives is the true path to healing. So I will end there.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Dr. Lee. You have been a hero in our community, a strong and powerful Asian woman leader. And you led such a powerful fight campaigning against Donald Trump and the hateful rhetoric. You predicted the violence ahead of time. You advised politicians. You have done so much. And I'm so glad that you took this platform to share your thoughts, your very, very powerful thoughts, your insights, and your expertise. So thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you so much. And thank you also for the powerful work you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Next up, we'd like to introduce our another co-host, Hung Lee. Oh, Hung Black, sorry. Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
I can. You're very loud and clear. Wonderful.
Wonderful. Hi, my name is Hang Black. Chúc mừng tất cả mọi người. I wanted to take a cue from you, Cheryl. Good job. I am the global leader of revenue enablement at Juniper Networks and author of Embrace Your Edge, Pave Your Own Path as an Immigrant Woman in the Workplace. More importantly, I am a Vietnamese immigrant and an unapologetically ambitious woman in high tech. But above all, I am a human being and an active ally. If we have other speakers, we're happy to go to them, or we can spend a little bit time on my story a little bit later. Cheryl, up to you. You're on mute.
Go for it.
Okay, great. My family left Vietnam on April 29th, 1975, one day before Saigon fell, leaving everything behind: life, language, culture, and country. And as with other immigrants, contrary to divisive messaging, immigrants arrived with hope for a hand up, not expectations for a hand out. I grew up in the Deep South between a black and white world, but I was loved in Louisiana until I moved away in 3rd grade. And at that time, I was pushed off swings every day, spat upon by boys as I was leaving school. And one evening I was surrounded by 7 girls who were not friends, but decided to combine together to on the initiative of beating me up. So why do I care? That story often tears me up, not for my own pain, but for the pain that pain has left me long ago, but for the pain of other people and other boys and girls who have experienced that today. So with that, I want to make sure that part of writing my book was to make sure that everyone behind me, their path is much easier. Although this incident in Georgia took the lives of now 7 people, and it was unfortunate, our people have been lit on fire in the streets. Our grandmothers and grandfathers have been pushed down for 1 or 2 at a time every week for 6 or 7 months. So unfortunately, I was expecting it. But hopefully the beauty of this adversity is it's bringing all of our communities together. So I call for educational reform. I call for increased representation, especially at the corporate level, and especially at the higher ranks. I call for increased investments in diversity and inclusion, and I call for equity and access. And with that, I believe we have our next guest.
Yes, our next guest is CVP of Security, Compliance, and Identity at Microsoft, Vasu Jakkal. Welcome.
Hi, it's great to be here. Can you both hear me, see me?
Your voice is wonderful and clear.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you, Vasu. Can you introduce yourself a little bit and what you stand for and why you're here?
Yep, absolutely. And Hank, I'm going to follow your great role model and introduce myself as a human above all and a global citizen. I think we all have a purpose to serve. There's a reason we are all here. So a little bit more about me. I'm at Microsoft. I'm really, really proud to be there, and I'm responsible for our security business overall, as well as oversee the marketing. And my journey to America has been probably very similar to a lot of you. I'm a proud Asian. I'm a proud Indian. I'm a proud American. I'm a proud immigrant. I'm a proud person of color. I'm a proud woman. So there's a lot of check boxes there, and I'm proud that I get to serve all of you and be there and hopefully lend my voice to build a better world. I've been watching closely what's happening in our world, and we live in a world of hurt right now, a lot of hurt. And I think what we don't realize is when one person hurts or when one community hurts, we all really hurt. So I'm proud to be here. That's a little bit about me. That's how I think, who I am, and I stand strongly with you all. I think you're on mute, Hank.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much. Can you share a story of us? You are a successful, a successful executive at Microsoft, and your path must not have been easy, especially given your status being a double minority. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
I love that, double minority. I'm going to add that to my list of things that I'm super proud of too. First, I just wanted to say a thank you to all the incredible human beings who've made it possible for me to be here, to have this platform. You know, all along my life, I've had people take bets on me. And I am, if I'm not a symbol of the American dream, I'm not sure what else can be, right? And as you said, Hank, it's been an interesting journey from that first time. I love what you said. You know, we come here with all this hope to change the world, to do better. And I was very much like that, a believer in science fiction. And I thought that's what we're going to do. We're going to build Star Trek and we're going to go where no one has gone before. And I still believe with all my heart that we are going to do that. And along the journey, I think we realize that there are unconscious biases. Many times it's just unintentional because people are afraid of what they don't know. And when they don't know things, that causes fear, and fear causes hatred. And over the last few years, like many of you, I've seen the divisiveness really in our society. Many stories that I can share, but in one in particular, I thought I would flag because this is something which is recent, and it's I'm proud to share the story. It's one of my colleagues. She shared, like me, she's an Asian American, and she shared the story where she traveled as part of Microsoft. She traveled to another part of the world before the pandemic hit us. And when she traveled, she was met with discrimination along that journey. Everything from a restaurant where she was treated differently, treated like a second-class citizen, to even the walls within the corporate world where she was not given the same respect that someone else would get in her shoes. And these are just situations which remind me again, Hank, of the work that is ahead of us and that what we need to do. I'm a big believer that we all want the same thing and we are all cut out from the same metal and that we are all connected. But sometimes we don't see that. And that's the work that we need to do together.
Well, our brains are wired to be uncomfortable with differences, right? As I spoke with Chris Voss, he had mentioned there are two things that we need for credibility: trust and competence. Not confidence, but competence. And our brains are wired to not trust what's different. And that's why when we look at being a minority when you've got multiple layers, and I'm sure we're all minorities in different ways, right? It's not just what you can physically see, which unfortunately has been the definition. So I want to ask you, Vasu, what does active allyship mean to you? And as an executive of a very well-known company such as Microsoft, what is your call to action?
Yeah, active allyship to me means belonging together. But most importantly, Hang, we stand on the shoulders of giant, you, me, all of us. We're here because someone else has paved the way for us. And active allyship means being that for someone else, for lending your platform and your voice to make a difference, for leading with compassion and with empathy. So that's how I think about allyship. It's about sponsorship. It's about helping connect the dots. It's about being the people that others can stand on, and fundamentally building a better world with inclusion and diversity, because we cannot be our best selves and we cannot create a platform for others to be their best self and live our mission without that allyship.
Thank you. And Cheryl, did you have a question for Vasu or comment?
No, I just wanted the audience to take a screenshot. Okay, 3 powerful Asian immigrant women on the same screen, leaders, right? Not afraid of speaking. Okay, very, very clear voices. So take a screenshot. Okay, we exist and we're here. So that's what I wanted to just mention. And thank you so much, Vasu. Your voice has been so powerful.
Of course, and now you're going to make me just cry along with doing this. I just wanted to leave you all with another thought where I started. Our world is in hurt right now. And when we hurt, we all hurt, not just one person, not just one community, all of us, because we are connected. One of the things that I'm super proud of is Microsoft's mission, which is to empower every person on this planet to achieve more. And Satya said something recently which just, it just like pulled on my heartstrings. So I'll share that. He said, how can we empower every person to achieve more if we don't include every person in that conversation and we don't represent every person in that conversation? So I thought I'll end it there because it is a powerful mission. We have a lot of work ahead of us and we've come a long way. So thank you and utmost gratitude to all the people who've helped us make this possible, to all our allies, and let's be allies for those who need us right now. Thank you.
Vasu, I really want to thank you. And before we transition to Minda Harts, who every time I see her, I get goosebumps and I fangirl a little bit. But I'd like to can we bring Minda Harts up to the stage and maybe do one more power pose and take a photo with her? Here's why. Look at the color palette on this screen, you guys. I'm so pleased. Minda, if you caught that end of this, Vasu is the CVP of security at Microsoft. Minda Harts was literally, may I say it, the it girl for diversity last year with her book, The Memo, How Women of Color get to the boardroom. I know I botched it a little bit. Just you make me so nervous, like when I see you. So how about one power pose for all of us, and we'll take a quick screenshot. Yes, girl.
All right. I love you girls so much. And this is such a beautiful picture. I'm so inspired to be there. I promise you, we're going to solve these challenges. We're going to make the world a better place. So you have my deepest commitment in that. Big hugs, big love. Have a great time and see you all soon. Bye.
Thank you, Vasu. Thank you, Vasu. We did intro you a little bit, Minda, but I'd love for you to intro yourself because I'm sure you can do it much more eloquently than I did.
Well, it's good to see you both. Thank you for having me. This is very important to me. So I feel honored to be here with you both to be in solidarity, not just in word, but in practice. And so my name is Minda Harts. I go by she, her, hers, and I am an African-American woman, one of 3 kids, the oldest, and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, Minda. And with your book specifically, what prompted you to write the book and what prompted you to be here? When did you find out about the Asian anti-sentiment? I love bringing on Latinx, Black allies, and I like to show up for the other communities as well. But tell me, what brings you here today?
Yeah, there's a lot of inequality going on, and it's not just happening to Black lives, it's happening to anyone who feels like they're on the margins. And for me, I started my equity work by writing my first book, The Memo, What Women of Color Need to Know. And, you know, I could have said what Black women need to know to get a seat at the table, or what, you know, brown women need to know, but I wanted to be inclusive. I wanted to use language that would be more inclusive, so that all those of my sisters, including those in the AAPI community, knew that they always had a seat at my table. And so if one of us aren't free, then none of us are free. And so it's important for me to use my voice in this way. And lastly, I've known about this anti-Asian type of hate because I have relatives who are also part of the AAPI community. And so this is really close to my heart as well.
Thank you, Minda. And what would be your, what does active allyship look like for you, especially as an author? And now you're the CEO of your own company that coaches brown and beige women of all shades.
You know, active allyship is, so in my book, I talk about allyship being really washed down because some people give themselves a title of ally without actually having any receipts to show for it, not actually demonstrating what allyship looks like. And so for me, I shy away from calling myself an ally and show up in the spaces where I can demonstrate allyship. And so this is one way I am demonstrating allyship. But then also earlier this year, when I started teaching my course at NYU, we also talked about the AAPI community and the assaults that have been happening. So it's important for me to bring every intersection that's causing anyone hate to the forefront. I talk about it on my social networks and also, you know, behind the scenes. And so being an ally isn't just when someone calls you to be on the screen in a public way, but also behind the scenes. So I would encourage everybody, if you consider yourself an ally, ask yourself, when was the last time I demonstrated allyship? And if you're not demonstrating allyship to the AAPI community or any other community for that matter, then you might have to take a step back and see what you could do to make sure that you're really showing up for people when they need it.
Oh, that was so beautifully spoken. And, you know, you have done such great work. I know you come on to, you've been at pretty much every speaking engagement I've seen this year, Watermark, Grace Hopper. So thank you for doing the work that you do with the E-suite of many of our Fortune 100 companies and beyond. Really want to thank you for your time so much. And I know this was a last minute ask. We put this together, 75 speakers in 6 days. Thank you so much for your time. And we will connect soon, I'm sure, Minda.
All right, sending you both love in the entire community. Thank you for having me.
Take care. Feel free to hang out as long as you want, and we will bring up our next guest. Cheryl, would you like to introduce her?
Hi, can we introduce Trinity or bring Trinity up to the stage? Oops.
Oh, sorry. Hi, Chris.
Hi, Chris. Oops.
You're
Oops,
mute. Chris.
You're muted.
All the technical stuff going on today. Well, that was a great pose that I got of the four of you. You know, having Minda here, having Vasu here. It was great hearing from them. And I just want to personally thank them both for taking the time and sharing their stories and their work that they're doing. We actually have a very short break before we bring on our next guest, Lindsey Leong, who we're currently waiting for. But yeah, if you two would like to maybe discuss just what you took, got out of this, what would you like to say so far from Minda and Vasu's?
Well, I have to say that I love bringing in the other communities. And one of the things that we talked about is the Asian monolith and Asian invisibility. And you can see that we have been taught to really put our heads down, be quiet, and that's kind of been part of the issues, right? So one of the things that we talk about in my company is to make sure that we're role modeling and we're celebrating the women, Asians, and people who are typically silent to become a little bit more vocal, and it's okay. It's absolutely okay, and to stand with each other and embrace each other. Cheryl, what did you take away from the conversation?
Yeah, allyship, being people of melanated skin, standing together, and bringing our holding hands with our white allies and just doing this together, co-liberation for all is what I got from all of that.
Yeah. There's so much that we, solidarity and holding that and standing side by side that we need to do with each other. And it's so incredible to see all of these people just on this live stream come together with us. And so it's been a fantastic journey, and looks like we are going to bring Reverend Dr. Trinity on next. So Cheryl and Hang, I'm going to let you two take it over, do an introduction, and I will take myself off.
So Reverend Trinity is an award-winning activist and co-founder of the API Family Pride. Certainly a role model for me. Let's bring her on the stage.
Hello.
Hi.
I finally made it. I just have some new technology.
Dr. Trinity, could you bring your mic up?
Oh, it's not working?
We can hear you. You just might need to turn your volume up.
Oh, okay. Let's try this. How about that? Is that better? No. I don't know how to fix that. Okay.
You might want to take your headphones out.
Oh, okay. Let's try that. Then I have to undo the Bluetooth and take everything off.
No problem with.
Now you're on mute.
Okay, calm down.
There you go.
You sound awesome now. Welcome.
But it didn't work. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Okay. So where should we start?
Let's have you introduce yourself and let's share what you have to share.
Well, I am Reverend Dr. Trinity, but you can call me Trinity. I use she and her pronouns. The first thing I want to tell you is I'm 70 years old, and I'm proud to say that, because finally, by the time I turned 70, I realized I know something. I know how things work finally. It took a long time. And among the AAPI community, I am one of the rare members of a post-World War II generation. My family, my father came over in 1926. So we have quite a different history. And so I grew up in the United States when there was less than 1% Asian population. That's how I grew up. So talking about being a minority, we were invisible. We were way, way under the ground. But I say this because, my own history is as an organizer, a scholar, college teacher, and now spiritual healer and teacher, mainly working with people of color, LGBT people, and women. And of course, I am a human being and an activist and an ally. So where do we go from here?
Can you tell us a little bit of how you got into your work?
Well, there's many aspects of my work. I've been a political activist for 50 years, starting back in high school. But the main thing that brought me to activism was my own growing up experiences. Many people have already talked about the fact that as Asians, we keep trying to fit in, and yet no matter how hard we try, how long we demonstrate, how excellent our performance is, somehow we hit the glass ceiling or bamboo ceiling. And this has been my life over and over and over again. And that's what led me to political struggle, to understand not only what was going on, but how to change it. But in the course of doing political activism, I also realized that there were some limitations in how we were going about things, in that we kept trying to go against the system and changing it without realizing the heart of the people that were maintaining the system, as well as the heart of the people that were suppressed by it, were also locked in this basically spiritual deadlock, in which and that we needed to find a different way to do our politics from a different soul or heart place. And that's what led me to my most recent work in the Asian community, which had to do with advocating a different way for Asian queer and trans people to come out to our families and be out proudly as gay people, but not in the white way. The white way meant basically out loud and proud, in your face, take it or leave it. And if you're Asian, you just don't do those kind of things. I mean, not even about the gay issue. Confrontation just doesn't work with us. And yet, how do you go about changing not only social attitudes, but the heart of the people that maintain those attitudes? And my experience was that to go about it knowing that ultimately, at the beginning, at the end, unity is what brings us together. Meaning, your parents don't want to lose you as a gay person because they think you're an outcast, and you don't want to lose them because they raised you. So how can you take this looking like a conflict and turn it into something in which we can come together? And that's what I was part of for the last 30 years. Advocating a compassionate and sensitive and culturally appropriate way to come out. And I can say that has successfully taken place because in 2017, there was a study done by racial groups about same-sex marriage. And it turns out that Asians supported same-sex marriage at 69%, meaning 7 out of 10 people. And first of all the racial groups, that's the highest level of support. And the next groups, which are the Hispanic and white, they came in at 60 and 59%. So there's a very big 10% difference. So how can you explain that? Nobody lobbied the Asians to kind of come out and support gay people. In fact, in the same-sex campaign, we were basically, not even in the strategy. But what explains this change of status, if not by looking at the change in heart? And that's what I come to bring and want to teach people, that we have to go about politics also from the feeling and the spiritual consequences of what we're trying to do. Because if we are blind to the transcendental transformation that we're asking of people, then we won't accomplish that. That's what I have learned in my 70 years of activism.
So, Trinity, I just want to say that when I was coming out of the closet more than 20 years ago now, I think that had it not been for faces like yours, it would have been so much harder. You carved a path for API folks like me to come out. And I'm so grateful for that. And people need to hear about your leadership and what you have carved for our community. You've been such a powerful figure. So I want to just deeply appreciate that. Do you have any sort of call to action for us out there, or for the audience to take away from you?
Well, what I learned as a call to action, it can be a call to action for, equitable representation or participation in community boards. All of the concretes are very important because organizing takes many little steps. You can't get to the top of the mountain without going through the many steps. But at the same time, you can't go to the top of the mountain unless you aim for the moon, because you're always looking down. So how do you kind of look up? You have to look at something higher. Anybody who's a mountaineer knows that they have to look at the top. They're going up the mountain and they have to look at the top. So what I'm trying to say is that concrete calls to actions need to be imbued with the qualities that motivate the action. So, for example, a good example is in 1968 at the Memphis workers' strike in the city where Dr. King was unfortunately assassinated. The workers wore the sign, "I am a man." In other words, it was a call to humanity. So when I see the signs that say, "I am invisible," "I am not invisible," or "I am not a virus," to me, it also resonates with that call to people to be the humane human beings we are. And that's what I'm trying to say, that anger will get you started, but it will not carry you the long distance. It will certainly not carry you for the decades. And having been an activist for 50 decades, I know what it takes to take that. I know what it costs to be constantly putting yourself out. So my wisdom is to let people know that you have to not only dream the world that you are creating, but to be in and create the world that you are seeking by creating that in your own relationships in work. So, for example, when you call a committee together to do the work, are you taking care of each other? Are you asking how everyone is? Are you seeing how the specific tactic fits into the overall process of transformation? And if you don't, you'll burn out. You'll burn out in 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, but it's not going to be the long haul. And I say this because in order to really look at what compels, Asians, we're the newcomers in America. We may be at this only for a couple hundred years compared to the Native American and Black communities that have been at this for many more hundreds of years. So how are we going to kind of step up to the plate in order to take our place and hold it? And so that's what I mean about whatever concrete action is there, imbue it with the long-term transformative qualities that are embedded in it. Otherwise, you'll find yourself sidelining yourself. And that's what I have to say.
Oh gosh, thank you so much for those words of wisdom, especially for us who are right in the middle of our activism. I think we need to hear about burnout and we need to sort of turn to you for that kind of advice. So thank you so much, Dr. Trinity, for being with us. And thank you so much for all that you've done and continue to do. Thank you.
Wonderful. And our next guest is a personal friend of mine who I met about a year ago. She is the CEO of Advancing Women Executives, and she is one of my executive coaches. And one of the reasons that I wrote my book is because later on, we've talked about this. Asians kind of fall through the cracks between lighter skinned folks and darker skinned folks. And one of the things that I wanted to provide was a view into access and creating access for all of us, access and voice. And I'm so pleased to invite Meiko here because she created, Dr. Trinity just talked about not only living it, but bringing it forth for everyone around you. So Meiko created this business and this community that gives women a chance to succeed. So Meiko, I'd love for you to introduce yourself.
Thank you so much, Hang, and thank you so much for putting this together with your colleagues. I really appreciate it. So my name is Meiko Takayama, and I'm a 26th generation Japanese woman. I was born in the US, and my pronouns are she, her, and hers. I'm a mother, a wife, a daughter, a sister, a friend, a colleague, and the CEO of a company that focuses on creating sustainable workplace cultures by embedding equity into companies. I actually think it was incredible timing that I'm following Dr. Trinity. I was listening to her as I was waiting, and she said at one point, look at the mountain and look at the top. And actually, my last name is Takayama, and it actually translates to high mountain. So I thought, ooh, that's a good dovetail into this conversation. Again, above all, I am a human being, and I am both an active participant and an ally.
Thank you for that, Meiko. And in the work that you've seen, that you've done, first of all, you're in the Bay Area, so you've seen all of this anti-sentiment unfold. What has it brought up for you as far as your work goes? As far as why is it that the amplification, we don't see it nearly as much? I have been receiving texts on the background about a shooting in San Francisco last night, even of a 19-year-old, and we're just not seeing it. And part of your work is to uplift all the voices that are unseen and unheard. What has this brought up for you in the last, in the last couple weeks?
So it's brought up so many different emotions. From a very kind of practical perspective, I would have to say, what's amazing is that we should have seen this coming, right? It was like this earthquake that happened, and that it's this tsunami that we're all of a sudden seeing, yet it took a while for it feels like this tsunami to really start to gain momentum. And yet we really should have known that this was going to happen, and we should have put in place some sort of warnings, right? So it was the earthquake happened, the tsunami came, and yet there was absolutely no warning signals that went out to prepare us, the Asian community, and the rest of the world to say, hey, we've got to stop this before it comes. We need to put up the sandbags. We need to put up the barriers. And so that was something that I keep on thinking, wow, what did we miss? Why did we not signal that? And I think a lot of that has to go to the, again, model minority myth that is out there about Asians. I think that a lot of that has to go with the fact that there's not as much, I think, emphasis placed on the Asian community with regards to being part of the diversity conversation. And so, for me, personally, it also impacted me because it was me having to have a conversation with my 82-year-old mother to say, you need to be careful. She lives by herself in Chicago. And to start to have that conversation. And it was heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking because my mother was a green card holder for 50 years until 2017, when she said to my sister and me, she said, I want to become a US citizen so that I can vote in the next election. And so with that, that was a very personal situation where we had to then have a conversation with her to say, we need for you to be careful. And, as we all know, in the Asian community, the concept of reverence to elders is something that is really an incredible part of the community. And the fact that you have to now have that sort of conversation with someone who is someone that we should be revering is really heartbreaking. Also, from a professional perspective, though, what we've started to see is how incredibly unrelenting the past year has been. So anybody who's in diversity, equity, and inclusion, which stands for DEI, stands for diversity, equity, inclusion. It's again been incredibly unrelenting. First there was George Floyd with BLM, and then there was the impact of COVID on women in the workplace, and then the anti-Asian hate crimes that have been occurring, and then most recently the Vatican and same-sex marriage, and now we're staring down at Derek Chauvin's trial. This is all while still mourning the losses of the lives in Atlanta. It's been something that, from a professional perspective, has, I know, been incredibly difficult for myself and my peers who are in the DEI space to try to prioritize and manage, because there's this sense of having to compartmentalize. And so everyone says, well, should we be thinking about BLM? Should we be thinking about women? Should we be thinking about LGBTQIA+? Should we be thinking about Asians? And our perspective is you need to be thinking about it all. And yet at the same time, how do we ensure that, again, our voices are heard?
That's right. It's the answer to that is yes, 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 and yes, right? And so, you had single-handedly created this company, and now you've built a whole village behind you that does nothing but advance women and immigrants and all types of populations through the course. So what would you say that your call to action is for active allyship in these people who have now become high-level executives? What is your definition for active allyship for them, and what would your call to action for them be to pay it forward?
So my call for active allyship is that allyship is actually typically with people who are not representative within the group. So if we're looking at the non-Asian representing individuals, please ensure that you are actually having a voice on this. If you're an executive at a company and you've got an ability to be able to have some say within the communications, ensure that you are actually communicating to the organization your concerns, similar to the black boxes that happened after George Floyd. What kind of message are you sending out, not only to your employees, but your community, to your support of the Asian community? I think that is incredibly imperative. And also to ensure that your internal employees feel safe. Again, Asians are oftentimes the underrepresented minorities with the quietest, quote unquote, quietest voices. So ensure that they feel supported and ensure that they feel as though they've got the right mental health resources and tools to be able to support them and to ensure that they feel that they're in a safe environment.
Thank you, Meiko. And I have to admit that I shared the studies that you shared with us during the last all meeting, and I shared it with my C-level staff. And I told them, when we talk about race, gender gets marginalized. And when we talk about gender, race gets marginalized. They were not even going to sexual orientation, religion, tenure, disability. We're not even talking about all of that. And so what I told them was, I know that I'm fairly vocal about this, but what do I have to lose at this point? Because I need you as a majority person to step up, because we also know that the studies show that as a minority, when you advocate for other minorities, it hurts your career, hurts your trajectory, hurts your reputation. However, as part of the majority, when you celebrate and bring others along, you're seen as a hero. So I ask everyone to be a hero. If you are in part of the majority, whatever that space looks like, to be the hero for the minorities in the room around you. And I think that was really enlightening for them. And I told them, every time I come to you, I know I am personally putting my career on the line, but it means that much to me. And they were tearing up, C-level executives, because it meant so much. So I really want to thank you for providing that message so that we can further amplify it.
Thank you. And thank you so much for being that role model, Hang. It's incredibly important for your peers, your managers, and also the people who are following your footsteps to actually be able to see that if they can see it, they can be it.
I love that.
So, and I truly agree with what you're saying, that the more representation that there is, particularly of Asian, Black, and Brown women at the top of organizations, once we see that there's greater equity with regards to matching what the population looks like, then we don't need to be having these types of conversations anymore.
I love that so much. So Cheryl and Chris, do we segue, or do we want to speak with, do you have time to speak with Meiko a little bit? What is this bringing up for you?
Well, for me, Cheryl, go ahead. You've been on.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, just reflections on what you've so far of what Meiko said.
Yeah, no, I think that I think there's a lot of diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts right now, and oftentimes getting those messages into the C-suite is the deepest and most profound challenge in organizational work. And as a DEI consultant, I think that that's where the heart of this is. And so the fact that I'm hearing that this message is being carried by these powerful people, these powerful women, it warms my heart, because then change is possible. I do agree that we need to just uplift everyone, all of us, right? Break that ceiling, whatever, bamboo ceiling, glass ceiling. I don't know what kind of ceiling it's called, but there's a ceiling, right? And whatever it is that's upholding that structure, let's hold hands and just break it together, right? So thank you so much for your thoughts. It's been wonderful.
Thank you, Meiko. We are going to go into a recap. Thank you for your time. Feel free to tune in. Thank you for bringing your communities along. I appreciate your leadership so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all for doing this.
Thank you.
Okay, well, everyone, I mean, we are just under 6 hours through. This is Stand with Asians Live. This is a 12-hour stream. We started bright and early this morning, 8 a.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Woo, we have had a whirlwind of speakers so far. We just had Meiko, we just had Minda Harts, we just had so many incredible people. Cheryl Hangs, since you've been talking with our last few speakers, what have you thought so far?
I really appreciate the community that we're building and expanding, and I appreciate the call for voice, and that we can have it and own it and use it for good, to kind of overcome the divisive conversations out there and trying to kind of shine a flashlight into what's happening. As Meiko said, she was surprised that people were surprised. I wrote a LinkedIn article that got picked up by LinkedIn News, where it was, I am afraid, but I've anticipated this for 6 months. So that's what it brought up for me. And we can talk about, a personal incident for me was I was downtown 2 weeks ago at 8:30 at night, and my car wasn't working. And literally, for those who know me well, I was afraid, and that should not be normal. We should unnormalize how normal it is for Asian women to be afraid.
Yeah, I can't agree more. Cheryl, how about you?
Yeah, I have lived in fear this whole year, but at the same time, I've had a lot of courage. And I think that needs to be talked about. I think I've seen so many people in community have courage right now. The elderly in my neighborhood, I watched them from outside my window, and I'm like, oh my gosh, right? But I also hear them say, we've gone through this before. A Japanese elder told me, this is round 2. She went through the internment camps. So when I look at that resilience, when I see that, courage to keep going, that really keeps me going. And so, that's sort of what's been coming up for me.
That is awesome. Dr. AJ, how about yourself? You've been with us for a long time this morning. What have you thought so far?
It's been really empowering and really powerful, because what came through all of this is this collective sense of determination that, enough is enough. This is us. This is about us getting together and actually moving toward action. Going back to the calls to action, but also going back to, I just came in this part when Meiko was talking about especially representing, Black and Brown women. And then, also, I think it's incredibly important to make sure that when we are talking about representation, that it also includes representation of non-binary and people of trans experience, disability, advocacy and representation across the board. And so for me, it's been a beautiful experience of kind of really understanding the nuances of our intersectional identities and how we can actually leverage those nuances to benefit all of us. So that's overall what's been coming up for me. And of course, it was absolutely fantastic to see some of my icons and my role models also kind of coming into this space to talk to all of us.
Yeah, it's been incredible. Jimmy, what about yourself? I know you've been in and out with us, but you know, you've been a huge help to this team getting this set up. And from what you have heard, you know, I'd just love to hear your thoughts before we move on.
I mean, yeah, I think this is probably like an echo of everyone here. Like I really love the positive energy, seeing how, yes, the focus right now is on the Asian community, but we're all saying the same thing, that this is not just an issue for the Asian community. This is an issue for all communities. We all need to stand up with each other and work together. And there will be communities that will need more help in certain points of time. But the thing to truly make any change there is that we all have to be allied together. We all have to be active allies. And it's great to see different speakers and different people, because they're all truthfully not choosing one way to be an active ally. We've seen examples of many different ways to be an active ally, whether it is doing ASL, to being able to have like content and stuff out to other people. There's others with even just teaching about how do you defend yourself, to people who are actually making changes in policies, educating others, and even how can we as individuals within our corporations take effort and change and make an impact. Because for us to truly have tackle this, it is a collective movement, and there's not one solution. All these are part of a bigger solution. And so this is kind of a great thing to see with this. And I think as we see more, it's just amazing to see all these great speakers with their thoughts and their opinions and our collective action together.
100%, Jimmy. And so if you are tuning in just now, I am joined by our incredible team that has helped put this together. Dr. AJ, Cheryl Young, Hang Black, Jimmy Hua, Jetty Yuan is in the background right now, but he's here as well. Stick around because we are only halfway through this 12-hour live stream. We are going for another 6 hours until 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you stick around. We have some more incredible speakers who are going to be joining us and sharing their thoughts and within the Asian community as well as our allies. So Dr. AJ, Jimmy, thank you for hopping on real quick to share your thoughts. Cheryl and Hang, I will turn this back over to you.
Well, Hang, I can't wait to introduce our next person. This is someone who has been making me awesome food. I have been so homesick, but she is like an incredible chef from my homeland. I'm going to switch, no longer code switch. I'm going to speak in my native Singlish now, and I'm going to introduce the most incredible chef, Emily Lim. Yes, my wonderful Emily Lim, you are a awesome chef. You brought laksa to the Bay Area. It is spot on tasting. You are not toning the spices down. Yeah.
Hi everyone. Hi Cheryl, and hi. Sorry, I just came on. So hello everyone who's hosting. So my name is Emily. I am a chef owner. I am pansexual. I am Chinese, and I am here to represent Singapore. And give me a second. And I'm a culture food activist. So Cheryl has given me this opportunity to present the laksa dish that we make here in San Francisco to you guys. A little bit more of a background on how Dabao Singapore came about, which is the business. So in the 2020 pandemic, a bunch of us lost our jobs in the food and beverage industry. I am a professional chef. And given that I've lost my jobs and I saw a lot of my friends also losing their jobs as well, I decided, hey, you know, maybe now's the time I try and start my own hawker dream of making Singaporean food. So alongside with me, is my chef. She's just gone into the walk-in. but I have my best friend and another friend working together, and we are making Singaporean food, and we're unapologetically Singaporean with our flavors. So just to give you a little demonstration of how the laksa is made, let me just shift my camera down so you can see what I have in front of me. It's a little laksa kit that I made. Pardon my, sorry.
My mouth is watering.
Yeah. So as you can see over here, I have my little induction stove going on with a pot of water just so I can blanch the noodles and make it as smooth and silky. I have a little tray of ingredients here that I will explain what's on there. So we have tofu puffs or tofu pop. Puffed tofus are quintessential to laksas. Shrimp, because Singapore is and used to be a seafood port, seafood was readily accessible. Fish cake, because proteins or fish proteins can be preserved and turned into cake form and kept longer. I think this is why and how fish cakes are born. Our house-made rempah, which is Malay for spice paste. So FYI, the national language for Singapore is Malay. So I may be using some Malay terms here. Fish balls, our curry spice paste that we blend in-house, a combination of a fish sauce and prawn paste, sambal tumis, house meat, which is tamarind. It has tamarind, dried chilies, fresh chilies, sugars, and a bunch of other alliums, lemongrass, and galangal. Galangal is also known as blue ginger. This is laksa leaves, dehydrated and ground up. Fresh laksa leaves and coconut milk with some water added to it. So if you see here, I have my little pot of water going. It's almost coming up to a boil. It doesn't need to come up to a boil just yet. All I have to do is just soften the noodles. I'm going to put this away. I'm going to let this go. So I am very proud to have brought laksa to San Francisco because it's not a dish that's commonly available, considering a lot of Singaporeans in SF, they're mostly in tech or in healthcare or in finance. I think I'm just one of the few Singaporeans who decided to go a bit crazy and represent our own food culture here in SF, where rent is high and labor cost is high. So everything is high. And how I combat this, right, is pricing the food accordingly as to how I would a typical restaurant. You take 30% of you make sure the food cost stays at 30%. And I've had customers come up to me and say, wow, your laksa is so expensive, you know. And I explained to them, I'm like, hey, okay, so maybe we're used to laksa being $3.50 in Singapore, but that's because the rental is cheap there, labor is cheap, and ingredients are cheap. In order to make this rempah paste itself, I have to spend an hour breaking down like a case of Fresno chilies and blending this into a paste and cooking them over a stove for, you know, about 30 minutes to an hour, just so it becomes this consistency. So I would say, as a chef or someone of a minority background, stay true to your roots and be proud of the food that you put out, especially since there's nothing like this you can find in SF. All right, so back to the cooking program. I have my noodles that are soft and ready to go. I'm just going to strain it real quick before I make the soup. All right, so this is done. I'm going to put this in my bowl. Now that I have this going, I'm going to put the rempah paste here with a little bit of water in there, along with my coconut milk. My seasoning. And a little bit of my curry powder. And why I say earlier before, I'm just going to speak in Singlish. So I'm code switching like Cheryl did just now. Basically,
Singlish, yes.
Basically, before this, I was using American English, but right now I think it's the most, I'm the most comfortable in my native tongue, which is, I guess, Singaporean English. So why I say that I'm unapologetically Singaporean is because I do not tone down my spices, and then I do not tone down my chilies, even though there have been people who ask me if I can do that. Technically, I can, but then it takes away from the authenticity of the entire dish, and it's a misrepresentation of what the food should be. So I contest it, and I don't like doing that. So I will never tone down my spices, and I will continue to be unapologetically Singaporean. So this is the broth. I'm not sure if you can smell it. I'm sure you can't. But let me describe it to you. It has got a curry aroma, and it smells very coconutty, and it smells like it's got hints of spices and seafood. And I'm going to just be plating this for you guys. So here is my bowl of noodles. Simple and plain. I have the curry. Basically, laksa is a coconut curry, seafood coconut curry based noodle dish. So there's that. I have the fish balls that I will place very gently next to my tofu puffs. Shrimp. Fish cake. Kind of fanned out. This is sambal tumis. This is very important to make, to give it an extra spicy, sugary kick. A little sprinkle of dried laksa leaves, just so when it hits the hot broth, it will float straight into your nostrils. And just some laksa leaves for garnish. Just 1 second, it's sticking to my cold damn fingers. All right, so here you have a laksa dish. And the best way to eat a laksa is with chopsticks. And here you have it. A nice big bowl of laksa you can have to feel like you're at home in Singapore when you're 8,000 miles away in San Francisco. And this is what tapao stands for. I'm going to switch my camera back to myself. Right, so my name is Emily, and we call for an increased representation of us minorities and our foods. Thank you very much.
Wow, I'm damn hungry, balls. I'm so hungry. Thank you so much, Emily.
That was an Uber down, Cheryl. You know where we are.
Yeah, I'm gonna come down and eat it now. Thank you so much. I'm so proud to see this food. It's making me so homesick. I love your anti-colonial stance on the food, and yeah, never apologize. Never apologize.
It's something I have to learn. Never apologize.
Where can we get this yummy food? I'm getting a bunch of text streams on the back. Thanks for making me hungry. Really appreciate that.
So Tapao Singapore is based out of San Francisco right now, and I'm looking to get my sambals, or I have 3 different kinds of sambals that I'm working on getting into the markets. So keep a lookout for that.
Tell us your website and how to log into your website.
Oh, okay. So our website is tapaosingapore.com. It's DABAO SINGAPORE, tapaosingapore.com. I'm currently building the website, so it's my background is in tech stuff. So if you see that there are ways to improve on the website, let me know. Or if you want to help, please let me know. I will take whatever help that you send my way. But as of right now, you can order through a link that says a link on our homepage, and it will take you to Take Home SF, and that's where you can order for Wednesdays and Fridays, and or Saturdays. Saturdays is where we do special menus like Singapore chili crab, black pepper crab. Sometimes we do chicken satays as well. So yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Emily. Take care.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Stay
I have to
safe.
go back to work. Bye.
Bye.
That was amazing. I'm hungry, Cheryl.
I'm so hungry and so homesick. It's delicious. Well, let's introduce our next guest, Michelle Chang. is a therapist and advocate for the API mental health, and was a Taiwanese screen actor. So let's welcome Michelle.
Hi everyone. I'm
Morning,
hungry
honey.
now.
Morning.
Yeah, should I start?
Yeah, please share who you are and what your message is.
Okay, I need some time to transition from feeling hungry to what I'm gonna say and code switching. So I'm gonna share in Mandarin. Okay, let me pull out my notes. So hi, 我是 Michelle 张嘉宁，我是一名来自台湾的心理咨商师。我的母语是中文，是新移民。我是2个孩子的妈妈，同时也是酷儿文化的一份子。最重要的是，我是一个活生生的人，也是一名活跃的同盟。2012年，我24岁，刚到旧金山半年。那是一个风很大的早晨，9点钟的 Market Street 上面有很多车，很多人。然后我刚离开 Civic Center Bar Station， 我要去上课。在路上呢，我被一名白人性骚扰了。他试图要强吻我，我很幸运的闪开了，但是他离我这么近。OK， 我可以听得很清楚，从他嘴巴里面发出来的亲吻声，还有他的呼吸声。我快速的闪开之后，他大笑，然后慢慢的悠哉的离开现场。这个过程中，没有人喝止他，也没有人来关心我，我很错愕。那大街上一如往常的喧闹，反而显得特别的安静，然后我很错愕，但是我觉得我好像应该要若无其事的离开现场，我就去上课了。我相信性骚扰的经验呢，很多人都有过，甚至我的是很轻微的，有很多人经历过更多次更严重的骚扰，甚至是性侵害、性暴力。但是共通点是什么？是可能没有一个人会来关心他，没有一个人喝止这个加害人，仿佛刚刚的事情呢是发生在一个平行的时空里，然后没有人看见我，我是隐形的。我是一个拥有很多特权的东亚女性，相较于其他的亚洲女性，我有很多很多的资源。我难以想象，当遭受到暴力又没有人伸出援手的时候，会有多么恐惧，会有多么害怕。而这个不是我想要我的孩子长大的地方。身为一个咨商师，我听过很多故事。那我听过一个4岁的小女孩说，我一直洗澡是因为我想要把我的皮肤刷白，这样我的好朋友才会再跟我玩。我听过一个20岁的大男孩说，大家只有抄功课的时候才会来跟我说话。我听过一个2代移民说 I wish I'm not Asian， 我希望我不是亚洲人。我听过1.5代移民告诉我，他在高中怎么样遇到同学假装自己是李小龙，然后想要跟他打架。我听过有一个男孩说，一样是亚裔的一个普通女性朋友，突然间对他说 Hey, I don't date Asian men， 我绝对不跟亚洲男生约会。我听到一个女性说，我的婆婆在几年前在路上被打死了。那些更暴力的事情，我很幸运的没有遇过。我的教育，我的社经地位，我所拥有的优势保护了我。可是有好多人在外面遭遇更极端的攻击跟手段，甚至失去了性命。而这不是我想要我的小孩长大的地方。我记得我成为美国公民的那一天，可能很多人都有类似的经验，坐在台下看着台上的人在讲话。那台上的人拿着麦克风说，从今以后你不需要再担心了，你不需要带护照，不需要带你的 visa 出门，就算你忘了带你的 driver license， 你忘了带你的 ID， 你永远都是美国人，你是受到保护的。那个时候我很感动，然后我相信台上的人说的话，我差一点就要哭了。我以为次等公民的日子结束了，但是没有想到我还是次等公民。这不是我想要我的孩子长大的地方。那最近亚特兰大的枪击案 把反亚裔的情节呢推上了顶点，然后终于获得了一些关注。但是反亚裔的华裔的现象、种族歧视、刻板印象、模范少数族裔的形象对我们的伤害，从来都不是最近才发生的事情，已经很久很久很久了。身为一个母亲，身为一个妈妈，我的孩子跟我一样，都是远远就可以被认出来的亚洲人。那我希望他们去上学的时候，可以融入各个族群，不是只是被视为抄功课的对象。我希望他们走在路上的时候能够感到安全，不担心被欺负、被攻击。我希望他们看见不正义的事情，能够主动积极的帮助其他的人，而有一天那些人也会来帮助他们。我希望他们喜欢自己的样子，我希望他们以身为亚裔为傲，我也希望他们以身为美国人为傲。身为一个咨商师，我看见太多的痛苦，太多的挣扎。我们此时此刻感觉到愤怒、伤心、焦虑、无助、忧郁都是很正常的，你并不孤单。那累的时候，我们可以躲起来，好好的呼吸，把自己照顾好。那如果你觉得情绪很激动，你很恐惧，你很害怕，你可以像这样拥抱自己，然后轻轻的左右交错的拍打。这么做呢，会帮助你的大脑冷静下来。但除此之外，我们绝对不能放弃希望。我们一步一步慢慢的努力，和其他族裔团结起来。我相信种族主义会慢慢失去它的地位，它也许不会完全的消失，但是我们可以给孩子们一个更安全的世界。那身为同盟呢，我看见我身为东亚女性的优势。那我认为我们应该要更认识其他亚裔文化跟处境，比如说印度裔、东南亚裔、祖先来自太平洋群岛上的每一个人。那除了帮助亚裔之外，也要为其他的弱势站出来，譬如说非裔、拉丁裔等等。只有你保护我，我保护你，我们真的信任彼此，这个世界才会安全。那今天我想要给大家一些工具，因为我以前呢也很害怕跳出来保护别人，我会想说我连我自己都保护不了了，我要怎么帮助别人？但我后来发现，我去上了一些课，我发现除了直接介入冲突呢，其实有很多方法可以站出来。所以我今天要给大家一些工具，那你可以想一想哪个是适合你自己的。OK， 所以当我们看到一个人被骚扰了，比如说你在grocery store 你在买菜的时候看到有一个人对另外一个亚裔可能咆哮或是说一些攻击性的话，你可以怎么做？ OK， 第一个方法是你可以求助，你可以找比如说店员啊，或者是你在车上可以找司机啊，或者是如果周围有你看到你觉得很友善，但是可能比你更有权力的人愿意帮忙，你可以帮那个受害者去求助。第二个，你可以记录，现在大家都有可能手机，那可能你可以录音录影之后帮忙通报，或者你可以站在旁边当做一个证人。那第三个，你可以转移注意力，我觉得这个是非常好用的哦。你可以比如说假装去问路啊，假装你认识这个受害者啊，或是只是说 Hey excuse me， 来中断这个攻击的过程，然后甚至可以将被害者带开。那第四个呢是延迟离去，你可以关心那个受害人，如果感到不安全，这些事情你都不想做，我们可以留下来事后关心受害者，可能是一个眼神的交换 ，Hey I see you， 我看见你了。那记得我一开始说的故事吗？在旧金山的大街上，如果有一个人他可以走过来跟我说，我看到刚刚发生的事情了，我很抱歉，这真的是很不应该。那我觉得我的心里其实是会好过很多，我会觉得我并不孤单。那第五个呢是直接介入，如果你觉得够安全，你觉得你可以保护你自己，你可以直接中断对方具有攻击性的言论或行为，譬如你可以说，嘿，你这么说是种族歧视的，他看起来并不喜欢你对他这样，请你离开。那还要，所以是求助、记录、转移注意力、延迟离去、关心那个人，或者是直接记录、直接介入。那你可以上网搜寻 bystander intervention 5D， 你可以看到更多的资讯。那不要忘记了，歧视暴力的行为呢，并不只是存在于现实生活中， 在网络上的霸凌呢，也会需要你的力量，也会需要你的介入。现在的美国呢，不是我想要我的孩子长大的地方，但是我不走，我留下来，因为我知道美国可以更好，我不能放弃它。所以我们要大声的说出我们的故事，把悲愤化为力量。那忍气吞声呢，在这个时代，我觉得是一个坐以待毙的行为了。那为了我们自己，为了下一代，我们要用自己的声音站出来。现在是2021年，我33岁，到北加州10年了。我是一名执照婚姻与家庭咨商师，是心理健康的倡议者，是来自台湾的新移民，是所有少数族裔的同盟。那我在这里呼吁进行教育改革，在教材里增加少数族裔的历史研究观点，并且从幼儿园开始增加反种族主义的课纲。也呼吁政府强制要求教育、医疗、警政单位的人员定期接受多元化、包容性和反种族主义的训练，以提供我们更安全的环境。谢谢。
Michelle, thank you so much for your call to action, your moving share about sexual harassment and how it is rampant and happening out there. Your call for bystander intervention, all those were so helpful for the public. It was so good to hear Mandarin, made my heart smile. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Hi there. Well, that was amazing. I didn't understand a lick of that, but I have to say, I could feel the emotion, and thank you, Cheryl, for recapping. And with that, I think we have our next speaker on. If we could bring her up. I would like to introduce everyone to AJ Thomas, a friend of mine for, I'd say, about 7 years now. It was very happenstance and coincidental. And I wanted to really reach out to her. All of these people are coming on. Again, this was organized literally six days ago. So everyone is making their time. AJ actually has her day off today. She is a very phenomenal woman that I would love for her to introduce yourself, your story, and why this was important for you to show up.
Thank you so much, Hang, and to everyone that's curated and created these conditions to have this conversation. So I'm going to take some inspiration from Michelle and say hi to all of my Filipino Americans out there, mabuhay. And hello to all of my kababayan in the Philippines, if you are watching out there as well. But I am AJ Thomas. I'm a first-generation Filipino-American immigrant. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I'm a daughter. I'm also a very proud granddaughter to 2 World War II veterans. And I'm an entrepreneur and founder of a company called Brain Candy Labs, where we literally work on the future with the future, focusing on transformational education for youth, specifically young girls, in underrepresented and minority communities. And I also happen to work at a fantastic place called X the Moonshot Factory, where we work on amazing future technologies that can cause radical change in the world. So no better place to be. And I will also say that I am really just floored by the ability and opportunity to be an ally, not for any specific race or gender or any other type of kind of group, but just for humanity in general. And so that's the work that I do. And it's very nice to meet all of you today for this conversation.
Thank you, JJ. So your official title, I believe, is Head of the Human Experience at X, which is the Moonshot Factory at what used to be Google and now Alphabet. Tell us a little bit about that and your experiences and developing. Part of the human experience is developing allyship across. You have the pleasure of working with so many thought leaders, Esther Perel, I believe Adam Grant or not, but a lot of thought leaders. So tell me what active allyship looks like for you in the conversations that you're having.
Yeah, it's really interesting, I think, because this is a journey in my career, a path in my career where my personal passions around this have actually converged. I no longer have to show up as AJ outside of work, and then there's the AJ that's here doing the things that she's doing. So I do lead what we call our human experience design team. We work on a lot of the different programs that touch the entire variety of all of the Xers that are within the factory working on these future technologies. I would say that a lot of what I'm centered in really working on and advocating for is about that phrase I shared earlier, right? If we want to work on the future, we have to work with the future. And so education has really been a big part of the undertone and story and the narrative and all of the things that I've been able to kind of curate and connect and have the opportunity to build. And so I think the different thought leaders that we have, I think it's absolutely amazing that we're all having kind of this conversation with each other. But I think more systemically, the important thing is that we're also engaging our young people, our people of the future, right? Our future men, our future women, our future professionals in the workplace, to really look at being able to say yes to differences, being able to celebrate those differences versus just looking for leverage of similarities, right? And I think a lot of these conversations that I've heard so far this morning that have been so beautiful, what I've really been able to listen to and kind of hold on to is this ability to say, wow, we are having these conversations now. We are talking about these things now. They've been around for hundreds of years, for centuries, right? And I think the common denominator for this, for our future, for our kids, for our children who are going to grow up in this world, who we are going to give them the inheritance of the conditions we've created, is really about making sure that those differences that we talk about today, right? Whether it's the Black Lives Matter movement, the Asian American Pacific Islander communities, the Native American communities, the Latina communities that are out there. There's so very many, intersectionalities, the LGBT community, everything that we're kind of really honing in and focusing on, that we are celebrating those differences. And so I think the main thread around that, if we are going to create the pathway for future, to create the conditions for the future where we dream of no longer calling, female founders, but actual founders, right? Or no longer, just really being able to celebrate those differences and saying, wow, I see you for your humanity. I see you for the things that are happening. And I support you. And, I think the world our currency is time and a sharing of perspectives. Right. And so I think that is those are kind of the themes of the different conversations that we do have. And it's really focused on how are we going to speak life into the conditions we create for the future folks that come into this world.
Well, thank you so much, AJ. And, I have to say, I see you and I see you seeing all of us, and you're so good at bringing the younger generation into it. So as you mentioned, it will be a wonderful day when we don't have to indicate that, a half Black, half Asian vice president is breaking news. It should just be normal. We would just be celebrating. We should just be celebrating what is. And with that, thank you so much. We are going to bring up our next guest. Feel free to hang out.
Salamat.
On YouTube. And with that, I believe we have our next guest. We have Manjula Talreja, who is the Chief Customer Officer of PagerDuty.
Hi, Hank. How are you doing?
Very well. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule. You are such a thought leader. You were previously at Salesforce and you are a board member for multiple organizations. Please feel free to introduce yourself.
Yeah, I am Manjula Talreja, and I'm passionate about Stand with Asians because fundamentally we are a family of Asians. I'm an immigrant from India. But more importantly, not only am I an American, but we have a cross-race family, including two wonderful granddaughters who are half Taiwanese, half Indian, and another set of grandchildren who are half Caucasian, half Indian, as are our nieces and nephews. So to me, this is such an important topic and so close to home.
I know, and it was so generous of you. As soon as we connected, you were like, this is personal. Let me get at it. Give me any time slot, I'll take it. So you said it was really personal for you. How has it impacted you and your family, and the experience and the conversations you're having at home?
It's very interesting that if you think about Asians in America overall, I'm a resident of the San Francisco Bay Area. And over the last year, during the pandemic, I've been hearing about a lot of incidents in the city, especially about attacks on the young and our elderly in the Asian community, all the way from store owners in Chinatown to somebody crossing a street at a stoplight on Market Street. And what is hitting me so much is that Asians have been discriminated against, as all of us know, the Chinese Exclusion Act in 1800s. But over time, I've also seen a lot of stereotyping against the Asians. But what has changed over the last year or two is that our leaders have disparaged Asian Americans unfairly, and the discrimination has moved to hate. And that's what's impacting my heart the most. The pandemic has pained a lot of people, and people are looking for who to blame. And it's turning out to be the Asians. And that is why I'm sad about this.
Yeah, that's so touching. And you are a chief customer officer of PagerDuty, and as I mentioned, a former executive at Salesforce. So it must not have been easy for you. Again, we talk about these layered levels of minority, of being a minority. What has active active allyship looks like for you, and what would be your teachings for those who want to become active allies, who lift each other up?
I do want to make a point that this is not about me as chief customer officer. As I shared with you, it's personal as well. And this is not about the high-tech industry. This is in everywhere. Just yesterday in JAMA Surgery, which is a very famous journal for surgeons around the world, there's a study on the overall what's happening to our surgeons, where it's very interesting that sexist and racial ethnic microaggressions against physicians is in the surgical workplace too. And in that study, the most representation was the ethnic and racial minority of Asians, because as you know, in the medical field, we have a lot of Asians. So this is across. So what does allyship, going back to the question that you're asking, mean to me? And I think as a leader, it's about empathy, kindness, understanding people. If we don't keenly listen, we don't know what the problems are. We just look at it from our own lens. And therefore, as a leader, as a mother, as a grandmother, it's about reaching out to the community. It is reaching out to the nonprofits, but it is also in the bigger picture that we are driving and striving for overall diversity, inclusion, equity. And it isn't just about the Asians, about Black Lives Matter. It's about the women. It's about every piece of this. And I think it is about us really understanding the multifacetedness about this, and not just one as saying it's only Black Lives Matter, it's only Asians, and it is for us to lean in. It is for us to lean in with our representatives. It is about me leaning in as a leader of the company and having absolutely no tolerance for any level of discrimination. It's about belonging. Me as a leader in my company, really making everyone feel they have a sense of belonging and everyone has a voice.
Thank you, Manjula. So what would you say? What is your personal commitment and what is your call to action for your peer group?
My personal commitment overall is, we can take care of, I think about it, just taking care about it in my microcosm, and taking baby steps, because every baby step becomes a big mountain. And if all of us do our role, so my role as a personal is to stand up for us Asians with a bigger voice. As Hank, you and I have talked, what did our parents teach us? Put our head down and do the work.
Work hard.
Put it down and work hard.
Don't rock the boat.
Don't rock the boat. But I think it's time for us to rise. And it's us to rise and not to put our head down, but stand on top of the mountain and talk about it with anybody who would listen to us. And fundamentally, you don't solve for it in one day. These are steps we need to drive. It's about bringing the recognition that it exists as we solve for it, because it's a journey. It's not going to happen over a short period of time. So I am basically moving in, above all, being a human being and being an active ally in small ways, which will over time become a mountain.
Thank you so much, Manjula. And one of our active co-hosts on this, and the people, it's been amazing. The short amount of time that we've had to pull this together. One of the people in the cohort that brought together, also Dr. AJ, she has mentioned, this is not the end. This is not a single day. This is the beginning of a movement for Asian voices to stand together. And I love our tagline of activating the power of Asian voices. And thank you for being such a prominent voice in this space.
It's my honor, my privilege, and I think my duty.
Well, thank you so much. You just gave me goosebumps right there.
Thank you, Hank. As always, thank you for inviting me, and we will do it together.
Absolutely. It's our pleasure.
Hang on. I think we need one more screenshot.
Okay.
Yes. 3 incredible Asian immigrant women, powerful with voices that are loud. Take your screenshot and soak it in, audience. Thank you.
That's right. That's right. Thank you so much, Manjula. And I think with that, Cheryl, I think we have a video that you're going to share with us.
Yeah, I think that Sasana has been an incredible part of our community. I'll introduce her a little bit. Sasana Yi believes that compassion is the pathway towards peace, and she shows us through her teaching of yoga and her passion of being an inspirational speaker. Her 89-year-old grandmother, Ik Oi Wong, had her life taken by a teenage boy, and because of that tragic experience, Sasana sprang into action, being the change she wants to see in the world. Sasana was the recipient of the 2019 Raymond Schoenholt Visionary Peacemaker Award, and her anti-violence advocacy and innovative approaches to bring diverse people together for understanding and reconciliation. She founded the movement Asians Belong and the nonprofit Communities as One. So hashtag Asians Belong. If you'll bear with me, I am going to try to do something technical and do a share screen. Excuse me, sorry, Chris. Could you bring the shared screen up on stage?
Ignore that. Ignore that. We are here for a bigger mission. My name is Susana Yi Yugama. My grandmother, Leong Yi Mei, Yin Orwa. I feel the pain of Vicha and his family, the Ratana Pakis, because I lost my grandmother in 2019. The pain I feel is personal. The pain I experience daily. I read the news. I hear all the victims' names that are not mentioned at all because people have trouble saying their names. So how do we remember them? We need to practice. I would love for you to say, Vicha, actually, would you say it, Claudia? Vicha, Ratanak Takdi. Vicha, Ratanak Takdi. Vicha, Ratanak Takdi. Vicha, Ratanak Takdi. Thank you. And I would love for you to say, Leong Yi Mei. Leong Yi Mei. Leong Yi Mei. Thank you. So, after grandmother, I founded Communities as One, as an organization to bridge all our different communities together and find common ground. We have more in common. We all bleed red. We have so much in common. We are human beings and we all belong. There's a hashtag, Asians belong. We belong on the cover of magazines. We belong in the White House. We belong on these streets and in the schools. We belong here. We have Asians belong. Asians belong. We have built the railroads. We have built this country along with brothers and sisters, Black brothers and sisters, Latino brothers and sisters, Native Americans brothers and sisters. We have built this country, and we are ignored. We have been othered. I'm tired of that. You gotta see us. We are here. We are not strangers. We are not perpetual foreigners. We belong. And long before COVID, our children have been bullied, our women raped, our men ridiculed. And that has got to stop. We see us. We see you. We think about you all and no one thinks about us. That has got to stop. I have heard so many stories growing up. Visitation Valley. The Visitation Valley, the southeast corner of San Francisco, where no one gives a shit. No one gives a shit about us in San Francisco. My mother was attacked there. I had to speak up. I could not let that be swept under the carpet anymore. We're not invisible anymore. Thank you. We belong. So one more time. Asians belong. Asians belong. Asians belong.
And what a powerful message. Oops. Apologize. What a powerful message. Asians belong.
Yeah, absolutely. We need to recognize that. I think that as I've had conversations with different individuals, they feel within the Asian community, they feel like they don't belong. They do not have a voice. And that's why we're here today, right? Is that we're here to activate the power of Asian voices within our community. We want those of you who are watching this right now to understand that you have a voice, no matter what platform, how many people you're the size of your audience, no matter how many people you reach, one person is still a difference and still a change. And so, if you're joining us right now, this is the Stand with Asians live stream. We are doing this for 12 hours. We actually just passed the 6-hour mark a little bit ago, and we're approaching 7 hours in total. We are here until 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. I'm Chris Lin, and I am one of the co-hosts here, and I'm with the amazing Cheryl Young, who is my partner in crime the last few weeks as we've had these conversations. As we're waiting to bring on our next guest, I want to direct individuals, if you're watching this right now, this has been we're doing this on the National Day of Action and Healing. And so if you want to learn more on how you can participate, what you can do and get active, go to Asian American Day of Action.com. And this live stream is part of a larger programming event with Stand with Asians. So if you want to figure out and find other ways that you can get involved as well, go to standwithasians.com. There are dozens and dozens of conversations that are happening across multiple platforms. We're just one of many conversations that are happening throughout today. So Cheryl, how are you feeling? You've been able to talk with a number of different leaders. How are you feeling with everything so far?
Yeah, it's moving to see all these powerful figures, in the Asian Pacific Islander community just step up right now. We are not going to be silent. We're here. We're speaking. We're shouting. We're enraged. We have passion. It cannot be, we can't be anybody's scapegoat. We just can't. And we won't take it. So stand with Asians. Stand with us.
Yes. So if you are watching this right now, I urge you, just leave in the comments, right? Just say you're with us. Say, hashtag Stand with Asians. Post it on your feeds, and let's start making a change today. It's never too late. It's some people feel like, well, I should have done this earlier. It's okay. We understand we have different journeys and different paths along this as we move forward. So it's okay. Today is better than tomorrow. So I'm happy to have you come on. I believe, just real quick, we could not have done this without some of the amazing leaders in our group, not just myself or Cheryl, but I want to also recognize Dr. AJ, Jetty Yuan, Heng Black, who just wrapped up her segment, Jimmy Hua, Cheryl, of course, and Carl Choi, who have all been an incredible part of making this come together. We pulled this together in less than a week, Cheryl.
Yeah.
We pulled this 70 speakers coming together in a 12-hour time frame. So it has been absolutely incredible.
Yeah. API folks out there is an incredible hunger to hear your voices right now. I think that the fact that so many people wanted to come on last minute shows that there is also a hunger to speak. And if you're dying, if something is burning inside and you want to speak, do it. Use your platforms, get it out. If you want to be an ally, be an active ally, be with us. Not just with us, with everyone, right? Black Lives Matter. Trans rights are human rights. Everyone, indigenous rights, stand for everything. So we're all here. We're holding hands. And I think we're ready for our next guest.
Yeah, Cheryl, I'll let you take it away.
So we're going to welcome Saori to the stage. She is a therapist and a Nikon specialist. Saori, welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me to be part of this incredible and powerful event today. And I have some connection issues, so I hope this works out. But if I drop, I apologize in advance. So should I just introduce myself?
yes, please introduce yourself and take it away.
Great, thank you. So my name is Saori Miyazaki. I am a licensed marriage and family therapist. I am of Japanese descent and live in California. Above all, I'm a human being and I am an active ally. So thank you again for allowing me to be part of this event. And I also like to thank the audience for being here. At this time, I'd like to spend some time leading this self-reflective activity called Naikan. It has been particularly difficult for people of color this past year. We're often misunderstood, scapegoated, and beaten. There's a lot of negativity all around that heightens our anxiety. Today, I like to spend some time reflecting on people who helped us during this challenging time. I want to highlight on people who deserve attention and gratitude. So please find yourself a comfortable position, and when you're ready, close your eyes. Now I'd like you to think of people who lent their helping hands, walked beside you, and emotionally supported you this past year. Please recall what these people have given you, or what have these people done for you. It could be a materialistic and or active kindness. Please examine this person's action that served you regardless of big or small. I will give you a few minutes to reflect on this. When I ring the bell, start asking yourself, what has this person done for me? Or what has this person given me? I will ring the bell again to continue with the second question to contemplate. Now we're moving on to the second question. The question to contemplate is this: what have I given this person? What have I given this person? Please take some time to recall your actions. What have you done to serve and or support this person? What have I given this person? The third and last question is this. What problems and difficulties have I caused this person? What problems and difficulties have I caused this person? Have you asked this person a favor? Has this person spent a lot of time trying to accommodate your needs? Has this person spent money to fulfill your requests? Please consider any issues, big or small, you may have caused this person. We have just completed a very short version of Naikan reflection together today. Naikan means self-reflection or introspection in Japanese. Naikan is an intensive, structured self-reflection practice that usually lasts for 5 to 6 days. Naikan helps us to examine our interpersonal relationships and bring awareness, connectedness, and gratitude. Naikan helps us to see how we are supported by others' efforts, whether apparent or unapparent. When we reflect on our own behavior, we may realize that we have not given others as much as we have received from them. But Naikan is not intended to make us feel bad. Instead, it is meant to provide us with an opportunity to see things as more holistic and realistic. So I encourage you to continue doing Naikan on many people in your life. If you're open, you can challenge yourself doing Naikan on the people you have difficulty getting along with. I thank you so much for your participation in Naikan reflection today to bring out unity. As an active ally, I commit to anti-racist and anti-supremacist principles, and I call for increased representation of us because we are here to stay. Thank you.
Saori, arigatou gozaimashita.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you so much for such a calming and contemplative just couple of minutes. I think we all kind of really needed that in this moment. So I thank you so much for being here and your presence. You're a very therapeutic healing presence as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. I believe we have up next board member of Asian Pacific Foundation, founder of CEO and Destination Wealth Management, Michael Yoshikami.
Hi, how are you?
Hello.
Hi. Well, thank you so much for having me today. I wanted to talk for a few minutes about my experience, as well as just our thoughts on how we all can have a world that's perhaps a bit more equal and a bit more representative. First of all, I'm Michael Yoshikami. I'm a board member of Asian Pacific Fund, and I'm here representing them today. I also, in my work life, am founder and CEO of an investment advisory firm called Destination Wealth Management. And I've been asked to talk a little bit about my experience as an Asian person, Asian business owner, and I'm happy to do that. First, it's interesting that I was asked to provide my thoughts about this. We manage a reasonable bit of assets, over $3 billion, and I asked one of our business partners how reflective it is that there are or if I'm reflective of their population of business owners that they work with that are also registered investment advisors, investment managers. And I asked on the West Coast for people that they work with, how many CEOs and founders were there for investment firms that were of Asian background. I don't want you to stop and think about the Asian population in general. There's oftentimes very successful, very affluent folks. And so I was curious to see how many other CEOs there were and founders. And the answer is they currently work with 0 besides me. I then asked on a national basis of the top asset managers in terms of assets under management throughout the United States if they also had that same experience. And the same experience held true, that there was very, very few Asian CEOs in the investment management field. And I think that really speaks to the representation gap that exists right now from an employment standpoint in position of leadership, position of power, business leaders. And so it makes me concerned that the population of business owners and CEOs is not quite representative of what the population in general is. On a personal basis, I certainly have encountered challenges related to racism, particularly growing up. It was something that was a constant theme that I had to overcome. I find myself to be one of those fortunate that came through this experience, having learned about other people and also allowing me to perhaps have some strength to try to overcome challenges. But I think for everyone that is of Asian American background, and my family is originally from Hawaii, and I have a Japanese background, I certainly think all of you can certainly relate to how difficult the circumstances can be if you're not seen as equal or not given a fair opportunity. And this oftentimes translates into challenges, not only in terms of how one is treated, but actually it impacts people's standard of living. At Asian Pacific Fund, we're very, very focused on helping people that are less fortunate than us, that have perhaps healthcare needs, mental health needs, that are looking for simple help like food and housing and help with school. And so we've given many, many, many grants throughout the community to other organizations that have directly aided the Asian community. And right now, of course, we're focused also on making sure that we're a resource for agencies that are helping to address some of the horrendous news headlines that we see with people violently being profiled and attacked, to try to make sure that we create an environment that is a bit more equal and fair to others. And I believe very strongly that this is an underserved population. The Asian American Pacific Islander community is an underserved population. There oftentimes is a stereotype that they are not as bad off as perhaps other impacted groups, and nothing could be further from the truth. We find a tremendous demand for the services that we provide, or the funding that we provide to the agencies that are providing direct services to those in impacted areas. And there is a diverse group of board of directors led by the head of our organization, Audrey, who has been coordinating all of us towards helping get the word out that there is an impacted community out there that certainly does need our assistance. And we're very, very focused on doing that. I want to be clear about a new initiative that we have in place called the Solidarity Fund. And the Solidarity Fund is a fund that is very much focused on standing with those that are being profiled, that are being impacted by the rise in discrimination, the rise in hate incidents, so that we can all together stand up and say, no one is equal, or excuse me, no one is worse or no one is better. We are all equal and all deserve to be treated with respect and appreciation. And this Solidarity Fund, I will tell you, has just been incredibly well received throughout not only the country, but throughout the world, amazingly. We've literally received at Asian Pacific Fund grants and donations from corporations and individuals around the world. And that Solidarity Fund, we believe very strongly, is a way that everyone can really find a way to express through contributions their voice that it is just not right that anyone is treated with less respect than they deserve, whether it's your ethnicity, gender, whatever it might be. We really strongly believe in equality, and that's been our mission for many, many years. I want to also, I want to encourage all of you to continue the conversation going with people in your networks, people that you're friends with, people that you're associated with, maybe even in your workplace, about how representation can be increased so that work representation, and perhaps even in executive ranks, looks more representative of the world overall. We think that's very, very important. As I mentioned, I was shocked to find out as an investment manager, investment advisor, that in the West Coast, with this particular organization that we work with, that I was the only CEO and founder that they were aware of that was from had an Asian background. And we really just don't want that to be the case going forward. We hope that we will continue to increase representation as people move past whatever perceived glass ceilings there are. If you'd like to learn more about the Solidarity Fund, which I think is a great way for you to really share your voice, I invite you to learn more at www.asian, that's with an N, asianpacificfund.org/solidarity. Your voice can be heard. Like you, above everything, I am a human being and I'm an active ally of this cause to make this world a better place and more fairly represented throughout not only the business world, but our world in general. So with that, thank you so much. I'll turn it back over to Cheryl. Thanks very much.
Well, Michael, thank you again so much for coming on and representing, showing that businesses can take action, leaders within businesses can take action, and that it takes a more perceived effort, and that there are many ways for us to move forward. And I just want to thank you for that, and your voice and leadership is greatly appreciated, because I think that based on the conversations that I have with a lot of community members, we wish we had more representation in the executive C-suite level. So thank you very much for your leadership again.
Thank you.
All right. Well, Cheryl, I know you are very excited about our next guest. And Jetty, you've been with us this whole time. So Cheryl, I will let you take it away and we will keep going.
Yeah, I am so excited for our next guest. Dr. Shannon Wong Lerner has been really an activist and a leader since she was a teenager. And I think that as a voice artist, I think she's incredible. And as a communications coach, she supports BIPOC as well as LGBTQIA folks, and really has been a great representative and leader for our community. So welcome, Shannon.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here.
Dr. Shannon, will you care to introduce yourself and take it away?
No, I think your introduction was actually really good. I actually don't sing very much anymore. It used to be something I did all the time, and it's actually how I came to be a voice of the community and as well as a speech coach and communication coach. But every once in a while, something special will come up. And Cheryl mentioned this event, so I wanted to share this song. It's from Nina Simone, who's a very well-known Black American singer and actually originally pianist and civil rights activist. She did this song called Images, and I just want to share it with you too. She also did it a cappella. She does not know her own beauty. She thinks her brown body has no glory. If she could stand naked under palm trees and see her image in the river, she would know. Yes, she would know, she would know. But there's no palm trees in the street, no palm trees in the street, and dishwater carries no image. She does not know her own beauty. She thinks her brown body has no glory. If she could stand naked under palm trees and see her image in the river, she would know. Yes, she would know. But there's no palm trees in the street, no palm trees in the street, and dishwater carries no image.
Wow. That was absolutely beautiful, Dr. Wong.
Thank you.
Thank you again so much for sharing that with us. You know, that I was getting chills down the back, like down my back from hearing you. It was absolutely wonderful.
I had to rub my neck because I got the same my same feeling as well on the back of my neck, chills down my spine. That was incredible. Thank you, Dr. Shannon.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shannon.
Well, Dr. Shannon, I don't know if you wanted to share a little bit more about your story, a little bit more about what you wanted to, you know, how this has affected you. All of these all of these events have affected you. So I would love to hear more from you and just your story a little bit more.
Sure. So I am biracial, Asian Chinese. I identify as queer, gay, and I have been standing behind this movement and just trying to be very vocal since everything started. I have always worked actually with Asian American Pacific Islanders. Starting when I was actually an undergrad, I worked for the Gum Moon Resource Center, or the Gum Moon Residential House. It's also known as Asian American Resource Center. So I worked with a lot of Asian American women there, and actually taught at American River, where I worked for the Prize program, which is specifically, seems like it's mostly South Asian, Southeast Asian, and Pacific Islander students. So I actually taught a public speaking course and rewrote the curriculum specifically to serve them. And so from a communication perspective, I find this movement right now, the Stand With Asians and Against Asian Hate movement, to be remarkable, just because I feel like, you know, as Asian American Pacific Islanders, we're being asked to step out of our comfort zone and just voice what's going on, voice, you know, our fears, our concerns, and become true advocates and allies, and just be very vocal, be very loud. And so, you know, looking at the news and seeing, you know, people in my community like really stretching their voice and screaming and yelling, it's just been very powerful for me as someone who's worked in this vein for so long. So yeah, I'm really happy that you all had me on today.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're so glad to have you. Yeah, we're so glad to have you and to hear that beautiful voice and to learn more about you and who you are. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me share it.
Well, thank you again to Dr. Shannon Wong Lerner. It has been absolutely fantastic being able to have multiple people, different people from different backgrounds, different experiences, different talents. You know, I think that we've been able to truly be blessed to be able to see so many different experiences come to the stage, so many different talents come to the stage, and so many different passions come to the stage to come together for this movement. Cheryl, I know that you've been going at this for a while. We've been switching on and off, so I want to make sure that we give you a break as well. So thank you again so much for taking some time, and I know you're going to pop back on in a little bit, but thank you, Cheryl, for everything.
I'll see you in a bit.
All right, sounds good. Ooh, Jetty. All right, we are what? Just over 7 hours.
Yeah,
7 hours in. You and I have been here this whole time. Maybe not on screen, but we've been here, and it has been an absolute marathon. Of amazing leaders. How are you feeling?
You know, can you hear my my audio? Good, great. Okay, so you know, it's really just been incredible. Marathon is really the best way of describing it. And you know, for those who don't know, marathons like mile. It's 26 miles, and you know, the 25th mile is the most infamously grueling one. We're on 7 hours here. We're going for 12, and you know, I feel like we've done a lot of work to get to this point, and I'm just enjoying it right now. It's just, oh my gosh. And you know, what really excites me is just the collective energy that everybody's been bringing into this as well. So it's like a marathon, but it's also like everybody's giving forth, you know, their energy. I mean, it was incredible to see, some good Singaporean cooking. Everybody was collectively salivating. Everyone's just going, oh my gosh, that's incredible. Can we get that air shipped here and cold packed? We've had folks from policy, from music, from Michael Yoshikami was, given some really, really uplifting insights from, the more, capital side of the world. It's just really uplifting. That's the feeling I get here. What about you?
Yeah, it has been, it is just, again, I've said this before, I'll say it again now. It is just so uplifting and encouraging to see so many leaders come together to stand for a cause, and that is for the Asian community, right? And really, again, what we're focusing on today is activating the power of Asian voices. And so it's so important for all of us to come together and give that voice and give that spotlight to different people, like our next guest. And Jetty, I will let you introduce our next guest, because I know that you and him have quite go far back. So I'll let you take it away.
Oh yeah. All right. Can we please welcome up to the stage one of my very dear friends, but also a powerhouse in his own right, Ali Raza. Hey, Ali, what's up? It's so great to see you, brother.
Jetty, it's really great to see you. Thank you so much for having me on here, and thank you, Chris, and to all of the organizers for really setting up this space. I think it's really incredible what Stand with Asians is really doing today to raise awareness and bring in solidarity.
Thank you so much, Ali. And I'm going to let you have your I mean, once the sky goes, folks in the audience, y'all are in for a real treat because, well, I'll let you find out for yourselves, but just, to give this moment some color and context, Ali and I do indeed go way back. I'm just going to intro y'all for the audience because, you and I know we go way back, but we went to school at the University of Texas together, Hook 'em Horns. And actually, can we do that one more time and sync just for the camera? Yes, awesome. I love it. So I think it's a real pleasure and a treat to get to have you here, given that, you were a campus leader from the moment that I met you in student government, mentoring students, helping welcome new students to campus. I think that ties in pretty neatly with the Asian American Pacific Islander experience moment that we're having right now. But then since then, you've moved on to high positions in academia, getting your doctoral degree and advocating for a range of Asians, not just in your current state of Colorado, but really, across the country. And, wherever I see you, you're, including Clubhouse, where it's great to see you. I mean, you're just a leader and advocating for others in a truly inclusive way. I don't think I could do much more to hype you up without completely cutting off your speaking time. So, it's truly my pleasure to introduce you to our audience, and thank you so much. Would love to welcome you in and welcome your opinions and your insights and your perspectives.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jedi. I really appreciate that. And it's just so always great to connect with old friends and, just reconnect and work together to really raise issue and raise awareness. And so super appreciate you sharing all that you did about our own interactions with one another and you in your own right as well, the advocacy that you've been doing, both from a digital landscape standpoint on Clubhouse, creating all of these Google Docs, really being at the forefront of cultivating change and creating positive change in our society. So I really appreciate that, but also in person as well, and in your daily life. And so thank you, Jedi, for being genuine and for being real. And so I'll take a moment and I'll just introduce a little bit more about who I am, just so folks have a little bit of a better idea, given my various identities. So my name is Ali Raza. I do use he, him, his pronouns. I work at a large public university in northern Colorado. I am on stolen lands of the ancestral and traditional lands of the Cheyenne, Arapaho, and Ute nations and peoples. This was also land that was very much used by many other tribes, peoples, and First Nation peoples as well over the course of long before the United States became colonized and folks took this space over. I work in higher education, as Jedi mentioned, and I've been in and around the field of higher education for about 10 plus years. Jedi and I graduated around the same time, and we've been involved in a lot of different areas together, and then kind of departed and then have reconnected back together as well. The important things to note is my identity is, as you can see, I'm a cisgender heterosexual man. I think those are really important to note. And more important than that also to note is I also identify as a Desi South Asian man. So recognizing all of this anti-Asian hate, the bigotry, the sexism, the racism that is being geared towards Asian folks, mostly being geared towards Asians who are perceived to be East Asian, and specifically to our sisters and non-binary folks. And so I wanted to call that out and name that specifically. And so my identities are very much advantaged and very much serve in a privileged standpoint. So I wanted to acknowledge that from the get-go. Beyond that, I really try to stay active in my community, both locally, digitally, and regionally and nationally as well. While I am a higher education professional. I'm also involved on the local level from a political standpoint. And I won't get too much into politics right now. Above all else, though, I am a human being, and I'm an active ally, and I'm an active accomplice as well. So with that, I'll give it back to you, Jetty, for any other thoughts or questions that you have for me.
Beautiful. Okay, so and thank you, Ali. I mean, it's truly a pleasure to, I almost feel like every single time I hear that introduction, as comprehensive as it is, I feel like I'm hearing it for the first time every time. And I do have some questions for you, and I do appreciate you being generous with your time given your schedule these days. So I do want to drill in and give some priority time and questions to the issue with education. And we don't have to get too academic, but there seems to be an issue of epistemology. Like, how do we know what we know? How does what we know translate into sort of the popular parlance, or just common knowledge of like things like this is our history, right? I was struck by many earlier speakers who have touched on where the state of education policy is and how that translates down to what we carry forward with us. I myself grew up in Houston. You grew up in Campo, and I didn't even know about my Asian American history until I took an optional elective course at UT. So given just like the ramifications that education policy has, what sort of things high level challenges do you see with that dissemination and agreeance of knowledge, and then things that give you hope for the future given this moment?
Jetty, wow, that is such a big question, and a really important one at that. And so I want to start off by first stating that, addressing the first point, which is how do we come to know what we know as it relates to the education system? And I think a lot of it has to deal with how who we connect with, how we are raised, how we are socialized. And so there's a resource that I'll drop. It's called the Cycle of Socialization. For all you listeners out there that are tuning in, just type in Google the Cycle of Socialization. It's by a scholar, Bobby Harrow, Teachings and Readings for Social Justice and Diversity. Pivotal piece that really kind of reshaped how I've come to know what it is, how I've come to be socialized into the education system and society in general. But the other thing to note is our education system, especially in the United States, is steeped in white supremacy and in settler colonial mindset. That's something that's far too long to unpack in just a couple moments, but that's something that, the biggest thing to note is we have to raise our own awareness and to unlearn and relearn the way we make meaning in how we interact with people on a day-to-day basis, right? We can't unlearn what we don't know we have learned that has been stemmed in the foundations and seeped into the foundations of our being without recognizing that awareness and without understanding that it comes from a socialized process. And so what gives me hope to close off that question is that there's a lot of folks that are doing that work, doing that internal work of reflecting and trying to really hit the core of what it is, what it means to be educated, right? There's this notion of credentialism that society is requiring us to have a credential in order to be educated. And I push back on that. I think our lived experiences are enough of an education. That should never be of question, because my experience is my experience and no one can tell me otherwise. That also is education. What our ancestors tell us, what stories have been brought into place. The people that we are connected with, our teachers, our the systems and institutions that we connect with, that's all education. The media, those are all education, areas of education. but it's just a way of how we make meaning of that. And so I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but I do want us to really be critical of how we receive information, how we're making meaning of the information that we're receiving, and how do we play that role internally to raise that awareness, that level of unconsciousness, to really challenge ourselves first. Because if we don't do that first, we don't do that work with ourselves first, we can't do that work with each other, and we can't do that as a community, and we can't cause that change to happen within our society. That's really important. And so what gives me hope is that people are beginning to do that. And we've been doing this for so long, but I think we're getting a lot of traction. We're getting movement with this. And so I urge you all to continue to push back, continue to question everything, and continue to even challenge yourself and how you show up on a day-to-day basis, because white supremacy is deeply, deeply steeped in every fabric of our system and society.
That is fantastic. And Ali, I know I asked you a big question. Thank you for handling it with such grace and just really condensing years of knowledge and lived experience at the highest levels and with personal experience into a lot of very Googleable terms, so folks can unpack that and bring it back with them, to their dorm rooms, to their homes, to their apartments, right, to their classrooms. Thank you for condensing so much of that into a few bullet points. I really appreciate you.
Absolutely, Jetty. Thank you so much for the time. And, I just want to close off by saying that, as a cishet Desi man who holds a lot of privilege and who's somebody who's an active co-conspirator, I really do commit to anti-racist, anti-supremacist, and anti-sexist principles. And I really call for equitable and accessible solutions that begin by advocating at the local level. And that local level begins with us as individuals. So get involved with yourself first. Unlearn, relearn, engage, and then connect with your local representatives, because that's going to be critical for us as we move forward and stand with Asians.
I definitely agree. And it reminds me of a calling. What starts here changes the world. Maybe we can adapt that to what starts at home changes the world.
Absolutely, Jetty. Absolutely.
All right. Thank you so much for your time, Ali. There's never enough of it, and always appreciate you. We'll see you soon.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Jetty. Thank you, everyone. Take care.
All right. So, wow. Dr. AJ, I know you've been going off in the comments. It's so lovely to see your lovely face again. And Chris, what sort of immediate thoughts do we have from that?
Yeah, well, with Ali sharing on how we need to unlearn a lot of the things that we've learned, right? We've grown up in systems, in environments, in culture, in society where we have been told a certain way of a way to act, a certain way to think, and that things are the way they are, and we have to unlearn all of those things because those are all methods of oppression and all systems and have been designed by white supremacy. So, I've heard it from several speakers today, and I can say it for myself. I won't speak for others, that my experience has always been, or has been, right, keep your head down and don't speak up, don't rock the boat. And so we are at that point, and I've heard a number of speakers say it, we are at that point where we are no longer willing to keep things calm for our own pain and internalize that pain. So I'm ready to rock this boat. We obviously have a lot of people who are watching this stream right now throughout the entire day. We're at 7.5 hours. And so Dr. AJ, Jetty, we are moving, and we are moving forward.
Absolutely and unapologetically, yes.
Yes, absolutely. Dr. AJ, I know that we are coming up on a transition here, but just in a few sentences, if you could capture just a lifetime of insight. I mean, what stood out most to you about what Ali just mentioned?
It was really like the last point, and please pardon my dogs. They are playing with each other in the back.
They're agreeing with you. They're agreeing with Ali.
Yes, they are. They were. And I think, the strongest point about equitable and accessible solutions, uncolonized policies, and really all of these calls to action starting locally, starting in our most immediate environments, and then sort of spreading out. That was incredibly poignant and an important reminder, because most of us think about these on like a national level of policy or maybe a state level, but we need to really get even more granular about it to the local levels of how this is affected. So I think that absolutely 100%, I was jumping in the back when he said that.
That is fantastic, and Dr. AJ, I know you geek out on education and accessibility, so we could go on for a long time about that. But thank you for dropping those nuggets. And without further ado, let's move to our next guest, who I think we're all just as excited about. So Dave Gibbons is an advisor, a speaker, and an author who loves working with people who feel like they're misfits. Dave, we've had the real great pleasure of sharing stages in Clubhouse where you've got a really great iconic picture, but your voice, your presence, your experience in bridging so many gaps in so many different worlds, it's always like a breath of fresh air. We were all very, very excited when you decided to join our production, and I just want to thank you for joining us. How are you doing today?
Doing well, considering all the circumstances. I know there's a lot of darkness to deal with, but I'm excited about the action a lot of our peers and friends are taking today and in the coming weeks.
Yeah, I think excitement is a really great it's a really great key word here, and that's why we're that's why we're also excited to have you here. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and just some of what you're coming into this conversation with? What's top of mind for you? And I'll let you have the stage.
Thanks, man. Well, I'm Dave Gibbons. I eat, live, and breathe at the intersection of spirituality, innovation, and impact investment. Above all, I'm a human being and I'm an active ally. What happened with me to kind of get me involved in this, Jetty, was really, it happened a while ago. When I think about when I was young, just seeing how my mom had to deal with being Asian, and pretty much like the state of Arizona, I felt like we were like the only family that was Asian in the whole state at that time. In a high school of 2000, I was like one of five Asians there. So that was suppressed in me. But then the George Floyd moment happened. It woke me up, and it started me thinking more intensely about my whole upbringing with my mom at a next level. And I saw how she had to defend herself, and how eventually, after the divorce from my American father, she was just left hanging, and she became more of a misfit than ever as a divorced Asian woman, and then in a Christian environment. Eventually, she was killed in a hit-run accident, and it was like it took me into a darkness for a few years. But after the George Floyd moment, it caused me to think about that, and all this stuff that was suppressed was just unleashed, and then it just started cascading in terms of like I got to do something about it, but I never really went deeply into the whole Asian American side of things. And so when the series of Asian hate crimes came up, and then recently with the six Asians that were killed in Atlanta, these crimes reoriented me to saying, hey, it's time not only to focus upon Black and Brown, but this is my family, man. These are my brothers and sisters in Atlanta and in San Francisco and in Boston or in Los Angeles. We have to do something. So I'm committed to speaking up now. So I'm going to stand up and I'm going to disrupt. I feel like that's what I have to do. And the reason why I'm committed to this is, some sociologists and leaders I really respect said, when you look at civil rights movements, usually there's three angles to it, and two are predominantly focused upon. One is our individual responsibility and change. And then secondly is our corporate focus on systemic transformation of societies. And I understand both because I feel both as one who's a faith leader to do individual stuff, but also corporately, I understand when you're looking at a national movement of change, it's systemic. I worked with World Vision for about 10 years as a board member, and the reason why I dove into it was to understand systemic transformation. And before they would even get involved in a nation, they would spend 3 to 5 years just studying to make sure that they understood what the reality of the problem was. And then they would have to build alliances because they wanted the locals to lead. But I think that background helped me to see this is not a short game. This is a long game. And so I'm committed to systemic transformation, to individual responsibility. But the third leg of this stool, in terms of transformation, that I didn't really get till recently when I listened to the sociologist. And he said the key to this movement is the narrative. It's like, what story is winning the day? And when you think about American history, you had slavery as winning the day. That was the main narrative. And then eventually you had the next narrative, which to me was Emancipation Proclamation. And then the next narrative was Jim Crow. And then following that, you had the civil rights movement with Martin Luther King Jr. So he changed the narrative again. But still you have the underlying themes. It's not eradicated, but there's a main narrative that starts to be promoted and people start to embrace and develop a language around. And then lately, since that time, we've seen a focus upon, white supremacy, Christian nationalism, which is horrible to me to see and hear these prayers in the Senate chambers that you could hear in churches, especially when during the civil rights movement, the church was at the center of transformation and change. We see a lot of the white evangelical church promoting this white supremacy without even knowing it. So there's Trumpism, white nationalism, Christian nationalism, white supremacy. That's our narrative today, and that's why we're having so much conflict. So what has to be addressed, I think, is the storytelling, and we have to hit the stories. And what's wonderful about our Asian American community, the beautiful thing is, because I know we want to stop Asian hate. At the same time, I want to promote and also reiterate and highlight our Asian joy, our creative energy and power, and understanding community in our networks and companies. And so when I think about the artists I work with the entertainment industry, and I work in sports, pro sports stuff, and in the entrepreneurial domains. When I think about the Asian Americans, we lead in so many of these sectors, with music, fashion, design, medicine. And then you add like the technologists, where in Silicon Valley, they're about 57% of that group. To me, there's no reason why we can't change the script. We can't change the narrative. Our storytelling should be the very best storytelling. Our design, you can't stop it. So to me, it's like you woke a sleeping giant. And, and this is literally because it's like Daniel Day Kim brought up, man, you can't see us as statistically insignificant anymore. Yeah, we may be only 6.5% of the US population, but we're 20% of the healthcare workforce in America, the front lines saving American lives. We're over 50% technologists in Silicon Valley, and we're 23 million strong, man. 23 million strong. And then I looked at a Pew study, Jetty, recent Pew study that said by 2055, Asian Americans will comprise 38% of the American population. 38%. They said by that time, we will surpass the Latinx and Hispanic population. So I said, hey, don't mess, man. Not that you should be scared like Asians are coming, but because I think you'll want the Asians to come, because our values of loyalty, respect for the elderly, our hard work ethic, and our love for community and family is something that I think is integral to a healthy society. So I'm committed to this. And I'm committed to this joy and this culture, the values of our Asian American community. Thank you, Jetty.
That was incredible. And thank you, Dave. That was all brilliantly articulated. I love that you had to drop in that little, sorry, pop filter. I love that you dropped in that Pew research study. I love the statistics. I mean, if you and I are cut from the same cloth, then you've probably also been tracking the Pew study statistic on Asian long-term unemployment through the crisis, and it's two sides of a very difficult issue, and I do share your optimism. So thank you so much for that. So appreciate your time being with us. I know it's a very busy time for you as well, and a very interesting and extraordinary moment for us. But thank you for spending your time with us here.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I don't want to diminish that. What you're saying is the pain of our community, and also there's another side. We're not the model minority. Totally get that, because we've been used for white supremacy to be that shield. So we also have to combat and be honest with the reality of our suffering and pain. Thank you, Jetty. Have a great day.
Thank you. All right. Well, it's one of the problems here is there's so much, amazing, just perspectives, experience, thoughts, and leadership in all these speakers who have, very graciously and generously, lent their time to us. And that's true of Dave. It's also true of our next speaker coming up, Calista Wu. It is so great to see you. We've had the real pleasure of getting to know each other through Clubhouse, and just for all the folks here on stage, I'm gonna sing your praises before letting you talk about some initial thoughts. But for folks, y'all are in for a real treat. Calista is not just an attorney, not just a community supporter. She's an artist. She, donates her time to help worthy causes. She, operates really in the intersections of some interesting spaces. She's a founder of companies. She's a singer-songwriter. She's recognized for her work in the artistic realm and in the legal realm. I mean, just all these different things. You wonder what the through line is, and I'm just really glad to share the stage with someone like yourself, Calista. And I know you're involved in many interesting things. How are you doing right now?
Well, first off, thank you so much, Jetty, for that generous introduction. I'm so grateful that you guys, Dr. AJ, Chris, Lynn, Jimmy, all of you guys have invited me and are putting on this programming together with our other community leaders. And it's amazing to follow Dave Gibbons, who's a friend and a mentor in real life. I think right now I feel, to answer your question, a mix of urgency and also fatigue. I think one of my roles that I've recently taken on is General Counsel of Hate is a Virus, and sort of mobilizing on that front and being part of a lot of things behind the scenes I feel it's important right now at this time. We have some momentum, and so I want to make sure that we use our time and our resources wisely at this time while we have some attention. And but at the same time, in a personal capacity, I feel fatigued because this, you know, as we all know, this is not new. It's unfortunate that the increase in hate incidents and violence and hate crimes is on the rise. But you know, growing up Asian American, I'm Taiwanese American, and I identify as an artist, attorney, and a community supporter. In the spaces that I've existed in, it's been nonstop. And part of the recent violence is making me rethink, like, what are some assumptions that I just always lived with, and you know, that I probably didn't have to, and what are some things that I just thought would always be, but actually I should rethink and I might have the power to change. So it's an interesting time, I think. There's a lot of emotion, but at the same time, there's also a lot of action. So it's a delicate balance, I think, between, you know, checking in personally and also trying to be productive and efficient for the community.
That is fantastic. And, you know, Calista, I just, you know, you're involved in so many different movements and so many different organizations. And you know, I know that in the past you've said you try to take a relatively neutral position, as you also try to serve in this like servant leader role to so many different directions, but, you know, always with the sort of forward bent of, you know, progress, you know, advancing the status quo, making life better for folks. And I really appreciate you just you know, articulating that as we try to do that external action outward, that we also need to, you know, check ourselves inward, see how we're doing mentally, physically, you know, spiritually, all the things that I'm sure you could, you know, speak much more, you know, at length towards. So my sort of follow-up question to you is, you know, what can people learn? So from your perspective, as someone who's, you know, had a relatively neutral perspective and has so much experience, what do you think people can learn from past moments as we look forward to the future with this moment, with this movement?
So I have had the privilege of being involved in many different communities at different points in my life, and I'm kind of seeing them converge together. So my involvement with the Asian American community, my involvement with, you know, the faith communities, both locally and internationally, the legal community, my goodness, corporate America. My desire and plea is that we all kind of come together and unite. I've seen a lot of division, a lot of, you know, even backstabbing, unfortunately, a lot of like pushing people's own names and agendas to the forefront. My hope is that in light of recent incidents, we can sort of forgo all that and just really come together. And, you know, regardless of whether we get the recognition, regardless of whether, you know, our organization gets the credit or we, you know, see our name in lights. And I think it's much more important right now that we do the work, not only for, you know, our elderly who are being, you know, sort of targeted, but also for generations to come. Like, I look at my life and I think, like, how can I run my part of the race in this, you know, in the long game too, right? So how can I make Asian America better for future generations, for my friends' kids, for Gen Z, for Gen Alpha? And what is my contribution to that? So right now, for me, it looks more like, you know, my involvement with hate as a virus, because that's where I'm plugged in and that's what made sense. But I also encourage people to support whatever organization they believe in, right? I'm not going to say, you know, everyone must support my organization. And it's that kind of support, that coming together, that unity that I'm really encouraging, because there's a greater purpose and there's a greater vision. And for me, I'm a woman of faith, and I really, it's always been my prayer, like, Lord, please use every talent, every gift that I have in my life to benefit society, to like glorify your name, to, you know, to make an impact. And I really look at my life in terms of like, what is the legacy I'm leaving? even if I don't get the credit. And it's actually, a little bit strange for me to come to the forefront. I'm more used to being behind the scenes, even in my legal career and different things like that. But I'm recognizing the importance and actually developing my own voice again, right? And it's interesting because I'm also doing this recording project to help increase representation in the entertainment industry. So really like finding my voice, learning how to sing again, learning how to roar. And I just encourage people to also do that in whatever spaces they're in. And no person is insignificant. Like we all have a voice, we all have influence, we all have people that we can impact. And so I just really, really want to encourage people to just start where they're at and don't think that you need X, Y, or Z. Like you can really affect more change than you think.
That is brilliant. And Calista, I love that you put your spirit and your soul into those especially into those last few lines. And I felt that. So, thank you for that. I do think, I don't know if you can hear my dog, but he also agrees with you and he's barking. So thank you so much for bringing that perspective. Wow. How can people follow up with you or follow you?
Sure. So I'm active on LinkedIn. Me, Calista Wu, also Instagram, Callie Wu, and of course, where we met Jetty on Clubhouse, I'm also at Callie Wu. So please follow me there and stay tuned if you would like to support the new music that's coming out this year sometime.
Fantastic. So thank you so much for your time, Calista. I know you're involved in so many things, and we all, the folks outside of this camera frame included, all of us truly appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much. It's such a privilege.
Thank you. All right. Wow. So Chris, just, you've been in spaces with Calista on Clubhouse as well as Dave, and, both of those folks. Wow. I mean, we've got a really solid lineup here, I think. And, and that was so cool that she thought of Dave as a mentor, as she called him a mentor as well.
Yeah.
So, it looks, I hear that we have another powerhouse, just amazing person coming up next. You want to tell us about them?
Yeah, we have a true powerhouse from the Asian community, Chatri Sityodtong, who owns One Global, which is a global sports media organization. And I'm going to go ahead and bring him up because he literally is not just a powerhouse from a business sense, but he is a powerhouse in the ring. From what I've heard and seen, I am afraid I would never want to take a punch from this guy. Welcome, Chatri. Thank you so much for taking time to join us today.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Jerry. Appreciate the time.
Absolutely. Well, just with all of the work that you do, I would love to hear just how you're feeling and what else you're doing in the community.
Sure. So by way of background, I'm half Thai, half Japanese, grew up here in Thailand, and then now I'm living right now in Singapore. And, I just wanted to send, first of all, my love to all the Asian Americans. I did spend a considerable amount of years there where I went to school and work, and now coming back to Asia. And I just want to let our brothers and sisters know, Asian Americans, that you actually have 4.5 billion other brothers and sisters out here in Asia. And I'm the CEO of One Championship, which is Asia's largest global sports property. So think of it as NBA, but we do it for martial arts. We're broadcast in 154 countries. And so when I saw this suffering that was going on, it's truly, truly heartbreaking. The America that I lived in many years ago was one of diversity and unity and hope and the American dream, truly the land of the free. And so it really saddens me to see what's happened to my Asian American brothers and sisters. And so I thought, look, we're on TV in 154 countries every week, showcasing the world's greatest martial artists competing against each other. We like to call them our heroes, genuinely, heroes who inspire the world. And I want to use my voice, our platform, to help the Asian Americans, but more importantly, to remind the world that, you know, we are truly one, and that, you know, the hate that there is, the miscommunications, and this, you know, the violence that we see all over the world against Asians. This is something that has to stop, and anyone who's in a leadership position. It's not about Asian or not Asian. Anybody in a leadership position around the world, we have to rally and stop all this hate towards Asians, towards Blacks, towards everybody, and just realize that, you know, at the end of the day, all human beings, we're the same. We love, we dream, we cry, and we breathe. And at the end of the day, let's not be divided by the things that make us different. And so what we're doing here at One Championship, we're launching a Stop Asian Hate campaign in the next week, starting off with T-shirts, which we're going to donate all proceeds to the AAPI Community Fund in the States. But also, we're coming out with a big video with all of our world champions from around the world, also celebrities from around the world, A-list celebrities from around the world, about stopping Asian hate. And then on April 7th, we are live on TNT in the US, you know, in prime time at 10 p.m. And we're going to be broadcasting our show, our sports event. But in that, we're going to have our video there. That's really going to be very, very powerful. I have our best producer working on it. And it's something that's going to move the Asian American community, but equally important, move America back to, hopefully, from what I remember, you know, one step towards from what the days that I remember America to be the greatest country, one of the greatest countries in the world that genuinely, you know, cared about the fact that it is an immigrant nation. And for me, I guess I just want to let every Asian American know that you have 4.5 billion people here. I'm going to activate everybody. We are the largest sports property, Asian-led sports property, full stop, in the world. And just for perspective, you know, we have 30 million viewers per event. We have 45 million followers on social media, and we're coming to America and coming very loudly to support our Asian Americans, brothers and sisters. April 7th, you will see. But in the next week, 2 weeks, you're going to start to see a lot of noise from One Championship giving support.
Awesome, Chatri. Well, thank you again so much for your support, for all of your help, everything that you're doing all the way from Singapore. I cannot tell you how much that means to me personally. And I'm sure so many people who are watching this right now are going to be touched and moved by everything that you're doing. So thank you again. And thank you again for stopping by.
Yeah, no, not at all. Again, like, you know, from day one, my company has been about unleashing real life superheroes who ignite the world with hope, strength, dreams, and inspiration. And, you know, Asia has 4.5 billion people. But if you think about the world of sports, media, and entertainment, the last global hero we had was Bruce Lee. And we have tons of world champions coming out now that are gonna be the next Bruce Lees who genuinely inspire the world, you know, celebrate values that every family can celebrate with their kids and grandkids: integrity, humility, honor, respect, courage, discipline, compassion, the foundational values of Asian society here. Heroes that genuinely unite and inspire countries. And then the stories of them achieving impossible odds, overcoming tragedy, adversity, poverty, to inspire humanity. And this is the mission of One Championship. And it's, you know, our hashtag is We Are One, because we want to unite the world, not by being exclusionary of anybody. We want to celebrate Asia's greatest cultural treasure and Asian heroes, but at the same time, we want the whole world to celebrate with us and hopefully unite around the values, heroes, and stories. So that's really the heart of it. And so again, we have a huge voice out here in Asia. We're going to use everything we can to help our Asian American brothers and sisters. Come April 7th, you will see live on TNT in prime time at 10 p.m. all across America. We will be coming with a very strong message.
Fantastic, Chatri. Thank you again. And thank you again so much for all of the work that you're doing. And we'll talk to you soon. I'm looking forward to that event. Cheers.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
Well, I want to move straight along to our next guest, Chen-Shi Wang, who is the managing general partner for Rain Capital Venture Fund. Hello, how are you doing?
How are you? Thank you for having me.
Thank you for taking time. Well, we'll just let you jump straight into it. Let you do an introduction and share, what's been on your mind.
Thank you. My name is Chenxi Wang. I'm the founder and general partner of Rain Capital, a cyber-focused venture fund in Silicon Valley. I am here today to stand with Asians. I'm one of those, and to stop Asian hate. We are a community that, like any other community in the US, we are part of the society. I came here when I was young with only a few $100s in my pocket. And now I run a venture fund. I have a PhD in computer science. This is enabled by the inclusive nature of this society. And this is what American dream is about. And this is probably the best country in the world for an immigrant like me to establish a life and a career. We want that to continue. At the end of the day, I live in a very diverse community. My husband is American. My mother-in-law is French. At the end of the day, we are more similar than we are different. So we are very much humans to humans. So let's stop hate. And let's lead with love and lead with understanding, lead with community. One of the things I would like to say is, what can we do today? Do one of those three things. Maybe donate to a Asian fund. Second is do one thing to contribute to Asian community. Speak at a Stop Asian Hate event. Reach out to an Asian friend or an Asian family, asking them how they are doing, what you can do, and learn a concrete thing to help with the Asian community. With that, I'm very happy to be here, and I hope we can all work together towards a more inclusive future.
Wow.
Shezi, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Chenxi, I have so many questions for you, and it pains me that we don't have enough time. But I love your life story. As a startup founder and somebody who, is very much interested in the impact space and loves all the developments that I'm seeing, I'm curious from your perspective, since you oversee so much capital and you've seen so many different perspectives, how do you think folks in the more institutional capital positions or bigger capital positions, whether it's VC, angels, family offices, what would you like to see change in this current moment? And how do you think along what lines do you see that changing? How can we shift that thought?
So we already have movement in this community, in the VC community, where more non-traditional profile fund managers like myself are running funds, are doing investments. So that's a very positive thing. We're also seeing somewhat increase, although slow, in the number of non-traditional entrepreneurs, founders getting funded, right? Women, minority, Asian, Blacks. What we need to do as a community is really having more fundamental open-mindedness about who would be a good founder profile. In the VC community, there is a belief that you have to be a repeat founder to return good profit to the fund. Yet we've known a lot of new founders who have done great work. So we just have to open up our minds to look at the person, a whole person, versus what the person has brought as credentials, and believe in their capabilities, looking at fundamental skills in order to make the investment decision.
Wow, there's so much in that, and so much in that in so little time, unfortunately. But I know that you have, a very packed schedule yourself. So thank you for taking a few minutes out of your busy day to share your perspective. It's truly inspirational.
And thank you guys so much for pulling this together. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Absolutely. Hope to see you next time.
All right. Well, let's move on forward. Thank you, Dr. Chenxi Wang, for coming on. It was great to hear from her. I'm very happy to bring on our next guest, who is the Executive Director for the Southeast Asian Development Center, Judy Young. Welcome, Judy, and we are very pleased to have you. Please, if you can, just tell us a little bit more about yourself and what you're working on.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me be on this broadcast. My name is Judy Young. I am the Executive Director of the Southeast Asian Development Center, formerly Vietnamese Youth Development Center. SCADC is a 501c3 nonprofit organization founded in the Tenderloin in 1978, whose mission is to foster a healthy, thriving, and self-sufficient Southeast Asian American community. Each year, we serve over 500 former refugees and immigrants and their children from Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam. Our programs for youth and adults include youth education and development, health and wellness, and economic self-sufficiency. So that's in a big way what we do for 40 years in the Tenderloin and throughout San Francisco. I want to provide a little bit of context about myself and my role and what I've been doing and my work with the organization. Before I give a little bit of context, I do want to just take a moment to reflect and a moment to have silence for those that we lost in the Atlanta shooting last week, as well as the many elders who've been attacked on our streets across the nation. So if I could just take a moment for everybody to just be silent. Thank you. I just wanted to have that moment and take a breather, as we move forward and start talking about how do we stop these attacks, and that how do we come together as Asian Americans to condemn not only the attacks, but to make sure that we continue to support the future of Asian Americans in this country. I want to share a little bit about myself and how I got to the Southeast Asian Development Center. I am a Lao Thai Chinese refugee from Laos. I came to the Tenderloin in 1981, so I myself am a refugee, have lived in the neighborhood for over 40 years. And when we first came to the Tenderloin, it's actually one of the hardest place to grow up as a young person. The streets are filled with violence, drug use, prostitution, homelessness. And you can imagine an 8-year-old growing up in this neighborhood with parents that don't speak any English, and they couldn't get a job. We were relying on mainly public assistance. And so growing up in the Tenderloin, I founded Southeast Asian Development Center. They helped me to find a job in the summer. And from there, I just stayed on, worked through their programs, and completed college with the support and help of the staff at the center. And today I run over 12 programs. We focus primarily on youth, adults, and elders, and we provide them a holistic wraparound service to ensure that they're able to navigate the system. Many of the challenges that we see our youth and elders and families struggle with day to day has been really the language barrier, their access to getting jobs in the U.S., as well as supporting their youth to navigate the educational system. So we're providing opportunities and leadership development skills for our young people to ensure that they're able to get into college, they're able to be self-sufficient, they have the confidence to build their skills and themselves. So we've been doing this for over 40 years, all within the context of a neighborhood such as the Tenderloin that's been endemic with systemic racism, with really poor living condition. This is the backdrop that many of our community members are living in. And with the recent attack that's been happening in and around the neighborhood, I myself, who've grown up there for 40 years, I'm pretty scared to walk the neighborhood today. I constantly have to look over my shoulder. Am I safe? Are my clients safe? Are our residents safe? So we are, we are really trying to get our residents to mobilize our residents and rise up and say that, enough is enough. We need safer streets for our folks that live in the Tenderloin. We need to ensure that language and resources are available to support our community members. So today, what I want to ask the audience is for your support, that when we're going to be holding a peaceful rally for Tenderloin residents, specifically for Southeast Asian and AAPI living in the Tenderloin. We're asking for support to come out and support us in the rally, demand safer streets for those that live in the neighborhood, and demand that money and resources and funding go in to support the community organizations and the residents who live in this neighborhood. So I'm going to have more detail on the rally. We're hoping to do it in the next 2 weeks. So we would love to share that information once we get the full details and the other organizations who will be joining us in this rally. So I want to stop there and see if there's any other questions.
Yeah, fantastic. And I am not actively checking all of the comments. So audience, please feel free to suggest your comments. I mean, I'm going to make a selfish ask here while people are feeding some comments to me. And Judy, I love the work that you're doing. Your background. I wish I could take like the essence of who you are and then just put it on retail shelves everywhere and across the country, not just Tenderloin. But I think the next best thing we could get at is, I mean, what have you learned from building these coalitions, from from forming these demands, from really articulating these positions? I mean, I know that what works in Tenderloin isn't going to work everywhere.
Yeah.
But certainly you've had to take your knocks and your bumps, your bumps and your bruises to get to where you are. And I mean, I'd love to make 100 more of your efforts. I mean, what best practices can you speak to that might inspire folks in other areas just like yourself?
Yeah, I think that you're right. With the Tenderloin, I want to use that as an example. It is a very difficult and challenging neighborhood. And it's such a diverse group of people and organizations that work in this particular neighborhood. What I learned is that you have to really find common ground, and that common ground is going to build your coalition. And for me, that common ground is really going into really focusing on, we want safe streets for the residents and for unhoused people. So the neighborhood has a lot of homeless, drug issues, drug problem. And, we live and work in that neighborhood. So we basically have to form groups and coalition that will bring in different diverse voices to the table. So you do have to find, even if you may have differences in where the goals are and what that outcome will be, but you have to really find that common ground. Like, what is it that you're working towards, and build from that. And for us, it was really about making sure the streets are safe. And that means we're pulling in folks who are working with the homeless population, folks who are working with the street drug user, talking with community residents who are not the same as API. We need to make sure that those voices are included in that partnership, because we truly are living together in one neighborhood, and we need to hear each other's voices and be inclusive in that manner.
That is brilliant. I really love what you said about finding common ground, because without going into my background, I come from a mental health tech start perspective, with specifically towards addiction and forming communities there, a lot of community support efforts, and so I see a lot of the common intersections and the parallels that you just mentioned. I love the idea about establishing that common ground, though. And in building this effort up, we've been just exhorting to people remember the common ground. Don't let the the differences tear us apart. So I love that ethos and what you just said. So we do have a question here. If you can answer it quite quickly, it's a difficult one, but would love to know, how did you build community with the trans community in the Tenderloin district?
Yeah, that's a great question too. I mean, we first started with an organization called the API Wellness Center. They've been around for 30 years in the Tenderloin, and they focus on the LGBTQ community. And their first emphasis was in the API community. And that we started a couple of programs with them to make sure that the trans community was a part of the API services population, because there's at 30 years ago that there was really not much that was talked about in the trans community. So it's really engaging with those specific organizations that's already on the ground, working within that community and collaborating more extensively with them.
That is fantastic. That is fantastic. Hopefully, I mean, this is going to be streaming to so many people, hundreds of people around the country, around the world, and and hopefully your message is going to inspire all sorts of activists, and we can see that change that we all truly want to see. Thank you so much for your time, Judy. I know you're tirelessly fighting.
Thank you.
All right. Well, man, AJ, just speaker after speaker, it's amazing, and it's great to see you.
Yes, absolutely. And, I think this is the perfect time for us to, we've heard so many insights, and I think this is, and it's just been so powerful. I think this is the perfect time for us to go back to music and the healing power of music and the settling power of music. So with that, it is my absolute honor and privilege and pleasure to introduce somebody that I did meet on Clubhouse, who has become a friend at this point, a dear friend and a huge supporter actually of what we put together today. I mean, this is a Billboard ranked artist and performer who told the world to imagine and went viral on the Australian X Factor, and also brought us in Ness Wu, and brought in Suby Cheng, who's going to be performing later. So without further ado, I would love to introduce the one and the only Emmanuel Kelly. Hello, friend.
What's up? How you doing, guys? It's so good to be on here. And it's so good to be a part of this. I just want to make sure the light looks good. I look good. Okay, we're good.
You look good regardless, Emmanuel.
Thank you. No, look, I appreciate you, brother. No, look, I mean, I do truly appreciate what you guys are doing today. Dr. AJ, you are an absolute gem, and Jetty, we just met obviously, but you're a legend, man. I think we got to learn, or we got to stop. We got to stand by one another. And the world has to start standing by, especially people in America right now with all that hate that's happening. We got to stand by our Asian brothers and sisters, right? Because it's super important. What a lot of people don't realize is I'm an Asian, right? Myself. I was found in a box on a battlefield in Iraq by some soldiers. They took me to an orphanage where I was then raised there for the next 7 years in a life of war, seeing and experiencing bombs and gunshots every day, wondering whether I was going to live or die. Eventually, I came out to Australia, where I was then raised there, had multiple surgeries, learned how to walk for the first time, and then obviously went on X Factor, and as AJ was saying, and sung Imagine, and it went viral worldwide, which was amazing. And because of that, I'm able to do what I'm doing today. I just released a music video last year with Chris Martin of Coldplay, and Demi Lovato was in it. Some amazing people. Van Ness was in it, which was awesome. We kind of brought people from around the world together. But being Iraqi, or at least I think I'm Iraqi. I don't know, right? I could be Japanese for all you know. I don't, you know, I look Japanese, but who knows? You know, I could be, you know, from all parts. But a lot of people don't realize the Middle East is a part of Asia. It's a part of the Asian continent. It's part of Greater Asia. And most Middle Easterns, the ancestry of Middle Easterns, you know, the Mesopotamian days and all that sort of stuff, right? I like history. You know, a lot of them migrated from India and Asia and all these incredible dynasties and kind of created an incredible, you know, civilization in the Middle East. And so, you know, I am Asian, right? And even though we're doing this now, which I'm so happy and glad we are, Asian hate's been happening for years and years, right? And it's got to end. It's got to stop. Hate in general has to stop, you know? Last year it was Black Lives and prior to that for years, but now we're seeing that, hey, we're starting to recognize that this is happening worldwide, you know, and it's not right. We need to start putting love out into the world, not hate. And I just want all my Asian brothers and sisters to know that you are never alone. No matter how alone you feel, no matter how alone you are never, ever alone. I'm here, AJ's here, Jetty's here, the world is here, and I stand by you. So I don't have much of a hand to put by my heart, but what I do have, I'll say, I put this right on my heart, and I pay my respect and send you guys, send my brothers and sisters love left, right, and center. So thank you for what you're doing, AJ, and thank you, Jetty, for what you guys do, for what you're doing as well, brother.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. And I think that's a perfect segue. My dogs are agreeing with you too. I think that's a perfect segue for us to actually have your video remind us of how we're never alone. And so this is, you know, I'm going to go ahead and play the video, and then we'll come back and have a, you know, I want to have like a little bit of a conversation with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Love to.
Yeah. Your dog is super excited.
While you do that, I'm going to make another post on social media to let people know to chime in and check this out.
That's fantastic, EK. I love that you're always thinking proactively, and yeah, just wanted to throw out, you know, West Asia is Asia, so let's watch it.
Alone, I immediately always look to my two dogs, Batman and Cinderella, and I cuddle with them and try to fall asleep because I feel lonely at night most of the time, but they always have my back and they're always there for me.
When I feel alone, I sometimes write down everything I'm grateful for. And then I try and find a patch of sky at night and look out at it.
I often seek solace in the company of my animals. The cats are very loving. The dogs in particular are good company. One of them is deaf. One of my dogs is deaf, and he's a very good listener. The other thing I've done at times when I've been alone is to remind myself that nothing lasts. So the sadness you feel for that period of solitude, that will end.
When I feel alone, I'll stand in front of the mirror like my father told me to, and remind myself that no matter what happens in this life, the only person that's going to always be there for me is that person in the mirror.
There's moments in a lifetime that give us soul and lifeline and give us strength to walk a lane.
When I get lonely, I dance.
I connect with nature, always. And I do it in sort of a guided meditation form.
I'll write stuff down in my journal or write a poem about how I feel.
I surround myself with the people that are closest to me.
I pray to my angels in heaven, that are my grandparents.
I dream about making the impossible possible.
Open my eyes, I know you're in front of me. Open my mind, I know you're with me. And through my life, I know you're beside me. I won't ever be alone. And through the storm, I know you hold me. I felt the hand of love, it touched me. And in everything you do, you change my world. I will never be alone.
I always
always like to think about the people who loves me and cares about me.
I remind myself that it's just what's happening in this moment and all moments pass.
We seek out each other's company, and that makes it all better.
When I feel alone, I always try to remember that home is the best.
I meditate to gain strength again.
Pick up my guitar and write music.
Also like to reach out to people who I love and who I know love me, my friends.
It's okay to feel this way. We all feel it because we all want love. We all want to be heard.
The days will shine more brightly. The days don't seem so empty. Now I understand it's all a journey. I feel it's now united, never to be divided. You are a piece inside of me. Open my eyes, I know you're in front of me. Open my mind, I know you're with me. And through my life, I know you're beside me. I will never be alone.
When I feel alone, I turn to my faith.
I turned inward. I started talking to God.
I self-reflect and write down all the things on my mind.
Scoop up my honey and dance with her.
You changed my world. I will never be alone. I will never be alone.
When I feel alone, I start to sing.
I think it's always good to write down your thoughts, what you're going through, what you're feeling.
I play some music. I write.
When I'm lonely, I usually call my family or friends.
I love to get in the car and drive to get lost.
I either watch YouTube, watch TikToks.
When I'm alone, I like to train, so I was able to create a relationship with my body.
I go to the best place that makes me feel that I'm flying. To the gym.
I like to write down powerful words such as affirmations that make me feel incredible about myself.
To feel that you are a human being.
And even though I feel lonely, I'm never alone.
We're never alone because all things are one.
Sometimes when I'm feeling alone, I just try to pour it out on paper, go to the guitar, go to the piano, and try and get something creative out of it. But I think an even better idea for me, for most people, I think, is to go find somebody who loves you. We've all got people who love us, and open up, share, let people in.
I mean, that just, I was dancing in the back, like just vibing with it. I'm obsessed with this song. Thank you so much for that, Emmanuel. And so I did have, I think we have time for one question, for you to answer one question. And so what I'd like to ask you is, given the sort of like calls to action that we have, if any one of them resonated with you and why, and what would you tell people in terms of what can we as individuals across different communities do to build solidarity among all of us?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think the best way as a community that we can build solidarity and really kind of ignite passion and ignite kind of more love than hate is simply go around to a friend of yours, right? Whether it's an Arab, Asian, African American, whatever it is, right? Whatever heritage or creed or religion that friend is, or that person, that random person that's your neighbor or whatever it is. I think the best way to do something to create that solidarity is just to go to them and say, hey, how are you? Do you need anything today? Or, hey, how are you? Do you want to talk? Or just a simple hello, right? A simple act of kindness. My mum used to remind me of this quote that Mother Teresa gave. She would remind me all the time. My mum worked with Mother Teresa. She ran projects for her. She was incredible, right? And so she reminded me reminded me of a quote that she would always get from Mother, and that was, a simple act of kindness will change the world in a big way. Okay? So it's the simple acts of kindness that we can just show one another. It's that simple. It really is. Tell your family that you love them. If you're estranged with your brothers, your sisters, your mum, if it's an estrangement for literally some, a reason you can't remember, then fix it. Go there. Be the bigger person. Music, is key, right? I think all musicians in the entertainment industry start projecting more love in your music instead of hate, right? Yeah, I know the world has battered you down and brought you to hell and crashed you down. I get it. I grew up in a war zone. I get it. I've seen executions. I've seen some of the worst of mankind, right? I get it. But I'm not going to transfer the hate that I've seen onto others through my music. And so as an artist, your responsibility, your duty is to use your music as a message for love and inspiration, right? Wherever you're from. It's that simple. Don't try and get too political about it. Just share love, okay? Because that's the one thing that transfers beyond boundaries and borders. It's the only thing that's thicker than blood is love, and the one language that every culture, every religion, how every politician speaks is music, right? So if you take out the politics, if you take out the frustrations, and you simply just say, look, we might have differences, but you know what? I like you, I respect you, or you're a good person, or whatever it is, or I know there's good in you, even if they've done bad. I know there's good in you, right? Be the bigger person. Be the bigger individual.
Absolutely. And EK, you and I, we could talk about this for hours. We have actually spoken about this for hours until 4 a.m. sometimes. And so we could really get into it. So I'm going to connect with you offline, and let's just, I do think that we could do a whole room on this.
I think we're gonna do a giant. I mean, we're gonna at least do another giant event this year. Stand with Asians. I think we have to, and I'm here for you. I'll support you, and I'll help in any way possible.
Thank you, EK. And so thank you also for taking the time to come in and support us, and for all of the back end support now and in the future. And with that, I do want to say again thank you, and we are going to move to
lots of love to my Asians and brothers and sisters. Please check out the song as well. It's on YouTube, guys.
Yes, thank you. And Chris, I am going to bring you back up so we can introduce our next powerhouse speaker. This is such a fantastic lineup. I'm so pumped. All right, Chris, on to you.
Absolutely. Well, that was such a great little kick for us to get us moving. For those of you who are just now joining, we are almost at 9 hours into this 12-hour live stream. We are about 3/4 in. We started this morning. My goodness, see that's how tired I am. Can't talk. We started early this morning, 5 a.m. Pacific time, 8 a.m. Eastern, and we're going to be going until 8 p.m. Eastern time. And so make sure you are still you're still here with us. And I'm happy to bring on our next guest, Dr. Ali, who is an educator as well as model and has some absolutely amazing things to say. So Dr. Ali, welcome to to Stand With Asians Live.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. It's truly an honor to be here today.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Well, go ahead. We would love to hear, just share a little bit more about yourself and what you are here to stand for today.
So, hi, my name is Dr. Ali Mushtaq. I'm a sociologist. I am also a professor. I've also done work with race and ethnicity in America, specifically things like sexuality studies and critical Black studies. Currently, I'm working on a book that focuses on Black women AIDS activists, and I've been featured in the New York Times, and my work's been featured in other places. So it's been sort of a smorgasbord of a lot of writing and doing a lot of work in the influencer world. And specifically, I'm here today to talk about being critically reflexive and being able to really think about who we are in relation as an Asian community in relation to other racial and ethnic minorities, especially in the United States. So essentially, I think my greatest kind of thing that I want to sort of focus on today is this sort of critical self-awareness, specifically around anti-Asian hate, because I think that as a community, we are a very diverse group. There's so many different ethnic backgrounds in our pan-ethnicity. And it's fascinating because I think that when we think about being a minority in the United States, I think we sort of think about ourselves in terms of sections. So like we have the Asian community here and we have Black communities on the other end. And it's really interesting because I feel like there could be so much solidarity and so much unity between these multiple groups. For example, I think that when we think about this idea of stopping Asian hate, we have to think about the idea of being able to think about some of the ways in which we as a community are now coming to consciousness about these ideas, and specifically thinking about some of the ways in which, people before us and other minority groups have laid the groundwork for us in order to sort of think about these issues. So for example, recognizing that there are relationships between Black Lives Matter and the Asian American community, especially because, even on the onset of that social movement in 2014, 2015, we see people in Asian communities think about us as somehow separate, right? It's like either, we don't want to be political, or we don't want to, or we want to err on the side of caution to actually be like, no, well, we actually stand for the police. And it's interesting because it's like, even though we're sort of victims of white supremacy, we're sort of thinking about ourselves as somehow separate. Not only that, but I mean, even groups like, for example, Filipino Americans here in like Southern California, for example, are targeted by people who are in the police. So it's interesting because I mean, there's so many relationships between the sort of abolition movements and being able to engage in police reform, as well as the Asian community, to really call for us to think about these issues. Not only that, but also thinking about some of the ways in which, even South Asians are a part of this movement, because I think that just because, we don't identify as Central Asian or East Asian doesn't necessarily mean that South Asians aren't affected by issues within police brutality and even issues within the Stop Asian Hate movement. So for example, in 2012, we had the Oak Creek shooting, which basically targeted a Sikh temple. And again, Japanese Americans helped Muslim communities and other South Asian communities get through a lot of the anti-Muslim rhetoric that was happening at the time. It was a very different circumstance where this movement wasn't necessarily like a public thing, right? Where we're sort of helping out South Asians. So it's really interesting then to see when the locus shifts to East and Central Asians to kind of think about some of the ideas in which we are able to then form solidarity based off of our shared experiences of being marginalized because of our ethnic backgrounds. So in essence, I think my major call to action is for really to get us to think about how all these things work and really how all these things sort of come together where we can form bonds in solidarity with other ethnic groups, maybe within the Asian Pacific Islander pan-ethnicity, or within Black or between us and Black communities as well, because there's so much solidarity that can happen. And I think that we just need to start forging those links and becoming more self-aware of that history, of that cultural context, and really examine how even whiteness, for example, affects Asian communities, and like how the idea of, like, for example, the model minority has sort of affected our understandings of who we are as a people, and like aspects of our experiences that are colored by white supremacy. And I really think that the Stop Asian Hate is can be part of this sort of end white supremacy movement, so that way we can start building more coalitions amongst ourselves. So yes, I think that about sums it up. So I guess my major call to action is please, 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 not only start to form bonds between everybody else, but also to start marshaling a sort of collective consciousness around racism in America, and really kind of get down to sort of this unity thing. Thank you very much.
That is absolutely beautiful, Dr. Ali. Thank you again so much for sharing your insights. Before you go, because I think you're dropping just a ton of knowledge, and I wish I'm seeing a lot of people asking questions and wanting to ask more questions. Where can people connect with you?
Yeah, sure. I'm going to put down my description in the chat, but feel free to get in contact with me on Clubhouse, Instagram, or any other social media at which is at Getting Wolfie, GETTING WOLFIE. And at that hashtag, you should be able to find me.
All right. Well, thank you again, Dr. Ali, and we will be talking to you soon.
Ali, you're truly a treasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ali, I just have so many questions for Dr. Ali that I'm just going to contact him offline and get just have.
I think we all are, and we'll all be better for it, for educating ourselves with this perspective.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, I am so excited about our next speaker. Just again, another powerhouse. And I actually want to bring Cheryl up too, because Cheryl and I both know our next speaker, and we are talking about none other than Ber0Henda Williams, who is a visionary and empath coach, the CEO of Be Intentional, founder of the Power of Girlhood nonprofit, and a bilingual poet. And Ber0Henda is here to share some poetry with us. Ber0Henda does have some technical issues, so it will be audio only. I just wanted to let people know about that. And so with that, Ber0Henda, welcome.
Hey, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Dr. AJ, for this invitation, and just echoing the brilliance of the speaker that came before me about the lines of solidarity. It is so important that we not do the oppression Olympics and understand that we have a common foe. And I believe that whenever something is getting ready to die, it takes a last stand. And so it knows that it's on its way out and is trying to take a very feeble last stance. So we have to hold these lines of solidarity. It's super important that we name that white supremacy in our lifetime is on its way out. So with that, I'd like to read this poem, and I hope that it touches the hearts of those who are listening. So here it is. How do you anchor your memories? How do you archive your pleasure? How do we heal our grief in a state of perpetual mourning? How do you remember love? Where do you keep it? How do you put the world together? How do you live your prayers? How do you heal your wounds that stay open? How do you feel when you are numb? Take to your knees for healing. The way through is to move forward. There are core places we must visit. There are shadows that need light. There are hiding places. The shadow is ferocious and tender. It screams with no sound. There is a prayer for this. There is surrender. Let light enter your cracks. Your scars are beautiful. You are beautiful. There's beauty for ashes. How do you archive your memories? There's a place for that. Your own trembling heart. Thank you.
Wow. I had to take a moment.
So, I mean, first, Dr. Ali with the heart or the head, and a lot of the emotions, and just Ber0Henda just straight to the emotions.
Yeah, it totally went right to my heart. It was such a beautiful piece. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you all for holding this space. And I stand with you, and I'm here in solidarity with the AAPI community in its fullness and its entirety. I know none of you are monoliths, but I'm here with you, and I love you.
Thank you, Ber0Henda. And actually, Ber0Henda, while you are here, I do want, there is a question that Jordan asked earlier in the comments, much earlier today. And and that question sort of came back when Dr. Ali was speaking as well. And I would love to kind of hear it from your perspective as, an empath and as also with the work that you do. And the question is, essentially like, how do we create, how do we create room for movements to collaborate on this? Like, for example, BLM and Stand with Asians working together.
So my first thought around that is that we have to do our individual healing. There is no way to move through this level of work because it's so intense that it is very triggering. And until we do our own deep personal therapy, anchoring into whatever your belief system is, you have to have that. So breaks, you have to leave room for rest in the work because rest is also revolutionary. And then you have to work with those who are willing to do the same.
Wow. Yeah, and again, there's so much to unpack in just even that little bit that you just shared with us. Cheryl, Jetty, any thoughts? Ber0Henda, thank you so much for being here and for sharing such powerful words with us and such deeply heartfelt words with us. And I'm gonna pass it to Cheryl and Jetty for their thoughts.
Just immense amount of gratitude for your presence here, your poetry, your thoughts on solidarity and allyship. It's just, yeah, people need to hear this. Thank you.
Absolutely. It's my...
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I interrupted.
No, please, Jetty, continue. I was just saying it's just my pleasure to be here and, really show in demonstration what solidarity looks like. My only other thought is when I think about movements, at the height of the civil rights movement, Dr. King and Malcolm X both had really different approaches to the work. And I think that toward the end of their untimely deaths, they were both moving more toward places where I think that they could have created spaciousness for conversation because they kind of moved their needles moved a bit. So I'm just hoping that we don't have to lose any more soldiers on this battlefield and that we can come together and find the intersections where we can have conversation and forward movement. I'm finished speaking.
I see we have a holdover from Dr. AJ's legendary culturally competent conversations rooms. This is the beauty of Clubhouse. This is the beauty of people coming together with their ideas. And I do not yet yield my time. But Ber0Henda, I have a question for you. I mean, so my question is about listening and creating that space, right? Because I think a lot of us in the audience who are listening now and those to come can agree. Like at some point, you're sort of preaching to the choir almost. And there's people around the cause. That's wonderful. My question is sort of around folks who have that almost like that plaque, right? Or there's a blockage, right? And I want to try to get those folks to listen. And I understand there's pain there, and I'm painting in very broad strokes here, but I'm doing so intentionally. I mean, for folks who are in that place, and they're still hurting. I mean, what are some questions or what are some perspectives maybe that might help people to keep moving or to have that space, especially for trying to engage them and they're hurting.
Yeah, so glad that you asked that question. I believe that wounds need air, and so those people need to be heard as well. And I think that in Deepa Iyer's work, she created a really beautiful ecosystem of the social justice and equity movement. So we're going to have some people that may have a stronger personality, which are the agitators. So with all that fire and anger that you have, we don't want our anger to fester and turn to rage. However, anger is a catalyst to move things forward. So when we have righteous indignation, there's a space for that too. So this is where I feel like youth need to be engaged. So engaging in the frameworks of like civil disobedience. So we have to look at this like in a very, yes, spiritual way, but we also have to look at this in a very strategic way. So where are the weavers, the storytellers, the agitators? Like, where is your place? As I said, get in where you fit in. So find your position, play your position, but no position is invalid and it's all necessary because the work typically is going to be done by a few. Not everybody wants solidarity, but this isn't new because when we talk about integration, that's not something that everybody wanted either. But there were a concentrated few that did, and as they mobilized and used their strengths, using their influence and leverage their position, we saw a monumental movement that is captured in history as we looked at the March on Washington. So it wasn't like it was overnight. This was a group of concentrated individuals that grew and grew and grew. And there was, of course, factions that came out of the movement. Not everybody agreed to it. But at the end of the day, that doesn't keep us from being immobile or complacent. We just do what we're doing here. And hopefully that inspires and that moves and that allows people to find their place to play their role in the revolution.
Ber0Henda, I thank you so much for your thoughts, your love, everything that you've brought today. I thank you so much. And yeah, so much gratitude.
So much gratitude to you all too, and peace and blessings. I'm going to keep watch and I'm going to share this in my feed and timeline as well. So Godspeed to all of you, and please rest, drink your water, eat your vegetables, and take care of yourselves. Much love.
Much love.
Thank you so much, Ber0Henda. I think we could all definitely look forward to a rest after this. A little bit after this work is done. But thank you so much for that, and thank you so much for that, and thank you.
Our next guest, I'm very excited to bring on, partly because we have the same. It's Desiree from Ginger. Desiree, take it away.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Beautiful. Thank you. I apologize for my raspy voice. I'm getting over a cold, but I will tell you, I am so honored and delighted to be here and to be able to participate today. Jetty, Dr. A.J. Cheryl, thank you for having me. I am going to speak to you a little bit today from a perspective of mental health perspective. I'm Desiree, and I'm a first-generation immigrant. I'm of Hispanic descent, and I also serve as the Chief People Officer at Ginger, which is an on-demand mental health company. Mental health is my passion. I'll just start by saying that I am outraged and heartbroken at the continued acts of violence against the Asian American and Pacific Islander community. As a trained therapist and as a DEI and belonging leader at my organization, I strive to create a psychologically safe environment for all people. That includes fostering an environment in which people feel valued and safe to speak up about everything, and that includes racism. It's imperative that we stand in solidarity with the AAPI community during this time. And as an active ally and leader, it's my responsibility to take an unequivocal stance against racism, violence, and marginalization of any kind. We must do everything we can to ensure that this wave of brutality against the AAPI community ends here and now. the rise in anti-Asian violence just has to stop. The same way that violence against brown and black people has to stop. In the spirit of change, in the spirit of be the change that you want to see in the world, I strive to elevate and empower marginalized voices. And at Ginger, as active allies to the AAPI community, as I said earlier, we strive to create a psychologically safe environment in which everyone feels empowered to speak their truth and tell their story. We create safe spaces, including affinity-based support groups where employees can share their experiences and talk about the impact of racial trauma. And those groups that we have, these affinity groups, they are facilitated by trained stewards, and they're grounded in principles of racial and restorative justice. So we are taking it all the way there in a workplace, and really are treading that territory where often conversations are very difficult to have, because we understand that we need to do that for our people. We don't serve a homogenous world, and so internally we need to walk the talk. We also empower our people with a direct pathway to leadership to hold us accountable when we fail to adequately support them. And as a leader in a mental health organization and as a people leader, I do call on all people leaders to do this. I call on all of us to continue to educate ourselves and those around us on the history against racism, on the history of racism against the AAPI community and against all marginalized groups. More than anything, I encourage those who need mental health and emotional support to seek it. Seek it in your friends, in your families, and professionally. Let's eradicate the stigma around mental health. To win this fight against racism together, we have to be strong in body and in mind. So my final call as someone in the field of mental health, the call to action is for safe, affordable, and easy access to culturally competent support and mental health care for those in the AAPI community and for all people. And above all, I'm a human being and I'm an active ally.
Desiree, what a moving statement. How lucky Ginger.com is to have you as their chief person. So I thank you again. So much gratitude for you being here, and we shall invite our next guest in. Thank you, Desiree.
Thank you for having me.
I just always love the mental health perspectives. Let's keep things moving, and I can't wait for our next guest.
I like your last name, Lindsey.
Lindsey,
yeah, Lindsey is here in San Francisco Bay Area artist and activist. Lindsey, take it away.
Thank y'all so much for having me. Thank you for doing this on this National Day of Action. I felt the best way to rock out today was to share a poem called I Am a Metaphor, and this is specifically dedicated to all the beautiful ladies, especially our allies and the beautiful Asian American women that are rocking with us today on this National Day of Action to stand with Asians. I'm a metaphor, a manifestation, an intellectual artist. I am poetic justice, of problems that predated my existence. Truthfully, I'm addicted to the game, but the rest of the game say addicted to forgetting. I don't want to relive the past, which prevented a circle of love from growing, haunted by all the no's that have hatefully called my name. Well, my name is Asian America. My name is hip hop. My name is Rebel of the Underground. Well, my name is a revolution of dreams, a dream hooked by a bell, because love has a vision for me. So we're ascending degrees of power, made uncomfortable and useful truths in the stability of the chaos that lives like me, so that people could fly. I want to feel like I can write poetic justice into your heart. Memorize you like the lines of my favorite book. My words would illuminate you like the soul ropes of my favorite song, so I could recite you verbatim. No, I wrote you like freedom so your soul could fly. Because truthfully, the rhythms of my heart rock loud like we're on that throwback flowetry shit. Somehow you'd automatically know I'm singing my heart into yours, when in reality, I'm a flowist rocking dolo, trying to invite you into these fusions of beats per minute, and I'm that minute, flying like ADHD about the universe, slaying the preconceived notions you tried to dress me in because of what you believe that Chinese American women could look like, sound like, dream like, be like. Because if I was a superhero, I'd be Mulan. Fa like Disney or Hua like cultural legends. Your stereotypes are the feet I practice my warrior lesson reflexology on. Each point of your terrorist thoughts became a meridian for Hua, Mulan to flourish. Hua, flower. The petals of the heartland are transforming to imperial dynasty of change because Mulan was a goddess of courage and answered what if of my people for not apologizing for being brave. There is no agenda for prestige or inflation of mystique, just a flip on power scripts that lives like me. So this is a dream like unbound feet to curb the spreading of ignorance as a virus, not to transcend my Asianness, but societal biases against it, which play like cultural terrorism when you're asking why I'm rocking braids and jade, because see, this is not a mask of my face. Looking outside myself, trying to understand my place. What it means that this is not a mask, but a haunting experience of margins and boundaries. I'm a metaphor, a manifestation, an intellectual artist. I am poetic justice. I never loved justice more than I loved you, but I hated what we weren't more than the injustice or what we should have been. Because when you fly soul first, your heart can't keep up with the way the universe plays the lyrics of all the hopes and dreams you can't comprehend yet. And the wind, you're hearing a song you only vaguely know the words to, but the rhythm stays steady, familiar. Then one day the wind subsides, got you living the heartbreaks the God is singing so sick. And your heart cracks into the memories of loving like Boyz II Men was singing only to you. And the smiles between you fade into a throwback, and you want to feel like one too. Just hit the shelves. And being on bended knee was powerful. But you hesitate because you finally realize that Yvette was lying when she told Jody, when I say that I hate you, what I really mean to say is I love you. And you love yourself for hating enough, and you hate yourself for loving enough. Don't that you feel anything anymore. And it would sound like poetic justice. Just write me back. We're unthinkable and able to respond to the crisis. We need to celebrate and criticize. But if you ask me, I'm ready. Truthfully, I'm addicted to the game. It's the beautiful struggle I survived because of, while you tried to hide me like we all memorized verbatim, I am changed flying through unspoken thoughts. I know that love knows my name. My name is Asian America. My name is hip hop. My name is Rebel of the Underground. My name is a revolution of dreams, a dream hooked by a bell because love has a vision for me. So ascending degrees of power made uncomfortable and useful truths and the stability of the chaos that lives like me so that people can fly. I'm a metaphor, a manifestation, an intellectual artist. I am poetic justice. Thank y'all so much. My name is Lindsey Leong. A lot of people know me as hella famous. I'm Asian American and I belong.
Lindsey, yes, love knows my name. That was so awesome. I was moving. Your words were incredible. I'm so grateful to have you here. Yeah, let's bring up our next guest. Thank you, Lindsey.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Mad.
Hey, Cheryl.
Madeleine Lim is the founder of Queer Women of Color Film Festival, an incredible leader, and let's hear from her.
Thanks for having me. Hi, everyone. I'm Madeleine Lim. I am a queer immigrant Asian woman. I am an award-winning filmmaker and an LGBTQ community activist. I am also the founder and executive director of QuackMap, known as Queer Women of Color Media Arts Project. Above all, I am a human being and I am an active ally. I am here today because I am furious at the violence and hatred directed at our communities. And I am so proud of our AAPI communities for rallying and standing together in this moment when we are frustrated and flooded with grief. I have seen a number of AAPI organizations that have been shared to support and highlight their important work. I think we've seen a number of these lists. For me, it is equally important that we also support AAPI arts and culture organizations. The arts are a source of cultural resistance, cultural renewal, and cultural resilience. They are inherent to our cultural practice and our spiritual practice. I am here today to call for increased representation of AAPI arts and culture organizations. There are a couple of organizations that I love to give a shout out to. Support Asian Pacific Islander Cultural Center. They're based here in San Francisco. They advocate for the arts that reflect AAPI in the United States. Support Chinese Culture Center. They advocate for the arts and culture in San Francisco, Chinatown. As we know, Chinatown has suffered tremendously from the pandemic this past year. Support Chinese Culture Center. Support Cool Arts, which advocates for Filipino contemporary and traditional arts. And of course, support QuackMap. That's the organization that I lead. QuackMap uses film to shatter stereotypes and bias, reveal the lived truth of inequality, address the vital intersecting issues that concern our multiple communities, and build understanding and community around art and social justice. Growing up my whole life, I was hungry for representations and images that reflected who I was as a queer Asian woman. There were none. As a result, I felt invisible. I felt alone. I felt like there was something wrong with me. It is so important that we see ourselves represented through the arts and culture. Like I said, they are a part and parcel of social justice activism. They are part of our cultural resistance, renewal, and resilience. That's pretty much my message today. And, let's support each other through all of our different communities.
Wow, that was a very powerful share, Madeleine. Tell us more about your. Do you have a specific call to action for us?
I think that we just, the call to action is, if you have money, that's amazing. If you can contribute to these different organizations that I just named, that's amazing. If you don't have money, but you have time, you have talent, volunteer. We need your support. We are, as San Francisco is moving through the different tiers, from red through orange to yellow. Arts organizations are coming alive again. So there are specific AAPI organizations that take care of our community. Support those if our arts and culture are important for us. And I believe so. To me, I'm a filmmaker. I absolutely believe in supporting the arts and culture. So I would say that's my call to action.
Well, thank you so much. Dr. AJ, do you want to join us to invite our next guest in? Madeleine, thank you so much. You were straight fire.
You're very welcome. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Every word was just so solution oriented, Madeleine. Like, thank you. And, we're going to kind of continue this momentum that's building with our next speaker, a dear friend of mine, a representative of actually the creator of the entire NAAAP wellness program, as well as a nonprofit founder in her own right, Jeannie Cheng. Please take it away.
Thank you. Wow, what a day, huh? I want to introduce myself, Jeannie Cheng, proud second generation Korean American clinician. Yes, a fellow LMFT, licensed marriage and family therapist, certified clinical trauma professional. And I specifically work with now 100%, which I'll talk about, with the API communities, which I wouldn't have thought about when I first started my practice. I'm privileged to be here, and I think a lot of my work centers on helping those on the front lines with their mental health. Yay, Jetty! As you can see, squirrel. But above all else, I am a human being, and I am here as an active ally. That was just me in a nutshell, but really when Dr. AJ was talking about NAAAP, the National Association of Asian American Professionals, I am the founder of the Self-Care and Wellness Program, because just going back, I have a passion for addressing mental health stigma. I wanted to really shine a spotlight on it, and I found that working with professionals, and of course, coming from corporate America, I really felt like there was the workplace well-being and understanding what mental health looked like in the workplace. I mean, that's where we spend a lot of our time, right? And active ally, mentor, professional, corporate, community organizations, I wanted to speak out and address mental health. And so a little bit about me, going back in history, I did not start my career in the field of mental health. Mental health found me. That's what I like to share. And I want to say that I started my career as a broadcast journalist. Then, as I left the field, ripe old age of 24 and a half in burnout, which I'll talk a little bit about what that looks like in active allyship, I went to business school. to look good. I was like, hey, I can't look like a career dropout at 24, turning 25. What am I going to do? I'm going to go to business school, though I have no passion for it. I decided to go. And I did. I disliked it very much. But part of my identity journey, which I am super passionate about talking about, not just today, but just in general, about people understanding that identity is never final. It's always evolving. Your purpose should be in the now, right? We want to have this grandiose purpose. It's great to have goals, but there's so much purpose we can find just in our present moment, right? And so that's the practice of mindfulness. And so what I'm doing now, I want to share, being, as I say, mental health found me. I decided to pursue what I was good at. My greatest strengths was engaging with people, listening to stories. But as a reporter, I couldn't help people after I heard their stories, if that makes sense. As a licensed counselor, I can help people after hearing their stories. So I went with 4 young kids under the age of 6 at the time, could barely function. I went back to grad school for my license in marriage and family therapy. And that's where I say the field of mental health found me. But let me tell you this, my journey is I'm using all of those skills today. As a journalist, speaking, not only what I'm doing here, but I am a corporate speaker, but also a speaker in community organizations and also colleges, speaking out about mental health stigma, talking about the model minority myth, especially with students, talking about diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives in corporate America and community organizations, helping them, leaders with their mental health. That's what I'm doing now. And then business school, well, I'm an entrepreneur. And obviously knowing a little bit about business to be able to connect with my audience is super important, and understand what they're going through. That's really important in my work. So I'm using all those skills today to be here and talk about and be standing with Asians. And I just want to share this as being the non-anxious presence as a clinician. It's been extremely hard for me the last 8 days or 10 days, actually. People have come to me to support them with mental health. And Cheryl may know, because I think I saw her getting emotional at times throughout the day. It's not easy, you know? And so being the non-anxious presence where people come to me for their mental health needs, and especially talking about trauma, providing psychoeducation on what that looks like. We are dealing with trauma. We were dealing with trauma even before last week, right? We're talking about anti-Asian hate, but then before that, we're talking about the pandemic. So there was so much trauma going on, and then grief. And then also at the same time, me grieving and being traumatized myself has been difficult, right? Sorry, Cheryl. Just because I saw it, I really related, right? And even now I'm trying to be the non-anxious presence and hold some emotion back. But that's a little bit about me. And when you want to talk about active allyship, this is what I say when it comes to mental health. Mental health takes practice. I call it your mental health hygiene. We're so good with our physical hygiene, so good with it. But mental health tends to be reactive when people are like, oh my gosh, I'm not doing well. What do I do? Well, let me tell you something. Mental health, the definition is your emotional, social, psychological well-being. It's something you think about the minute you wake up and the minute you go to bed, meaning you wake up going, how am I feeling? Mental health. When I go to bed, oh my gosh, it's been a rough day, or it's been a great day, or doing all this with Stand With Asians has been awesome. Mental health. I'm not talking mental illness. That's a conversation for another day, though mental health illness is there, and that, yes, I do diagnose it, but mental illness and mental health are not the same. So I wanted to educate that. I do a lot of that because people are thinking when they're talking about stigma, they're also looking at untreated mental illness, right? So in reference to today, your emotional, social, and psychological well-being must be threaded through everything. That's why I say mental health hygiene. So I ask every day, what are you doing for your mental health? Don't make it reactive. It should be proactive, just like we are about our physical health. Mental health, the health of our mind, right? We need this to be an active ally. We need this to do what we're doing, to be effective leaders in corporate America, community organizations, on college campuses. Our mental health has to be a priority. I actually say it's your strongest ally. That's because we need our health, right? To be sustainable. This is not, it is more of a marathon, a triathlon. We want to sprint and we want to race. And that's why I'm that's my job, to provide change. I'm like, hey, I need you to slow down for your own sake, because it's still going to be there. We have a long fight ahead of us. Let's not make it a race and sprint, because you're going to burn out. So that's a little bit about me. My call, oh yes, I call for educational reform. So when I talk a lot about cultural confidence. Yay, Jetty. Yeah, I can't see these people, by the way, but I talk a lot about cultural confidence. That's my core framework. It is the intersectionality of mental health, identity, resilience, and mindfulness. A powerful intersection of the four. That's what I see a lot in my work. And I called it cultural confidence because language is powerful in the field of mental health. One time when I was talking to college students, I said cultural competency. That is a practice. Yes, this is a parallel to that. This is not in place of that. By the way, you can have many parallels. And I felt like the word came out as a Freudian slip, and I meant to correct myself. This was several years ago. And I read the room of college students, API college students, and I went, you know what? No. I meant to say cultural competence. And from here on out, I'm talking cultural competence. And this is the practice of having healthy emotionality. So going back to educational reform, people like me, I understand my cultural heritage. But let me tell you, when I went through grad school, I was like, a snippet of cultural competency was what I learned. There are a lot of clinicians out there that are not API, not Black Americans. They're not as equipped as they could be. So when I'm talking about educational reform, I'm talking about creating new curriculums, updating things in graduate schools for clinicians. And that's why I'm so busy. And there's only one person, me, but then there's many of us out there. But again, we're educating a lot, but I want education to go back to these graduate school programs where I was disappointed going, wow, just Black culture and Asian culture was mentioned in one class, right, of an entire course. That's not enough, especially in this day and age. And it's still the same course. So I want that to be shifted, and that's part of my greater cause. And then public school education, kids need to be talking about the model minority myth. I always ask my students that I'm speaking to, hey, when did you first hear about this term, the social construct? People will say, recently, college, high school. Yeah, I just learned about it. No, we need to teach that in public school education. So that said, Jeannie Chang, I call for educational reform. Again, above all else, I'm a human being and an active ally. And thank you so much for having me here today.
Oh, Jeannie, so good to hear from another marriage and family therapist. I love everything that you had to say. I just wanted to chime in just a tiny bit. When I think about the word psychology, it often sounds like it doesn't quite seem to match Asian culture or something. But when I look at the translation, the Mandarin translation, it says study of the heart. And that sort of sinks that away. It means Singli share study of the heart. And that has always been so connected for me. And so I just want to put it out there that, the heart.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that, because do you know the direct translation in Korean, which I'm not very sure of it, it's not that. And so there are many times when I'm like, what is the translation of therapy in Korean? What is that? Yes, I'm Korean American, but the words aren't exactly translated, which goes to show you how much more education needs to be done in Korea. But yes, I love that you shared that. Thanks for being encouraging about that. That encourages me. Hey, Jetty. Just saying hi to everybody. And Dr. AJ.
Yes. So thank you so much for that, Jeannie. And, I know we want to be super respectful of your time as well as all of the other speakers' time. So I was wondering if you could just give us, as a closing thought, one quick tip for especially people in the AAPI community right now on what is the first thing we can do to start taking control of our mental health?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm a solution-focused clinician. So it's a perspective, right? And yes, people are like, oh, we want solutions, but it's not just about solutions. It's about a perspective of how you're going to live. We're talking allyship, which is a practice. Mental health is a practice. So when you're looking at things, I like you to look at the fact that we tend to look at the negative, racism, violence. I get that. I'm not saying ignore that. That's already there. But when we're stuck there, what happens is it magnifies and it defines our day. But when we're looking at when things are working, what's going well? What are we doing well? What encourages me? What helps me cope? Those are the questions I need to ask. Those are solution-focused questions. So for instance, what's working? This is what's working. The API community is coming together like this and encouraging one another, having a sense of belonging. Yes, in a time of crisis, but we need that more than ever, right? So what helps you cope? I'm asking you guys that. People come to me and think I'm the expert. Yes, I'm the expert, but I look back to you. Resilience can be learned and developed. So I said, hey, what's already helping you? What are you doing to cope? That's what I mean by mental health hygiene. Whatever's helping you, do more of it. So if you're saying you love playing music and you tell me the last time you played music was 3 weeks ago, I'd be like, yeah, that's a problem. No, I won't say it like that. But I'll be like, I need you to play music every day to take care of your mental health. This is it for the long run. It is a practice, just like allyship. So being solution focused.
Yeah, and I know at 6 o'clock tonight, 6 p.m. Eastern, we are having a Clubhouse panel on resilience, exactly as this live stream is still going on. So, Jeannie, thank you so much for being here, and I will see you in a very, very short while
Very
for that
soon.
panel.
We'll be talking about resilience.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you, Jeannie, and it was great. It's great to meet you virtually.
Yeah, great to meet you live.
Yeah. So, and thank you for speaking to education reform. I think that's actually a really wonderful segue to our next speaker. And so, we're not taught, as a quick aside, we're not taught mental health hygiene, just like how, as I mentioned before, that I grew up in an Asian American community and did not receive my first dose of, Asian American history until college when I took an optional elective course for Asian American history. And even then, that was only the beginning. And that goes down to education policy. So that's a wonderful segue.
Yep. Thank you for that, Jetty. And, I am so happy to see Dona Murphey as our, or introduce Dona Murphey as our next speaker. And when I asked Dona, how can we introduce you? Dona said, a Korean American in Greater Houston. So with that is how I'm going to introduce you, Dona, and have you just blow our minds away.
Can I attempt a brief introduction before Dona?
if you want to. Sure.
Okay, so in 5 seconds, I mean, Dona is somebody who I'm like I've been a friend on Clubhouse, but I'm more of a fan. I every time she speaks, it's just like rapid fire info and knowledge, and I would literally listen to her narrate history. She is fire, and I love everything about you that you do. So thank you, Dona.
Thank you, Jetty, and thank you, AJ. So I'm Dona Kim Murphey. I generally prefer to start with how I move in the world rather than with who I am, because I feel that allows me to connect quickly with people who share my worldview without alienating people based on identity. I think very deeply about a lot of things. So some of those things I can share with you. I think very deeply about decolonizing philanthropy, about the pandemic as a portal, about the charade of the elite charade of changing the world, how diverse and inclusive groups outperform high ability problem solvers, small world networks, community, indigeneity, performativity, cult of celebrity, and the words not everyone can say, according to Ta-Nehisi Coates. A lot of those topics that I mentioned actually do come from original work by a lot of different kinds of scholars. So yeah, I encourage people to get out there and check out Ananya Roy's work, Arundhati Roy's work, Anand Giridharadas' work. Yeah, a lot of what I mentioned comes from some of those people. They've contributed to some of that thinking. I happen to also be a physician scientist and community organizer. I'm serving as director of scientific affairs at an EEG diagnostics company. I'm a mother, I'm a wife. I'm a second generation Korean American who lives in the greater Houston area and speaks Spanish more fluently than I do Korean. I am a former school board candidate for our local school board in Pearland ISD. And above all, I'm a human being and I'm an active ally. So I ran for my local school board to fight injustice in 2019, all kinds of injustice. Racial injustice was pretty prominent where I live. It continues to be very prominent. Religious intolerance, LGBT intolerance. And generally, we had a real poverty of leadership in local government. And that was reflected in the ways they were mishandling all of these things. I think that fundamentally good leadership is rooted in humility and in curiosity. And this was something that I saw a complete scarcity of in the people who were at that time and who continue to occupy local public office. And that's why I was compelled to run. I found that there were no other people willing to step up to run. And I do not believe that that is healthy for democracy, to have incumbents continually go unchallenged. So that is why I ran. And I wanted to share a story with everyone about something that happened in our school district. So above and beyond the problems that we've had, and let me just contextualize here a bit. I live in Brazoria County. Pearland, Texas is in Brazoria County, which is the last stronghold of slavery in the United States. We've not had a countywide office holder who was Black in our 184-year history. The irony and the opportunity is that George Floyd is actually buried 5 minutes from where I live in our community. The problems that I saw when I was running for school board included the failure to identify Black students for gifted and talented programming. And, I have actually my own thoughts also on gifted and talented education, that I think are maybe a bit controversial that I won't go into here. But the fact is that there are a lot of resources that are devoted to that kind of education, right, for a select group of students. And Black students are continually underidentified in our district. And this is actually a national problem. It's not just specific to our district. But they are, in addition to that, very much criminalized. So our dress code was very punitive in actually the actual content of the dress code, and also in the enforcement of the dress code towards our Black students. We made international headlines when one of our school administrators, who actually was promoted subsequent to him doing this, he basically instructed a couple of other staff to color in the head of a Black child when he came to school with a design in his head, on his scalp, in his hair. And that assault was not met with really any substantial accountability for that individual or for the other individuals involved. So things like this are happening all the time in my community. But in addition to this, there was something specific that was anti-Asian that happened. And it happened, in fact, to my daughter. And again, there's like such tremendous irony in that. But my daughter was... She was in class, and her teacher had stepped out. This was actually her favorite class. Her teacher had stepped out for a moment and asked a colleague of hers from down the hall to come into the classroom just to keep an eye on the class as she went to the bathroom. And this individual came into the classroom. The first thing he did was to look on the board and see that there were a couple of vocabulary words written on the board. I don't even remember now what the word was, but he, said one of the words, and he looked at my daughter and said, "Hey, Asian girl. Population density. What is population density?" And she was alarmed to hear herself referred to by her race, right? And she's half Asian, she's biracial. But, he assumed that that's how she identifies, or that's how he was going to identify her regardless. And she was stunned and didn't know what to say, couldn't answer the question, even though she knew the answer. And then he proceeded to say, "Oh, you don't meet the stereotype, clearly." And then he moved on to a young South Asian man sitting next to her and said, "Hey, Indian boy, what does population density mean?" And he too couldn't answer this question, right? Startled by the way it was framed. And then he basically left the classroom, articulated to the teacher as she came in to the classroom to resume her class, that he didn't feel like they lived up to the stereotype of being smart. And then he left the classroom. And, this was just so appalling to me. But, what was interesting about it was that it was situated in this broader context of racial injustice, racial intolerance, racism, right, white supremacy. And I knew that this was a problem already with our Black students. It was the first time that I personally felt it through my daughter. And, these things are happening in all of our communities. I think a lot of it does have to do with shifting demographics in this country, and also people just being so disconnected in their local communities, right? So that I do think that plays a role. We've had like historic attrition of people engaging with social institutions, right? Whether that be faith-based institutions or otherwise. And so when we're not connected, and when we have the illusion of being connected through things like social media, it proves to be a problem ultimately, right? Because we do have to get to know one another in an intimate way, I think, to care about each other when some of us are facing disproportionately harms from the structures that we cannot escape. But anyway, so I wanted to share that story. That's kind of the skin that I have in this game. And I think fundamentally, as you might have heard through my narrative here, that change comes through local action, and it comes also through government and stepping up and, you know, running for public office, particularly local office. I think it's really, really important. I guess I'll stop there, and maybe I'll end with that I call for educational reform, if that was not obvious.
Yeah, Donna, that every time I hear that story from you about your daughter, it just makes my blood boil in so many ways. And you know, I'm so glad that she has a role model who's such a, you know, activist in you, that when things are not right, we fight to make them right. We at least try. So there are a couple of questions from our audience, that in the comments. So I'm wondering if you'd be able to maybe get on YouTube, or I can send you the questions. And if you want to text me, because I want to be very cognizant of your time. I do have
time to answer the question. I don't know where you want me to go.
Okay.
To do that.
So the question essentially is, reflecting on your run, what was your biggest and most educational mistake? And what would you change for your next run?
I think that the biggest mistake, and I was received with a lot of vitriol in my community. I was really actually pretty surprised because I was very professional, as I always am. And, you know, really don't have anything out there about me that is controversial in my judgment. But they were able to spin all of the activism that I've done to make it very controversial and a complete misrepresentation of who I am and the work that I do. But I think beyond that, the problem was that I did not actually really invest in my community, like very locally, right? I've been involved in advocacy in Houston, in Texas, nationally, but in Pearland specifically, I was not engaged with any of the activities here really before I ran. And that was a big mistake. You know, I think that the people who really have a shot are those people who are spending years investing in things. Like if you're running for a school board, for instance, you really should be participating in the parent-teacher organizations, right? Parent-teacher associations. You should be involved in other social organizations within your community. And much like is true for most of my community, we consider Pearland like a sleeper town. We sleep here, but we work in Houston, you know, and we don't really identify with the local community. And so when we try to then lead, people don't feel connected to us. And that I think was a mistake. And I think that hopefully people will learn from that mistake and you know, invest in the community and very local activities prior to making a run like that.
Wow. Yeah. And I feel like that can be unpacked more, but, we want to keep the momentum going with our schedule too. So definitely want to reach out to you. And if you have any greater answers, if you want to just text them to me, I'll put them in the comments for you, or you can do that right on the YouTube channel. And so with that, Donna, thank you so much for being here. And I want to welcome Jimmy to the stage so that Jimmy can introduce our next speaker. Jimmy, you're muted.
I always click the wrong button every time, I feel like. At least I didn't leave the room. So everyone, this is Jimmy coming back. I would like to introduce you to somebody that I did not actually meet in the traditional way a while ago. So this is PK. Me and him connected a while ago because I actually thought he was a buddy that went to military school with me. So I reached out to him on Facebook and we ended up being connected. I find out that he's actually a comedian down at the Laugh Factory, but he's also the founder of Collaboration. So I'd like to welcome PK to introduce himself here, man. Thank you very much, PK. Welcome to the show.
Thanks, Jimmy. Thanks for having me. Thank you, Dr. AJ, Jetty, everyone. Very important day, and thank you for putting all of this together. I'm not going to take much time. I started Collaborations Asian Talent Show, collaboration with a K. You could go to collaboration.org in the year 2000, and we're still going strong 20 years later. At one point, we were in 14 cities. At one point, we had 6,000 people come to one show, so you could check it out. I'm also a stand-up comedian, but today I just want to share a poem that I wrote, and I'll be off from there. This is just explains how crazy it was in February 2020. I don't know if you've ever been so wrong about something. Like I posted something on Facebook, and I posted, this is after the Korean movie Parasite won, and I posted, "This is going to be a great year for Asians." Yeah, I was so wrong. So I just wrote this little poem. In February of 2020, Parasite won 4 Oscars. I posted on my Facebook, "This will be a great year for Asians." And the world's perception of us, we can finally get up off the ground. And then a deadly virus spread. They blamed us. They attacked us with their words. They physically hurt us. Hurting our moms and grandmas, my spirit feels 6 feet underground. And I know we're not perfect, but I've never felt this way before. I just can't imagine how a grandpa could be pushed to the floor. The silence is killing me. No, it's not okay. They're killing us, and he was just having a bad day. I am mentally tired. I know we all are. We have to keep moving forward. Time to share our personal scars and all the stories behind them. Share them loud, or we will start to drown. It's time for us to speak up loudly. If not now, then when? If we don't speak up for our parents, it will happen again and again. And I just can't imagine how we could be so okay to let hate win. And I know we feel anger, but it's time to come together right now. If we don't speak out loud, our children will see and ask how we could just let them hurt us and then brush it off. Who are we if we don't stand up for what we believe? Red lights, ambulance, they call us a virus and blame us, hurt us. Can't take it anymore. I have to scream because I'm going crazy. Long day sacrifice. Our parents came here to work for us, the future, their kids. Blood, sweat, and tears. God, where are you? We need you. Someone hold me. I'm shaking. And I know we're not perfect, but I've never felt this way before. I just can't imagine how a grandpa could be kicked to the floor. The silence is killing me, and no, I'm not okay. I'm hurting, and I've never felt this way. So, that was to the song Driver's License by a Filipina singer, Olivia Rodrigo. And I just wrote that because I'm a very optimistic, positive person. I've never been so mentally disturbed as this past week. Like I put my kids to sleep and I cried. I've been feeling depressed, angry, sad. And I just want to tell you, if you're feeling that way, you're not alone. I'm with you. I think it's okay to feel however you feel. And I just hope we can speak up for our parents and our grandparents and all those who are vulnerable. Last thing I just want to say is, I went to college in Occidental College, and my roommates were white, Black, Latino. I was the Asian guy. We look like an army brochure. We always say we look like a cover of United Colors of Benetton. And I learned so much from all of our discussions. Some of them are heated, but I've always learned. And I hope that we can break out of our echo chambers and really learn from each other. So I just wanted to share that. You could check out collaboration.org. You could also go to pkcomedy.com. And above all, I am a human being and I am an active ally. So thank you.
Thank you so much, PK. I mean, I think your poem right there was amazing because it does encapsulate our feelings last year. I mean, as we were coming into the space where a year or two ago was Crazy Rich Asians, Parasite came out, it was looking bright for us as an overall community of getting a little bit more visible in the world. And it just was that year just went the other direction.
Completely.
So someone who's like really, really optimistic and stuff, and you do comedy and all this stuff, and you kind of jokes, like, how did that all change with you, and like how you're approaching interacting and advocating, because you've been doing a lot for the Asian community as a whole.
Yeah, I've been posting a lot, and I really hope that, those who can't attend the rallies and go out, like, at least, please just at least post something on your social media. If not now, then when? Like, if you're so worried about the aesthetics of your social media, then I don't know, do it in your stories then, I guess, or post it and delete it if you're so worried. Like, if we're not going to protect our parents and our grandparents from getting punched and killed, then who will? Like, I'm pleading, and I just don't understand why we don't more. As for my own mental health, I take my kids to the park every day. The park is the most underrated, free thing we could do. So everybody go to the park more, a lot more.
Yeah. PK, thank you so much for being here and sharing your incredibly powerful words. I mean, it's just thank you. I can't even articulate it better than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. AJ. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And, we are going to transition to our next speaker, who I'm actually not even going to look at a bio of any sort to introduce him. It's the one and only Kunal Sood. Kunal is a super connector of some of the most powerful voices on the entire planet, and has one of the most powerful voices on the entire planet himself. And so with that, and all I will say is this is somebody who just is a UN leader, a TEDx fellow, or a TED fellow, among so many other things. So that's, with that, Kunal, welcome, my friend, and I'm so glad you're here and would love to hear from you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you guys having me here. Wow, where do we start? I'm Asian, even though I'm from India. Sometimes we get ourselves mixed into the mix. I'm very passionate about standing with the Asians that are suffering here and now, largely because I hail from India, but more so because my family is part Asian. We had the blessing and the joy of having my brother-in-law, who's from Japan, become part of our family almost 26 years now that I met Yuzo the first time. And I'll never forget when I first saw him, I asked him if he was a samurai, because I was always very passionate and almost obsessed with the way of the warrior. And I think this hate, the word samurai means to serve. And I feel like here and now, more than ever before, we must be able to protect and serve the Asian community, who has taught us by tradition how to do that. And I'm doing this not for myself. I'm doing this for my nieces, who are half Japanese and half Indian. My message to all of us here and now is to stand up, take a stand. Don't be a bystander. Don't let the perpetrators get away with this. Because, in the cycle of violence, the victim, collaborator, perpetrator, and the bystander, I've learned that the bystander is the fulcrum. And if we all can go from stop, all we have to do is stop the idea of being a bystander. It is very important for us to take a stand here and now, support our Asian brothers, sisters, mothers and fathers, daughters and sons, in a way that we must come together like never before. There is no need for this senseless violence to continue. And there is no need to whitewash this in any way, shape, or form. Just take a stand, call the incident out for what it was. Be authentic, have a voice. One of the things I've noticed, even with my own family, is that we often feel like we should just let it go or keep quiet about what happened and it'll be fine, everything will be okay. And I don't believe that's true anymore. We live in a day and time where your voice matters. Every single Asian's voice matters. It doesn't matter if you're 80 years old or 8 years old. We all have to stand up. We all have to stand together. We all have to stand strong. We have to stay united in our fight, not just our fight for ourselves, but our fight for one another. I really believe that one of the most powerful things we do here now is stand with the Asians out there, especially the Asian leaders. Recently, we had Andrew Yang join us on Clubhouse, which is one of the most extraordinary platforms I've seen in the past year that I've been a part of it. I feel like Andrew Yang is a voice for the people. He's running for mayor in New York City, and he's not running because he's Asian, but he's not afraid to take a stand and be proud, stand proud of who he is and where he comes from. And I think that's one of the most important things we can do here and now is really proud and stand together and stand for yourself and stand for each other. I really feel like the most important thing we must do is have each other's backs. Really speaking, what does that mean? It means just reaching out, just being there for one another, listening more than speaking, trying to really be the change, but more than the change, just be the voice that's needed here and now. I believe all of us have a voice. All of us must use our voice, and all of us must stand together to stop the violence. We don't need violence. We need to stop the violence here and now. And I firmly believe that if we can do that, we will embody not only for the present, but for future generations, how we did it in this time, in this extraordinary time of COVID-19, where we've seen so much hatred and misinformation about virus. It's been called the China virus, it's been called Kung flu, and all these ridiculous sound bites that are fun on SNL. But let's make sure it stays on SNL and doesn't translate into the real world where we actually start attacking each other. So I feel like that's the most important thing here and now, is to stand up, stand strong, stand together, and have each other's backs. That's really my biggest call to action over here, is no matter who you are, where you come from, you don't have to be Asian, you should be American, you can be Chinese, you can be Jamaican, you can be from a small island in Palau or Mauritius. Nonviolence is something we all can stand for. And just always think about, if that was my son, if that was my daughter, if that was my mother, if that was my father, if that was my sister or loved one, or even my dear friend, I wouldn't have it. So don't be a perpetrator, don't be a victim, don't be a collaborator, but never, ever, ever be a bystander. So that's what I would invite us all to do. And I appreciate you all having me up here to say a few words, to share with you. And I really hope we can stand together and stand strong, because I love everything Asian and I love you guys and I'm here for you. And you have my unreserved support.
So much for that, Kunal. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you especially for deracializing the virus and calling it for what it is. That is a powerful message that needs to be said so much more all the time.
Yeah,
all the
we're
time.
We're all in this together. We've got to fight the virus, no matter who you are, where you come from. We've got to fight it, and we've got to stand against the virus, and also accept and appreciate that the virus has brought us closer together in some ways and exposed so many truths. So I think that's the most important thing we can do here and now, is really come together, stand strong, be there for one another.
Absolutely. Cheryl, any final thoughts? And then Kunal, thank you so much for being here.
No, thank you for having me.
Kunal, thank you so much again. I'm going to reiterate, deracializing this virus is so key here. There needs to be a huge culture shift in our society right now. I think this is happening in homes all across this country. It's happening internationally. And deracializing this virus is, for me, a huge part of getting rid of this violence. Our communities need to be destigmatized immediately. This is not new. We think about the HIV virus and the LGBTQIA community. We think of other illnesses that have stigmatized communities. And so right now, I think your call to stop that is really so needed right now. So thank you so much, Kunal.
Thank you so much for having me. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you. Okay, let's call to the stage our next guest, Jane.
Hi.
Hi. And Jane is a leadership coach and author of Breaking the Bamboo Ceiling. Welcome, Jane.
Thank you, Cheryl. Hello, everybody here. I'm Jane. I'm a Korean American woman. I'm a leadership coach and diversity strategist living right here in New York City. So shout out to all of you guys in New York. I'm also the author of Breaking the Bamboo Ceiling and co-author of Flex. I'm just really excited to be here with you all. And I just heard a little bit of what Kunal shared and a bit of what PK had. And this morning, listening to Pamela Gregg Daniels talk about the commitment we need to make to each other, I just am so, I'm inspired, right? And I'm challenged, by the work that we have to do together. So it just means so much to me to even be able to address all of you together here. Like so many of you, I've been saddened and deeply troubled by the recent slew of violence and verbal attacks that have been directed towards the Asian American community. Just last weekend here in New York, there were 5 brutal attacks against Asian women in broad daylight. So like you, I've been worried sick about my parents, family members, and my kids. And while these bias incidents have spiked during the pandemic, the resentment and bias toward Asian Americans is not new. As a Korean American who immigrated here in elementary school, I too have felt the sting of racial slurs. I used to have kids throwing rocks at me and making fun of the way I look. So to this day, we continue to experience feelings of perpetual foreigner in our own land. And when I used to travel, I used to go to different places to speak and do workshops at different clients, I would still get comments that I speak good English, or the question of where are you really from would continue to be reverberating. And so it's not 10 years ago, it's not 30 years ago, it's here and now. As part of my work in creating more effective teams and organizations that are more culturally fluent, I help leaders to develop agility in their management approaches so they can be more effective with people who are different from them across all the diversity dimensions. I think to get there, we need to come up with solutions with all the voices at the table. Asians can't be missing from that. And we need to be real about the challenges that exist as well. I still recall when I first wrote Breaking the Bamboo Ceiling 16 years ago that people didn't think Asians needed a book like this. And I would get a lot of pushback from people. And to be honest with you, back then, most organizations didn't have mature, what we call employee resource groups. Only the few forward-thinking ones actually did have them. So for me, Stand with Asians is moving the hearts and minds of the leaders in organizations in a way that extends to making deep fundamental changes in the processes and policies and the structures of doing business and developing talent. The work we've done shows time and again that we need everyone to take part of that conversations. And if you're only rewarding Asians that can assimilate into your corporate culture, you're missing out on a huge element of the workforce that has more to offer. Only then can we really start to tap the full potential of diversity. I want to call attention also that if you want to become a better ally, there's some really excellent bystander intervention training that Hollaback has put together with AAJA. And learning about them would be helpful. The PBS Asian American documentary is a must-see. It's being offered and it was created in 2020. I learned something from watching it. I didn't know a lot about our Asian American history myself. Books by Asian American authors can provide an important look at the diversity of our experience. So reading, for example, Kathy Park Hong's Minor Feelings, it just broke me. It brought me to a place where someone really understood my experience. And it was just a compelling way to think about it. There's many others as well. Helen Jia, Nicole Chung, Lydia Kong, Minjin Lee. These are all authors you need to know. So, as I kind of close this out, I want to use this opportunity to bring attention to the challenges faced by Asian Americans in all spheres. I can't really think of anything we should spotlight more than to give voice to the hurting among us. I hope and pray that this current movement to expose what is happening all over the country is not just a passing news item. And I just want to say, this is to the younger brothers and sisters here in the audience, I watch in awe at all of you, all the young Asian Americans who are showing up and demonstrating bravery right where you are. I see your hearts and I hear your powerful voices. I think about losing my mother last year, who passed away. And I think about how she couldn't speak up for us, right? She didn't know how. Our parents couldn't, right? They just didn't have the voice to. I just want to tell you that you're truly amazing. We need to do it together. Let's continue to build inter-community bonds within the Asian community, and let's strengthen interracial friendships and build connections with everyone in the organizations that we serve. And as I end here, I just want to tell you that as an active ally and sister, I call for increased representation in all the spheres of our workplaces and communities. And let's not stop there. Let's not stop at representation. May our voices and perspectives not only be heard, but sought after and cherished in our institutions and society. Thank you.
Well, Jane, I'm so grateful for what you just shared. I'm so grateful for your emotions. I'm so grateful for your tears. Thank you for being an emotional leader right now. Thank you for talking about not being badgered into assimilation. Thank you for talking about representation. Your voice, your leadership, your thought leadership, it's just so badly needed right now. So thank you for being here today.
Oh, it was great to see you all and be with you all. Thank you, Cheryl, for leading the conversation.
Thank you, Jane.
Ooh, we are having a moment right now, Cheryl. That was so powerful. I mean, just the last hour. I mean, not that any, before that wasn't, but just that last hour was a whole slew of just emotion and powerful words that we've been able to have from all of these speakers. It has been incredible. I just want to do a real quick reset because we haven't had one in a while. And we just hit 10 hours straight on this stream, you guys, 10 hours. Myself, Cheryl doing a dance, Jetty, Jimmy, Dr. AJ, Hang Black. We are all, we've been doing this for a while and we are happy and still energized and pumped because all of the leaders that we've been talking to, both Asian leaders and allies, have given me strength because we are together and we are standing together. This is the Stand with Asians live stream. If you are joining us, today is March 26th, where we are coming together to activate the power of Asian voices. And if you didn't know, today is also the National Day of Action and Healing. So if you are joining us, today, March 26th, 2021, is the Asian American Day of Action and Healing. If you want more information, go to AsianAmericanDayOfAction.com. Today is also the day of where we are just one of many programs for the Stand with Asians movement today on Friday, March 26th. If you want to find more programs to be a part of, to get involved in, please go to standwithasians.com. And I am very, very proud to and honored to be able to bring up our next guest, who is the chairman and chief connectivity officer for IW Group, Bill Imada. Welcome, Bill. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your very, very busy day to come and talk about the solidarity and support that we need to show our Asian community. Bill, I believe you are muted. Looks like we've got some technical difficulties going on right now. Not a problem.
Sorry about that. You would think by now I would have figured out how to unmute myself using these webcams. So I'm very excited about being here. My name is Bill Imada. I'm very active in the Asian American community. I consider myself a connector. My job is to help connect dots, help communities engage, help communities market, and communicate with our communities better. But I'm also a human being, and I'm an active ally, and I think that's very important, and that's why I believe in standing with Asians. And so being a part of this conversation is critically important for a variety of reasons. Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, we must be better about telling our stories, but we also must be better about engaging with other communities, and not only being good storytellers, but also being people that engage in story living and story doing. So it's not just about storytelling, but pulling people into our stories and engaging in the stories that they have and amplifying that to another level. But I also want to make sure that we are dispelling that model minority myth. And I remember a woman named Vishaka Desai, who is a Columbia scholar who used to be president of Asia Society. She once said, being labeled a model minority makes us invisible. We cannot be invisible anymore. And not only do we have to stand up for our community, we have to stand up for all communities that have been marginalized by a lack of representation in the senior-most ranks of institutions that we hold dear. And that includes government, that includes foundations, that includes governmental organizations, that includes corporations, and in the communities that we so proudly serve. So what I want to do is I want to get people to lean in, not just take a stance against all this rhetoric, this xenophobic rhetoric, against hate, against the violence, but lean in and say, I am going to do something to make sure that every Asian American and Pacific Islander in this country is visible, has a platform to stand on, amplifies their voice, is able to tell their unique stories and pull people into those stories. At the same time, I want to make sure that we get our allies to do one important thing. And it's not to marginalize what the Black community has gone through. They have gone through 4 centuries of racism, hatred, and violence. The same for our Latino, Latinx allies and Native American allies. But at the same time, we need to ask our allies to do one important thing. Say Asian American and Pacific Islander when they're talking about diversity and inclusion. Because if we are not getting our allies to say that, we are going to continue to be invisible. And so I'm asking all of our Black, our Latinx, our LGBT, our Native American allies to please say Asian American and Pacific Islander and help us not be invisible anymore. Because we are not perpetual foreigners. We are here to stay. We want to contribute. And we want to do something about making sure that we are represented everywhere we are. And so I want to end by saying that I'm an active ally. I am fully committed to fighting racism in all of its forms, but I'm also committed to making sure that we stop using xenophobic language that marginalizes all communities of color and all immigrants. And I want to call for greater representation, not only in the communities that we live in and work in, but at the highest ranks of corporations, governmental agencies, nonprofits, and the institutions that perpetuate some of the things that hold us back as a community. So I want to just say thank you to everyone that's on this special session, because without this platform, we're not going to be able to tell our stories. So I stand with Asians, and I appreciate your time.
Bill, thank you so much. And I appreciate the call out that we need to center the Asian experience at the moment, not to marginalize other experiences. I think that's very key. However, we do need to center the Asian experience at the moment to really just call attention to what is happening in our community, right? It's not to say any other experience is any less important or any more traumatic, or less traumatic, I should say. But really, it's to say, we are here too, and we're dealing with issues as well. And I really appreciate you calling that out.
Hey, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Well, as we continue on with our star-studded lineup. We are, we're still talking with. We still have another 2 hours or nearly 2 hours of speakers and entertainers to come on and talk to us. Cheryl, I mean, we before we brought Bill on, we were talking about all of the different things that we are doing. What kind of actions do you think you're going to take from here moving forward?
I think the biggest one for me is, education. I think there's a severe lack of education in all systems right now. When I say education, it's everything from the history of Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders in this country, the history of racism we've gone through, our health outcomes, right? All of those things, I want to see more of our stories in education. I think also representation is huge. I think it's everything from not being represented even in anti-racism education. So yeah, Jetty, what about you? Where are you with everything?
Happens to the best of us. I had to unmute myself. Yeah, I thought that what really struck me was so many voices around a common center of gravity from truly diverse places. I've seen so many panels that or events that try to get the content right, but just they're missing something on the messenger. And I think there was a lot of work that was really put into that. And sometimes I think that's, like what really shines with me. We've had so many folks say like, yeah, South Asia, Southeast Asia, West Asia, even, and having that just like included as part of the conversation really stuck out to me. And of course, other ways in which we can be inclusive, of the LGBTQIA community and the plus, and just taking note of the unique ways in which people have been affected by this, and holding that space, really speaking to that. I think there was something in this for everybody. I learned a lot. I think that, if you can walk away from something with a surprising perspective, then that was time well spent.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there is so much. I'm seeing some comments coming in right now, but there's just been so much knowledge shared here, and that I think that I want to bring up a point that I don't think I've heard yet today, and I don't think we have anyone coming on to talk about it. So I'll use this time to talk about it. The importance of desegregating our Asian community and the data with our community, right? If you look at how the government currently and how systems are currently categorizing the Asian community, it's just Asian. There's over 60 countries, there's hundreds of cultures and dozens of languages. But if you just call us Asian, you end up creating us and making us a monolith. So we have to desegregate that. And that's a policy that I'm really hoping will come into play and pass through, because we need to help those other cultures and countries and ethnicities within Asia to be seen. So that's something that I personally wanted to call out as well. And I know that we, just amongst this group that we have ourselves, we're doing some incredible work. And I want to call out Jimmy, who we just brought up, who's been a part of this. And he has done a lot of amazing work for ERGs within organizations. So Jimmy, I want to create the space for you right now to share a little bit about the work that you're doing.
Awesome. Yeah, actually, before that, I wanted to plug a little bit about the whole, the desegregation. So a little bit, let everyone a little bit know about who I am. So my day job, I'm a software engineer at a tech company. But the things I do outside is I'm actually a board member of Southeast Asian Development Center. So Judy was a little bit earlier in regards to that organization, but I'm the co-founder and co-president of Asian Leaders Alliance. So in terms of the desegregation part, I wanted to add to that, so the big issue is with the whole idea of the Asian monolith is the fact that there is nothing that unifies it all technically, other than the fact that it's the continent Asia. We may have a lot of some overlaps and similarities, but our experiences are very different. You have regions like Southeast Asia where they have regimes, and there's a lot of what we call the refugee population coming out due to having deaths and killings and all this stuff happening. It's a really bad history that's going on, and that we need to bring awareness, because the Southeast Asian out of the Asian community is hit pretty hard in terms of social, economic, and educational. And so we need to bring awareness to this, because we're all about helping communities, but how can you help a community when they're tucked and hidden away in a big monolith? They're the unheard voices that's happened there. And that's the same thing. If we didn't bring up the spotlight for our fellow Black and African American communities, or the Latinx community, they need to be highlighted in order to bring awareness to what's going on to their communities. But in the big monolith, we're hiding the communities within our greater community. And so having that information and stuff out there is really, really important to actually bring in awareness. And Jetty, I think, you have a follow-up with that, don't you? Or...
Yes, I do. Actually, yeah, I could. I love nerding out on stats, and especially when it comes to the data, and Chris, as you built on desegregating the data, Jimmy, you built on that, especially with these different communities and how the government tracks and reports these different things. I'd love to build off of that as well, and to talk about how we disaggregate and must disaggregate the data that's reported among Asian Americans, because we have some really, really interesting trend lines for us historically that, because to your point, Jimmy, the government sort of doesn't know what to do with us. And frankly, it needs to do a better job of understanding that. And we must do a better job of interacting with the census and with the powers that be in terms of reporting us to build that cultural sensitivity. It's a two-way process, right? But because of that, there is this trend of where once you disaggregate the data, you actually reveal very divergent or bifurcated trends that happen, especially with respect to median household income, median individual earning income, and then in this pandemic, you have different trend lines on long-term unemployment. So Pew actually just came out with I've been tracking this statistic for the past year since the lockdown began. I believe in New York it was the year over year or quarter over quarter unemployment rates for Asian people had skyrocketed 14,000% within New York, quarter over quarter. And, Pew only last week came out with a research report that said that long-term Asian unemployment had gained more than doubled from 21% at the end of December 2019, and to 46% at the end of Q4 2020. You know who this is the next highest long-term unemployment rate? Black people, African Americans, at 37%. And so that is a startling jump. That is a startling jump. I wonder what's in that, right? Because there are obviously pockets of these ethnic populations that are getting hit harder than that. Are doctors losing their jobs in this pandemic? Probably not. Are lawyers? Probably not. Are retail and food workers, entry-level workers getting hit? Probably. What does that look like? That's what you start to peel into when you and parse through when you disaggregate the data. And I think it's just really important to understand. And that goes across a variety of dimensions, not just economic unemployment. There's also healthcare outcomes, all sorts of things. But that is my stats soapbox. I will get off of it, and I yield my time.
Awesome. Like I want to add, like, so there, McKinsey did a article last year, and it's called COVID-19 and Advancing Asian American Recovery. They actually have a lot of the stats that Jetty was talking about, what I was talking about the disparity across the Asian monolith. And so if you break that down to multiple ones, you start seeing it across the board that groups within the Asian community are experiencing similar things as the other communities that are having at the same level, or if not a little bit worse. And it's not about, like, it's not an impressions game. It's the fact that we need to look at the data to see who needs the help. And not all Asians need the help, but we need to be there for each other. We need to bring awareness for the communities who can't speak up and stuff, and I think that's really important. I'm going to jump into what I was originally supposed to talk about, was a little bit about Asian Leaders Alliance. And so as you heard a little bit earlier about Asian Leaders Alliance, so we're actually an alliance in a community of over 130 plus corporate Asian ERGs. And you may have heard this word jump around a lot throughout the day. They're called employee resource groups, business resource groups, and some areas will call them affinity groups. And these are just a grouping of employees that are around a demographic or something they're passionate about. There's some companies will have the knitting club, the mothers in tech, they'll have like the LGBTQI, and a lot of these are around what people are interested in. But there are a group like the LGBTQI group, the Asian group, the Black, the Latinx, where it's about more about advocacy and helping a demographic or a community. And so they're typically, the idea is they're supposed to be the voices of the employees and collectively bring an awareness to inequalities within the company and also within the community. And so Asian Leaders Alliance, we have leaders from 130 companies coming together, talking about what can we do within our company to bring awareness to our employers, bring awareness to our leadership, but also how can we collectively impact the world around us, help the youths interact with the community, fundraise, but then doing training and professional development, but then also educating our leadership. So with a lot of things that happened to the Asian community over the last year, there was a struggle about how do we communicate what's happening to the Asian community during the pandemic. And so we actually have a bunch of materials that was collectively put together by all these leaders to help one another within the community and also externally. If you go to our website, asianleadersalliance.com, you'll see a statement there. If you go into our unified statement, there is a quick start deck that has a slide deck that you could actually take it and present it directly to your execs. It has examples of an email of what a template that you could send to your leadership in a way that will be more effective in having them understand our situation, what's happening to our community. There's a template for you to send to your employees about resources and information. How do you do a safe space to bring a space for them? And also other things such as information about the Asian monolith, talking about the history of racism, because it's not new. It's been around since the beginning of the creation of the United States. Racism is there all the time. It affects different groups, and we talk about what's happening in America, how it affects the Asian groups. But we talk about what happened last year, what happened this year, what can you do to protect your employees, what resources are there? And the idea is just so that you can be equipped to have those tough conversations with your leadership and get your leadership to do something. And so it's not an easy conversation to have, but we all have to stand up to be allies and speak up for each other. And if you're interested in learning more, there's actually on Clubhouse at 4 o'clock, the members of Asian Leaders Alliance, some of the ERG leads from the different companies will be there to talk about how do you get your company to be active, to do action. And so if you're interested, you could see it from our link off of the standwithasians.com. And you know what? Thank you very much, everyone here. And you know what? This is great, and we have more to come today.
Brilliant, brilliant. And Jimmy, thank you for offering your information, your experience, your your ERGs. I mean, having that conversation, I think there's a ramp up to that. I would wager, and and as you're probably very well aware of, and being able to do the emotional labor, have that emotional ramp up, it's a process, and so is knowing what the words are to say, the right words are to say. So thank you for your work with that. Okay, so and on that note, we would love to continue running through our star-studded lineup. Oh my gosh! I mean, in the past just hour alone, and we are 10.5 hours into this, and into this 12-hour, just live stream on this momentous day. We have, on top of known figures, we've had a senator, we've had, we've had investor leaders, we've had folks in nonprofits, we've had very high-level UN leaders like Kunal come in. We've had all sorts of folks represented. I personally would love to give special meaning to this individual who intersects so many different fields at such a critical time. We all are here driven by our own experiences, but also because a really tragic moment, an atrocity really happened in Atlanta, and 8 women's lives were taken, or just shockingly, needlessly, and we're still making sense of that. We're still making right by that, and there are some folks who, let's just take a moment of silence. To remember these victims. And one of our speakers who's coming up next, his name is Christopher J. Chan. He is, so generous to join us during what has been a really trying day, during a really tough and especially extraordinary week, during just an unbelievable year, on top of a campaign season, right? So Christopher Chan is joining us from Atlanta, where he's been very involved in processing and showing visibility and true leadership in all the different communities. He's not doing this just because he was awarded a career achievement and leadership award by the Asian Americans Advancing Justice Atlanta chapter. So this is just what he does. On top of weightlifting and being a standout IP lawyer who apparently has had some patents that had to do with the Coke freestyle machine and other things you may have heard of. So, but I just want to focus on the human aspects of this. And Christopher, it's a real special pleasure for me to introduce you. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks, Jetty. Thanks for having me on your show. Again, I'm Chris Chan. I am a lawyer in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm also a community leader who has been in Atlanta for 35 years now, and I represent, mainly lawyers in the Atlanta area. I'm on the GAPABA board, which is the Georgia Asian Pacific American Bar Association. I'm on the Law Foundation, and then I also am the representative for the national NAAAP umbrella organization. I'm on their Law Foundation. So I wear many hats, but one that's near and dear to my heart is GAPABA and its Law Foundation. We raise a lot of money for the Asian American community here in Georgia. But I above all, I am a human being, and I am an active ally to everybody and to the Asian American community. But I do have a pitch to make this evening. My organization has created over the past week and a half since the tragedy here in Atlanta, two funds, and these two funds are an initiative that our group came up with One is to benefit the Atlanta 316 survivors, 316 being the date of the tragedy. So it's called the Atlanta 316 Survivors Fund. And 100% of the proceeds that we raise in that fund will go to the victims' families and the survivors of that tragedy. The other fund, and more importantly, is more of a long-term initiative. And I think it's the only one in the country that will benefit the Asian American community in this area. And we're calling it the AAPI Crime Victims and Education Fund. And this fund will provide two things. The first thing that it will provide is compensation, if not, it will directly benefit survivors of future hate crimes in the Asian American community, as well as, and this is the second part, we will fund organizations that educate the community or prevent future acts of violence against our community. So we will generously donate 100% of the proceeds that we collect in this fund to either survivors of future hate crimes, and it will go towards their medical expenses, or if they have other expenses that they're unable to work, perhaps this will benefit them. And secondly, it will directly try to prevent future acts of violence against our community. And the website that you can donate to is a GoFundMe site. It's GoFundMe.com/Atlanta-AAPI. And again, GoFundMe.com/Atlanta-AAPI. And again, these are the second fund that I just explained, I think is probably the unique and most unique thing in the country right now. It's a bold new initiative coming out of Georgia, but we will benefit victims nationwide as well as programs nationwide. We expect to raise a lot of money from the corporate community, as well as law firms, as well as individuals. So I encourage you to all make a donation. But I really appreciate you, Jetty, letting me make this pitch on your show. And I guess I would call this, I call for educational reform in this area. I think the education that these programs will provide will prevent future acts of violence, particularly educating communities and others that, that we need to stop Asian hate and really correct and change the tide of violence that's rising up against our community. And last of all, this is a turning point in the violence against our community. And let's stop talking about it, and let's take some action, and let's raise some money. Thank you, Jetty.
Yeah, wow, that was incredible, and just mutual admiration. I know what you do isn't easy, and I'm just so thrilled and honored, really, to be a part of it at all. When y'all have been putting in this work for years, I would push back a tiny bit though on something that you said, because you said your show, and one thing that we are all definitely dialed into is this is our show, this is our moment, this is our movement. Let me tell you a quick story. So I once got to ask Michael Dell at a talk at a small Q&A. So Michael, you've gone through so many corporate journeys. You've been up and down through the corporate cycle. Clayton Christensen, Noam Wasserman wrote a book called The Founder's Dilemma, where he did all this research, all this data, number crunching, and he showed that founders tend to not hold on to their companies, right? And I know this is a little bit of a segue, it's sort of out there, but hang on with me, right? So he told me something in response to my question I'll never forget. I asked him, Michael, Michael, why do you, how were you able to hang on to this? How is it that you were able to stick with this? And he just really searched for an answer. And if you know Michael, he doesn't do he gives real cagey answers. But he said, after a few seconds of pregnant pause, he goes, when I don't quite know, but I do know that when an idea is successful, it's not just because of one genius. If an idea is successful, by the time it gets there, it's got everybody's thumbprints all over it. And that's something I really believe in.
So true, so true.
So yeah, with that, I know that, you know, you've raised what, like close to $1 million now for your fundraiser. You're often raising more. You dropped some links. We'll definitely have, you know, some more follow-up on that as well. We are so thrilled that you're continuing the work and that you're working with us, because we do want to amplify and mutually benefit all of our voices and be more than the sum of our parts.
Thanks, Shedi. Yep.
All right. Thank you so much, Chris. All right, Jimmy.
We're back.
We're back.
Awesome. So I would like to introduce the next new speaker that's coming up. Her name is Tiffany Pham. She is an author, have a very inspirational background and story, but is also the CEO of Mogul. So I'd like to introduce Tiffany to come up, and please introduce yourself. Give us a little bit about information about yourself and how do you your self-identification.
Yes, hi everybody. Hi Jetty. Hi Jimmy. Thanks so much for having me. I'm honestly honored and very much wish to be a part of this action, and I'm excited to introduce myself. I am Tiffany Pham, as Jimmy said. I'm a Vietnamese, Chinese, French-American immigrant woman, the CEO of Mogul, the world's leading diversity recruitment company at this time, the managing partner of the Mogul Global Fund, an investment fund with the global diversity mandate, the best-selling author of You Are Mogul and Girl Mogul, and a TV personality and artist. But above all, I am a human being and I am an active ally.
Thank you, Tiffany. Go for it.
Yes, and so in wanting to share my thoughts, you know, with regards to what's happened as of late, I just wanted to make some comments, which is that obviously these past few weeks, we have all been shocked and confused by the attacks in our community. From the assaults on our elderly in the streets of New York to the murders of the 6 Asian women in Atlanta. We're talking about it now as a nation, but these racist aggressions and hate crimes have been occurring since the start of the pandemic. And frankly, it's been occurring all of our lives. Even before this moment, throughout our lives, we have been subject to a general acceptance of anti-Asian racism. Second-class citizens in our own country. And we've been quiet about this, generally diminishing ourselves and our status in the presence of others in order to not cause a disruption. My whole life, I've observed my Asian family, my loved ones, and myself try to not cause a disruption. And I've tried to stay out of the way of discriminatory behavior, even the most commonplace and yet most harmful racist jokes. Not by calling out the person making the joke, but by avoiding being the butt of the joke altogether, by changing myself and by making myself smaller. Starting from middle school, in fact. I remember when I first moved to America, I changed my name from an Asian name to an American one, just so that I wouldn't cause a disruption in class when the teacher did a roll call. I couldn't bear to hear the other students smirking or snickering at my name. And I know that this scenario likely sounds very familiar to you. Others like it sounds familiar to you. And it's really destructive to us all. And we really can't accept the increasingly dangerous and intensifying consequences of these actions any longer. So upon the death of my grandmother when I was 14, and upon the desire to honor my parents for all the sacrifices they had made for me in moving us to America, I decided finally that I wouldn't take this any longer. And I would belong, and I would help others belong. And so subsequently I founded Mogul. And today Mogul is the world's largest platform for diverse professionals, providing recruitment access to over 430 million diverse individuals who would otherwise be overlooked, including Asians, Asian Americans, and Pacific Islanders. We place Asian leaders across all levels, from entry level to director, VP, C-suite, and board level, across 480 Fortune 1000 and world's fastest growing organizations, so as to ensure equal representation and voice for our community across ranks. And with all the millions of dollars we earn, we donate those millions of dollars worth back to free educational resources to minorities and youth globally, ensuring that the next generation of Asian talent receives equal access to opportunity, becoming a part of our ecosystem, and continuing this circular model for global good in this way. And so during this very horrific moment of historically high anti-Asian violence, my team at Mogul and I commit to fighting against this anti-Asian racism by helping Asian students, Asian talent, Asian leaders, by diversifying workforces and overcoming unconscious biases and ensuring equality worldwide. So we denounce these unprovoked attacks and hate crimes against our fellow humans and citizens. No one in the United States nor in our world should fear violence because of who they are and what they look like or what part of the world they and their families come from. Together, we must stop this. We must be responsible for our words and actions, and most importantly, we must all continue to hold each other accountable. And so now is the time for us all, Asians and allies, to unite against racism of all forms. To be silent, after all, is to condone this violence, and so we cannot be silent any longer. And so our team at Mogul and I, again, commit to continue using our resources and our voices to lift up your voice, so we can all speak up now to help stop Asian hate.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tiffany. I mean, I love the fact that you're using your platform, your organization, as a way to help empower the voices and help those within the community that needs the help. And I think that's a very, very strong message. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Jimmy, of course, and always going to be here. And please call on me for anything. I will be here.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much.
I'm so excited to bring up our next guest, another amazing leader in the field of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Diya Khanna is a DEI manager at Amazon, as well as a writer for the Seattle Times. Welcome, Diya. Hi.
Yeah, thank you, and so happy to be here in solidarity with all of you. So appreciate the invitation to stand beside you.
Well, Diya, tell us more about who you are and the message you have for us.
Yes, so my name is Diya. So great to meet you all. I go by she, her pronouns. I identify as a woman, a mother, an immigrant. I was born in Singapore, like yourself, Cheryl, raised in Canada, and I live in the US. And I consider myself to be a storyteller, an activist, and a diversity, equity, and inclusion manager. Above all, I am a human being, and I'm an active ally. So to tell you a little bit about myself and the context of why I'm here, I'm just broken by the hate and the pain that we continue to see all around us, and that's been there for generations. I'm also amazed by the solidarity we've seen and the coalition building between different communities, communities at the intersections. And it's interesting because as a person of South Asian descent, I've seen my brothers and sisters that are East Asian descent really targeted, and I just want to offer my solidarity and say that I stand against hate in all forms, whether that's racism, violence, misogyny, and how they all come together to really, really target the most marginalized. I'm in firm solidarity with my Asian family and my Black family, as well as all victims of violence. Active allyship means standing beside or behind my brothers and sisters and people across the gender spectrum, and not in front of them. I think it's interesting that when we talk about allyship, we often self-proclaim and say, I'm an ally, but it's up to others to consider us to be allies, and it's up to us to practice authentic allyship and not just performative allyship. So it's really important that we listen to the needs of the community, and we give space for people to let them know how we can be there for them. So this is my invitation to all of you to let me know how I can be there for you. I'm here to support you through my actions today and always. When I think about my lived experience, I, along with many other Asians, have been victim of being told that I'm a perpetual foreigner, that my family are perpetual foreigners. I've been reduced and single dimensionalized. So my experiences, like many others, have been flattened. A lot of us come from so many different layers, whether it's, the cultures that we relate to, the ethnicities, the nationalities, whether it's, what our histories were pre-colonization, our religions, our overlapping histories, and our complex identities. And yet a lot of us are looked at and treated as if we're just outsiders. And that's something that I can definitely relate to when I speak to my Asian brothers and sisters and families and elders and children. I've experienced that pain of racism and also Islamophobia in my family. I've seen anti-Blackness in the US and in Canada and across the entire world. It's important to remember that this pain is also global. I am here to stand with Asians, and I want to call for increased representation in all areas of leadership and across institutions, including the media, education, healthcare, and in boardrooms and tables where decisions are made. A quick story, my background is in education and in media, and I realized very early that it mattered who was making those decisions. So when we think about, who is at those tables of influence, we can come in with all the education we have, and we can come in with all the lived experience we have, all the professional experience we have. But at the end of the day, it matters who's making those decisions. And when those tables are homogeneous, that's a problem, because we're not necessarily bringing in those different perspectives. And speaking from somebody who has experience in the media, it's interesting how stereotypes trickle down and can really affect us in different areas of society, whether it's walking down the street or whether it's how we show up as parents, how our parents are treated, how our extended community is treated. And, we see it show up in movies and in the media in different forms as well, whether it's the continuous roles that were cast in somebody who has an accent, somebody who's from outside, somebody who plays a number of different stereotypes, and it can just continue to hurt us in the workplace and in society, how our children are treated. And I think it's not just up to us to break those stereotypes, it's up to people in positions of power to say, hey, who are we overcasting in a particular role, whether that's in the news media or in our storytelling, and how can we invite in those different perspectives? So I would love to see more of that happen. It's all connected in so many ways and forms to the violence that we continue to see. I think also with a background in education, it's important to remember that we learn in different ways, and learning is not limited to what we see in formal institutions and in curriculum, but also people's lived experiences. In a lot of different cultures, knowledge is passed down through wisdom and through elders and through storytelling. And it's really important to hold on to these lessons and have the opportunity to share them. I remember once saying that we all have stories, but it's important that people engage with those stories as well. So I just wanted to share these thoughts and say that I stand in absolute solidarity with, my East Asian brothers and sisters and families, elders, and I'm here. And I also recognize my own privilege, and I want you to know that you're not alone, and we will fight this together.
Oh, Diya, I'm so moved by your solidarity. When I hear that you'd say East Asian brothers and sisters, I immediately feel my heart warm up. It's so good to see someone who was born in the same country. I just have a final question, since we're having a little extra time transitioning. Can you speak more to global citizenship? Because I know that that's an important part of who you are, and you've talked about it in other clubhouse rooms and things.
Yes, absolutely. Some of us identify as global citizens, and what it means to me is that we're not from one place. A lot of our identities overlap. It could be where we're born, where our parents are from, where our parents have lived, where we may have histories. It's all connected in so many ways and forms, and often we may look politically at how we may not connect with each other, but underlining so much of this is community and history. And I think that there's a real opportunity to look at how we can come together and really, really engage in critical problem solving together. So I think this is the future. I really connect with you on this, Cheryl, and I look forward to many more conversations about this. So at our heart, we're all truly global citizens. So let's really lead with that going into the future.
Yeah. And in your mind, what are the sort of the biggest challenges that you're facing as a DEI consultant around, anti-Asian hatred and stuff like that? What are some of your biggest challenges?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest challenges is that there is still this perception that Asians are a monolith. I'm sure this has come up in some of the conversations we've heard earlier today, but we are not just one way. Asian is an umbrella term. It refers to a geography, a continent that has such richness and complexity within it. We learn from each other, and we've borrowed from each other in some areas. We've also given to each other, and we're threaded together through common values. But I think it's important to recognize the complexity of our identities and not just flatten our experiences. So that's something that I'm seeing myself struggle with, but I'm also seeing some changes with increased dialogue. So here's hoping that we lead with that going into the future.
Well, thank you so much, Diya. I'm so moved by everything you've said. Really loved your thought leadership. Thank you so much for being here.
Of course. Thank you for having me. And you all just take care of yourselves, and let's keep working and connecting and putting our needs, first, because if that's a sense of also saying that we matter, is reclaiming our own needs, voices, and identities. So
thank you so much.
Take care.
Yeah. So, Dr. AJ, welcome back.
Hi, welcome. I'm so glad. And Diya is absolutely amazing. I adore Diya on Clubhouse, and I'm just here to really talk about our next performer, who is actually, we're going to be hearing Bali ASL, who is the American Sign Language person for Bollywood, is also here, and so Bali ASL will also be joining us. But right now, who's coming up is first we have Shaam Panch, also, as my autocorrect likes to call him, Shazam Punch. Hi, and so Shaam is a singer, songwriter, music producer, and multi-instrumentalist who is known for his Eastern and Western fusions and impromptu improvs. And so one thing I found out about Shaam is that he literally goes into these music rooms and on the spot, picks these topics and starts almost like freestyle rapping, but freestyle singing. So when I approached Shaam about our event today, Shaam said, okay, let me have the themes and the calls to action, and I'm going to write you all a song about it. And so Shaam is here to perform a song that has been specially kind of built around our calls to action and around this entire movement today. And Shaam, I'd love for you to introduce yourself first.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me. So my name is Shaam. I'm a representative of music and culture based in the UK. And I've been focusing, in these issues that you're addressing, I focused a little bit on the domestic abuse of males and females, especially amongst the South Asian diaspora. And I also strongly believe in free education for the underprivileged. So I'm actively working right now on producing content for the masses that I use in order to hope to raise funds to be able to teach kids in India and the subcontinent. And above all, I'm a human being and I'm an active ally. So I'm going to go for, oh, you're back. I can't hear you anymore.
Sorry about that. It looks like Bali ASL may be having some technical difficulties. So in the interest of time, I think we'd still love to hear from you, and and we'll work on the back end to see if we can get her up.
No worries, no worries. I've got a song anyway, so this is something just exclusively for today, and it's focusing a little bit about domestic abuse and something that's very dear to my heart as well. So I hope you like this one. Can you guys hear the piano all right? Just let me know in the comments if you can.
so deep in love with you, and said I'd do everything for you, but you had to choose me as your victim. And I wanted to run away and escape, but I didn't think that was the right thing to do. Had to be strong for you, it must have been something I was doing wrong. And loving all the time, I would sing you to sleep out of your anger with a song. Then I realized, oh, it was emotional abuse, but I wanted to be used by you. So I locked the door and came inside, and you shouted at me for being out late night with my friends. I was buying you something nice, but you're right, I should have communicated. That's why you started to hate on me, throwing balls in my face, saying I had to sit outside in my own base. But I let you do it 'cause I thought I was wrong. So I sang you out of anger with a song, until I realized it was emotional abuse, but I wanted to be used by you. Now I stand strong and take all my fears with me. I'll be there for you, man, don't be afraid to speak up and be free. Realize it's emotional abuse and you shouldn't be used, no, no. Yes, I was emotionally abused, but I chose not to be used, no, more. Thank you so much. Hi, Neha.
Hi, awesome. I'm so sorry. I was having a little bit of technical difficulties, but I found my way back. So so I just want to say hi again, guys. I am Bolly ASL. I translate Bollywood songs into sign language, but above all, I'm a human being and I'm an active ally.
Love that. Love that. And thank you so much for joining me. I saw your performance earlier as well, and it's incredible. What do you do like in the deaf community for people that weren't here before?
I literally translate like songs into sign language because I don't think that we have like the deaf community has enough representation within the South Asian culture. So I'm just trying to bring awareness to that and bring that to the forefront.
Great, great. So we're going to perform a song together. And again, in this song, I'm going to try and do a little bit of an improvised section. The song is from a series called Bundish Bandits, which actually deals with a few issues as well, especially in the Indian South subcontinental diaspora as well. So it's an interesting take on that. So Neha, you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, here we go. Tell me if you can hear it all right. Just give me a thumbs up when it starts. सामने तू है ना विस्फोट सा दिल में हुआ रे प्यार के ओशन में एक बोट सा तैर गया रे धक धक करके साउंड जो आया बक बक करके तुझको पकाया जरा घबरा के जरा इतरा के कर प्यार से करता रहा जरा घबरा के जरा इतरा के कर प्यार से करता रहा छेड़खानियाँ छेड़खानियाँ कभी उल्टी तो सीधी छेड़खानियाँ छेड़खानियाँ कभी ऐसी की तैसी छेड़खानियाँ छेड़खानियाँ कभी उल्टी तो सीधी छेड़खानियाँ छेड़खानियाँ करे ऐसी की तैसी या दिल ही छोटा सा दिल है छोटा सा छोटी सी आशा
मस्ती भर मन की भोली सी आशा, चांद तारों को छूने की आशा, आसमानों में उड़ने की आशा, दिल है छोटा सा छोटी सी आशा, मस्ती भर मन की भोली सी आशा, छेड़खानिया छेड़खानिया कभी उल्टी तो सीधी, छेड़खानिया छेड़खानिया कभी ऐसी की तैसी, छेड़खानिया छेड़खानिया कभी उल्टी तो सीधी, छेड़खानिया छेड़खानिया कभी ऐसी की तैसी. You gotta stop, 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 stop that Asian hate. Why you gotta wait? If you got a voice, put your fingers up and put it everybody to the side. Anti-bullying, anti-discrimination. You gotta put your mind to it. Stop the father for the nation. Cause we can be a little community and make the change in the world. If you wanna see the world, get your hands up. Hey, put your fingers to the sky. I just wanna tell you that there ain't no fire. People always dying and the children always crying. But we're gonna make a change if we stop Asian hate tonight. Stop tonight. Oh, stop Asian hate, stop Asian hate. I'm an ally, and we gonna fly, and we gonna fly, 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 fly tonight. Thank you very much. And it's a wrap.
Oh my goodness, that was amazing. I was dancing in the background and I was just, oh, that was just so amazing. And, you know, Shaam and Neha are also part of a South Asian music club on Clubhouse. So we have some of these, you know, Asian music rooms on Clubhouse. So another way you can show your support is to join them in these Clubhouse rooms and support them by helping share their talent and their art and the diversity within our cultures. So with that, you know, I would love to bring Jetty up right now so that we can transition to the next speaker. Shaam and Neha, I'll talk to you offline. Thank you so much.
So much. Thank you. Bye.
Jetty, you're on mute.
Okay, great. I was going to say, Shaam, I would love for you to leave behind in the comments how people can best follow you. I would also, you know, encourage people to continue engaging in the comments. You know, we're not here to play favorites. We're here to just amplify everybody's voice. And you know, we've heard from several folks who have been promoting really wonderful causes, really great cities, different coalitions, different professionals. You know, we just want to amplify this for everybody, not to play favorites. So, you know, so Shaam, if there's a way that people can reach you, feel free to leave your IG handle behind. I also remember, you know, Christopher Chan of Asian Americans Advancing Justice, Atlanta, mentioning his fundraiser. You know, we'll follow up there. And next up, I want to help promote somebody who's been doing a lot of promoting and a lot of community organizing within our community in San Francisco. And man, Sang, you know, it's been too long, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's like I was talking to you yesterday, huh?
Yeah. It's great to finally put a face to a moving face to a name, right? Like we met on Clubhouse, and then you had us in your pocket as you were on stage at a 400 person rally.
Yeah.
Oh my
This
gosh!
past Monday,
And
it's crazy.
Just nuts. And we got a live look, or a listen, I should say, a live listen as events unfolded with you on stage, and clearly, you know, you were one in a very aware position to even talk about or to even share that in the first place, to bring that to us, but just to keep it going, you know, it was just such an amazing moment that really inspires, like, you know, more collaboration, more use of these tools. And, you know, I'm gonna move on to letting you, you know, discuss things that you're working on, and, you know, some of the initiatives you're involved with while you work your camera. There you go. Yeah, Sang, why don't you introduce yourself and a little bit of what brought you here?
Yeah. Do you want me to introduce my work too, or just myself?
I'm sorry, say again?
Did you want me to introduce my org too, or just myself?
Oh, no, absolutely. Introduce your organization. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. But yeah, hi everyone. My name is Sang. I am the founder of Asians United, and we are basically a grassroots youth-centric org focusing on ways that we can alleviate poverty through financial literacy education. So our main mission is to empower and mobilize young Asian Americans to be change makers in San Francisco. Our vision is to build an equitable world for all Asians and people of color. Our core pillars are advocacy, empowerment, and entrepreneurship. So we have some really cool projects in the line right now. Our first project is Equip Our Elderly, where we are working with community leaders and organizations in San Francisco's Chinatown to distribute $12,000 worth of pepper sprays and sound alarms to our neediest elders. And then we have another project called Community Space Initiative, where we'll be partnering with SFUSD, high school teachers and students to create a safe space for Asian American students to talk about the rise in anti-Asian hate crime, Asian American identity, and the model minority myth. And currently we are hosting a fundraiser on GoFundMe, where we are asking for donations for to help us in the 501c3 application process, because with that process we have to go in depth, and there's certain fees associated with that. If you just go on GoFundMe and just look up Asians United, you should be able to find it pretty fast. And that's all I have for right now. And what brought me here was really just Jetty and AJ. I think someone else pinged me to a room that they were at, and then I kind of told about what I'm doing and Asians United. And yeah, I love to be here. This is great. I just joined, but I can't believe this is going to be on for 11 hours. But yeah, that's all my spiel.
Fantastic. Yeah, thank you so much, Sang. And, you know, that's really amazing that what you've started with Asians United. I love the spirit of what it's about. Obviously, you know, there's a reason why you're here, because we believe in we share very similar values. And I just love the idea of, you know, congregating and uniting around this common ground. Could you expand a little bit on a call to action, since you've seen so many different perspectives? You know, a specific call to action that you'd love for our audience to take with them. You know, whether it be increased education, increased representation, decolonized policy. I mean, is there a call to action that you'd love to champion?
Yeah. So actually tomorrow at 11 a.m. in San Francisco, if you're on the Bay, we have a anti-Asian hate crime rally. So there will be two simultaneous marches from San Francisco City Hall, where it will be youth-led, and then Portsmouth Square in Chinatown, where it will be more elderly-led. And we're going to march, we're going to meet there at 11 on both sides, and then we're going to march in the middle at Union Square, where we'll be ending, and that's will be towards the end of the march. And right now we have, from what I've been hearing, 2,000 attendees or more at this event. And if you're around today, you know, come through tomorrow. It's not too far of a drive. And then also tomorrow I will also be on Clubhouse during this event at 11. hosting a room with probably Jetty and Dr. AJ, where I will give a live listen in on the current marches, the speeches, the speakers, and just the current mood of the environment in San Francisco tomorrow.
Fantastic. So what I heard was 2 rallies going on at the same time at 11. And if you would be so kind saying, please follow up through text. I know that people can reach you in other areas, but if you could follow up with text in the YouTube comments, that would definitely help visibility, especially to timestamp that with you. So thank you so much for being here. And thank you so much for your time. We know it's a really pressing time right now, and we appreciate you sharing it with us. Hang. Hello, Hang.
Hi, I'm joining you now. I've got my glasses on because I've got about 3 more cups of coffee in me, and I'm blind as a bat right now. But I'm happy to be back with you to help close the hour and this very long day. I know, Jetty, you've been up, and Dr. AJ and Chris Lin, you all have been up for a long, long time.
We all have, and you know what? Like we would like to do that too, so that we can make things better than where they were when we first started organizing. So we want to move the needle. That's why we stay up and lose sleep, right?
That's right. That's how we roll. That's how tenacious immigrants roll, right?
That's right. That's right. And I've loved just like getting to work with you and collaborate and seeing just the powerful voices, including yours, that you've brought in. It was great to hear your story earlier today. I hear that we have some more just amazing stories to hear coming up.
We do. And with that, I believe we have Keith Koo backstage. We have known each other for years, but actually have not met until I think 3 p.m. 48 hours ago, Keith, would you say? So Keith Koo is a media host of the Silicon Valley Insider and managing partner of the Guardian Insight Group. And with that, I'd love to introduce you, Keith, and have you introduce yourself and all that you're about, what you do, and why you're here.
Oh, thanks, Hang. And yeah, we've known each other for years virtually. Virtually without audio or video. Now we actually know each other as friends. So Keith Koo, a host of Silicon Valley Insider, but that's not my main thing. I'm not sure what's going on with my video, so apologies. I guess it's the media in me. And born and raised in California, San Francisco Bay Area. Parents were immigrants. And before I get into that story, I was in corporate for 20 plus years. So similar to Hang, I had a corporate job. I made it up the executive ranks. And over 30 years, I've worked in Asian professionals, lifting them up and really focusing on career development and coaching. So why I'm here? The key matter is I had a high school teacher, Mr. Dare. He was a San Francisco native, Chinese American, and having a U.S. history teacher with a Chinese American background was where my whole class, we actually got our first foray into the Asian American experience. And that led me in university to study a lot of Asian American history, to be really active in lots of AAPI causes. And then ultimately throughout my career, as I mentioned, lifting up Asians, I actually joined the board of the Asian Business League about 10 years ago. And the Asian Business League is the oldest nonprofit in Northern California dedicated to Asian professionals. And it was at a time where post Vincent Chin murders, there wasn't a single Asian face on the San Francisco police force or the fire department, believe it or not. And that is quite startling considering that today, the San Francisco Bay Area and Silicon Valley have a 20% population that is Asian. So in terms of what's going on right now, it's important. My radio show is about 4 years old. I think most people identify me with my radio show where actually most of my work is done with startups and startup mentoring. The story that some people know is that I had never grown up thinking that I'd be a radio show host. And when the radio stations in the Bay Area actually asked me to do a show, it was all in the context of, hey, did you know that of the 9 million listeners addressable market in the San Francisco Bay Area, over 51% of the listeners are Asian. And we have 0 Asian radio host on this particular business network, KDOW. So they worked on me for months saying that we want you to do a show. And when I finally came to do a show, I said, well, I will do a show, but it will not be an Asian show. I'll just happen to be an Asian host. I'm pleased to say, after 4 seasons, 2/3 of my guests are women in underserved communities. And that is because I get to direct the content of my show. So in terms of what's going on right now, last week was pretty impactful to me. Some of you know that my mother and her sisters actually went to university at Wesleyan College in Macon, Georgia. So when I heard about the event, I'm very active in Clubhouse. And we immediately started a room. We're doing an Asian mindset room. But in Clubhouse, we decided to close that room and do a room dedicated to remembering the victims, understanding what was going on. And it was really cool because we had a diverse stage. There's now analytics you can get. We had 21,000 people stream into our room over 8 hours. Again, very diverse background of people. And we had over 240 people speaking on stage. So in that case, I felt like what's happened since last week and since the whole year of COVID, we've been actually we've progressed quite a bit in being able to demonstrate our solidarity, our unity, and the ability to support other diverse populations of people. So one of the things that I wanted to mention, it's a very personal story, and I was talking about this with Hang, which is why I wanted to bring it up. So it's 2021. This just happened a few days ago. I was speaking to a friend about some of the racial issues we're experiencing, some of the dialogue we had, and we got to a pretty good place in just understanding. He is not Asian. And at the end of the conversation, and we've been friends for years, he said, why do you feel like you need to choose China over the USA? And I was really taken aback. I had no idea what the context was. I said, what would make you think that I chose being, again, the words were China over the USA. Like, what would make you think that I would choose the country of China over the USA? He said, you always talked about your Chinese culture, your Chinese heritage. And I said, well, that's my ethnicity. Ethnicity is not my nationality. And I mean, I am 100% Chinese, so why would I not talk about my Chinese identity? And I turned it around. And I do this a lot. I said, well, then what do you think it means to be an American? Is it hot dogs? Is it apple pie? Kind of the normal stereotypes. He didn't actually have an answer. And that was also equally startling, because if you're going to be able to make a claim that, oh, you have to, like me as an Asian American, have to prove my loyalty or my nationality is true, that I don't have an allegiance to my ancestral home, I don't think that happens with other ethnicities in the United States. And so I made that very clear, and I appreciate that Hang actually gave me the space to talk about it. So my encouragement to everyone is that I think progress is happening. I think that with the Asian community, and again, it's not just East Asians or Southeast Asians or South Asians, there's also Central Asians and Western Asians as well. I think now's our time to really educate all of our peers, all other underserved communities, that we can get through this together. And so I appreciate the time. And we're going to turn it back over to Hang.
Oh, I'm sorry. It would be helpful if I went off mute. I got so distracted with Keith's bright, shiny hair. We think he's the emperor from Star Wars.
I'll take that as a compliment. The dark side.
It's a compliment. So we had 2 special guests coming up. We're going to switch the order a little bit. We have a special singer coming up from Broadway. And with that, I would like to introduce Brendan Chan.
Hi there. Thank you so much for having me. So yeah, my name is Brendan Chan, and I'm a Chinese American from San Francisco, California. And both my parents are from Hong Kong, and I'm a professional dancer, actually. I'm trying to add singing to my repertoire, which I'll do so in a bit here. And just I'm very grateful to be part of this panel of speakers, very, very prestigious and very smart individuals. And the 2 cents I would love to add here is that as a performer, it has been a particularly gratifying journey. I recently was in the cast of Hamilton in San Francisco, kind of have a unique experience of performing in the hometown that I am from. And I had the opportunity to perform for a lot of high school and middle school students from my high school and middle school. And it is my hope that, as more and more Asian Pacific Islanders find themselves in the arts and in the entertainment industry, that those of the next generation coming up can feel as though representation is as important as it is. It can also even be a way to see it as just people, on the screen and on stage, and we're all just performers. And at my core, I am a human being and an active ally. And for the next 3 minutes I have here, I would love for all of us just to kind of just take a collective breath and just like to perform a song for you, and I hope you enjoy it. My favorite song from the show I was working in.
May we ask what show and what character you played?
Oh yes, so I was in Hamilton in San Francisco. There was a company that came by in 2019 that just actually sat down at the Orpheum Theater in downtown San Francisco, and I was actually an ensemble member. I played George Eaker, a character who actually ends up, well, no spoiler, but kind of one of the bad guys. But yeah, for the most part, I was a dancer. But yeah, I don't have much space to dance for you, so I'm gonna sing a song instead. I hope you enjoy. You say the price of my love's not a price that you're willing to pay. You cry in your tea, which you hurl in the sea when you see me go by. Why so sad? Remember we made an arrangement when you went away. Now you're making me mad. Remember, despite our estrangement, I'm your man. You'll be back, soon you'll see. You'll remember you belong to me. You'll be back, time will tell. You remember that I served you well. Oceans rise, empires fall. We have seen each other through it all. And when push comes to shove, I will send a fully armed battalion to remind you of my love. Da 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 ya da 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 ya da. Da 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 da. You say our love is draining and you can't go on. You'll be the one complaining when I am gone. And no, don't change the subject, 'cause you're my favorite subject, my sweet, submissive subject, my loyal, royal subject, forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. You'll be back like before. I will fight the fight and win the war. For your love, for your praise, and I'll love you till my dying days. When you're gone, I'll go mad, so don't throw away this thing we've had. 'Cause when push comes to shove, I will kill your friends and family to remind you of my love. Da 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 ya da 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 ya da 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 ya da da ya da da ya da. Thank you very much.
Oh my gosh, Brendan, I had to pick myself off the floor. That was so amazing. Your eyebrows, man. That was so incredible. Thank you so, so much for your time and for that gift and the song, which is so appropriate. We don't need to be reminded of our love that way as an Asian community. And with that, I hope you can stick around a little bit, but if not, please join us on the live stream because we do have the mayor of Fremont coming on with us. So we were able to squeeze her in for the last couple minutes, like we were able to get her on because it's really important to be able to have these policymakers who can actually move the needle for us. Thank you so much. Please hang on with us or watch us, and thank you for your gift again.
Of course, thank you very much.
And with that, I'd love to bring on Keith Koo and Mayor Lily May. I'm sorry. And Keith, if you would do me the honor of introducing Mayor Lily May because she is your guest, please do so. And we'd love to hear from you what this has brought for you and your call to action for us in the next couple minutes.
Oh, I'd love to. I'll be brief. Mayor Lily May Fremont, she is truly a trailblazer for not just AAPIs, but women as well. First Asian female mayor of a large city that's defined as over 200,000 people. I want to congratulate Lily on her successful re-election this past election cycle. And Lily's really done so much for our community as well as the nation. She sits on a number of other committees that go nationwide, and I'll let her continue on with that. But Lily's a really good friend of mine, so Lily, thank you for being here. We appreciate everything you do for us and everything you do for our city and our country. Thank you.
No, thank you for the opportunity. I can't believe that I'm following such an amazing act. And I have to say for Brendan that he is very expressive. And I'm glad that I don't have to sing. I was teasing earlier backstage whether or not that's going to be a requirement. But I think that this time is very important for us. It's interesting, and I'm hoping that in some ways that we didn't have to relive this. This is not something new in terms of Asian and some of the fears that have been happening. Today is the anniversary of the Exclusion Act, and having this opportunity to voice our concerns and make sure that we are coming out together as a community. We should stand with so many others during this period of time where we need to ensure that we are not just seen as a model minority where we don't make our voices heard, but are encouraging others to speak up. So here in Fremont, we are the third largest API city by percentages, I think, in the United States, and one of the top 10, definitely by population too. Growing up, I grew up in Chicago and Pennsylvania, and during a period of the Vietnam War era. And unfortunately, I personally experienced firsthand a lot of these types of, unfounded hate and animosity. And now as a mayor, and I've lived here in my city of Fremont, which I love, for the past 27 years, but in the recent times last year, and when we talked about the Wuhan virus, there became a lot of negativity and hate towards our community that I really made sure that we had to speak up on. Everything from in the beginning, some of our restaurants and other, much like Chinatown in Oakland and also in San Francisco, had unfounded fear from people asking, like, where do your chefs come from, and other those types of lines of questioning. But I think that, having seen some of the rhetoric that was coming down from the federal level and state level, I made sure that from our perspective in the community, we worked with our DA and also with our chief of police and created messaging and public service announcements so that people could understand what is a hate crime, and also, more importantly, how to report it and how to get us aware of these situations. We are also working with other Asian local entities, such as Keith Koo and his efforts in terms of the community with the Asian Business Alliances, and other efforts to just create this awareness. Here in the city of Fremont, we have passed a resolution, as well as we've asked other cities. And I really have to thank so many who have joined us in this effort. My fellow mayors in Alameda County. And then also, as Keith mentioned, I sit on some other organizations. For the National League of Cities, I'm the immediate past president for APAMA, which is the Asian Municipal Elected Officials. And this is important for us. When last year we were trying to gather, and this was just coming to the nation's attention, I was really concerned whether or not when we had our mixer, it'd be something that was just the API caucus meeting. And I reached out to my fellow federal advocacy groups, and I have to tell you how much it meant to me to see that we had the Black, Latinx, and also the LGBTQ community come out at that meeting to join us. And one of the last meetings that we had in person, it's something silly and simple, but we had karaoke. and we were all on stage together and singing "We Are Family." And truly, that's what I think it's something that we need, that type of messaging. When one of us is hurting, that we should speak out for the others. And so that's a little bit of what I hope to be able to share with all of you. I encourage all of you to step up. It's interesting too, for me, selfishly, I'm looking at this as a parent too. I served 2 terms on the school board, and I have 2 MIF made in Fremont. They're now almost 24 and 20. And I really had hoped that this would not be something that we were still addressing today. But right now, this animosity and this fear is just at a level that's unacceptable. I have to also say that as elected, it has been something that's very much a stressor for so many people. I was on a call the other day on Clubhouse with Keith and so many fellow API mayors. In particular, it was distressing to hear how many women in particular are being targeted. I don't know if it's because of the fact that we're mothers also, and that there's just this idea that we would probably be more likely to cave or be more fearful. But if anything, I think that it causes us to be more resolute and in supporting my fellow sisters, whether they're APIs or other ethnicities, that this is not acceptable. We are very excited as electeds to be able to serve our communities and also to be able to have dialogues that we can exchange our thoughts with one another. But what I see right now during this time period, unfortunately, when people have been stuck at home for a long time, I would say COVID cooped, or at times the cowardice of the keyboard, people express themselves in ways that I would have never anticipated. And that's one of the things that I experienced firsthand when I ran for my 5th election. There were some people that chose to create fake stories and rhetoric saying that, you might be a spy or you're working with foreign nationals. And as an American-born, and even if you're not, I don't think that makes it okay. It created hate and animosity here in my city. I've had happen at least 3 times lately where somebody has spray painted Lily May as a communist or CCP. And it is hurtful to hear that we would have to prove our citizenship or prove our loyalty, and just because of your ethnicity, your name, and the way we look. And so we need to look beyond that. And when I was just talking earlier today with some of my fellow Asian electeds on Apamo, we talked about how not just opposing the hate, but how can we bring people together with love and with kindness. And so this is the opportunity that we have today. And I'm thankful for this opportunity to join all of you with Stand With Asians Live today. And just delighted to be able to share. And Keith, thank you for giving me this venue and this opportunity to share a little bit of my voice. And small as it is, I'm grateful to be the first Asian woman and first minority mayor in our city's history of 65 years. And I'm very hopeful that, right now we have the first majority women mayor council in our city's history. And we also have the first majority Asian council last time, 2 years ago. So it's something that, slowly by slowly we are making a change, but it's only because we choose to make a voice and to be amplifying it rather than to cower and just stay away from your fear.
Thank you so much, Mayor Lily. Thank you so much, Keith. And with that, we are going to move directly to our next person so we keep on schedule. But Mayor Lily was a little bit humble there. She is also the first Asian female mayor of a large major city in the United States. So we are so proud to have been able to even get her for a few minutes. And with that, we have Suby Cheng up next, an internationally acclaimed singer, songwriter, and entrepreneur. Can we bring her on stage, please? Hi there, you are on. And,
okay.
I don't know. Introducing yourself and letting us know what brings you here and the gift you have for us.
Oh, hi, my name is Suby Cheng. I'm a singer-songwriter artist from China. Yeah, recently there is a lot of crime scene going on in all over the country. It's really, really sad. So I am a Chinese. I'm an Asian myself. So I really want to do something, speak for my community. So thank you for having me here.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I just got to know I'm going to have this today. So I might gotta sing 2 songs for the audience. One of the song is called Make You Feel My Love by Adele. I just learned this like in the last minute. So, but I think it's really it's an amazing, beautiful song, because we want to spread love and peace to the world. So this is going to be my first song. Yeah. So you guys ready?
Wonderful. We're ready for you.
Okay. Yeah. When the rain is blowing in your face and the whole world is on your case, I could offer you a warm embrace to make you feel my love. When the evening shadow and the stars appear, and there is no one there to dry your tears, I could hold you for 1,000,000 years to make you feel my love. I know you haven't made your mind up yet, but I would never do you wrong. I know it from the moment that we met. No doubt in my mind where you belong. I go hungry, I go black and blue, I go crawling down the avenue. No, there's nothing that I couldn't do to make you feel my love. I know you haven't made your mind up yet, but I never do you wrong. I know it from the moment that we met. No doubt in my mind where you belong. I go hungry, I go black and blue, I go growling down the avenue. No, there's nothing that I couldn't do to make you feel my love. 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 Yeah, thank you. So this is my, this is the very first time that I'm doing like virtual, and it's really last minute. So sorry about the lyrics reading.
Well, Suby, we deeply appreciate it, and since we have such a compressed schedule, we'll only have time for the one song, but we appreciate
no
it.
worries. Yeah.
Would you like to part with with a parting gift or parting call to action for standing with Asians and what brought you here today?
I will support my community. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for having me today. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And with that, thank you for your time and your gift. And with that, we would like to bring on Rami Rahim, who is the CEO of Juniper Networks. Hi,
Hello.
Rami.
Hey, Hang, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you so much for joining us at the very last minute. You run a global infrastructure company, but that's not why you're here. I know that you're here because you yourself are an immigrant, and it was really important for you to be part of this conversation. So with that, I'd love for you to just introduce yourself, why you're here, how is this impacting you, and what's your call to action?
Certainly. First, I just want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to recognize what I think is a really important issue. So I am Rami Rahim. I am the CEO of Juniper Networks based in Sunnyvale, California. I am an immigrant to this country from Canada, but originally of Middle Eastern descent. And above all, I'm a human being and I'm an active ally. So I'm here to say that honestly, I'm sickened and frankly outraged at the recent and ongoing acts of violence towards Asian American and Pacific Islander members of our community. It really is shocking and disheartening to see a study by an organization called Stop AAPI Hate showing that last year there were 3,800 anti-Asian hate incidents recorded nationwide, and those are just the ones that are recorded, with some cities seeing an increase of up to 1,900%. I mean, plain and simple, this is unacceptable. And I realized that as a CEO of a Silicon Valley tech company, I'm fortunate enough to have a platform to amplify messages that I find are important. And today that message is that we will not stand for racism like this anywhere. And at Juniper, we always have and always will stand for unity and compassion, and we take it to heart. You can actually see it in our mission statement, which is to power connections and empower change. And in that, we believe that change comes from communication. It comes from asking questions. It comes from understanding, from empathy and putting yourself in other people's shoes. And it comes from using positions of influence to become active allies for our brothers, sisters, friends, and colleagues. So look, silence and complacency are simply not options. So please know that I stand together with all of my Asian friends, family, co-workers, colleagues, and I reaffirm my commitment to generate meaningful action to combat systemic racism that unfortunately is still present in our country today.
So may I ask you what brought the awareness to you? What did you watch it over the last year? Have you seen it just recently? And what do you want to ask of your peers in your cohort?
Well, certainly I have friends. I have friends who have been impacted directly by it. I have colleagues that have found themselves in a similar sort of situation. And yes, of course, I read the news hang and I know what's happening around us. And quite frankly, I find it simply unacceptable. And look, racism is something that impacts everyone. If we stand silent on issues of racism targeting any group, then I don't think anybody is safe from racism in this country, which is why this is such an important issue for me and for many of my colleagues, all of us here at Juniper.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Rami. Thank you for being with us. And hopefully you got to enjoy Brendan Chang with Hamilton and Mayor Lily Fang and RT just now. And with that, I'd like to bring, I believe it's in sequence, RT back up for another song with us.
You don't want me to sing. I'm the executive director of Advancing Justice Law Caucus, and I'm an advocate. Definitely not a singer.
Oh my goodness, I apologize for that.
No problem.
We're juggling a bunch of speakers who wanted to come through. So you are the executive director of the Asian Americans Advancing Justice Law Caucus, right?
Yeah.
So tell us what brings you here today.
So we've been working on this issue intensively on behalf of our communities. Asian Law Caucus is the first Asian Pacific Islander civil rights pan-Asian organization in the country. Next year we'll be 50 years old. And we were formed by the children and grandchildren of people who were interned during Japanese American internment. So we have a long history of working on behalf of Asians and Pacific Islanders. It's been a really tough time for our communities. A year ago, I started a table called the Asian American Leaders Table to address the racism that was coming out of COVID-19. And, what's really breaking my heart is when we had that meeting, the first meeting of the table, we talked about scenarios, right? The violence that was coming towards our communities. And one of the things that we planned around was a mass shooting. And when Atlanta happened, it was just, I was so angry and upset because we knew that this was going to happen. I'm South Asian, post 9/11, we saw what happened to anybody who was perceived to be Muslim. I saw members of the Sikh community, getting shot because of the hate. And so really have to learn from our history. And at the leaders table, at this Asian American leaders table, we're doing a lot of work to really think about what kind of interventions are needed at this moment. How are we going to actually address this issue on the, and try and get at long-term solutions? And so part of the work that we're doing is narrative change. It's our job as Asian Americans to tell our stories and to make sure that we have a platform for those stories. And we also need to continue to support and educate our communities. And one of the challenges for Asian American communities is, it's not one identity. It's not one language. We're talking about a dozen languages of people from many different countries with different migration patterns. And so we have to talk to each of our, groups and ensure that, we are reaching them in their language, and to make sure that people know their rights, to make sure that people know that they are welcome and they belong here. And so that narrative work is really important. We have to tell the story of the history of our communities in this country. A lot of people don't know about Vincent Chin, who was killed by two auto workers because of people were blaming Japan for the decline in the American auto industry. And that was in the 1980s. At that moment, that was one of the, if you think back to when the Asian American community has been activated, I would say that was one of the key moments in our history when Asian Americans came together and said, this is not acceptable. The hate that's coming at our community is not acceptable, and there has to be accountability. Fast forward to today, it's amazing. I think we have so many more folks. We're the fastest growing racial minority in this country. And one of the other things that I think people would find interesting is that we have the biggest wealth gap in this country. So we serve low income immigrants mainly. And people have this perception because of the model minority myth that all Asians are well off and everything's great. But actually, we have some of the wealthiest people, and then we have some of the poorest. And the poverty in our communities is invisible. So, one of my asks is that I'm excited that there is so much attention to our communities, but I think what we really need is long-term investments. And we need long-term investments to build the power of our communities on the ground.
Thank you so much, Arti. And I do wonder, a lot of what we've talked about today is Asian invisibility and the culture of silence. So as the executive director for the Asian Law Caucus, what is your call to action to encourage people to stop the silence and to raise their voices to defend themselves?
Well, I think my call is, I think there's a lot of calls on individuals to speak up for themselves, and that's great and that's important. But my call is to systems and sectors. We need government, we need philanthropy, and we need the private sector to resource our communities so then people have the support to actually stand up for themselves. And, philanthropy funds are at 0.2% of foundation and philanthropic dollars go to Asian communities. 0.2% in America. We're going to be 10% of the population by 2050. And we absolutely need to create more pathways for people to become empowered. People cannot become empowered alone. They need investments.
So you're saying, let's not wait until 2050. The time is now.
No, the time is now. It's an inflection point.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely. And it's interesting because we talk about how we fall in the cracks between the different minorities because we all are the model minorities. So what is your call to action? What do you think we can do as far as driving policy?
Well, I'm going to be leaving this presentation to go to a meeting with people in the California legislature. And the call to action for them is invest in our communities, allocate dollars for our communities. Words are really important and words matter, but you have to follow it up with resources. And the call to action is to invest in programs like community ambassador programs, victim services, mental health for victims. A lot of times, 92% of the hate that's coming doesn't even rise to the level of a crime. It's harassment, it's verbal assaults. What do we do for those people? When they call the police are like, sorry, can't do anything. And so how do we make those people feel like they have some accountability, that we can help them with their trauma? We have a responsibility to our communities.
Thank you so much for your presence and your wisdom and what you're doing for the community. And with that, we'd love to transition to our next speaker.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your time. And I know you're running off to another meeting to go do important work for the community. So with that, I would like to bring up Quincy to the stage. And we met maybe 24 hours ago through many other people on this thread, Chris Lin, Keith Koo, Jimmy Wah, and you've been very, very active on Clubhouse, and you are the head assassinista of the Create group. And what I want you to do is maybe introduce yourself, your identity, what you do, and if you would gift us with the poem that you've read, and that's okay. You can cry today. I got my Kleenex next to me and I'm ready for you, girl.
Hey, sister. And I do not like to be in front of the camera, but for you, I adore you, I love you, and I believe in what you're doing, so I will use my voice to share. My name is Quincy Dampfam, and I am a founder of QR8 Group. We are a multicultural marketing advertising agency. I have been in the business for 20 years before social media, when people looked at print magazines. But it is important to me, I think, because I am a refugee, I am a survivor, I am a woman, I am Southeast Asian, that it is important to use my platform and my resources to give people a voice who don't have a voice, who are invisible, who are not seen, but play such an important role in this country's history and future as well. So that is what I do for a living. Like I said, I'm usually behind the scenes, but I think that now more than ever, it is important that, women, especially Southeast Asian women, speak up and share our stories, as we've all been told, and support one another. I am the opposite of a model minority. I'm a rebel. I do everything the opposite of what I'm supposed to do. And I used to be punished for it, but now I actually, make a good living doing it. And I'm happy to, pull a seat up at my round table and at others. So that's a little bit about me. And I'm going to need everyone's energy and love and support to read this letter. It is a letter to my mother. So I'll just go right into it. Before I do, I just want to honor the Native American community, the Black community, and the Hispanic community, as well as the Latinx community. And I just want to thank you, all our Black, brown, and beige allies who have been standing in solidarity with us to fight against racist hate. Together, we will rise. Okay, so here goes the letter. Dear Mẹ, or mother in Vietnamese, I write to you to ask you to forgive me for all the times that I was ashamed of you when I was growing up in Iowa, where we immigrated after the Vietnam War as refugee boat people. I'm sorry for the times I was embarrassed when you spoke in broken English or Vietnamese in public because racist people were staring at us. Your mother tongue is beautiful, it is intricate and deeply romantic. The Vietnamese language and culture with all its intonations and poetic phrases make it truly the Italy of Southeast Asia. One of my fondest memories of you was when you came home from night school, when you took English classes,